We'll go back to the videotape. Everything is video. By the way, just real quickly, the payless says over here, if you don't have blue, we're just white. If you don't have white, we're just blue. Over here, but you have to wear, you have to do all screens blue. All screens white. Over here, not really here's your blue. Do one out of it. It's a slightly different concept, but it's nevertheless marking, not marking. You're looking to see if the shot over here is up at the Rothschild. And what does it say over there?
I believe, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, do better. Let's see what they say. You invite these guys on the spot. It's so soft.
I know. Real.
So you more than my sister look at Rabbi? Perhaps our mission doesn't all point to Rabbi. Why is it tiny? Maybe someone saw it. Now we're talking about two screens, two kinds of screens, blue and white. So what does it say? You should see it in singular. It, what's it? So the Machlokes is how you learn the word it. You should see it. It means as the two of them are one unit. Look at it there, Rabbi. So in other words, that's a blue, don't be white. According to Rabbi, all of you guys who are not wearing anything according to Rabbi, but they don't have to solve the blue. Blue, without blue, you're not wearing that. Yeah, look, I'm wearing my time. Why do you say it's not knocking? Sorry, my time to live is not fun. But no. My time to live, not fun. You see, not fun, it's extra. We're at home, that's just fun. What color will most of the garnish is kind of brown under the fire? White. You didn't have the diamond. So that means that the screen to be white, this color is using the same fabric, the same linen as the regular. Singular to see the two types of screens, white and blue, you should see it. I think it's a right of the meaning to be like one. Rabbi, the reason I started by coming today, by the way, we're using Gemara all over again. So, it means each and every one is singular. The white is it, the blue is it. Go come today, man. So, they're not knocking one another. I'm learning not the way correct. What I just said is that baby is not knocking. It's not necessary. It's not essential. What does he say?
Right there, that I have baby up in my living room. You should have a baby up in yours too. Jeremiah Watkins.
Hey, I'm at Jeremiah Stand Up on all social media. Reach out to me and check out Moshe's schedule for Lazy. I really enjoy it. Check out that as well.
I feel like if they're doing matches or Tam Fams race, like you're having trouble going back into multiple Jeremiah through seven sort of.
The blue is not the white, you cannot do it without solving. But what the mission says is not knocking, it's another type of it. I thought this, I don't know why. Just for one, just to beautiful, it's so simple. I don't know why I had to fight the speed and everything. When somebody wants to score me.
As they're set. All right, thank you very
much.
My wife just decided this is the joke for it. The joke be fun. It's like a question.
I'm not the coach. He's the coach. Okay. What is the coach of the whole
Science.
They supposed to put the white screen into the hole for the target.
Show Menace, go on with me. You never draw Menace on Twitter. I'm mostly sorry. Moshe Kesher, Brody, Steven.
Why?
My audience makes noise one more time. Thank you for coming out. We'll see you again soon. Have a great night. I'll be on the front patio in a second.
The mitzvah to put the white before the blue. The Nikin Pezlov, and if you made a mistake and it did blue first, yotza. It's okay. It's a piece of mitzvah. As the true over here, Rabbi said, I've been putting into everybody's head that Shona Allah have a kosher la'akir. In Kachim, if it says it twice, it's ma'akir. And what about if it's not in Kachim? Then one time is ma'akir. I don't think I was so clear about that. In places says it over here before it. Places asks, name of the Mikro, the Shin, Love and Bereisha, name of the ma'akir. If the Torah says it once, it should be ma'akir. It goes, might be in Shona kosher la'akir. You don't need twice, Ela b'Kachim. So if I said it wrong, the entire Mesepta, and it's wrong as well, I didn't realize two Meseptas, so I apologize. One is Ma'akin in the whole Torah. Touching is a Kula, not a Kumrah.
Hey, this is Rabbi.
One is not enough. The person who keeps up playing in order to make it essential. So excuse me, it wasn't me, you just got on the mitzvah, I'm touching the base. Oh, we have a sponsor, it's Spider.
At the Comedy Store on a Monday night, right now.
Journey of the Daf, a dark global, pet funds all year, not just this month. And take a look at this. We opened up Finland only for people that bought stock in the office. Look how many people grabbed your back because I'm not going to be able to do the news because we're very, very late on time. But here you go. Go to values. Oh, so we down to a bunch of documents over
Use code word Joe, you get 2 months for free. So check it out.
Okay. 2, 4, 6,
Powerful Jamie Vernon on the
12,
HD camera, the great Ryan
16
Jamie Vernon
people.
here, joining today's
Hold on.
episode of the
Hold
Blank
on.
Sheet of Paper
Hold on.
variants of
Great.
the Ryan
So what
Jamie.
do you
You're going to see at the end of the show, we want you all sat there like a bunch of lazy
if you
asses.
tell me we actually have another 9 minutes to go, even though we're late, we started late.
Fly through it.
So,
San
I
Francisco.
want to remind everyone there's a mitzvah to have special food today. On Friday, a Swedish Friday. Doesn't mean it's just, challah. Because it means one special item will cover his Friday.
Because our
He
guest
like
tonight
the pizza
is
into
the first
every
time in
Friday.
filming
He like the pizza
history
into the love of the king, which is the playlist. What is it? It means that you missed out. You didn't put the strings in correct. You only did white, not blue. What do you say? Well, Rabbi, it's too much. I love it. According to Rabbi, that's no good at all. All Rabbi is on around. You piece of mitzvah, also mitzvah, like you said before. My piece of mitzvah, what does it mean? That you change the hafidama. You don't put the string. You don't put the white in before the blue. So Rabbi, mitzvah, you're on that's the Gemara, great. That's one way. But the Mishnah says the one is not marked with white, the white is not marked with blue, and the blue is not marked with the white. You just said that the white is not marked with the blue, that you put the blue in before the white. You just said. But how do you do the reverse? But then the other name marked with the tailor. If you by mistake put into the hole the blue string, it's not marked. Tailor, not that it's the love of my ear, but what's the opposite? I'm not wrong about following this correctly. How is Shapula Taylor? This is a famous thing. People say that those how much is Shapula Taylor and stuff, but it really comes from Torah. How Shapula Taylor, we have a little video here for that. Oh, I want to show you the philosophy that Yosef did a couple things. These are the cells, you have to tie together. It's not simple, that's why the Gemara says it takes 170 years.
We have a band. You guys know
I don't want to miss any videos.
Let's just do it, shall we? With a different entrance every week. These guys are two of the funniest, most creative people, great of them. And
we get to the rest of the seal about Shabbos. I don't want to give away the
here we go.
whole.
Here they are, the Hiltoni band, Reagan Watkins, special
There's a little
minutes.
sack in here that has that. Okay. But I wanted to show you this video. First of all, real quick, I gotta show you this. But I want to show you how things change. We use 3D animation. This video, which is a picture from the time, it was only a year and a half ago we saw it, 2 years. And I want to point out how the cities were not flexible in the video. It was so hard
With
to
a full
flex
house
every
intro,
movement.
ladies and
A
gentlemen.
video like this took 4 days, 2 people 4 days.
Reagan Watkins,
Look at
is that
this
full
picture.
house?
Well, then Joel is supposed to look like Uncle Jesse, but he just looks like Lewis's murdered father.
There you go. What's up, here?
Battle,
But
battle.
here we go. This is
Here we are.
fast forward to this.
I don't know. Is
This is
Ken
how
supposed to be Bob Saget in this?
Yeah, he's a clean freak. More like Bob Saget. Cut it out.
Because the beach reminds you of the heaven. The place reminds you of the beach, and the beach reminds you of the heaven.
Thank you.
This was very honest.
You're supposed to put it in the blue. This
You
case,
just look like
so
Uncle
he
Jesse's
put
like
the
the
blue in
dope
before the white.
twins.
Why?
Or the
Because
season
this
when they had the
begging is
twins.
blue. This is garment is blue. You're supposed to put the blue in before the white. The silo. What if
You
you're
got
supposed
it,
to
dude.
wear green and you have a green undershirt? You want
You're
to
literally stealing all of our lines right now. We had like 6 planned and they're firing this
Look at
coming
what
out
that's doing.
all
Now
of the
what?
lines
Now you're doing
immediately.
In a white garment, you're supposed to put the white first, and then the blue. But in a blue garment, you're supposed to put the blue, and then the white.
For some reason you did.
Okay, so now we're going to do the same Gemara over Azara. Don't sit down, stand on your feet until you can explain it to the other. And not that it's a long time, it's a pair, it's a wait, one is not essential to the other, because white without the blue, blue without the white. What does it mean on the later? If you have a white garment, the mitzvah, I do love liberation. The mitzvah is to put the white strings in first, like I know why. I'm trying to think of it should be the same color as the base. Yeah, because we love them, and if you put them in first, let's go, you're not over it. Then I follow it, and I just have pairs for them, and what's the follow it, it's the garment is blue, and you have to put the blue first.
And comedians, if your name or anyone gets pulled out of the bucket, because now your garment is blue, so you can interview the same about anything in the world.
What's the word I'm looking for?
60 seconds is up, and you get the sound of
the same fabric, the same color as the garment. The item love and direction. If you put in the white before the blue, love and blue. I don't understand.
You guys ready to start the show or what? Make some fucking noise. Someone is about to get 60 seconds of completely uninterrupted stage.
And then remind me to show you this reading. How does a person have hair? Now this is that. They're doing me that it.
What's up, y'all? How's it going? My name is
You know, it's that. Now it's a good doing. They're good. According to Rabbi, it's after more than that. After all the nuts, you have a little piece hanging out. This is called well, it depends how big it is. If it's very small, that you can't make a slip knot, then it's possible. How do you get the gardulim? So you're just going to show you how to get the gardulim. There's one in the middle that he's not going to like so much, but whatever. I gave him heaven to go.
I live in LA now. It's more than things I'm a black guy.
Then you gave me the look. You gave me the look. This happened to my brother-in-law. Not really what they put this in house that. Remember these stolen stuff?
He's down in 60 seconds. Nice to meet you. Okie, first time on the show, right? Where you from? Wow, okay, there you go. Ryan Redman, ready to go. Did you know he's from Nigeria?
First of all, you have to have all the other color strings in contact.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
Color, and the strings that you don't have that are red. So I don't want to forget one point. It's referring to strings that were the right, they were the right leg. They were good, they were kosher, and then they ripped. Because if you start off and where they're tiny, no good. They had the extra before they ripped. Number two is that even the piece that's ripped, it's not just one string. Think about it. It's not one string. Because every string has a counterpart. It's 4 strings that make 8. And if one of the 8 is ripped, partner on the other side is whole, and it's okay. So when it says that it's ripped, 2 strings ripped. I don't know how you know both. It's blue, it's easy. I do blue. By the way, I gotta show this to you. Where was it? I'm running out of time here. It's fun. This one, these are all the sheepness of how you can hide it. I do rough this way. Look at rough. The Rabbi says only one finger, and so it's 2 strings. The Rabbi says 2 strings, which is 4. You double it up. It becomes 4, and according to Tyson, it's 4. It's unbelievable. So these are all the different ways you can go crazy that people in English context are not doing. All of these great. So if you rough, and I only have 2 strings that are blue. So the only way, if it's ripped, if both blues are ripped, now you know that you got a real problem halachically. And according to Rashi, the rip happens below the knot. According to Tosfos, if there's some remaining over here, it's still kosher. The rich is all the way on top over here going to be kosher. Okay. So, tomorrow, we just get finished up. We have 22 seconds. The guy they love him.
The rest of show business.
The taste white. The guy they love him. They say, doesn't it? I don't remember if it's left over, it's kosher. But doing eggs up sharing, laser is that the hyssop that you sprinkle on a tummy. It has a shear of a tefach. The shear of tzitzis is 12 thumbs. Omar bar Hamguri over 12 today long bucks. You'll be able to make a slip knot, which is basically okay. I'm not going to do it now. You know how to do a slip knot, but you could not this one. Okay. You just pull it, and it undoes itself with one pull of the top. They go unbound. Longer cool that doesn't mean all the rich ones have to be tied together. The little cold kind of today.
That's just too
funny. Each one of them is individual. The one doesn't have an answer. A both sides with a partner.
What would you like to see? What are we missing? Give us the cereals. Give us the spice that you think we're missing. Okay, no, we know.
No, I demand more quality comedy from a show where someone dresses like Danny Tanner.
Can I get the first one? Yeah. Okay, I was impressed.
Good morning, Rabbi. Once again, on the road, it doesn't matter if it's Miami or Utah or Athens or London or Paris, or I'm already in Boston and New York yet again, people would worry they wouldn't have something for each other. Don't worry. We said that we're going to get there. It's going to be a 3 day plane, maybe a week or two, but don't worry. I'm here. I may be on the road, but I'm so thinking about this year. I can't wait to get back there and grow and give you those others that you need and you deserve. So just wait. It's coming soon.
I can play this. I can play this.
He's just angry.
That is so on Zoom. That guy that hopefully will be able to get the shorts. Anyway, official edition of Second Schooling. Davening and Prophet sponsorships opportunities opening soon. The both sides school is coming out. The new MDY tomorrow. The official edition. So we want to do as follows. Whoever sponsor the top, we'll give them just a few a day or so to cop that down again. Some people have an attachment to that. I don't know. I know Marcus Canadi wants to stop. And they're going to be one. So we're going to leave that opportunity. Every sponsor, the mid-office, again, we sponsor them on tour, and then it's going to go online. What's the decision? Supposed to be in the church last week for the whole story. The still illustration comes really shadow.
I know you don't get to see her.
Good morning, Rabbi. I waited a bit right because I was certain that someone else point this out, but alas, the moment of the email of foreigners that nobody else wrote it, they made it society for life. On Sunday's doc, I took 2 minutes in while discussing a film to run. And at the round, it was very sad that the point is with fear with the fear. With irony, with hidden fear, with everybody would not have pointed out the part. Right? One of the most, one of the points. The Buddha. So the name of connecting mighty simple other, we are very loyal. And so that when one word started to simple, the higher of words such as the Shema between the time holidays, very silly comments and spoken about the Northwood, Justin Robbins' community.
Like, for example, we had a guy on the show a few weeks ago who said that his dad wipes his ass with regular towels.
Since he feels that he's in the descendants of
like actual like towel towels. He doesn't like flush towels like that. He just wipes his ass and puts it on a special rag where his shitty towel goes. But he said, I don't do it. Shut up.
I have a jail since there already is like.
Basically, this person also says that last Sukkot, when we spoke about Sukkah, so I mentioned the halacha that you have to be common and go to the Sukkah, and it says there's about 3 other mitzvahs. They don't say the man, that's the point. So the common, maybe you want to remind the other one that fill in the tzitzis, especially when the halacha says it's in the sound that tzitzis, if you're not common, then you're not with the mitzvahs that say you don't realize why you're doing it. How do you do it? Just kind of how you're don't find the fact. This I thought, I just want to share with everyone. What do you mean, like, and I mean, the look at the shooter, the distinct word, this is stored among themselves, versus being stopped, like the viewers and the how they display it. I had enough of it, so look at the ceiling, the beautiful shine that you get a
I think I need to say it all at once.
how long is it to get stuff that's affordable? Affordable. The best?
That was funny.
Oh, wow. Balapati, she's the best of the best.
All right, Obi, it was fun meeting you, man. Don't stop. Thanks, man. There you go, everybody. Obi. He's on Twitter. It's Swanky O-P-E-Y. Swanky.
What holiday the best that you want to do? The rapper, the
Sounds like another new name. Put your hands together for Coleman Cox.
and they have a script, they have a modern system. That's why the whole video is
Just got blacklisted from showbiz.
Let's get Obi up here for another set.
Pull another name out of the bucket. How about William Gilliam?
One last one, I think.
What about me? I was
I'd like to ask a follow-up question regarding something you mentioned here today. Explain the inner side of the cheese film may be any parts of bread, with an emphasizing the person of black on the inner side as well. As I can do why, because it's more of a kilo. Well, I don't know if I said it's more of a kilo. What I was saying is that black and black, we don't have to issue that sometimes these restricted. Flip, the problem with the flip, the problem is that if the tape comes off, then you'll have white and you choose something to be black. Black and black is real key, so even if the tape comes off, you never see white. You always see black, I never tasted black. However, if there's clearly the inner side and the outer side, now let me find that the outer side must be faced outward or a different advantage. The Gemara says that sometimes it flips, you see all in the video, sometimes it turns around and flips. The distinction between the inner and the outer remains clear. Why is it covered with both sides to be black? Why is it just not manufactured gloves to let it fit? Okay, how regards Yossi Rand, Antwerp, Belgium. The other was asked to please register for the event. How much you found is the Taylor factory. The official edition of White Shots, Shmuel Eiler, memory of Yo Yochanan, Jehar Yosef, and Keshe Bracha, about Shmuel Eiler, Edler, Mr. Talk. Today's sponsors, Ms. Manko, Big Mazel for Mayor, Mazel Tov, our daughter, and Shana Levy, 4 times on the wedding today. Thank you for tonight. Big wedding, Mayor Manko. As you went around the Kabura, Mazel Tov, Mayor Manko, on the wedding tonight, the daughter, and Shana Levy, 4 times. At tomorrow's birthday, in honor of my son Hill, not down. On the occasion of his 11th birthday, Mazel Tov, so Rowie, in honor of the birth of our son, was supposed to be discharged in the NICU soon. Amen. Mazel Tov. Yossi and Michael Rubenstein. Oh, sorry. Yossi and Rubenstein. Yossi Rubenstein.
That is my real name.
This year, Shmuel Aryeh ben Yitzchak Gold. This was Michal's father. Shmuel Aryeh ben Yitzchak Gold. Whose both learns that is today. Don't let me know. We are just enough Russell. Remember your title of that's just today. I think about it. And my only wife, the Nishmas Malka, since the trouble is to have an Aliyah. So then you just want to have to take your money, we can't carry it out. I'm going to pass it down. Take it away, like, this guy's
No, let's start this motherfucker.
I just imagine, like, a Marine in an argument, like, fuck you, bitch, I'm gonna go back to Afghanistan where they respect me. And I can say what I want to women.
You have to cover yourself for yacht, or it's absolutely not necessary, or you continue to cover yourself. Which one do you guys do? You have to, don't have to, it's good. And what if you don't?
That seemed like something talking about how she didn't want you talking about exercise.
You put a protector over your
like that was like a crazy thing. Like, I mean, I can't even imagine if there's anything else on the top of your head that like crazy shit. This crazy girl that married in Vegas. Any other highlights that you would want to share? Oh yeah, bought a house.
What you look? You said already.
She was really an ex-lawyer. Yeah.
Five months after we got married, she was like, actually, not such a great middle. Person wore the phone on his hip card like everybody else. And then at a certain age, he has to switch back to the right. So there's a number of events.
Where's you feel her grandparents' presence? Her grandparents gave you that house. It was a present.
Okay.
That's the kind of humor you want. I don't want that humor. I don't like it. I don't think I just fucking said it because that's the game of the show. The show's a game. Play along if you want. What I love is what you think I'm talking bullshit up here?
On his phone, both sides. This is not supposed to be right or left. It's like my son.
I am out of the conversation. William, what I love is that you bombed Afghani schools. And this girl's the thing you were worth the most.
Yeah, I know. We'll get there. Anyway, fine. So we get. That's so you take justified in the phone from American at a seat. How are you? Whatever you do.
Sound like you and my wife. Yeah.
Something about Hunter up on
firefight, you get shot at, and then you just destroy whatever.
Oh, yeah. Hunter
Right, you go inside everyone's dead.
Hunter, 7 lines from the bottom. Tired, Adam, the matchmaker is stealing the whole straw. Every few minutes, you should move your children around. But the plane there, it sits. The plane doggo. That's just move. A little move. It seems like that when you move, it adjusts. It's a little adjust. It's just parts like this. You're trying to redo the halacha sort of. Kind of match with the full shot. It could be just parts. The point is not to have pesach hadas. You know that you're really cool. There's a climber from the tzitz near the Kohen Gadol has the tzitz. But tzitz she'im boy the last spot is only mentioned the Shem's name once. Over Kohen Gadol, it should be on your forehead always. And we learn since I see a hundred little, you have to constantly think about the tzitz. Feel it in front of us. How many times does Hashem name next to the forehead? 21 times.
Let me tell you something about your
So 21 times more
when you came up. It's like
talking to fire than the tzitz. A lot of times it's changing. You should move your chin around once in a while. That's why I suggest that you go like this. It's, even though it's not for the lining up of the nose, but just to move. Now they ask, what's the connection? The tzitz, Hashem's name is on the outside. Only a Kohen Gadol for it. How do you compare the Kedusha from the tzitz? Seems to be a lot stronger than the Kedusha of, but nevertheless, there is some sort of in other words, it's not a serious Bob. But it's enough to focus. Now we're going to talk about why we're throwing on our left hand, not on the right. Everything we do is on the right. Yokov? Well, it's not a question. The person has two heads. What head do you want to
you think Trump can have his views changed?
Apparently we're not. Still a hate in the back.
I'd rather have a six-pack and
So we're like that. Yeah, positive, good thing. I mean, it's a word. Really stopping you. So let's go. I got an email that had a little bit of a check in it today. I didn't want to read it. But being that you're here, he said that the reason why we were thrilled is that Rabbi said one word. But Bernard Jenkins said one word and said, let's do something in Zoom. That's why the whole shit is. He wants to give me all the credit. And I didn't want to give you all the credit. I want to give you a little bit of credit. Say that.
Tell this piece of shit. He's a fucking pussy.
Thanks for showing up. What's your name? From? No way. You're famous. You guys do the share over there. So what? You're the good father. Get over here. Get over here. You do the share? In Dallas, Texas. No. Get over here. So, how was the father? So, how old are you?
Oh shit, now they're back in Los Angeles, everybody.
Schwuz?
The interpreter looked at us and he's like,
Schwuz got 10 in Dallas. You're back.
Fucking come up with some pictures just as the meeting. Do you know when he ended up calling him? Do you know what?
Oh, you mean the first 10 down. And then what's the only No way. Possible? No way. How you gonna do it? What's the plan? What's the plan? What do you mean, how? Well, you only have 1 year left.
And do you say that you shoot them as fast as you can, right?
Forward one day? We see the force to go. 1.25. 4 a day. You have extra 3 hours a day. So you know it's sports, right? That's what I figured. And it's not like you go to baseball practice and you have another 3 hours. No.
Can we get someone on the spectrum, please?
I'll tell you this, William, in closing, I mean, I think Pat nailed it. You came
5
up
hours
with
a day.
a fucking awesome stage
You guys
presence.
you stay right over here. You're all here. Is that okay?
Come back again.
Let's go move over.
William, there he goes.
You guys move over. Both of you. You're not going to move over.
He's
No?
seen a lot of shit.
I'll move over first. Get over it. Sit over there. She doesn't want to move over. I'm going to move it.
Women were just like,
No? You went back?
It's such a weird place.
all those women that
This
went
is crazy.
Trump in this past election.
What's he
Who
called?
knew that fucking
Your
William
father.
Gilliam and Opie would be funny people?
Everything is bigger and
What weird fucking
yeah,
bizarro
the Bible
land
has.
is
And
this?
what more
Where
time
the
I know
shitty
that?
names are
He's
the
a
good
legend.
companies.
You are spot on, my friend.
Can we just get
Fire
a Jim
him.
Smith who has 10 minutes on 15
Okay,
minutes?
Devon. What?
This is
I do.
fucking
It's very
crazy.
important.
This guy made
Yeah.
his debut on
Alright,
this show
good.
last
Wow.
week for the
Rabbi
first time,
shot.
and we
You're
all
30 years old.
absolutely
You shot.
Another person we can't make fun of
Wow.
what these two do.
Go ahead.
but he's actually
What an
not.
honor.
He's experienced and killed it last
If
week,
you look at
and
settings,
it's going to be a lot of fun.
as a
Put your
man
hands
talking
together,
to you,
make a lot of noise for Chevy Turtle, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead. Wow. What's your name?
Chevy
I knew
Turtle.
that. No. That's something. That's okay. Good. I thought you were familiar. Okay. You and 6 other people. Givaldi. Okay. Somalika. All right. Oh, that's right. I mean, I saw last night. Not so. Somalika. Hey, get over. Get over. These people. I can tell. What's going on in Los Angeles? Doing great. Yeah, great. What was the best night you had?
My sugar went up to 850 and I passed out. Went to a
What's
diabetic.
going on? What's going on with Father? We got to maybe the
She was
step
dumb. She didn't call the ambulance. She called my mom.
No.
My mama did the help us out. That bitch on the place. Chicken on down there.
Keep on going. Keep on going. Don't give up. It's going to be start. All right, we got to win some
Because
time.
diabetes, I
You
got
understand it.
erectile dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction ain't good.
Tell her about Yotla Zoisman. The chart from Boris, Yotla. Therefore, I don't know which one it is.
You really
Yotla
have diabetes?
It's the
So
left
you have
hand.
cerebral
So
palsy
it's
and
small.
diabetes.
Let's see the possible second. You say that it's good, but it's possible.
This is what happened last week. All of us
I think
response
she's there.
Sergoria, so
Yeah,
this doesn't even
yeah,
have to
she's
be
taking like a
particularly well written. What we
Yes,
learned last
you're
week is
therefore.
this guy has the
So,
delivery of fucking...
refer to
Tracy
left.
Morgan
It's
after
small.
the
I know it's
accident.
left. But you know,
This is why he's your Rose Battle champion.
Just do a
Defending,
quick.
reigning
Yogi,
Rose Battle
you
champion
need to
Michael
cook for
Owens.
somebody. There's three, we're going to see 3 shooters over there. And the comment says, Yad, the word Yad means what? Anytime the comment says Yad, I'll approve. The Russell says, no, I have a the chart from, the start from, the Chiro, honey, full, like, the
Oh,
Mizzouza.
there's one.
Mizzouza's with the
Brian
right
was there
hand,
to go.
still
You
full,
sure? He's
do
doing
with the
great,
right.
Remy.
Honey with the right, meaning you have to put it on your left.
Yeah, fuck you,
And
cerebral
yes, I
palsy
heard
guy.
it says, your car, Yad,
There you go.
the weak man. So let's see.
Well,
Let's
you
see
got this
inside.
out of the system, so don't think really good. Chevy.
It says,
I believe that you're dressed like what's left of it.
My hand created the earth. The immediately took push mine, and my right hand, at the same
You
time,
have all those medical conditions.
I created the heaven. So what is
Do you have,
Yogi? If I can both create the Shemayim with his right, that means Yogi, the one left over is left. The other hand is his left hand, so Yogi means left. And I'll prove to you again, it says Vaymer. Yeah, when she killed Sisera, it says Vaymer, Yogi and Yosef. She took, I say yes in English.
He's got a life sentence.
The pen, took the pen with her left hand, Yemina on the house of Mary. She knocked
That's a
it
good
his
sign
head
for that
while he
right
was
there.
asleep and drugged with
That's
the
the
hammer.
way.
You
Wait, you
can't,
mean it happens
can't
the
hold
other
the
way
peg
too?
with the same hand as the hammer. The hammer goes to the right. It says Yemina, the house of Mary. That means the pen is the other
Weird
hand,
day.
the
Topsy
left hand. So it says Yoga,
You can shoot
Yad
the cops.
by itself means left. The Yemina on the right, that's something else. But Yad means left.
Wow.
Goimer, another shot, another
You
right.
know why he
Love
shot
on
the cop?
social
What was
love
going on at the time? You ever hear the story? You guys
Therefore,
was?
the parent place not away. So again, we have the Yad and we have the Min. So
Yeah, I
Yad
wrote
means
the song, I
the
follow
left.
the law, and I won. Yeah.
Says
Chevy,
the
if I'm
Gemara,
not mistaken,
that's
you
my
just
of
got
an
here
hour.
to Los Angeles like 2 weeks ago.
Rabbi Yossi, Acharim, Omer, so Rashi on the spot says, what does Acharim mean? Acharim means, the place is being also means that his nose was, he didn't have a nose, basically. It was something in nose.
Yeah, did
This
that
place,
really
it makes
happen?
no sense. To call a person a goggle by a derogatory name. Something knows if you get a phone. This is all Fire means the name of the place.
Oils and stuff does have a
So
sugar
then,
content. So you have something there.
somebody sent
That's all right.
somebody sent me online to me wrote that place. You need to test them. That's not a bad. That might be a better. I like that better than some. Test them.
Stereotypes can be both relatable and funny.
The words that hurt me, man, the truly means making you out. I like it because you tell me I use the left, and that's why you put out pulling on our left. Should ever the guy who actually made this possible doesn't notice that Rabbi switched his hands. He also spun Yadimino. It says Yadimino. You're right.
You know what? Let's just move on. We took Chevy last week. Anything else? Let's fly through another one. There he goes. 2 weeks in a row. Chevy Terrell. Getting lucky out of the bullpen. He's on Twitter at Chevy Terrell. TERRELL.
And it's all, you don't need all this. I really want to know start talking. Stop talking. It said, stop talking. Maksida biyamin after chiro biyamin. Just like you write in the business, you write hand. So too, you have to tie your foot with your right hand. Like we do it. Most people, you put the tie with the right thing. So let me ask you a question. One of the sons is a righty. He's a righty. But he's not bad with his left hand, and he writes in the zuzah with his left hand.
I recently found out it's not okay to give another
Anybody
man a
want to
shower
jump in
as
it?
a gift.
The answer
For my
is
little brother's
awesome.
birthday this year, I gave him a
With
shower.
left to right,
And he's
zuzah,
already,
you're
by the
righty
way.
with your right hand.
So he's not really in
You do it
exfoliating.
with your right, so you put your tefillin on with your right.
My little brother,
Onto
he's
your
a
left.
he like fights for our freedom.
Maksida biyamin after chiro
He'd be
biyamin.
the
The
oldest
key to
son.
the chiro biyamin.
Most women refer to
I'm
me
not
as
for this
adorable.
money if you're going to tie it.
I don't think that's
You're
what
right,
my father
then
wanted in his oldest son.
you're placing it on your left eye. If he argued and said the word God can mean the right hand, not the left, so how did you know they have to put the filling on the left?
My little
Not
brother's
doing the
18.
hateful,
He
not
fights
doing
in wars.
You
You know,
learn
it's like
this
you
from
constantly
nothing,
reminding
the
your
mother
parents
said
to make
you
a
see the
better
red,
version of you.
you chart up with something, you learn from the heckish, just like in the zuzah,
I should
so
have dished
too.
out the awkward silence. All right, as I'm joking.
Here
I'm
he goes,
thinking
Joey
that we put a
Rich,
screen
ladies
over
and
there.
gentlemen. Welcome to the show, Joey. Have you
Not
been on
that
before?
you
I
said
have.
it good.
You were.
One time, yeah.
How'd the last time
Screen
go?
over there.
Better than that, probably, right?
Well, safe to say. Safe
The
to
last
say.
one,
Folks, if you listen to
New York
the podcast, if you're wondering what the big laugh in the
Rashi
middle
says
of Joey's
finally,
set was, that's
the
when
word
Mike
Yod
did an
Tov,
act out
you
that
could
you
split it
couldn't
in half.
see. Him
Yod
being
Tov.
thankful for us finally having someone by.
Chaos. Something to Rashi.
Because you
Rashi's
definitely
first
did it. I
the
think
hay
you
makes
know
it
that,
into
right,
a
Joey?
table,
You
which
can
is
probably
weaker
admit,
than
no,
his
that
offense.
was
And then the famous shot that for me is famous, so I'm connected to that when I see it in the Gura and different guys we learn to Yad Chaos, the weaker of the two hands. Usually when you're writing, your left hand is the weaker hand. Only Rabbi or Rashi really love it. The playoff, perhaps, is referring to the one that has the strength is Yod Tov, the thing at the end to be a fest. So you have Tov and a fest, which means playoff, which means strength. And Malay meets it with that. A lot of times the mother says that the eight fests are interchangeable. So that's when there's nothing else going on. Over here, they tell you shot. Hey, means weak. So why should I stick in something that's not there and say, oh, the hay means a fest, and it means throw off the opposite of the fest. This is the passion, so there's no passion. On the land, you see the fest. So you want to get that right. Using my flavor for another, liking my flavor for another. Milk call, the hay is small. So it says, hey, it means the weaker one means more the left one. I favorite where the milk call, the Rabbi is so good. A favorite where it says that the milk call comes to include somebody doesn't have the hand part up to the elbow. So he only has the upper part, he has a bicep. So you should probably put it on his biceps. And he's
I
he's
can't even fucking defend that shit.
and if you have a pencil,
Why
you
is it
just
off so
write it in.
much? You really
Anyways,
like it?
right on. Over here, we're talking about but he has from the elbow up. So he doesn't have anything.
It was like really sporadic.
So think about it. A person that doesn't have his left arm at all, cut off by shoulder. So what should he do? Should he put on phone or not put on phone? Should he put on phone on the right arm? On one end it should be
there's a couple things going on
Should
there.
be
It's
your
like,
weaker arm.
you know,
It should be
first of
the
all,
left.
like,
If you have a right and a left, you on the left. You only have one. What do you do? So what do you say?
Yeah, you're not
Put it
really
on.
back
Put it on the right. That's all the Gemara says. Put this man over.
Yeah, it's more like a scrubbing
Hey,
thing, but it
right.
which makes sense.
What's in
You
the
got that
filler?
as exfoliating.
If it's cut off all the way to the shoulder,
Tony,
you
in fairness,
put on filler. I have to say the dog. It's one of my favorites actually. Back in the day,
of Afghanistan.
like the pirate. Yeah, the pirate.
But
Marty.
I didn't come across. Oh, I
The
thought it
guy
was so
who comes from that
obvious.
pirate, there's no
Joey, let's
leg,
talk about you.
there's no arm, there's a patch on his eye. What happened? What
Recently,
happened?
I've opened my
The
dad's inventory
arm
company.
had a sword fight with another pirate.
Joey Grimbo Sr.
I got him good, but he got my arm. Ooh, impressive. What about
So
the
is
leg?
your real
The
name
leg, I
Joey
went from
Rich?
leaning
Yeah,
overboard,
sure.
and the shark came
Makes
out,
that
great
smell
white,
like the tool.
grabbed my
It's
leg.
upside down.
Unbelievable. What about the eye?
A little bit darker than
The
German
eye, I
remix,
got
right?
some dirt in
This
my
is
eye.
Filipino.
He said,
Wow.
"What do you
Yeah,
want?"
like
He said,
Filipino.
"Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the first
How
day
about
that I was
Joey
with the
Cardinals? Joe, yes. Like Jabba. You're like that. I'm like the animal. Let's go on with the show.
Evan's right. Evan's right. He doesn't have an arm. Fucking it up to him. I tell you later, y'all thought, look, you enjoyed the joke so much more than everybody put together. This is you, everybody's worth it. I tell you later, y'all color obviously
We
like,
put them in the showers and we
no,
cleaned them with some
you don't have an arm at all. A carrot. You have to put filler on
Siegfried, I
the
mean,
right arm.
Joey.
It comes out like this. Look at the person is bar mitzvah,
So,
he put his
how
filler on
German
his
is
left.
your dad? He's
And
very
he had an
German.
accident.
No,
His
like
left arm got chopped off, so now at
he's
8:20
basically
it's
Irish,
switched
so
over
it's like
to be what is filling on the right. That was one of the answers to the question, according to this man Dalton. Also,
It's the West Side Crew.
you know, when I was a kid, Barker said I like that anymore, but I remember my teacher tried to switch the lefties into righties. Remember that? Thinking it out. It's a thing. Oh, lefties are, it's a norm. It's something you can learn. Right, sport, smack, the kid. No, right with your right arm. I had an English teacher, a woman. So, sport.
my mom,
Yeah,
she works that.
not
She has
kidding.
a she
What
has
did I
like
call you with your right hand?
like
Join
a
the
truck
important to the lefty. So,
Wow, interesting, Joey. So, like,
It's a-
what's like something
so what
exciting
happens
about
was,
you?
you learn how to use the right arm.
Anything in the world? I mean,
So now walk around.
I just got broken up
You
with.
see in a
She
second
broke up
the
with me
insignia
like,
of lefty.
yeah.
why do I feel
Who's a famous lefty today? Very, very famous lefty.
I worked off of
Yeah,
popular him.
Oh,
So that's somebody else.
Yeah,
I know.
I told them little people.
Imagine.
That's about yeah. He must have signed
Well,
up
if
there.
you're going with the Steinberg, I can't even say his name.
I have Jay Reagan at yahoo.com.
Okay,
broke
eat
up with
there.
you. That's my dad's
Eliakim,
email.
Eliakim. You want to talk about David? Eliakim area. Ethan and Eliakim killing the Illinois tree smoke. Lefty has put on his killer on the opposite arm because to him, the left
Joey,
is strong.
you just
The weaker
fucking,
one is the right.
so
He
you
puts
just
it on
got
his
broken
right
up with
arm.
your email. Why do I feel like the relationship wasn't
So,
email that?
He usually goes by soft go. He
Where'd you
goes
meet
by
this girl?
the
Better
most.
than improv
A lot of people that are lefties
Jesus, that's
have
why.
the question. When you're lefties, how do I bat? How do I throw a ball? How do I eat? And it boils down to how do you write. Just if you write with
So
your
you guys were
left
taking
hand
it. How did it
and you do
start?
everything else
I
with
know
your
she initiated.
right.
And that fucking chick and that fucking, what's that thing called?
How did she initiate?
Copper tone, bitch.
You see this? The epistle of Hashem, the phone you see on my left, right by me.
This is the dumbest, dirtiest shit I've ever heard.
Ain't no dog pulling down these drawers.
What?
And it would be great if she broke up with him during an improv scene.
Sorry, I just can't do this anymore.
Awful farts. Yeah.
Is that both ways?
That's your problem. Not going crazy.
No, really. Interesting. Wow. Yeah. So I went to Rabbi Goldstein. You're also like that. Our two guests today. That's very interesting. Show him?
What is it, Joey?
You're doing a better Danny Tanner impression than Reagan
What
is.
did you write? What you write?
That's land and inoffensive. My two favorite things.
So we're going to win this one on the right.
Oh, that's a wacky thing.
Now what's Rabbi Goldstein? You guys might have to rethink this. Rabbi Goldstein himself, first of all, he's a big person here in one of the big places in Rabbi Trump. He's huge, fucking huge.
What else is
And
there?
the and he told him all military coolers, Shukrar, shots, everything about that. So, but he has this issue. Like, well, my son did it. He spoke to him back forth. And basically, what he told my son to do, yo, I got to revisit it because that was his, now that he's a little bit more short, 2 years later, maybe I'll think about it differently. It was also just, I think,
Friend of Kill Tony lives
I want to fit in. Everybody else, right there, I want to. So,
So, what is it, Joey? Let's get into it.
but by the way, we take it off, put it on the other out for it.
We're going to exfoliate.
And that's what Rabbi Goldstein does. Everybody knows, by the way, take it through, you have to put it backwards.
Yeah, man.
So you guys
But the
might
same
want to
life, it
rethink
seems
this
like
and think
torture
about
right
it. I
now.
don't know if that's the real exact thing, but maybe it's the guy unbelievable of the job of this thing.
All right, Joey. What's the most embarrassing part of your life? Yeah, poop your pants.
Is there anybody else in the room? I asked the question before. No,
Let me give
is
you
there
an
anybody else in the room
You're
that has this
clearly a
issue?
premature ejaculate.
Oh. Now they raise their hand. Okay. Yeah, you raise it. Oh, very good, Bendy. Very good.
I mean, I can't say yes or no to that.
Some people just became like you get on the screen. Ethan, is he on the white on? You put it on your right hand with your left. But I somebody told me, a lefty told me, lefties, their life expectancy is 8 years less than everybody else. And I thought listen, like, so why? It's all because they have accidents, they don't make enough food for them, and things it's a right world. So they looked it up and said, no, it's one of these rumors that went on the news. Heard the lens, listen, there's zero truth. One guy came out with his face on that, the previous generation, they tried to switch right to left.
Like, for example,
And
I gave you a
I don't know,
premature
whole thing,
ejaculate
yeah, so,
thing that
anyway,
worked,
it's
but
stupid.
your no answer. So,
My no answer, yeah.
That's
I
right,
mean,
yeah.
if we're going dark, I mean, I struggled with depression for like the last year and a half.
Can't get enough people. And everything's more touch too. They give you everything. But you know the mindset. The guy came into the store to buy a coffee mug. And he came into the store to buy a coffee mug. And the guy said, "Do you have a lefty coffee mug?" And the guy said, "No." And then the other guy behind him, "Of course you do." He gave him the coffee. So he says, "With $2 more." No, thank you. Good. Look, I am the guy with white color. You should wait for a lefty, you should wait for like a righty. There's no difference. Omer, I'll tell you, he just showed the stay all the a person who control everything with both of his hands. Every Texas, but to the
No, when I was,
there's another thing I didn't see.
get me that fucking whole shit.
20 arguing zone, Mazda Mayor Riva Blanco for a Chevy ladies wedding.
The theater rope, and I was hoping that the drumkeeper would find me, and as I was dying, I would go, insane.
I like the way he bends over.
all right,
I don't
Joey,
like that so bad.
Yeah, yours is a little more entertaining than mine. I tried to get it out last year.
how'd you do that?
A belt in the closet.
A belt in the closet. What happened?
I didn't tighten the belt enough, and it gave, and I fell on my ass. Oh no, you're right. I can't even do this. Yeah.
There's an issue with Philly. You mean the time you need to smile
There's
out.
you want to cut yourself a chicken wire and
this
string
guy.
chicken wire or something, and then
I messed it up. No, I feel sorry.
or something
He's
straight
down
in the
here
cheeks
already. Fine.
behead you. That's the stupidest
Yeah,
thing
yeah. I looked it up. As I said, I'm ready to write Shooter. So it is fascinating. So many people like I looked it up.
Chicken wire.
Hundreds of people that do that. Yeah. Look on Google. Look on YouTube. You'll see a class of 30 students that write 2 different languages. Put it in the language.
I mean,
The
like,
whole
maybe
thing.
we've
Yeah.
done this depression thing, but like anything.
Oh, but he's supposed to someone else to go to choose and answer something. Let's see.
Doing drugs or anything.
Well, you know, every night say after I'm the cop, I look it up.
This is the only recorded document of your
Oh,
existence.
how does David know?
So fucking live. Now, if you hang yourself on the belt and you
I'll
actually
go
nail
from
it,
zone, keep it. Really put the filling on your muscle right over here
if only
on the
he could
muscle.
commit when he's on
Look at
stage like he did in real
Maybe
life.
that part. You
Are we
got
telling
that. Put it
fan
over
stories
here.
right
Come
now?
on. On
Just
top
because
of here.
I gotta go.
I'm going to grab a muffler. So one part, so you know, let's, I don't know if we have the, we're supposed to have a, what do you call it?
I got a notification.
We had a nice,
in LA in the morning at like 11
news
a.m.
when I do something like a prop. We had a very, very good prop in Hebrew shit. I don't know if you have it here. Maybe we'll be able to pull it out.
What if he
Let's
kills
see.
himself
Maybe
during
we'll come
your
in and
story?
who knows? We'll get lucky. I don't see that we're hearing noise, so I don't know. My props are good. We had a good prop. What's the homie computer shit that the head is worthless? So it's weird the soft spot. Now not everybody knows. I showed this once before. There's actually two soft spots in the baby. And this it goes like
Ever felt that soft spot on a baby's head? It's called the fontanelle, a flexible gap that helps the skull adjust during birth and gives the brain room to grow. Underneath, just a thin layer of skin protecting the brain and blood vessels. Normally, it's slightly sunken, but if it bulges, it could mean high pressure or illness. Don't worry, it closes on its own by 18 months.
So last night we had a real baby. 2 weeks old. And I asked the father to push, you know, yeah.
No, but they went like to the boxes, but I don't think it
I
got.
didn't. Don't worry, it didn't.
It didn't do it like a
Very, very cute. I don't know if
no, it
you
was.
put it on, but okay, it was smart. It was good.
Hey,
It
Tony,
was very good.
you
It
know
was a
that
nice prop. Never had a baby before. Baby.
Wait, what? That removed the track after, okay.
So,
I was at church
what,
camp.
you have a cooler? No. No.
We're building houses in Mexico.
All right.
I took a little detour, a late night detour to
Yeah.
shower. It was a communal shower.
What do I want to say? Oh, so first of all, a very important thing is
shower, obviously.
you'll notice in
So
show a
I
lot of
slept
times
over
you
the
could be
shower.
that guy that yells at people. When people have sweaters or they have
Don't worry about that.
sweatshirts or
And then I
they have one of these tight
And then I
shirts,
had to.
sometimes it
Anyways, I
doesn't go
shared
all the
with the
way
communal shower, and I had to spend like an hour
all the
and
way
a
up
half
to your shoulder, and it kind of hangs out on the muscle. That could be problematic
and then I
if
went to
your
like
feelings
wash the
are
steak
too
off,
low
and I
down.
couldn't get the
Too
steak
low.
off no matter what
I don't want to
did.
show
I
your
was
muscles.
like scrubbing my hands like raw. And then I woke up and I went to bed. I woke up in the morning and just waited for anyone to be like,
The
hey,
most
does anybody smell that?
is a big is
And
a
no
number.
one did.
You're not yelling. So that has to be on the muscle. Now, what you're supposed to do is the
There's gonna be a
muscle
podcast called
is
Talking Shit with Joey Ranch, where he's so boring and all the guests talk about the time they shit themselves.
Yesterday, somebody told me that for years
This is what
they've been
happens,
saying,
Joey.
Miracles
Miracles do
because they said
happen.
yesterday, Lania means to put down on the
You've
floor.
been the best part of
Lania
this
means to
show
place it properly.
through no fault of your own.
Lania. Little things like this. Who knows? Maybe there are people there that don't put it in the way
This
where
is
they
like
actually
super
supposed
off
to
and
argue.
on, like a horrible, answer.
You should really get it. Rabbi, he was on the show. Make a phone call and
Momentarily from your issues,
really
right?
get, and people
Yeah,
should,
that's pretty much it.
in children, all around the world, even professionals, because
And I get the feeling,
small
and I get the
nuances
feeling you
that we
actually have a
forget, we don't
therapist,
know.
right?
What do you got over there? What do you want to tell me? Oh,
I know.
yeah. Oh, you're going to show it to more than someone else. Maybe 45,000 people will see this. Yeah, I use whose film was that? Yours. Every time, just take a look at yours also. It's a little.
I've never thrown a punch in my life. Such
How do you feel?
I know, or delivered one.
Joey.
Wow.
Joey,
There's a
what
little
happened?
bit of
Why
a
do you
rip
think
in
you're
the
so
floor.
boring? What happened? Your
First of all,
parents were always
the face is
together, and like,
not there also.
universe really kept
No,
a
no.
little bit
It's
of money,
nice over
right?
here, but over here you can
Question
see
is,
the
why do you think you're so boring?
That's interesting. Why?
I like that we keep calling boring on it. There's a lot of people that
check
stay
your show
for
and look at like
27
this here.
minutes.
It's ripped.
There's
You
a lot of
see?
people that are boring and uninteresting, and I think they're just nice people. Yeah, that
Hold
makes
on.
sense.
Let's see.
Right, they should. Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
See the list? That's it. So take it to a pretty professional. I would recommend pretty professionals, right? Because we have fancy cards, fancy homes, and now take your shoes once in a while. But people have their shoes when they're running this show. Not about it. Once in a while. Not like a year, but on the 10 years, you know? No, but just checking the parties. You're talking about checking the parties. Something, how do you put your foot on? Like you saw the bedroom, this pressure is below the bone. Below the bone, not so good. And this guy puts it in. Let's talk about bending up for a second. Here, let's look at Mr. Brewer. Mr. Brewer. Top line, you read with me. The Rabbi is showing kisses and many people are over on his kisses. The claim was that Hamza held in Matthew in Mokim Asayah. You don't realize we're supposed to be culture right. You got to Muna Alametz. A lot of shit is loaded down. Now, you have to realize, not when your kid finishes, but you realize where it grows out of. My kids, my new start to realize that I have to put my phone here. If my end of the filler are with my beer, not yours. Not yours. Now, Rabbi has a problem because they have a sign of that very large foot. So, and then even with the large children, they should go back to looking for right integration. Anything that the baby's head is soft, look at that. But even if it comes off your hairline, a centimeter, which is you know yet, because again and again, oh, just a centimeter. I don't know what to tell you. This is what it says. This is very because food sweeping the color is entirely 100% in a place where the root of the hair, you could pull it out and become bald. Then if you cuts out after this little part, cuts out after this part of the barca, I'm sorry, not the barca, the barca, the Torah, thank you. It should be resting on the beginning of the when the hair comes out. But then you have appreciation starts on because you have more hair shaking on Katia Mata, the tongue, that after your forehead, the nail from a film. The part of the kids of this, that cause you can say it's over and over and over. It's normally springs it. Doesn't go to where your hair finishes, it goes to where your hair starts. It can be super macro. Everything you go to, you find two people, and that's something you don't know how long. And that's why you're being a professional. You're not wearing your right. Let me readjust your knot. Maybe your knot is too large, so quote this up. Okay, thank you. What is his name on the record? Asks. Claim my of resin. Me and she actually schnee rock and person has two heads. Raising the hand. Which one of those heads do you wear?
What was that?
I said on the methadone.
Oh, well, hey.
I see what you
So upset at it. Why do you like this? High school?
Thank you. For the record, this guy's a pro.
Oh, you can tell
he's British because it's charming first and funny possibly.
Everybody got upset as his voice went to some
At the
way
also,
high up.
super
I like your style. Eric, where did you meet this girl? I mean,
that
like, how did
you
you meet
notice
this girl?
over
In LA, I had to
At the
the last few months, there's a guy that was covering his screen.
ringing for an
And
Abbott.
friends and couple bucks, he got the shit from him.
Wow.
Actually, here's the head before he picked it up. That's what
Wait a second.
I'm doing.
I should have done that.
Wait a
I'm
second.
sorry, Tony. I should have done
What
that.
happens is
Silly.
the
Silly.
science
Silly. I'm sorry.
Just trying to see in a
two
joke
bodies,
on my
two heads,
Tried.
but they have everything. It's two bodies, two long, two sets of long, two hearts, two this, you can do everything.
He tried to do
But
it.
he has something else. This is what the Gemara spoke about.
About the golden
A human being, in their style, they have everything, two arms, two legs, two heads come out. So glad that we have somebody that wants to
She
do it.
sits around the domicile. She really sits around the
You got anything
domicile.
about shave, your beard is really
She's
scratchy.
All right.
Captain Rock, come later. You do the doctor's right.
That is so fucking British.
I really like the secret slowly. I personally think the FDY videos are different for us, but I'm about to be here to go.
You really do have moments of
All right.
manic
You watch it out like this guy 1.25. What do you watch it out?
I do it on 1X, but he likes doing it on 2X.
Very nice, very nice. What do you do on the date today? Like, what do you work on?
I'm a Rabbi, and he's a swimming instructor.
You really do like
It's not. Very good, very good. All right. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing with us to stick around, I really appreciate it. All right, let's go, guys. Go ahead. That was on the book. Go ahead.
This really is like fucking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hack, where like you'll be really charming and all of a sudden you'll be like the shittiest 80s road comic I've ever seen in my life.
Thanks for whatever they are. You got married. But you only married one of them. Let's go. Look it up. Okay, fine. Yeah, fill it up. But he asked a question. But he pulled him out of the ground because of this. That's what they say. He's not real. That thing is like Lamau in a head. Let me make fun of him. And all of a sudden, I got Gabriel. Although then, he's something you look at these things. I had a kid that was 2 heads. I was even in the midst of the fight. I'm trying to take his shit up there. That was just good sport. Made us a good fire. Good sport. That kid's double. Double thing like that. Also, stop is on the way. So the elder person came and told him a lot of times stop was he called him high nuclear essence was but he didn't catch. As the mother anyways. But probably one of my mom was touching him after they keep the fire all gone. Yeah, he has to really dress this place. I would think that if the party gets killed before he's 30 days old, maybe he should pay to be there. You're right, you have to pay to be there when he's 30 days. But maybe that's when you pay it up. You have to pay for it to be born. So if he didn't survive, okay, so he's not a baby that you have to pay for. But this is a baby that should have survived. He just was killed. So maybe you have to pay. So the mother's actually asking, so dude, somebody with 2 heads is not going to be able to survive. Maybe. Either the satellite playing so you can see the things that like 30-something years old, they survive, or maybe the child that saw it, they do last year. This is what's it called? You have to connect with them. Anything more, the disease doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, and now you have 2 heads, 1 exorcism, it doesn't exist, then it's a crazy. The head makes it unluckily crazy. Not that it's thinking you're not going to survive, but the thing is, it's putting it negative. The words on the alcohol, this is a very follow-up problem. The first thing you can have the prayer says, when a commission told him like this place, with each head, you have to get 5 segments. Now, very possible that the baby was born inside of it. And the meanwhile, when the body comes out, there's a field of the gate, and it goes like this. They go up to the but that global, when you look up that for even for me, like the castle, and honorable, and you like that, you tell 40, you go be very far. Let's see that, okay, the actions, anonymous, and memories, and moisture, and affairs, for third side, for dying, Overman. Love calls it verse and just word of undone favorite time. The hands means the motion of the devices. You know, and really different. When I love calls, it doesn't be on top of it. The high part of your art, I go into the list, you have the area of your command. If you and I was to work at Puppy ourselves, you didn't know anything about Korean, just so off smooth. You say, don't call me, are you okay? The Hebrew, yeah, give me your hand, give me your yard. This is your hand, let's put your foot right over here. This is different muscles.
You can Brexit on that one.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not doing the yard, I'm not doing the right.
Eric.
Put it on
Anything else? Any
your
more
head. Mama, let me do it. When you put it on your head, you put it on the top of your head, the high part of your head. That's kind of good to you. So too, when it comes to the truth, you guys put on the high part of your head. The leg right here is let go of come onto that. I really will call up fight. The color is the noise, the pain noise. You don't want to put it on the stage where other people see it. It's for you. It's a private testimony. I love this. The color is the pain noise. So it will come out. It sounds you grew up the puzzle before. Come out as a puzzle. You have to hide your food. So let's see. This is one of your I really like the sound very relevant in the chart. The sound relevant is put the words put on your heart. The chart is too much to make it away. That's why we come up with the statement. Put it on your now, put it over here in front of your heart. What does your heart? Okay. Let's put it up like this a little bit. This way when you try it, if you're already trying to ask you that way, this way, right? If you get really good towards your heart. But if you do that, you pull some people go the other way. So those people that go the other way, you should probably try to pull it a little bit more. But actually, I'm looking for it on the way. So I'll remind everyone, he was the last one that had played those skills and looking at the wealthy generation. Well, also become fucking real for the money.
Alright, let's see what happens here. I pulled another name out of the book. I figured it's Mikey
the sleeve is ripped. Why? It's exactly because you had a wound. What are you for? You had a wound. And you know, when you have a boo-boo on your bicep, you put the filling on it, then you put your hand in your sleeve over it, it's like that fight. You know? It never happened. I remember certain times, like you got injured or bad, whatever it was, it doesn't feel good. That's pressure. So you want to use the pressure to see storage for it. It becomes kind of filled. And here comes the question I asked when we is it a field to cover? Or is it a nice thing to do? Or listen, you don't have to do it at all. Todo mal, the colors and the payroll, we did them before the process and nobody can see it. For you to have a testimony to be virtual, not problem. On my leg, it's much better than the color of the smile. Very thing put in your place, but color right you feel it sort of. Well, not really, but maybe. So it's being a place where you could cover it, not that you have to cover it. Nevertheless, there is a meaning to cover it. There's someone that you're on vacation, you're on a t-shirt, whatever, and it's not a newspaper, nothing in the world. It's better to cover. That's what we talk about. It's better to cover. No, that's okay. You want to show. If you have the wrong, I'm right. The wrong, okay. That's something that you show. You got it.
8 years. Yeah, I can tell. That's
awesome
stuff.
How do you know the put on the high part of the head? I don't know what I'm enough of you to do right. I thought I'm going to do right. I'm never getting enough amount of maybe you could place the Twitter that over here. I was getting a million and I saw a guy not like this, like this. But that guy don't want to do work because he's a sheep. This is regular sheep. This is not like home stick. You know, you just put the down. And that's how we can write it for the people there. And if they were weird children, that's exactly how they would wear it. Like this guy. These but it's the yard and everything. Correct.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you doing? I did not, or I didn't. I looked at my phone, but I haven't seen anything. How did you sleep?
One I love
That's
is
not good. That's good.
So what are your eyebrows? What do you think? So this is a question that you have.
No, ma'am.
Shots even over there, so we just give our right over there. So I'm going to say that I'm not going to shop and I'm going to I'm not allowed to look at my right in the comments and I'm going to run the the person has to has a leg.
He also looks like his never-ending story was a drunk dinner.
So you need to have in order for to be real fast, you have to have let me grow on the head.
What's your eating? What are you eating?
Hash browns.
Oh, good.
So two, put on your head should be in a place where all you need is two yellow tables. That's on top of your head. So now you have gold, yellow, white. Yellow
What's wrong?
And the skin part, it's white. So you only need four. You only need four. That's how I know. I don't put four on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess we'll stop over here. Rabbi, one side. Have a wonderful day. Merry Christmas. Spreading for
Never just roll up in a wheelchair with your Johnson Bees or shits and giggles.
I did for Halloween. I dressed up as Lieutenant Ed, and they gave me shit because I had legs.
Cut your legs off if you really can.
They
Give us some Forrest Gump trivia.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh God. Joe, what kind of drugs do we see Jenny take? We see her take actually 2 drugs in the movie. You guys can see.
Some kind of cocaine and ecstasy.
Cocaine is one of them things.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Acid now, when she was suicidal, what was she on?
You might know that he's coming when he shot this. Hurricane Taylor.
Hold on just a second. This is what you tell the Midwestern families.
Keep on growing to be a competition for you and get time to get more people. One time someone just said to me, it's a pure production. That's even about a minute.
Characters in the movie, can you name them?
Just 1 minute into it.
That's
So,
one. So small the cocaine relax. She plays everyone's running across America.
The mystical aura of Michael Lawrence.
One thing, we're talking about school every day, so Solitsky said this, and it's a very, very ugly thing. You can really turn out this way. They actually made one phone call all the time, but he said, I think it's Rabbi said, maybe he's bringing me some hours, and he's your friends as well, so excited to know. We love it too. And those two, this is sort of weird stuff. Anybody who's not in classes, 50,000 kilograms. Many people are not deciding to say Rabbi is in translation to stop play. On the header on the next one, spoke on the 50,000 corner, you put in the driving to the cliff with the hit. All the people who get the table is cool, never leave your foot in a hot car. Never put food on your head while your hair is still moist and wet in the shower. And go to the literal and doctor is still waiting for photos. But we're very good with children and photos and many outfits and running. We checked a lot of stores had moist and bad. All people putting away the food to right, these stores are moist, ready to get out of it. They're not ready to get back in the head, and you can see that today. And the reason we're not keeping the patients from significant is that it's probably good to not rub without. So, if you can, get a guy that's the first one go through everybody in the school, they always find something. The belly has mentioned several times, the entrance in his car, you drive from the wheel, he is back, look at some place in Manchester, you really happy with the bathroom, and that's my report to a puzzle. He said, look, if you drove instead of $100,000 Ford, it's still not ideal. I'm assuming that car is usually value of $500,000. He said, sir, you're still in 100% okay. I want to thank you, Ellie. You're very the decision is quite interesting to get counsel. I'm a pop person after my wedding and used to put on the Zoom counsel, but later became lazy and left me in the spot. I did that person first. The ring is quite clear that the next week is the 90 week. Still do not become lazy to the Zoom counsel and try to tell yourself this way. You never put on the Zoom counsel and class or group, not from lazy, and they drive. Who has this? I need to put on the Zoom counsel. Right? That's what I'm on right now. First time in my life to get married in this country. But I said, no, I have to make it wrong. I have to do it after Rocky. I have to do it after Rocky, you know? I was not in fear because then I came with the problem. I wanted to take the problem Rocky, but I wanted to take the problem. No, because the first Rocky's talking. Well, about a week ago, people are weird, they were saying, they don't make it to the problem. They need the problem again. I just want to really thank you for giving me life and fucking the butterfly. Thank you for giving me life. Literally, thank you for giving me life and fucking the butterfly. And then on for Baxter 1.25. Who's like this word? But the guy, the word is coming up. The word is okay. Stop for the group first. Well, thank you for the effort, but you're really fucking God's stage. Rebellion range to your personal opinion. He was since I only got the hand of the new officials in office, but really I've taken a very serious step anyway, and no longer remember how to learn about it. Priority the homework and how much it's probably, you don't get the thing that's only only by the studio, not the danger. Allow me to do the system and next thing up enough for you. Yes, it is. They'll be ready on time. Someone said it's figured, but the week is suggested to be really tomorrow. So I'm reaching out to them, going close with real concerning group. What mind in the next year's office will be communicated. We'd rather see in mind displaying funds for Friday, that even we can follow along. People take a place a mile between the maybe that's the next really neither got the men got accepted for yesterday. So it's not really it's a dream, here we go. You know what you do? You gotta have the whole plan. The next thing, the video camera is gonna be above by the gallery. You're gonna have like this whole control system when you see it. That part I don't know about. But the camera is above, that's zooming in. That part I don't know about. Today I have $50,000 worth of fucking joysticks and looks like yeah. How many things do you have up there, Gary?
It's real comfy.
7 screens in front of me. Oh, this is very thoughtful. So once I take a look at this email, I combined the pictures together. On top, you see the cipher is writing Rabbi Tom's film because you're not allowed to write them out of order. So the space where all at the end, address, address, Shema, V'hayim Shemoya. These are the way Shemoya and then Shema. But in the Torah, Shema is with the verb. What do? You shift to V'hayim Shemoya right at the end. You use that place back then, you put it in the Shema. Higher down in the paper, and a lovely pad that I was writing on your time code, just maybe look at that one. I thought it'd be helpful to show this explain the way out of the picture. Your last picture is in some yacht. Well, that is going to have Shema. Those not place this, I don't know what it says. It was really types of Shema is with the first, in its place on the very left. Basically, the student is to learn to do the live decisions and the student is on prayer. The boy says official legal was shot. The dog, today's starting with Shani Schefter for the cool frame of Kana Batsino Omei. Innovations LC, today's sponsor is Cook. Everybody's close friends, families should have amazing news ASAP. Yeah. Peter Mercer, so yeah. The memory of my grandmother, Donna Batsino, on the website.
Was there anything more to that, Ali? Was that it?
This is a great jacket to wear if you want to cover up your tits at work so your boss doesn't fire you.
Where do you work again?
I just work in a restaurant.
Well, in a restaurant?
I brought this in my bag. A lot of people
I'd be like, look, I know I'm eating at Bubba Gump right now, but can I please have that Vietnam fit as my waiter instead of whatever the fuck? I mean, where did you really, seriously, be honest, where the fuck did you get that? What is it?
I got a bourbon outfit.
Really? How much was that?
I don't want to talk about that.
I don't care if it was
Rolling snack meals on the hill. All right, we ready to school.
You eat the popcorn
I have
that's on the
a few
floor.
questions for the Oilers. You ready to
That's the noise that happens when somebody takes a shot at Great Roast.
Is there a possibility that you put up till the night, you get
All right, Ali Makovsky did it again. Another fun set. What did we learn tonight? It said, no matter how big of a rock star you are, sometimes the wrong jacket is the wrong jacket. I don't care if it was Mike Tyson, The Rock. I don't care who it was. If they were wearing that jacket, I'd have to lay into that shit. You can't
Again, if you go around
Ali reveals so many unbelievable personal things. And I asked her how much she paid for that
like
jacket.
that
She's
video,
like,
I don't
that's
think
not
it's
good.
already here.
I
The
saw
guy
her
that says
with that
somebody
jacket the
did
other day.
everything is doing the school. He started beating him up and started beating up another guy.
Resident fashionista Ryan
You're over on their direction.
believes in sweatpants over.
That's that.
We're going to Sketchfest San Francisco. Tony's going to be there. We're also going out a bunch of other places. Yeah, stand-up comedy. And guess what else, people? Guess who else is in town for the next couple days? Bruce Battle, champion Mike Lawrence, Luis J. Gomez. What else is going on, guys? Promote yourselves.
On the one hand, it's
What do you
top.
mention that
On the other
thing
hand,
of the
you know how
jigger
to
that you
work
get
on
to do
top.
coming
You
up?
know where it's
At Madison Square Garden. You motherfuckers. Luis J. Gomez, Coastal Region of Skanks, so many other great things. What else? But right now, the other half of a couple weeks. So, I mean, like,
what do you do?
yeah.
The player should put up. Well, now so let's see. Beautiful. We have a lot of good titles. Over we don't
Look at the drawing for Ryan J. Ebelt. And ladies and gentlemen, RyanJebelt.com for your comedy store. Kill Tony prints. The official Kill Tony poster available at RyanJebelt.com. He did it again. That's a fucking amazing one. Pat Reagan's Patty Reagan won it down south. Opening for Mike Lawrence at Madison Square Garden. Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah stand-up, reach
Sit on
out
the
to me
right.
on social media. I had a filter.
Reach out to me, please.
I had a filter off my Twitter that I didn't see a lot of tweets, and then I turn it off, and then I miss a lot of tweets. So reach back out to me. I feel sorry. I've been plugging it for months, and then nobody hit me up, and I had a weird filter on. So just reach out at Jeremiah stand-up.
Remember before that plug when you used to respect Jeremiah, everybody? Please reach out to me. I want to be able to see what you were saying.
It's a nice part.
I'm mostly sorry, Joel.
Tony does give the last word.
Other way around. This is also part of our
Yes, I
local
do. TonyHedgecliff.com. I have a couple
The knot
Podcast,
is
I talk about
reversed.
pro wrestling with my buddies on the Store Horseman.
It's not
I'm debuting right now. Just went up.
the nice part is
conversational podcast called The Pony Hour.
No,
So that just came out. I talked to Brendan Schaub on episode 1
the
about
typical way
fear,
to do it is to
life,
make a series
and
down.
fighting.
Now you take a look at school,
Thank you so
some people have
much,
square.
everybody. See you guys.
You know what I mean?
Bye-bye.
I never
Thanks,
understood
live
it
audience. Good
but
night.
what I understand a little bit is that here, this is a square. So basically, it's $2. $1 going this way, and then if you reverse it, it's another $1 going this way. That's the way to explain it. But something you have to know, maybe it's time to get into this. Are these for your barbecue? Then we got upgrade. You upgrade your car. You got that new car. It smells new. Let me see what else. Let's see what else other sweaters we find there. Oh, got all the hairs there. It's nice and square. So that's what you just feel like. They're not so bad. Okay. Trying to put that on Rabbi's shirt or whatever. Project So, Rav Ashi Yosef Hamid Marzutro, Rav Ashi singing from Marzutro, it's a Pichale Ritzu of the Tefillin. His Ritzu over here, flipped inside out. That's so. Omarlei, Yisrael Omar, now you have to remember, we had a Maisa Moed Katan, where Afia fasted for 40 days because his Ritzu flipped inside out. 40 days, remember that? 6 months, it's a lot of what you see that, it's not a joke. She says, I like this one, it's a new way to do it. I'm very careful now not to tell people artists. Even that guy, yeah. Depends to who. My close friends, when I'm going to go to a guy, there's a pound that I'm but maybe a little bit less, or whatever. But here's a great way to do it. So you know, that's in the end of the bar, that's a beautiful part to be on the outside.
That's a terrible idea.
Jamie
Vernon on the HG about trying tonight's episode. Everybody's got a blank sheet of paper in front of me. He's trying
I simply didn't realize. So the Gemara, Bero, Kalami, Oretz, Hashem, Hashem, Nikro, Alecha. The nations of the world will see Hashem's name on you, on your head.
You can't roll one for all your jackass movies that you've laughed at your entire lives. Yet some of you are clapping for it. It's pretty impressive almost.
About the Balatanian, I heard it about the Guinness. But when Rabbi Jacobson at our Shabbaton got up and he said the story, he said the name of the Vilna Goyim. That was upset. But Lefavitch is going to say the name of the Vilna Goyim, so that's it. I'm not. The story is that Vilna Goyim was asked, how come his son changed his father or whatever, they told him Vilna Goyim and they ran out. He said it's Yoram and Nefesh. You have to put on your head, the Yoram and Nefesh. So we're also waiting for it. They didn't have any fear of it. He said the next statement in the Gemara is Kagir Nezer Ador Omer. Ezus Filin Sheberoi. It doesn't say Alaroi. It says Sheberoi. When you're chilling, when you're feeling, it's inside your head. What's inside your head? It's not the box that you put on. It's what's inside your head. Real quick, because we're learning how to fill it, I want to show you this beautiful Mashal in Brachos. It gives maybe another little bit of understanding of why we do this every single day. It says this is the feeling of road, the big secret history of any Rabbi Karl the truth. This is Mamish Pasha. This is like logic. The mitzvah is in feeling this one will be making boys bar. It's a special mitzvah that gives us a connection or a way to leave HaKadosh Baruch. And then it goes on to say that the Baruch also wears clothes and says today's daf. So HaKadosh Baruch is cleaving to us and we're cleaving to him through the tefillah. This is not. We don't say this about a rule. We don't say about a mitzvah. This is a mitzvah that has Hashem's name 21 times in here. It has the Shem Hashem, Shakai, Shin, Dalit, Yud on the Kuf, Yad. It's a way we should think about it in the morning. In chakras, we down here in the cave, we're going to dive it. The thing, we are putting on tefillin, it becomes double in a Baruch. It becomes complete to him, to adhere to him, whatever lesson make us in. That's the way we do it. When they have feelings to be one with it. Yeah.
Joe DeRosa, here they are.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. You guys have both done the show before. My mic volume is so low. They can hear me through my own actual ears right now. Fuck yeah. Hi, guys. Welcome back to the show. Get out of here. Smoking speakers. It's almost incredible.
I didn't realize that brother always made it right. What do you call it? Byron Governor? And I'm talking about Rabbi Lezer Agagol. Rabbi Lezer Agagol. Vasirosis Kaki Veroisis Achayr, the famous possible like his book tells Moshe Rabbeinu, you'll see from behind me. Omer Bar Bizno, Omer Shimon Chassidu, Lavich Erlach is Baruch Hu, the Moshe Pesach. What did Hashem tell me? What is Achayr? The back. That means you'll see from Rabbi Yochel, like his book is full, and I'll show you my knot, my Pesach Tefillin. That's what you're going to see. Some Sofer says over here, the thing is word, it's a beautiful word, that you're not going to see my face, you'll see my back. That is, that when a person is in a matzav of a tsar, a person has something going on in his life, you're not going to understand it when it's right there in front of you. But years later, when you look back, you say, oh, now I understand. Yeah, that was better. That was the way it should be. Or, who knows when? Right now, when you're in the tsar, you don't understand. Before I let you roll, reasons are hard, but you will see eventually one day you'll get to see.
I literally mentioned about how I never.
I know from the channel.
And I still won't be the probably publisher.
When you hug you back of the thing. But then he said you see right away. You see right away. Okay. Oh, my Rabbi Yehuda, Pesha should fill itself in the malo. Oh, here it comes. The cash? Oh, quick. You're here already. I got to call you. Everybody give you stuff. You're putting it on not with the mitzvah, just saying learning. So, first of all, a very, very important Allah. Very important Allah. That this part of the filling, and you see every time you go to me, you'll see one or two people that are not doing it correctly, and according to the Shabur, you're not right. So if this part of the filling gets out past the hair line, and then if the person doesn't have hair near his ears, no good. So if you do it like this is no good. Not yours according to the Shabur. Has to be up here. It's another thing to check. Now turn around and check it. Is there a problem here with his knot? I mean, everybody look at this beautiful sweatshirt, mom, and the white kids sweatshirt. What's wrong with this knot? The problem is it's too low. Why is it too low? Everybody take your hand, feel the back of your head. You'll feel where your skull is, and then there's a dip. The knot should not be in that dip. The knot should be above the dip. It has to be touching at least part of it. Okay, now you can go, I think. You said it this way. Yeah, okay. I want everybody going around so everybody's showing new.
Alright, so
there's a dip. You feel the dip? It should not be in that dip. It could be, half of it should be in the dip, but it has to be above the dip. Some of it should be touching. His happens to be completely below the dip. I felt it. I saw it yesterday. I'm kind of talking now. I just made this up here. Oh no, no good. I have the right to go and tell him. My first time, I just learned it. I'm already telling people Musa. So, the other thing is, I've never seen this one, but if it's below the hairline on the back, below the hair, then you're not young to the top. Then you're not young. But the kesher should be also straight. Sometimes you see people, the kesher goes inside. It should be in that groove over there, so that it lines up with your tefillin, which are also supposed to be straight between your eyes. And the kesher should be directed. Sometimes it's a little off. It's easy to fix, actually. So, things like this, your kesher is going to be just pull it a little bit.
So those of you that nothing to do with your life so much that you
already
watch
negative energy from the top of the show. We don't need that. We put a lot of heart and soul into these costumes. And I'm going to appreciate it. You say that in the show.
Hey, seriously. Good dialogue. Don't look home, though. People come here back.
You should have put a watch on your costume.
So
I brought you up 10 minutes ago.
How have you done?
You
This is until it's actually Lamala. Lamala, what does Lamala mean? Some of you are looking at me and like, wow, this is Lamala means above that roof. Today, you Yisrael Lamala, and we should be on top. We should be above the Iranians maximum. It should be straight with the face. Interesting way to learn it. This you Yisrael the Fonim, we should be in the front, not behind. Another halacha in the name of Rabbi. I love this. Is my continuous. We found one of the best Gemaras. So this is a famous sugya. When do we make the bracha on the tefillin shel yad? This is Gemara Mishnah Sanachos. You put them on your hand, and you pull it tight, and you go like this. Don't take it easy yet. Yeah, don't get nervous. And then you make the bracha. Ask the Gemara, have it be Amy. Rabbi Yom Shmuel, Kol Mitzvos Kumod Nevarach Aleim, Oiver Latziyosa. Oiver Latziyosa is a very tricky word. It means the way Mr. American would understand it is Oidim Latziyosa. Right before we do it. But the Gemara uses the interesting lashon Oiver Latziyosa, which means the same thing. It means before you do. Think about it. When do you make a bracha on a lulav? You make a bracha and then you shake. When do you make a bracha on matzah? You make a bracha, then you eat. So we make a bracha on tefillin, and then we tighten it. Another famous one is when we wash our hands. So wash your hands for a mitzi, you wash your hands, you make a bracha before you dry your hands. You dry your hands afterwards. So it should be over latzios on the drying. All mitzvahs, not most, all mitzvahs, supposed to make the bracha first. Yeah, what about it? That's what because of Shabbos. He's like, there's something else. Yeah, okay. I'm sure that if you guys are going to class. Gayros, very good. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure that, as a general rule. Here's a question I had this Shabbos. I think it's a thing that sometimes people mistake and throw it out. If somebody speaks after the Shulchan Aruch, should he wash his hands again?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were one of them.
So you see, it's interesting. People don't know. The law says you don't have to wash your hands again. No, after the bracha. After the bracha, I said. Okay, I thought after the bracha. No, you don't have to wash. Okay, you shouldn't talk. Better not to talk. No, Mama Chef. It's a minute. Yeah. No. If you Messiah that, you have to watch it.
That sounds like you guys ready to start the show.
What? It's going up short, right? Somebody did for the whole day. You said about 3 plus 4 minutes?
Sometimes it's one of the top rising comedians in the world that nobody's seen before. Sometimes it's a crazy person
but you're not going to sit that for a moment. Okay, we'll get to it. How do you make a bracha before, after you scrap your hands? You're right. You put it on your arm, you do not tighten it, you just leave it there, and you mechavin that you do this in a place bar, and then you make a bracha, and then you strap it down. Just to go over, I'm sure everybody knows this because we did it by Rabbi, so it's supposed to be on top of the muscle, the biceps, the biceps, and slightly towards the heart. Some people put over here, not so good. Some people over here, on the spits of the bicep, tiny bit towards the heart. Make sure that when you tighten it, it doesn't go too much to the heart. Maybe you should start when it's straight, and when you tighten it, you can give a little tug. Also depending on what you miss, if you tighten the food, will be perfect. Here's a question. It's not a question. It came out of things to me yesterday when we were doing this thing. Is there some sort of, people go like this, is there an Indian, is there a mitzvah to go like this? Is there, or it's just like OCD kind of stuff? Is there some sort of Indian? So it comes up in today's figure, it's not a big mitzvah to go like this. Really? just
check
move it
in
around
on
a
this
little bit.
random guy that's eating French fries in
No,
the
a
front row.
mirror, you're not having
And
it.
then you reset.
So
You got your footing
I
back.
don't want to dive against you. I'm not talking about straight, making you sure that you feel straight. Touching your tefillin. You're touching mishmush mitzvah, so this is touching. Touching your tefillin is a mitzvah. So let's see.
So does that work?
Yeah. So you have the MDY thing. Well, that's another reason.
Said
It
Back
is
to the
helpful.
Future instead of Back to the Future, and it fucked your world up immediately.
Right. If you hold me now, I look at your
Back
problem.
in the future.
Or else
What
it's
am I
soft.
talking
Hey,
about?
listen to
How
it.
are you today, sir?
Some may feel it too. So here's the big machloek. The voice is the big machloek between Ashkenazim and Sfardim. And on the Sephardi side, I would love it. Do you make two brachas on tefillin or just one bracha on tefillin? I don't know if you know, but Sephardim only makes one bracha. Ashkenazi makes two. They make one on tefillin for yad and then one on tefillin for leg. This machloek is these few lines right over here. Some may feel it too. If a person spoke between the two tefillin, the yad and leg, Pfizer and Mavara, they must make the bracha again. So you might add soft in, like soft light. What do you mean? I told you I have to make two brachas anyway. No, Sholach Rashkiya, Raider, I'm going to feel it. It says later, I'll feel so yad, or even bracha, share to show to some Tivanu, Lehoniach feeling. I remember if I thought it's Lehoniach to live. Which actually explains Lehoniach feeling is the beginning of the mitzvah. And I'll fill to Rosh and say, oh, you may bracha, share to some Tivanu, Al mitzvah feeling, which is when you finish up the mitzvah, you say Al mitzvah. Interesting question, not to throw this out and maybe explain a little bit what's going on here. A person arrives in his vacation destination in Australia, Manila, and he looks at his phone bag and he only sees tefillin, shell, and rug. So he put them on by himself? What? Yes. Yes. Everybody say no? You're supposed to have the shaliach, it's the possible. It's an impossible. But the halacha is, you put it on. Now, what bracha do you make? If you're Ashkenazi, you make two brachas. One on yad and one on tefillin. You make two brachas on the tefillin, you just one. What's this spell? Huh? You say one, two. How do you know all this stuff? Yeah, but maybe, no, this bracha is four, so right. Bracha one is for Rosh, bracha number one is for yad, two is for Rosh. Now I'm putting it up. The answer is you make two brachas. That's all right. Okay? So what's going on over here? Abaye Barava, so we have a problem here. It says, if you speak, then you should make two brachas. But it seems like the Rebbe says, you should always make two brachas. Abaye Barava, not make a value. Look at this line and tell me what you come out with this line over here. And this is it, right over here. It's all my friends. If you're not going to shmooze, you make one bracha, like the Sfardim. So, if you're a big talker, move on to only then you make two brachas. So why in the world do Ashkenazim make two brachas?
How many times is Tony gonna have to say
No, we
this?
don't talk. Don't talk.
Isn't a photo when you
Ask twice is the problem question. You told me the only time you make two brachas is if you talk. So, when we asked it a bracha for bums, people that don't keep halacha. Really, there's a special bracha, different than the other brachas. Don't make the first bracha again. Make a new bracha. We're going to create a new bracha for the smooth and control. Then we have a special kaddish for you. It doesn't make any sense. Don't talk, and we don't have to make a kaddish. Therefore, it says, Taisve. This whole Gemara is talking about Shoroi. If you put on your Shoroi and you talk, then you have to make another bracha. Two brachas. Two brachas. So you're like the guy going to a on vacation, and you put your Shoroi, you have to make two brachas. Or if you're not, if you're only putting on one, you put on your Shoroi, like everything else, and you didn't talk anything, then we'll make one bracha. And that's why Ashkenazim go like Rabbi Tam. So the whole Gemara is talking about Shoroi. And therefore, you need to make two brachas. Sfardim go with the Rashi. So we're talking about general. You only make one bracha. If you have the shoes, make two brachas. I never make the second bracha in my entire life. I don't know what it is. So you say, oh, this is super important. Rabbi say, listen to this. Ashkenazim say, far shame to Loi Machut. Then you have to be super careful not to say it before you pull your thumb down. Not everybody knows. I see people go, what's your name? And pull it down. If you say what's your name, before you pull it down, you say that, you should ruin the whole thing. You know what I talk.
missed the show.
Something on the brothel. But don't ruin your halachas pillars. Okay? You're for sure, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that don't know these things.
You live with her?
Little thing. No. So you said, don't do what I'm doing. We're doing it before they pull it down.
Wow.
So this is being said, this is why we're having a play case. You say two brothers. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't know that decided to go with two brothers before they pull it. That's right. Yeah. That we see. But we don't know what they're saying. Yeah. Here's a beautiful question also. Question after question. Knocking themselves, the Rebbe knocking themselves, and when you put on your clothes for the time, are you allowed to talk between the Sholrois and Shiyad? He says, no. No, but what's the question? You're not making brachas now. The brachas are the original. So they say basically,
your car is exactly what you're not able to do.
I'm telling you what this question is. There's a whole thing at the end. Why this one? Right. Okay. I'm saying you know how to talk. So you are. By the way, somebody wrote to me that they are arguing yesterday about the level of working with right? I'm just throwing it out there. Here's what makes me I'm serious. He showed me the whole subject. He went through all. First of all, the names are not brought to the subject because it's symmetric. We heard all the answers. I think I go to female. I go to female there. Zog the more. This we know. Oh, I did.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is amazing that it did. I'll give you credit for that. Somehow, this is an extra good audience tonight. Well, there's farts and assholes. Everybody, if you're wondering, is Brian's comedy ruined in the past week? No, not at all. Farts and assholes. I owe you right now.
Sorry,
I know you're giving it. Farts and assholes, we get it.
It's a good thing. Oh, so talking about over here, the leg view. That he put on so right. Then he spoke, and then he put so right. Then he gets an Avera. Such an Avera, then he
Undertaker while he's waiting. Do you always just summon the urn?
The daughter of Undertaker does it too somehow. That's what you're doing, right? That's idiom symbol. You know that that's like his final level. No matter how the match is going, and Paul Bear stood outside the ring and did that. They made a show, like a play. And basically the play was that they had a whole army, and announced it's scared, and a bunch of people left the stage, and more people were in the kitchen, and one of them said the Hashem Club, the Gra, like they were making fun of Dylan. The bill was on 1 week, and like 3 old people remained on the stage, and then he was like, boom, and then the thing was over, and instead of Mamish Scholar, they went to Kanoiz, and Kanoiz said, the yellow said the end of the play is that that boom is where the enemy got destroyed. So we decided to make a sequence to that play. Seriously, make a sequence, show how Fly Israel actually destroys the enemy. Here we go. We got to tell you where you can find it.
Just some keep saying random food. There's a snake. What did you always read? You want to make out with you, or you want to suck your dick? That's not mouth to mouth. How's that? I said it mouth to mouth. Oh, they said that's mouth to mouth. That's I'm okay with myself. I'm really starting to fall in love with this country character now. It's been a complete flip. I'm just going to keep updating you guys as it goes along. But now I'm starting to really love that guy over there. Alright. So you would have to buy him
And then he was going to Taco Bell, and then he was going to give me a blowjob.
No.
He said if you
This is
buy
a
me
big affair. They
Taco
come
Bell,
back. This is a
I'll
very
suck
good
your dick.
Speaking back, not little shots of the Zara.
Taco Bell was fucking
Talking between still in the funnel. So when yeah, that's what you know. Right. First come,
it's incredible.
yeah,
That's
and
a
then
lot
after
of talk.
the right, the toilet.
These days, right?
It's the reverse when you take it off. First the right, back to the yeah. I don't know. This one's coming after the after that. So raw, and then after right. This is the charcoal, right on the deck off, the hadar, and afterwards it says, well, this is up, getting up. First, you put on your hand, and then the fire says you put on your between your eyes. Electric toilet, close the road, you got toilets, and the yad, you know, how do you know you remove the close the road before the yad? I'm really explain to me on my crawl. Now, nobody look inside. You're going to read for a second. If you look inside, you can't answer. We're seeing talking. Why is the couple in the neck that we're talking about three? Where did it say in the couple? The couple. The couple. I also thought that. Until I looked at Rashi. I said, the word Vahayu. The Vahayu is the Lashon Rabbim over here. Vahayu is the couple in the neck. Hold manch in the neck while you stand. What do you mean?
Finger in your ass.
Double, two between your eyes. We only put one between our eyes and our head. So what do you mean? You put two, meaning as you have one on your hand already, then you put the second one on your head. Because mancha, they didn't have you stand. But nevertheless, that's why Shamshi thought, hey, from a first apostle, that you cannot put on Shaloi unless you have Shaloi. Nevertheless, that's why it's considered that even if you only have one Shaloi, you're not connected. Two separate mitzvahs and you put on Shaloi by itself. I just thought I wanted to throw this out. That a lot of things that we do today, we do out of we're so used to doing things, we're so used to seeing things that, you know, whatever it is, you see somebody doing something, it's such a weirdo. It doesn't, you know, whatever it is. And then you think to yourself, if you saw somebody walking down the street with Philip, like a weird guy, strange guy. Weirdo. But the truth is, we're weirdos. Everybody wore Tefillin. All the generation wore Tefillin. We wear Tefillin today. They went to work with Tefillin. The whole day they wore Tefillin. Just why? We don't know how to keep our minds straight. We don't have. We receive that. We don't have to keep our bodies, our minds. But if we saw it, we'd be like, wow, they're for sure they don't know what they're doing. You look at the Minhagim, whatever. It's not like that. Not again, I was high to be able to wear Tefillin and everything. A lot of things are like that. Like, you think 200 years ago they wore a hat, they went like this. Don't wear a hat. It's like everything's like that.
Well, there you go, one of the newest comedians in town, Chandler Watson, everybody. He's on Twitter at @the_soul_rebel.
When are you allowed to stop making the problem? This man is, whatever this man is, it means when you're allowed to start putting on story. Obviously, you go to that was until before. So you don't have to wait until the sun comes out. It's before that. Once the shear, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever it is, before the shear, 27 minutes. Video that you got to look at it, and in the title every day, there's a bunch of guys that dance, and they go, this is to make a whole league. This is what told me Milshin, he sent me a video, and I forgot to look at it. Okay. So take the way Master wants to do that. The guy is on his way. He's got a early in the morning, 2 in the morning. You let him put on a foot and why, and when you go to the street, that you're going to get one. Sounds like a good answer. I was told there's a lot of schools that work, it's very hard to find the owner. Put your phone numbers. A lot of people who have the party, taxes, whatever. Put your phone numbers for one second and okay. So you're on the way. You want to put on the film? You put on the film. Man on the master plan. When the time comes, 5:30, when you're allowed to put on your film, you're ready to put on 2 o'clock. You go like this, you move it a little bit, and that renews the hanacha. You make a bracha. So let me ask you something, just for reading the word. You make the bracha, and then you touch it, and you touch it, and then you make the bracha. What's an afternoon? Oh, you're allowed to yasa. You have to make the bracha before you put on film. So touching it is the putting on. So the word should say, that's not what it says. But the answer is, of course, you have to move them. You have to make the bracha first, and then move them because you're allowed to yasa. Huh? Well, why not? Why not? It's not Shina. You make two. You Sephardi one. There's no not for me. You just put on your tefillin. New. Look at prices. If she gets on the screen, she gets my maximum bar. You can't near each other. Maximum put my yard. Some of this share. It's so close. You don't have to take up your cows. The lots of little boys. You start to go bar. The key is your maximum one. The cows also. You go like this. You shake it up. You don't go bar. I don't be just the cows too. This is even though this is different. Listen to this. I just wanted to show you this. Shamishmush mitzvah. That made me feel good. Every time you go like this, you should do it often, every 5 minutes or so. Give it a little move. Because now you're saying, I'm not going to sit down. I know I have to do it. You give it a move. It's a mitzvah type thing. Mitzvah. That's why some people go chanting like an example. They do the whole thing. Some people get the place is you're not allowed because you don't do no smile, you don't kiss things, you don't touch things. Okay. But that's
just started the party.
yeah. Right.
Maybe they would have let him do some shit.
I would have won every fucking state.
There's also people, I've heard this, that some people will wear tefillin in town after the regular spiel, they go like up to the town. Other than that. But there's no connection, there's absolutely no connection between the two things. This is Allah of tefillin, and this is Allah just put you hold, you go like that, and you go, okay. What?
Man, you could easily fall asleep in your car.
Yeah. Moroccans. There's a lot of Moroccans who wear two tefillin, the small two tefillin, who wear at the same time. By the way, every kid knows about the halacha of them also the matchmaking for pieces for the culture of Shah, the beginning of the Mitzvahs. That's another halacha. When it comes to money, then everybody's touching it about making sure. What if you do so? Maybe not so much. But that's one thing when you come. I think this got time. We have a big appointment here. When do you have to remove it from? That's either my father is a grown up, right? I mean, since I'm a little kid, as far as back in the remember, since I'm 4 years old, I remember maybe always wore tefillin the whole day. The whole day, the entire life. So he actually doesn't really remove his tefillin the second speed cup. He's like goes with the Gemara over here, and I saw some Zubim around him. I saw them mom and she walking around the place, and you see, this during Kabbalah Shabbos, they're still with their tefillin. Because they go like this Gemara over here. What? Until when, so Shita number one is that Shetishka Chama, I see there's a tziyun in the Shulchan Aruch. So that's Allah. Okay. So we have to go in there at a particular regular in a shuk until people leave the marketplace. So Taisa says, I'm not exactly sure what Rashi says. Rashi says that they hold that Laila Lavman Tefillin. Taisa says they hold Laila Zman Tefillin. Could be that Rashi agrees with Taisa. It's not appropriate to wear at night. They hold not with their right, so with their maybe not 100% sure. But I'm talking about one trainer. So we have Shkia, we have until we leave the marketplace, we have Pachama who says until people go to sleep, which is much later. Wait a Pachama already that way. This is interesting. It's not such a great market, but maybe a little bit in the stock market. You get the female 5 is a Tesla, it's a 5. Or no, it's a cell. And sometimes you have a hold. Let's try to hold. Either you're supposed to buy today, you're supposed to sell today. Let's hold me. Sign out. You're allowed to wait until all the way to 9:30 at night. That's when people go to sleep. Let's call it 9:30 at night. But you're not supposed to put them on. If they're on, just keep it to hold. You get home. Let's say they're off. You took them off because you went to the bathroom at 8 o'clock. That's it. You're locked out. Well, I'm already asking you to look at this. It's amazing. Someone down. Sure, you're fighting anything. I get until people go to sleep. Look, you don't put it on. Or not going to look here after. The look here is that's a different regular show. Some people like you know yourself. Until people leave the market.
Your dad is the fucking human resources. If it doesn't work out,
I've been married with children. I'm telling you, we live in one generation. We know what's fun. And people are. There was a little video here. I wasn't so crazy about it.
Alright, Jason.
just a small town girl.
There's some things that are. Let me ask you something now. What would you say is the blackest thing about you? Like, is there something you do, like at home or something, when you're like, fuck, I really am black?
Well, I mean, I was good at basketball.
I was gonna say, he looks like he's good at basketball.
Show the rest.
Did you think he was good?
Yeah. Really?
David, who studied with me in school?
What are you asking about his cock?
Wait, I was excited to listen to
Where you going with this?
it.
I mean, basketball's the easiest sport. Like, you have like every fucking
You want to sit with me
basketball
and eat
player.
pizza?
We know that.
Come on, get on.
Like a mouthpiece, like a face guard and shit sometimes. You ever break your nose and wear one of those? Yeah, I knew there was fucking something. I was on to something there. Are you a shooting guard?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. What?
You're always funny with all the guys.
That's what he's doing. Oh. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot. He put on the cylinder before, and then he moved the mashness. And so the block is once you touch that, he's just showing you right out, put it on before. If you see there's some get lost in the wall, he doesn't have to move. He's holding the pizza. He's holding the pizza. He's scared. If you put it on, okay,
It sounds like Ray Romano.
yeah. What?
Can you say, hey, Mom?
He's scared. Like, Rabbi side, those who don't know. I'm sitting here. I want to make a public in the club. What happened yesterday in the Russ? A big player doesn't act like that. And I think it's close to Hashem. It's miraculous. It's not important. You know. IYKYK. It's miraculous. You're quaking, and I believe it's miraculous. So go Hashem. And that's it. He said he meant to burning a motorcycle, and they burned the motorcycle with killing us. When was I running it up? Some say that what is not like with Yaakov. That's the regular. That's what I'm calling base. But all the people, the Rabbi, the master people, what do you do? The Rabbi, you can stop and marry with it. Oh, digo, ¿qué hay? Si me voy a hablar para uno, vamos a hablar para uno, but I global with your shop for financial need. Hide the castle and honor all anywhere down in South Florida with all these words but see us looking to the outfits, nine of members and worship and parents for learn south for dying. Another way, finish market, you don't know. Nighttime or not. Some between one of these look parents for you. You don't see him in front, you open them up. But it's not now, about the potatoes, you don't respect that it's nighttime first. How can you tell me you don't have to take them out? Also, Mary Shabbos is my. So, we're talking about Erev Shabbos, and Shabbos is different, and then you have to remove it. So that's why I said before, where the Halacha comes out, that when a person realizes, whatever, let's say he's on a summer call, he couldn't wear food. And he goes to shul early. Every week he goes to the early meeting. He goes to the Kabbalah Shabbos early. And then he realizes he didn't put on tefillin. Ask the local rabbi. Well, first you put on tefillin even though for you it's Shabbos. We'll see in a second. Microsoft. That's the more I understand what's going on. There's a big connection to the Gemara between Shabbos and night. That is, if someone like lose my tefillin, if you hold that you could wear tefillin every night on Tuesday night or Wednesday night, Shabbos not is not tefillin. They both connect with each other. You're going to see why did you learn from the same exact word that you learned that you're not allowed to wear tefillin at night. You also learn you're not allowed to wear tefillin on Shabbos. So if you hold that you're allowed to wear tefillin at night, that means you're allowed to wear tefillin on Shabbos. Because some Shabbos lies on tefillin, and if you hold that Shabbos is not a time to wear tefillin, why? Then we're going to learn from that word. Yemima, the yamin. So we're from that same word. You also learn that you're not allowed to wear tefillin at night. Shabbos you say you're allowed to wear it. Imagine after Shabbos, not the latest. What? Beside it says, the Shamar is a big advice from Yada, Yom Yemima. Take a look at this part of the Shabbos. Let's look at this one. The first parsha in the Torah. It talks about children, but all four parshas talk about children. That's why they're in our Torah. Put on tefillin in your hand and your head. And this is because if you look from Marshall Zapuka Zoy, you have to keep this fight. This means Minyamin, Yomima. She really made it red. Maybe Gary can make it red. Minyamin, Yomima, at the bottom of the top. So, Yomin, I live in the word Yomin, the way you only work during the day, not at night. Yomin, the light color Yomin, but from the day, not all day. Rather, Shabbos is really pleasant. So Shabbos, we don't do it. Some of it's the same word. No night, no Shabbos. You got it all wrong because it's from the field of current places every single year, the Yom and Yemima, every generation. Naftale. So how does he know? Naftale in the head, Naftale in the So Mila, Shabbos in the night are not connected. Wherever Rabbi Kiva gets his, so do we, but it only halfway. So you're Rabbi Kiva, you're not going to be able to be in Taiwan. Oh, you don't wear shul on Shabbos because of ice. You see a second. And the Mila during the night, you could wear. I'm not learning in the same word in Yom and night and Shabbos. I have another source for Shabbos you're not supposed to wear. So night, I'm allowed to wear night. The what? It says, ice al yodcha. So the article translates the sign. I didn't like that so much. The sign to me is a little weak. I was looking for a stronger word. Even now Gemara, it says it's size. I thought it's more. I went to ChatGPT and goes, it's a living testimony maybe. I understand what your problem is. You need a little bit more truthfulness to tell me. Give me the whole thing. Divine signature. To me, ice is a little bit more. It's not a bris, but it's not a sign. It's a connection between me and the Rabbi Shalom. Sign is a little weak. You asking? No, so you have a better word than that? Oh, Evelyn. It's not. It doesn't show me the connection between me and the Rabbi Shalom. Some may law. Me. Oh, we should treat him ice. A weekday needs a special ice. They themselves are aside. There's a marshal, interesting marshal. Chassan buys his Kala nice ring. And she's all excited about the ring. She's staring at the ring. And the Chassan comes for Shabbos. And he's swooping at her. And she's going like this. She's looking. She tells me, listen, I got you the ring. You should think about me. But I'm here. What are you looking at the ring for? They fill in. Is a sign connection to me and his birthday. But Shabbos, he's here. Like, you don't have to think about it. He's right here. Shabbos is different. Shabbos is the art. Oh, you look fun. Here we go. No. Oh, Joy, what's your name? From? How old are you? 14. What's your name? From where? Southside. Those are fair. Oh, this is a guy that got it. Yeah, that's it. It's the Super Bowl video. It's Southside. Huh?
You seem very antsy and very energy that I'm feeling. And I don't know if
yeah, Southside. Yeah, that was the Lakers. That was you? You do the job every day during work. Okay. What?
You should perform. Just get here quick. We need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes. Your act is 20 minutes long. You're just throwing it together. Meet me at the show.
Alright, so, okay, we're running out of time. By the way, there's a big, that's, this is the sort of a focus, again, between Ashkenazim and Spider, I think also, you will still on Talmud. Because Talmud have ice. If Talmud doesn't have ice, if it doesn't have ice, you need to wait through it. When the says you don't wait through it, that's why I'm told most Ashkenazim don't wait through it, but the quick part Ashkenazim do wait through it. Okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's known. Here's a very interesting thing. It is a riddle. So Kankanevsky always asks the Rabbi Shabbat the riddle. If you know the answer, choose the answer. It's a tricky riddle. There's one teacher that says, tell me the one teacher that says that a regular Jew should be wearing tefillin in every shop. Every shop in the morning, right after chakras, he should put on his tefillin. Well, who is it? It's a person who cannot have a bris milah because his brother died because of Mila. So he doesn't have that second heart. Because he doesn't need two hearts, it's equal to one sheep. You need Shabbos and Mila. I'm sorry, Tefillin and Mila. Shabbos and Mila. So, but on Shabbos, you don't have Mila, you only have Shabbos, it's not enough. So you need to put on Tefillin on Shabbos. Shabbos, you don't have Mila, let's say you don't have Tefillin, and you don't have Mila, so you have to put on Tefillin. No, it's one sheep, though. It's a riddle. It's a riddle. Calm down. Don't go, we don't pass it based on the shit. Oh, Rabbi Lazar, let me have the Napashkia Sahamo, over Basse, you're over. Also, Somebody asked for shop once that you didn't put on tefillin, and Eric tells me that it's Moshe, you constantly should put on tefillin. It's not, I don't know if you constantly should put on shop. Throwing it out there. But if you have to know about it, over the lot. You're over on the Shomarta. Here, the Shomarta, it's a lot. Lema, this is tomorrow, later, the oven. Or the oven, you hit him, you pull him in the face of oven, stab him, buffing at him. Like, no, look. From what you should have, you show her 10 pounds. It says one of these 3 words. Every other word says it's one of the places. You want you to see children. Be careful, don't do it. And you do it, you're over the way says. The matter is like you're what's the side of the organ that say or a lot? Is it a negative commandment? The Shemarto here. It says, no, Shemarto, it's the Shomer.
Can I call you Bob Cop still?
No, Islam is the everybody calls it. Well, another is my son is showing a lot of someone that says, hey, here's the Torah is commanding you positive. Put on the tefillin. The Shemarto will keep that listed. Let's say, do not put on tefillin, the Shemarto. If it was do not do X, Y, Z, and this is the Shemarto, that'll be later. But the Torah says, positive, do this. This is Shemarto. That's only necessary one of them. That's all it's trying to say. Not a lot. For all now, the laws of it, the Shomer Mutar, that if you're putting it on your head in order to make sure it'll get stolen or something, then it's more store it, put more light. Have you seen this video of that? You've seen it on that. It comes up and you feel it. You put on film after the dark. So anyway, someone can buy you a night. Is it shot? Why put them on? You probably want to watch them. It's for the law. One of them, they lied to me. He said, yes. This, I think it was after I saw, it was lying to me. The Rabbi showed me the boy. I saw, I knew could tell. They put it onto the mitzvah. Why? He saw that Allah, the 8 months. No, that you want to wait till one night. You know, I tell people about it. They say, I don't know if this is Shulchan Aruch. I'm not from American. I know that this is going Shulchan Aruch. Rabbi guys, have a wonderful
There's pictures of you performing with
There's actually pictures of you on stage.
Yes, that is what this show is all about. So many script flips here. I mean, in Westworld, now I love it. Bob Cop scared the death out of me. Now I think he may be the greatest person ever pulled out of the bucket. This guy is how I started.
This guy's a superstar in Czech. He came to LA to make it. Someone told him to get a movie show.
I mean, you started naked and you still have no material. So let's try to figure this out. Is Greg Gronkowski's a real guy? He's coming. Where's he at?
How about this? So let's move on. And you hang out up there, wait for Gronkowski when he gets here. Just have no, you can't just walk This can't be some funny thing where, hey, let's kill him live. It'll be so cool. It's the name of the show. I've been thinking about that shit lately. These people are scary on the internet, man. Very concerned. Have you ever killed anybody? Oh, there's someone named Corey is calling you. Is that Gronkowski? Oh, I do what he's on the plane. You know, like this. I didn't tell you like.
Put him on speakerphone.
Douglas, all over the studio there. Wow, keep everybody in. I happen to be a job is like 8 minutes away from this place, so it worked out great. So I don't have to rush. Consider, listen, okay, not so much. There's no incentive over Example, it's not so good. Look at that. We made it over there. Okay. Then I still go strong. Okay, Baltimore. We've been up the top of the growing by the week. And so why was the at the pin drop in Montreal a 880 with these cars, the monkey trail button coming, the monkey button. That distracted guy was in the middle of the corner. They were early corner, you know what I'm saying? He was drinking over that thing. But look at the guys with the MDY fire hats. Look at that. The boy Sai, the magazine says that he met The book Martha's Rabbi met the Iron Levy on a plane, and he said, that's how you learn. And he says, no, this is how we fly. Yeah, I'm a both inspired by not yourself to doing fear. No, I said like you were inspired. Yeah. To clarify, you were on the plane. What do we have over here?
All right.
I'm sure it's kind of like this.
Next question. What's he wearing?
This
So
one right
when
over here.
Josh on the patio sees
The
him,
rub
he
of
can
his
just bring him straight through.
Yeshua. The big Daniel broke in and he went to visit kindergarten.
All right.
And spoke to the kids about his talking in the mitzvah. And all of a sudden, a girl
Looks like you're on your
in
own.
kindergarten comes over to him after the whole thing. He says, my father listens to Shiurim about mitzvahs. He was in kindergarten about the Hamikdash and Mitzvah, and now he's learning about a Sefer Torah.
So he's on the way.
So you don't realize
So what do you
that
say? We bring somebody else up, and then we'll come right back to Bob and your house. Maybe we'll start from the beginning. Is that cool?
so the guy writes to me, Kavod Torah about Sarah Shamadas, and here, I like this email because
I'm sort of scared of what's going to happen. We're going to bring you back up in a minute. We're going to bring up Bob Coffee and
I want to
Gronkowski.
see this
There you go, sir. We're going to see you in a minute.
Local Mutual Barbershop, two places have been going for the last number of years. The Fargo Road,
That's why we're the number one live podcast in the world, if you're wondering. If you've ever wondered, wow, how do I get the number one live podcast in the world? You never will.
Here,
Well,
I
another
heard
name on
the
the
word
bucket, it's Ben Bazune.
that's the industry of food color. It wasn't for the field when you want. The belly, the guys being like, the guys in the corner, so many people are getting involved in the leagues and some times to it up. And I've written to Yerushalayim, Moishe R. So the Moishe, what's your name? From? So, you might not study the evolution of the day. Name, brother? You know what? It's hard to understand. My son called me up last night. He told me about it. He asked me something. Put yeshiva, Zera. He's doing one of his therapies. No, I don't put any yeshiva. I'm not going to put any yeshiva. You mentioned it here. You mentioned they learned Zera, the new yeshiva. Very small yeshiva. They do a great job with talking. Very smart guys. But I'm not going to put it. I don't put any yeshiva. I mean, but if somebody really likes you, wants to give money to what's the name of the yeshiva? Zera. And I don't usually post links, but it just happens at the top of the screen. You know what? Last night, my good Ariel, the editor, writes to me this morning. He's on the show notes. He says, I gave a cheer last night with a crazy another shot. And she said, that was thought. If your 4 friends who never come up to Shabbos, they didn't see it. Maybe you want to show it to your 4 friends who never come to Shabbos. He's referring to you, and I don't know who's the point. They're not, but you can't do that. Stand up to that. You're my 4 friends. Here we go. Let's check it out.
Now I remember.
More kids, I mean, just this thing. And fucking making this kind of bigger shit. We can't kill enough here. That's the whole command. Like, the next thing I'm about to say, oh, no. Oh, you forget all about blood. The husband we struggle against the 40 partners. That's, I'm sorry. That's put it out, put it out, put it out. And these partners, not just, not all of a sudden, you have 4 partners. And next to it, I don't know what the plan will be. Exactly. The time of the West, I take 5 points. That's the after the going this way. Not the cereal, and it's like putting it focus. Without the focus. Eventually, this like this. There's no hand thing. That allows you to focus. All you can see on here is that you have any hope. You have a crazy hope. That's where it's coming. We're not lucky to not have my hope. Wow.
Not right now. I'm saying that when you do the joke again. I'm not going to do the joke, but I'm just going to do it.
And then the ball goes down from the and then the ball goes down, and he's trying to fill it in the now it's kind of short. I'm going to learn tomorrow, just keep me these guys, be able to see the group. A lot of times take a knife, even when it's not tough. Oh, perfect. Take a knife, put it down, Like it's pretty easy to decide here, but eventually once you still look very, very square together, but you're always put the things like you and see that snap. Then the tool again. You got to use glue.
It's happening.
Sometimes it's very hard. You want them for 5 months. I'm going to show you what it was. It's very well done thing. Then we find a tiny little hole. And then you want to find it.
I mean, I'm just trying to say that there's other shit that I think we do in a privileged country that a lot of people, there's the obvious ones.
And that little tiny thread is down with the light. It's the light, and it goes up. That's why these pockets are down now. So like $190, and they got that. So what the word over here? Okay. That's part of it. And we felt the theme. I don't remember. I'm confused a little bit about what I asked and what I said during the leadership when you was here back-to-back viewing and Friday as well. But I asked the question about if you have enough paint. Only I asked it in English? No. Okay, so here's the question in English. If you know the answer for 100%, don't even answer. But if you never heard this question, so you can answer. We're going to do a quick question. If you have 1 minute to paint, or you have 1 drop of paint, what's more important to paint? Your bathroom, your park, or your sewer? Everybody can use sewer. Everybody can use sewer. Everybody wants your bathroom, because in Israel, everybody feels your bathroom. You feel bathroom. Bathroom, you have 1 guy's bathroom. Bathroom, you can use sewer. With sewer. Because I love how much you're seeing, it must be black. Bathroom should be gray, white, should be any color. If you want to go around, take the stuff in the bottom, you can clearest, take the one in and out, you can make bathrooms white bathroom. Not recommended, but you can do it. Country. People looking at the white dot. Why is the hero making listeners and look at the these quick devices? The way you don't see, perfect dog, how he get out his down and he responds to that job. Beautiful. The way you don't see it, it's quick great news for our friends, family, quickly. Oh man, they respond to anonymous. Never about grandpa, Dave, and Menachem, and the drugs that they come to the high on the thing. Moms like our grandparents, growing, families, growing, and parents, Menachem, to the church. I'm in by mitzvah, moms and so on, and fire, anonymous, to the poor, of the Padua, of the Hamburg, of the Rabbi, Rob, sorry about the How many bar mitzvah talking? How many people in this room had a bar mitzvah stuff on this dot and adopting around there? Anybody? Nobody? Or every bar mitzvah go to? Well, there's an office $9 from the base there. That's today's job. What is the this is the famous, this is where it comes from, the famous feeling of the right over here. So, let me say this again. One of the best gifts I got. A guy worked really hard. His name is on the look at it. He made me a film box. NDY. His name is right over here. His name is like Real Good. Something like that. So what's the special about this is that when you open it up, football has a magnet. You go like this, it's great. You have TVT, you go like this, and you'll get very smart.
This show is out of control.
Because the magnet snap it shut, you open it up, and you have the four cartridges still in. And you put a lot of work in there. You get grooves over here so you can grab it with your finger, but it's flat over here. They have magnets, and each one represents, and within the plastic, sprinted in, so you see, these are the height of the way. The way it works is where you gotta go. Habit first. We're going to Gemara. Take this for good. Habit please. Habit comes first. Right to the opposite second. Now, if you read the Gemara, right here, you understand the wheel of the comes in. It doesn't continue and say, nah, but it's Gemara. It says, right to the opposite. On the right side, and then it says, nah, but it's small. If you just continue. Habit, right to the opposite. Nah, right to my other. That's right. So we're going to count, no, why does the Gemara say, nah, but it's small? I think it's starting all over again from the left side. Habit, right to the opposite. Nah. Right to my other. It doesn't say that. It says, Habit, right to the opposite is on the right. And now we go to the left, we do Shema on the left, we start from the left this way. Where's the right? It says we're going to count. I said, no way. Regular, this is how it's in the Torah. Kaddish, right to the opposite, Shema, Bahim, Shema, that's the order in the Torah, that's how it's always practical like Rabbi. The famous story is kind of a legend as to who we're going.
Everybody, why are in that Ethiopia stuff too? Hold on. Wait a second. Now the media leak figure together for Bob Kaufman, Greg Kelsey.
So, any other side, we pass like Rashi. Okay? Now, what's interesting is that according to Rabbi Tam, this weird feeling, like Rashi, you're not Yosef. According to Rashi, if you wear the Rabbi Tam, you're not Yosef. Why? Because that's coming up right now. What time is it? In a second. Oh, you learned that. That was. It's the reverse. It's Rahayam Samaya Shema Vaikiriyat Tomorrow, my violent time, you need like the prayer of time, you need it from India. It depends on how you look at it. We're talking now, you. This is Shema, this is Kaddish. Red is Kaddish. Blue is wearing Shalai. When I'm wearing my filter right,
That was his cue. Is that just true? That's just true. Is that what you just said?
when I'm wearing my filter right, and the guy watching on camera, that's what the words are about. Habit,
First guy in 3.5 years of doing this show that's ever gotten 2
my
minutes. So this is what we were waiting for. This is Gronkowski.
That's what I said. The reverse is right. The same thing that thing. Depends on what you look in the mirror. The person looking at you is habit, but the person wearing the film. By the way, when I was sort of talking this, and my son who had this really killing my son, but
Sounds like
he's killing all day
it's
long. And how in the world, like, I kind of understood how it worked. It was beautiful that the magnet is, so you don't see that. The machine pauses in the middle after it creates a groove, and you take the magnet, and then it continues printing. And I got magnet over there, and it's so cool, and everything's clear. It's unbelievable. Yeah, you know, it's clear. And that is the beauty. Okay. So, really keep it. Doesn't matter. But I mean, if you tell me to, I don't know, with maybe a real robotics, who's kind of robotics stuff, no? But for science, they have the whole of science. That's the reason why they make it so large. That's the way you play the keyboard. The person reading it has to play in the top note. Nothing to wear, that's the morning of the player. Oh, what can I remember? According to Rabbi Tam, Rabbi says, not to get yourself over. According to Rabbi Tam, you must write the title the same way Rashi writes them, in the same order, because that's the order in the Torah.
I have no idea what the fuck it is now.
If you were selected, and afterwards, according to the time, also, you got to write them in that order. But the way you put them in the beginning time, the first of the time, this is the order. You write green before blue. If you write blue before green, write them before Shema, also. But the first of the time, once you write it in that order, now you insert it into the past.
You guys always having the tinier lines in the porn industry.
Or Canano Camarade, people with those who tell me that Canano is all over the because he's closer and finding very many inside, not another place inside. That's what I choose to help to us. If you do what I just did, you mix up the blue and the green. According to Rashi, this story is talking. If you was the words, if they sound filling, you're all right. You're the top of the woman up filling, never once filling in your life. Beautiful story about getting some nephew. I told up my nephew without telling him because find the details and give me more details. Because I know that is science started really filling with the time was 90 years old. And instead of using it because you didn't want to get up here and have a conversation here with the time and you know, why you do it, something like that. I'm not exactly sure that's happening. So, like a Bible and the beloved, he wrote third down. As the young person, the young connection, I can go weird. So they come, he said as a joke. When I use it, I mean, I will when it's out meaning, I'm not 90 years old. I was when he turned 90, he called instead of word, he started wearing the time. Not because he held us that word of time, but he didn't want us to break the time. Yeah, my nephew told me something very important. He never wore them in church. Never in public. And not only that, he never wore them in his house so that people could see them. He never put them on in his bedroom. When he was in his bedroom or something, or he go and put them on because he didn't want people to say, oh, you gotta go, that's weird, it's still over there time. Very masculine way. Classic with the job, the silver, and the gloves, everything. Mm-hmm. I can't even change it. If I was at the bank, you know what you have to do? I'll be saying to you just now, I don't know what. Who knows? Oh, it's a power for us. That's what I just do. Oh, man, like, I'm on. Now, I'm not going to be able to. How's that bio? He says, well, I'm going to make sure about that. And it's like when you start super users. There's two outer ones. The red and the blue are the outer. The green and the purple are the inner. Says that bio, if you mix up the red and the blue, it's not a problem. Go. You take it out of the right side, and you take this one from the left and put it on the right, and the red from the right and put it on the left. Why? Because they get a view. The whole point is that you have inner. There it is, all the time. You take the inner one, you mix up the inner one, it's not a problem. But if you take off purple, right to the opposite, put it on the outside, that's where the problem is happening. So Rabbi, what are you talking about? There's a view and a view. Some people have the open view, some people see it through, well, I don't know what. The review, you wrote it. Inside it, you can't change in the Bible. Inside, glamour and along, I'm looking to be awesome. You take the inner one and you put it on the outside. To be awesome, you're going to be awesome, you don't want to put it out there. Outside, outside, inside. I don't know what you're love for. If you mix it, the inner one, love for. You have love for about it on the top. Love for. My son, what's the difference? The inner and why is the inner and the outer a problem? The outside body of the woman has to be here. You have to have one side that's the here, that's to the outside of the regular target. He doesn't have that in dog. What are you laughing at? It doesn't even know what target is. He doesn't have a view. It's hard to wake up the eyes of the number that view of the target. And the one that has to be inside to get that the part is facing a wall. All of a sudden now there's a view. Doesn't know to the other tonight. He says also when you push up the outer one. It's not no problem. How the back of the head really is? Look how that really small. You're supposed to see the girl with your beef in your life. Man, it's really well. Well, look how that really is. Elevate starts as well as well. Differences in the stuff. Anytime you lift, you put the prices in the wrong location.
There you go.
Another halacha. Now in the minute right. So this,
You guys have a lot of
I don't
respect
know if
for me, and
you
I
guys
like
even
that.
remember, I had a problem with that. I feel it's a beautiful picture right here.
Terrific. I actually have a bunch of pictures of me hanging
The
with
certain things I remember, and now I'm trying to remember. The particular tour right through this is Allah will make you see nice to call Hamad Baisa. So if you figure it's easier than this. Hamad Baisa, it's Lav Roy, to go through.
Okay, there they go. The Mercy Church,
Pathway.
ladies and gentlemen.
Now,
Another 2 minutes for the Mercy. Give the microphone to Bob Cobb. Give it to Bob Cobb. Bob Cobb, what did you think of
and what is the bottom part for?
I want to hear your thoughts on this.
This part, that pole, the tour is Australia.
How do you think they would do it?
So you got to pull up the stone, let's pull the screw up, right now. This part of the top is pulled very light. Okay? Especially the bottom one, because I love what we're doing. I said this before, I'm sure again, but yesterday, you go around the world, doesn't matter what country you go to, it's going to always say, you're going to get the screw up, you're going to get the teeth up, you're going to get the square, you're going to have the you're going to have the pressure. The type of pressure maybe is some sleepy dead, how you not it, but like this, you're going to have to Parisian, which are also basically, I believe, I love what you're
Would you take on the Mercy triplets? Is that a thing you would do?
Parisian, many different things.
Wait a second. Oh, the Mercy triplets will come in. There you go.
Correct. I just say that's what it's going to be. As a matter of fact, it's still one piece. Right over here. Where does it come together? There's a little bit of a problem, but it gets for the bottom out right over there. So to solve the problem, they used to put the piece of pipe and put it over there. No, this is and
Well,
while it's doing the first of their day. He comes from the regular today, works in his father, practice in his house, and look at how it's just twice a day. He didn't even know everything about everybody. So you're holding every joke and every person you live, and you know his own commercial food, and you're coming back to his own time. If only his father went back and forth with the actor, turned to I don't know, I'll put the school that he made, and all the group of people he had. They're actually actors. Because it's better to make it out of one piece and not put the piece in the fight. Mix the ahas because mix the ahas to the menorah. To go to the menorah, we don't mix ahas into it. Very simple. Next. But the mix filling, the mix ahas is one piece. I'm going to say,
We'll see you guys after the show. There they go.
if you are 34 years old
and the evil German
and
beauty.
your father
There
bought
she
you children,
goes.
and you have no idea what your father
I
knew,
can't
didn't know,
believe you're
you wasn't the
fucking
biggest
that guy.
mafia, and you didn't know.
If that's
Maybe
real, I'm gonna
if you
fucking
have
kill myself
a $70,000 car and a $1.5 million apartment and everything else, maybe you could die to reach for your children. Maybe 3 days, because you know, you're not better for your father. Maybe the technology is better today. The square, maybe the prices are better. Bring it out there. Bring it out. We're talking this. Let me do
On
that.
this show, we have two regulars that write and perform a brand new minute every single week.
My
That's
father,
pretty fucking
I
cool.
know,
They don't come out of the book at all.
my
They just write and
father,
perform a new
my
minute every
father,
single
I
week.
know
Not
that
easy to do.
your father
So here we go. Let's do it again. You know her as one of the regulars. We're going to go for Vanessa Johnson, everybody.
The way it wasn't just the amount of time and effort they put into getting you the best prices and the best score of the time, but he really spent good
I
money
didn't
where he
believe
had.
that
And it
sexism
actually
still
made a
existed
certain thing in me. Like, I
until I
want to get
started
better
reading
at
YouTube
this.
comments.
It's like it's changing my
I was watching
anyway.
a video
But
of
certain people, I
Amelia
have friends that the fathers maybe weren't so religious or whatever, and they're walking around with children that are $200 for. Go ahead.
and this guy commented wrote, man, this horse sucks at lying.
Anyway, so
She should just do
the children,
porn.
I love how the motion is seen. This blue part right over here, the pole. It's actually, I wanted to play a game with you guys. It didn't come out best. But how many halacha l'moishe Sinai are you familiar with? Say, throw it out. Go. What do you got? The shin. Very good. The shin. There's two ways you said. What part? There's two. Black. What else? Well, that's in the Torah, but okay. That's one. Square. Square is halacha l'moishe Sinai. Very square. Yeah. What else? The Gideon. Heathen, very good. That has to have two coming out. Halacha and Yukinai. What else? Shit. Then we said this part, the Sakura. This is another square where they put the sewing. See, that's the point to one shot. That also has to be. That's the Mabarka we just put on. The Mabarka Halacha and Yukinai. What else? Oh, the picture of the villain. That's the Harisim. What else? That picture, that dollar right over there, that's a dollar. And that's two things over here. First of all, put a dollar. Second of all, the face is the nice way to use. You see the dollar like this, and it's upside down. It's big problem. If you flip it inside out by mistake. The noise should be on the outside. Okay. That's what we're learning basically today. There might be more. I don't know. This is what I found in today's sugya. Omar, what? Was it to be made from behema? I don't know. I don't know. Could be. Let's go. Let's find the whole thing. Omar Rabbi. Now, back to the Sunnah Halacha Sinai. This part where the Ritzu goes through is Halacha Sinai. Omar Rabbi. Shin shall fill in Halacha L'Moshe. The shit. Now, I was surprised to see. I don't know that there's anybody in the film, but there's a famous TV personality who actually interviewed me with Oaz. The guy from Kidabrut. So he went into a film factory and he was shocked. He himself works film every day. Ben Harut? Dead Harut. Right? He was shocked to realize, he didn't realize that the shin on the right side is 3, and the one on the left is 4. He didn't know that. Now, the Rishonim say, Abkana told me this, and, okay, hard to see, yeah, okay, on this one. The Rishonim says that why is there a shin that has 4 legs? Because in the luchah, which is made of ebon sapphire, the bluish stone, you brought one actually yesterday, in the luchah, it was coupled. The shin was carved out. So if you carve out a 4-legged shin, you actually get 3. You can see it over here. If you zoom in, Dave, I don't know if you can see, but we cut out the shin there. Okay, now, let's talk about the shin. This is super fascinating. The shin. That's a fun one. Oh. There's a problem called Chop means if you have to create a shin, I want you to have a shin. So first of all, before I forget, shin on the right has 3 legs, shin on the left has 4. That's punishment. Right here on the dot, if you switch it around, put the 3 on the left and the 4 on the right, you good. But if you put 2 4-legged shins, no good. 2 3-legged shins, no good. 1 on 1. How do you make it fit? This is very, very interesting. Because the Allah says, means if I take a chisel and I chisel out a shin, it's not a shin. That is no good. Why? Because it existed here before. I removed the material around. If I were to take something, the shin is not glued onto your filling. Pay attention. The shin is part of your filling. The way it used to work is you take one of these metal things that had a shin popping out, and they would go into the filling and put it in. Up until 50 years ago, whatever it was, we always, for 1,000 years, made filling out of goat skin, out of sheep skin. It's very, very thin, like a plastic cup. So you can take a piece of metal, of course, and pop out the shin. You created a shin from nothing. But today, look how thick it is. It's super thick. And the reason why it's so thick is we don't have to take our soul and anything at the end. We go plastic cup filling, up to the corner, the whole thing, you can actually rattle it. It's like you go like this and it squeezes. You can do it in the mother. You can pull it, it stretches, and that's the best quality. They weren't able to make squares like we can make today. But this is too thick what you do. What do? They take this thing, which is inside. It's Simbad versus Simbad. And they put it onto they squeeze it onto the leather. Obviously, they put a piece of metal inside over here, and it squeezes. Now what happens? It's the top down. That's no good. That's ROTHSCHILD. That would be terrible. But at least they get the whole two of the thing. In the case of green, whatever. And then they put it in wet. Oh, by the way, that's the wet leather. And then you can play with it a little bit. And then they put it back in.
Good for squash. Good formation.
But smooth. Now, he goes, and Rabbi Gideon, the father, I one that he doesn't care so much about. He developed his own little tool that he went to the Yashiv over and over. And with these little tools, he basically he doesn't push away the leather because that would be upside. He pushes in the leather. He keeps them going like this, by hand, the entire chin, until, and we have a video of him doing it. Here we go. The slow, same story. And a bunch of these tools, different sizes of the thing. Moving, not down, but to the side. Like scraping to get the chin. So don't think that we are getting, you take the chin out of a pot to put it on. Don't think that it's with the mold, it's hammered. Yeah, interesting. The ones that do the mass-produced factories, the ones that do, not the bigger boutiques, only a few still in the day, 5 months old. The mass-produced one, they use a mold that pops it out. They go ahead and they squish in one tiny part of that thing, and now it becomes partial. And then that one part they pull out. So they're not, no, the entire thing has to be from, that's cheating. That's why you pay more money for the. This is the son, I just want to show you. This is the guy that does the Jewish wife. Okay, that's that. Right. Return to Yagia Charit from Mokim HaSefer, and right over there is perfect. You're filling also good, unless it's, older or whatever. It was a little problematic. If they put glue, it's not. But even though you fill and look like a square and you touch it, they should have. Each compartment to be separated. It's still a very thin piece of metal. It should be able to, I don't recommend it on your ceiling because of the, if you have to go all the way down to the bottom, doesn't work at the point. Because you get part of it from up in the second. And fact number 2 is that the thin, and looking at his filling, you'll notice that the thin, the bottom, the point of the thin is all the way on the bottom. That's why we're not going to vote. That you thin to get to the bottom of this entire. Well, that you thin to be nice and go all the way down. That's how you do it. When you look at thin, sometimes it causes the it's not always so either. Like the fashion, it's like sometimes there's a little bit of the actual film must be totally clear, but the line sometimes are not, and with the thing, a present, a visual, like a visual your eyes. And if you look at it and it's not clear, he brought it to the device and measured to the 100th of a centimeter power of what? Power grade or whatever. And power, birth. Anyway, look at that reaction. This is a problem when your eyes see a non-clear, because it's totally clear. The rest of it, you have to put your eyes. He wasn't a president. He was clear. You see the president.
Kind of sounds like Ray Romano. Can you say, hey, Mom?
Motion.
Hey, Mom. That's it.
You don't put your eyes. From the switch. You can't your eyes. Put your eyes.
Yeah, he's right.
But you not done. That's right. When you get better reaction, you know it's the develop your mindset. You used to go to the mikvah every single morning. Every single morning you go to the mikvah. You have to teach the mikvah. And you know, the put the beginning down and decide to do with them. So we're gonna
What's the craziest thing that you and your 11-month
and he's coming out of the mikvah. He's got to show you get it. You lock him in there and walk off. You want to come in? Come in. You want to go sit? I gotta go. Hello. Bye bye. I remember my father's phone was in. My father, you want to put it in? I'm trying to this thing got smuggled. I mean, he left the middle of the shop. I was like, okay, goodbye.
Jeez, give me this shit's number.
Mother was. Now, did you and I go on my feet and you guys, what you saw there? As long as you see, you can tell that there's a blue over here. You don't know nothing about it. You know a little bit. You can see with your eyes.
Just kidding, guys.
Well, everybody, I
Jesus
feel for the
actually
children.
do
You're
that.
flapping, you're feeling something. You must ensure that it doesn't have any holes in it.
Is that how it works? Did you ever
Feel
go
bad.
down
I don't know. Okay, whatever.
Look at this worst side.
that you reached your maximum limits on
You have
that?
to
We
make
had to
sure
talk
that it
a couple
doesn't
weeks
have
ago.
any holes in it. Why? The ability is very loose. It has a little hole. The beam is to the counter. Now, when you write on it, it's not a hole you write. It has to be a hole. And if it has a hole, it has to be a hole with a W, W-H. And if it has a hole, H-O, it's no good. The only thing is very answer. Get it to the counter left. I'm beating that dog, man. Don't worry about it. You have to check it. Who was the bother
God,
with
it's so great.
the actual pen, the quill, is going to bump on it and see that there's a hole. By the way, the Gitmans and the other places, they have the entire special paper that before you put your quill, you're supposed to check the
What else, man?
cartridge.
Anything else you
You're
want
not
to say
talking about what
before we
you
go?
send to you in a box and say, oh, you check it with the computer. The halacha that you, the box not be able to check. You sit there and leave, and they found many mistakes, many problems, and I saw a video in this place. The guy just with a magnifying glass, looked at every word, everything. Okay, all right, read for read 2 words, playwright, halacha, the motion of Sinai. The back, the tower, the two are black, or maybe 3 things.
Oh, very good, very good.
A black, a love for the motion of Sinai. Made that, Aim, person, gone. Hey, person, Oshon, Eladamino.
I just heard all the podcasts
This
listeners
must be
vomit
made
at
from
once.
animal leather,
They don't
just
give
like
a
the back.
fuck. They know
They,
great
but look at
jobs and
this,
children
it's
raise
usually
it.
yellow, green, they color black, they look like it's supposed to be white.
Jealous that I haven't gotten into
I do
your
it way out.
UCS.
One color you cannot do is red. It's
Just
name,
kidding, man.
you're not.
I'm really good.
It's over apple. You have a wound or something, or look like the blood of a wound, or something white, or you got stains from that.
There he goes, Matt Duncan, everybody. There he goes, Matt Duncan. He's on Twitter at Matt R. Duncan, D-U-K-E-T-T.
Don't use red. Here we have
We're
a
having
video.
fun so far. I like tonight's episode. I'm into this.
Love the sport.
You know how many other
I
people
understand
drop
that
out this
there's
shoot,
different
drop out,
colors
get
on the
some,
wall.
say,
I
like,
told you the
you
colors
see
on
the
the wall.
shoot drop down, I'm going for it. Like, you should have stayed in.
Right, totally.
This kid should drop out, man.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I'd like to order straps dyed red.
Mr. Red.
Yeah, Geraldo.
That's problematic.
Yeah. Just happened to drop down.
It's the hidden side. No one will know.
I'm sure you'll find a solution. Well, luckily for us all, I pulled another name out of the bucket, so let's just move along. I pulled out the name that says Sean. You know, you really won't know what to do. Sean White, everybody. Sean White. There we go. All right. Now Sean White. He's out snowboarding. Yes.
Oh, very good thing to read
This
up.
looks
So
interesting as fuck.
we didn't have this technology. It was very, very difficult to make this too smooth through. We tried it and we used to turn it to blue with the different colors of red. Today, they're able to dye it. I might throw it here. I'll show you my store has that too. If you don't know about it, I recommend it. I think it's great because then you don't have any issues of here. Look, black on both sides, black here and through, so you never have to. You know what people I love those guys. The tape, the thing, the whole about it. Look what I say. LCD, my friend. You listen, it goes well. So, yeah. Black on black. This is new technology where it doesn't change. It's recommended. I think it should. What's the problem with it? It can only help you, not hurt. What, they were again? Really? Interesting. I didn't know about this. I'm not aware. Great. Oh, what's my social ladder out? Let me show you what I have. Also, new technology is mount product. Since I haven't for years, but I love it. This detector, this is social detector I was talking about. You put it over here. I'm not making any money off it. Even if it's cooked over, it doesn't. It's plastic, a lot of times fall off, and then you have to always turn down a couple strands. Because you can usually go to the next front of you here.
Is this sarcastic? Why do I feel like you don't really know what's going on here? And someone said you don't know me? Like some internet troll or something like that? And you accidentally like signed up for the show thinking that you had to do it to get in the room? You seem very antsy and scary energy from you. And I don't know if it's real or fake. You got me cold right now.
And they gave me a bunch of gifts. And this is one of them that they London of Paris.
Are you calling Gronkowski?
What do you have to London?
It's Paris. We have a hard now. You should perform. Just get here quick. We need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes. Your act is 20 minutes long, and you're just throwing it together. Meet me at the store. We do it tonight. Tonight we do the takeover, but we need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes to be able to do what we're going to do. Make sure you sign up for our show, which gives us 20 minutes.
Let it suck.
I'm scared to death of you right now. It's not 99. I need to get it. You're so tired. Are you really Russian? Are you serious? How long have you been in Los Angeles?
And the people would down with that foot. The more about down with that foot, maybe that field will be given away. Maybe that good money is not good. And then at the end it turns out that's what happened. It wasn't why. Because you didn't want money to go to your research and stuff. No. Porque no se debería hacer. Over here, it says, "What is the son of the Okay, kids are working over there. That story wasn't the greatest Christmas. Over here, I don't know what it is exactly. But we win blue. Okay. I don't know. I can't argue with you now.
I'm sure the sci-fi
Oh, no, okay. What's yeah, he said he mounts down the front of it. You're going to go burn. You got to my work. Right. You don't want him to be but that's something. I don't remember. But this guy's on the place. I saw it was beautiful. So, whoever comes with Shabbos will see that these snails, no.
That's fucking awesome. By the way, they've all seen us be crazy.
This is the color that comes out of it naturally. It's such a beautiful color. Take a look at it. Really, it's like a purple, beautiful purple. It's pretty good to get blue. Check this out. Yeah, I made the shit go again. You realize that at a certain point, stop the process, to put in light or something, it turns blue. But this is the natural. It's unbelievable. It's arguable. So he was using argument, whatever. The rest didn't work for him. And so it's telling you what it's annoying. When you come over, it's arguing that the topic was come do something, didn't stay.
No, you're okay. Can I call you Bob Pop still?
The outside, of course, must be black. The inside could be white.
Spell it again.
Even if but so inside, Mike Ryan is over Africa. What's the bad thing? From the video, sometimes it puts over. Hold on. Dylan, you were I'm up on the tonight. Dylan must be exactly square. Not square. I just when I saw the video, I saw about the video. I heard that this girl was not wearing sunglasses. That's what I heard.
Oh shit! What's with the
fact that it might be tied to cookies?
Wait a second. This guy's a fucking superstar. Is Gronkowski?
Okay.
Is Gronkowski just a head with a blonde wig on, a mannequin head? Is that what Gronkowski is? Because there's pictures of you performing with.
There's actually pictures of you on stage doing comedy with no clothes on.
Yes, that's how we started.
They say, I don't know, it's like maybe it's just okay, I won't say his name. Do you think a
Yes,
brother
that is what this show is
from
all about.
150 years ago
So many script flips here. I mean, in the Westworld, though, I love it. Bob scared the death out of me. Now I think he may be the greatest person ever pulled out of the park. This guy is how I stop. This guy is a superstar in Czech, and he came to LA to make it. Someone told me that
and
I mean, you started naked and you still have no material. So let's try to figure this out. Is Gronkowski's a real guy? So he's coming. Where's he at?
They take it, they
How about this? Let's move on. If you hang out there waiting for Gronkowski when he gets here, just have
the threat to
no, you can't just.
you throw out children, don't make
I'm about to die, guys. This can't be some funny thing, right? Hey, let's kill him live. It'll be so cool. It's the name of the show. I've been thinking about that shit lately. These people are scary on the internet, man.
Let's talk, okay, we'll use that for a second. Stop funny.
Have you ever killed
The
anybody?
Gemara says
Oh,
that if this is
someone
one
named
inch,
Corey is calling you. Is that Gronkowski?
each side is 1 inch, then the diagonal is 1.4. And then math is a little different,
Put him on
1.4,
speakerphone.
1.4, something like that. But the point is 1.4. So I'm so very cool. I'm so confused about Sunday. We have 1 inch from here to here, and it's 1.4 over here. So you measure from here to here, it adds up to 1.4, and over here to here is 1.4. So you know you have a perfect square. So you need to balance it also. Because, look, you can have something like this very interesting. Each side over here is exactly 1 inch, but it's crooked. And how do I know it's crooked? Because what do you guys call the box? The diagonal, the blue line is much longer than the red line. But every side is exactly 1 inch. Just 1 inch like that. It's a little bit hook. That's not a good square. You have to check the blue and the red lines, or the purple in this case, purple and red line of the diagonal to make sure that also adds up.
Okay.
Let me say, hey, if I have the right line, I can go around to it, that color. What? Yeah, it is full around. I know, full around. I actually, here, I sent it, but I didn't want to cover them, but I got the word from ours. So, the Hebrew article brought on the English word yeah, and you can look at take a look here, right? Right, remember? This No.
All right. Hey, Bob,
If I said it,
next
everyone's
question. What's he
oh,
wearing so that when
nice.
Josh on the patio
Oye, si
sees
vas
him,
hoy a
he
Gula,
can just
that
bring him
ton of
straight
people
through?
that you make a round filling is dangerous. And you don't get a mix from it.
All right.
You see, before you can make rounds, I'm a couple no, but you know,
Bob Cobb, looks like you're on your own, buddy.
over here, we're not talking about round, we're talking about more that it's like a walnut round. But the model also started off, according to the time the art scroll, the more question was also
He's
that
on
it's
the
like
way.
a stick
So
shape,
what
that's
do
dangerous.
you say? We
But
bring
what it's
somebody
saying
else up, and then we'll come right
that
back to
the
Bob
point
Cobb
is
and
not
Gronkowski.
that
We'll let you start
it's
from the beginning
round
because
and
that's
another the flowers are cut. In other words, it's made like a walnut. Can't prove to me that a round filling this way is possible. The only thing to prove is that if
I'm
it's
sort of
this way,
scared of
like
what's going to happen. We're
here,
going to bring
we
you
have
back
a
up in
little
a
bit of
minute. We're going to bring up Bob
it
Cobb
looks
and
like this, like a
Gronkowski
walnut.
again.
There's a problem.
There he
Why?
goes. You're
Because
going
look,
to see you in a minute.
so we're quickly running out of time here.
That's why we're the number one live podcast in the world. If you're wondering, if you ever wonder, wow, how do I get the number one
I
live
went to
podcast in
the
the world?
place in the old city that everybody dresses like this. I was there, I stole with me and my brother. They all wear white flannels.
Wow, this is really expensive. Can I pay by credit card?
Rashi says, because the problem is, you're going to
I don't believe in politics, right?
He's in a good mood. Rashi says, because you're going to hit your head. If you have a walnut, first they would
It's the whitest shit I've ever heard. I didn't even know they
right.
existed.
So it says that if you walk in the pipe with the walnuts, it could end up not damaged, but your skull could be damaged. The big problem. Do not walk, Rashi says, into the doorpost, into the doorpost. Huh?
I've never seen it.
Oh, and yeah.
These pictures.
He's not a guest. He gave a thing yesterday for his mother, how long? 3 weeks ago? A month ago.
She's 30 years.
Really? All right. And you're not a guest. And who else? We have guests here today. Who's that? Oh, you're a guest. What's your name? From where?
Lack of education,
Oh,
communist dictators.
and you went to the Lodu.
My dad said
And,
it was all
okay, back there. We have to do a whole, we're still on $1. And we have 3 minutes. Oh, no,
Am I saying that right?
We have 7 minutes to do all this. Let's do tomorrow. You know, we're having fun here. Omer Afuna. Film that have a hole in it, as long as the inside, the high of the bottom inside, this part right over here, is there, we're okay. That's all I need to shine zero. To show you, I'll show it again, with a special light. When you turn off the light, when you put a special light, you can see where the light runs away from. And they put this piece of wire on, and if it's small enough, there's a whole thing they cost just the work for 5 months. Very, very quickly. So, this is like this. Well, think about it. Look at the downstairs. There's 2 holes, I'll show you in a second. 2 holes and 2 compartments. Talking. So, there's 3 holes. However, all that time, that you said. 2 of them are partially. I'm on that's like an example. We have to take it in and I'll show you a video. These pictures basically come from the art school. Upgraded them a little bit. If the holes are facing each other, compartment to compartment is where it's possible. But if it's next to each other, 2 compartments next to each other, but the holes are facing number 2 is facing the 3, that's not a problem. Because number 1 is facing the 2, and number 2 is facing the 3, they're facing away from each other, not a problem. This is a problem. When it faces to each other, that's a problem. Here we have a quick video here. I don't know if we need another video, but okay.
Gary, the meat of that joke is sorry. To be honest to you, get it in for an X-ray. Faster.
Look at the shoes. I love the shoes. Donnie Fine shoes right there.
What about my new tefillin? Did they survive the accident? But correct, the 2 inner compartments are the ones that tore. In a case like this, new tefillin becomes tough. Don't yell it. We stretch your tefillin and they snap right back into shape. And that means they are not new. So, despite the hole, they are kosher.
I mean, I'm just trying to say that there's other shit that I think we do that improve my poetry that a lot of people,
Listen, there. The Zeh Keneged Zeh, Namile Amarna L'Chadosa. When they face each other, it's always brand new. How about you? It's all not a problem. Why is it not a problem? Why is it not a problem? Because it's not a problem in the leather. It's just a little lost. It got a hole. If you have new leather, why does it have holes? The problem in the hole in the leather. How do you know it's gold? It's new. The shield call, the other color that you got. Oh, there's another piece. Rabbi Hickman, Western School, so it's a little wide. And it has flexibility. So basically, you grab it and it goes like this and pull it. And it comes back to where it is. Then you know that because of this hole, and it's fine. But if it stays in one place, then you don't have a sauce off. That means that it's new. Look more that's on the hay, on the base. That's global one-stop shop for financial needs. Isaac Castle, an honorable rendering that we sell for who's over Zofa. A few other looking to the nations, anonymous, never even merchant in Paris, for third side of Zayn. Vietnam, if you're able to king, this would be the Maslow. If you were to pull these with swords like wood, you pull. So if you pull an hour thriller, this doesn't happen. You're pull, so you're breaking your tooth, man. You're not going to break your sword. But the other thing is, the Maslow pulls the sword, heights up at 3 times off the top. It comes back to you. It seems like the whole thing would come out of chase and snap right back. Is that you're made out of? You made in the darker. And if not, then you know it's all wrong. How about having also come into Rabbi Yosef? About what's going on, Rabbi Yosef is the way we put snap. Now, we're talking about it snapped after the catch of the foot. Somewhere around there. Right over there. Boom. He says, can I tie it? Can I go like this? Just take it, I don't know, make a knot. It's beautiful. Like this. Schmack. Omalei, Charkovtziv, Stikshir Tamo. You have to have it. It has to be nice. It has to be. The doctor says it has to be whole. It looks terrible like this. Omalei, I'll bring a sneak this. Just throw it from behind. But I don't really feel like that. I'll make sure that you don't see the stitches. So but it looks pretty nice. Oh my, put the V amount of, I always have to look at what one of our friends that lives in the field with us, his name runs his squad. Whatever. His father used to watch the show in England, and I used to say the chicken with the same thing. The brown chicken thing. And he wrote to me a whole who's cousin Muhammad about? What's that even do? What do you mean the game is like? What's that even do? Let's stop saying it. All right, now give me a shit straight. If you have the right to look at the shoes up there, how many from this down, if you have the right chair, and then you have something left over. Afterwards, that's it. Without no pieces of money, but there's something that makes sense. Without honoring the name of the piece. Like, who makes sense to do me a favor of say, you have left over, your stitches are made out of tape, and you have leftover from, I'm not going to show you the whole video, but just to remind you, you have Asia, you have a certain time period, which is part of doing, take it, and you sprinkle with it, you don't have the right shit. Cherry. Also, and why? You want to go for things real quickly. Your boyfriend, you know, this new thing, you know, people just walk through the shop, you know, learn something new. The hashir inside your filling, they themselves are touched. It's very cool. What about the basket? Function not covered. Covered. What about the repair? Function not covered. Wrong. That's me. They serve the cover. Okay? Hashir is covered. Box is covered to have a shoe. Even though the shoes have the dollar, it serves the people. Stitches, the boy said, what are stitches? Well, I just said that. What are stitches? Hashmisha Gusha? What are they? Hashmisha not Gusha. Therefore, Nafkamina La Allah for a boy said. Somebody just, I think maybe Lawrence Stevenson asked me about this. You are committed Allahfully to take your stitches when you're done with them and throw them in the garbage. You're not permitted to take your tools and throw them in the garbage.
So sad he got
Is the nice thing to throw them in the garbage together with your rotten this? Probably not. You put it in the plastic bag and put it in the garbage.
and he just like did them as fast
What?
as he could.
You put something in
And it
there?
was so crazy.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Out of all your years in Ethiopia,
Next.
the craziest thing you ever see was a guy make fart noises with his knee.
I love those noises, but that's different. Don't give me a raya. But the Misha Mitzvah, the tzitzis, that cord, all the way there, yeah? Sometimes the tzitzis rip right over here. So they have the proper thing in the beginning, they rip. Okay. But not very still. We're doing different. The tzitzis is different. Oh, you know, well, at tomorrow on the top, you tell me that the school needs a steer. The commentary, I didn't want it to steer. All right, I'll come here and talk it. I did such trouble. Second one is the starter of the song. What's the starter? So you feel right next to it. Then it's the where's that mean? Something, something. The Kahana, not the top. Lisa, that's it. It's different, bro. It's different. It still got to be that long. From the test, I'm going that long. Next Saturday, loser. Like that. So it's much longer. Let's just do two more lines. Rabbi puzzle little puzzle to start the move. Rabbi would. I had a friend that wasn't really friends like this. I'm allowing myself to do it also. He took the sword like this.
Was wollt ihr irgendwas wissen? Stellt mir doch irgendwelche Fragen. Oh, Englisch. Ja,
Upon the Shabu, he went like that. He put the tooth in the back. We don't do that. And then, the back of the other puzzle, he had like he did some nice design over here, like this. Who knows what he did? Some sort of. The kids are so that they shouldn't go all over the place. He did a whole little thing. Okay. Good luck to me. And then, like so, something nice like that. Oh, Margaret, I know all the people done. Margaret, like that. Put the two in the front. And so like throw the both sides. Have a wonderful.
So there's another new minute from Bob Gronkowski.
Sponsor a share today.
First guy in 3.5 years of doing this show that's ever gotten 2 minutes. So this is what we were waiting for. This is Gronkowski. Gronkowski, are you wearing lipstick?
Well, the thing is, he back to Germany on Wednesday, which is in 2 days.
It sounds like he's pretty bad. Sound at the beginning of his accent sounds like he's pretty ready to be there. Oh, shit. You got me. You heard me.
You brought that one actress, by the way. Can you come up here tonight and show your tits for a second?
Sure, you guys team with a porn actress.
Yeah, she's already 21.
Do you work? What do you do for work, Gronkowski?
I sold some shares in my company just to spend money.
What is your company?
It's called Gronkowski.
Gronkowski, what do they do?
Shoot porn. Actually,
By the way, earlier when I guessed that they were shooting porn, you really beat around the bush.
that shit show you shot. He's my actor. He's on a cover. It's incredible. Stand up. You got some porn star?
I have no idea what the fuck it is. But I hope I don't get in trouble for it anyway.
It's just become a 3-person act. No, wait a minute. Is this?
Everybody settle down. Everybody take a breath. I'm going to give it to Joe DeRosa. Here we go.
Big dog, you gotta be 18 and big.
Do you have a bet? You guys are just having the time of your lives in the porn industry.
From the film factory today, when we especially here, especially for boys that are about to start with, so everybody, show you how full out made. basically
My
happened
sister fucked most of my friends.
and
My
so the
sister
father on the factory,
thing that detonates the most everybody is that she gets all the yellow color from my
brother
mom.
worked there for Shema.
Well, if you have a sister like this,
A
then
lot of mountain sponsors
I'm
are
about
not
to start my first podcast with Gronkowski and Bob Koff via satellite forever. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you idiots.
Huh?
I got an idea. We gotta go to check and do comedy. It seems easy as shit.
Yeah.
You would
My
be surprised.
girlfriend, or I'm serious. Seriously, though, she fucked my friends.
There are people that come as guests and they stay.
She already knew about the mistakes.
yeah, she's
All right,
she's from Germany.
oh.
Where's she from? Germany?
That's
Where are you
good.
from?
Yeah, can we talk to
The
you for a
learning the
second?
doctrine itself is
She
a
might
thing.
be able to solve this whole
The
thing.
learning
Yeah,
truth is what
my
is
guess is
common.
that
Why the fuck are these
My
Learning
guess
about
is
this disease
my
is
guess is
taking
that
these
she
four
doesn't
ways.
even really know
Because he
these
says
two.
that from
She took a
the
UCB
Miller,
course last week and
to
is
the
just
main
rolling
part
with
of the
everything.
goodness,
Sure,
the
I'll
thing
play
that
the
said, I
monster.
love you, Hashem, and he gave us
Aaron,
things
what's your
right
name?
under the put like in the zuzah.
What country are you from?
Okay, I mean, just like in the zuzah, you forget what the zuzah is when you forget
You already have
about
one that you can go.
Where are you from?
this we saw.
So you came with this guy?
Because we have a very jam-packed here, I'm going to skip a lot of the emails, maybe all the emails. I'm just going to go straight into the dot responses by Zara, because statement, the Hebrew share is right after, and there's a lot of stuff here, and a lot of videos later on. We got a
Soft porn. We call that
Zara,
soft porn.
Zara, Jack, and Marine Cooper. How do you pronounce? On the occasion of our 60th wedding anniversary, Mazel Tov, daily sponsors the field crowd in memory of his father 50 years that his two Shimon ben Eliel, time of Shalom and Amnet. In memory of Nadara, Sarah Batman Yosef.
You know what? I'm going to do something really crazy right
Before
now. I'm just going to
that
improvise
Rivka,
this. Why don't you guys
Balzach,
just
and
stay
Lindo,
on the
and
stage?
Simcha,
Stay
and
on
Ricky.
the back of the stage.
If you know,
right?
you know.
Okay, is that okay? Go back.
That's my
Go
son.
back. And then you guys just stay there and don't do anything
Rudnick
crazy.
family, in honor of J.D. Doty's 75th birthday, may you bless you with health, happiness, and much nachas.
Because we have to keep moving on to other parts.
Father,
No, he's definitely not getting
Honey
paid at all.
in memory of my father, Menachem Ben, Rabbi Yaakov, on his
I want
6th
you three to
yard
be there right now when I bring up the other greatest threesome of comedians in the world. I present to you the Percy triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
So, wait a minute, what's your name? How old are you? And this week, can you do the doctor every day? For how long? 2 months. Shema, all right, well, what's your name? From? Borough.
named after a relationship with our
You live in this line, right? What's your name?
There you go, the Percy triplets.
From Borough?
There you go.
Staten Island. You were there when I was in Staten
Thanks
Island?
for bringing a
Okay.
picture of me.
What's your name? You head down over there?
You guys have a lot of respect for me, and I like that.
This is hanging on our mantle.
I love that. That's perfect. I actually have a bunch of pictures of me hanging up at my place.
By the way, you want to do like that filter stuff thing? Before from down?
These guys are the greatest, best shower comedians I've seen in my entire life.
They are, right?
Fantastic. Proud of you guys. Thank you.
Okay, there they go, the Percy triplets, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Another unit for the Percy. Give the microphone to Bob Koff. Give it to Bob
But
Koff.
now you're into the
Bob
other.
Koff, what did you think of those three guys? I want to hear your thoughts on the Percy triplets.
Thank you. Raya, what's your name?
How do do you think they would do if they performed a year from the
The
Jewish
Yeshiva? Which one? Don't let it come. Don't promote things. What's your name? From? You relate to another prayer? This is a prayer that comes like in the morning. Where's the prayer that comes in the morning? Okay. What else? Who's the guy sitting next to you? You didn't raise your hand when I said you good? I didn't see you. Okay. Who else? What's your name? From? Baltimore. What's your Shiva? Neil. You guys look back. You want to say hello? All the way to the floor? No? Okay. Come on over, guys.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, the Mercy triplets, full commitment. There you go. Young improvisers, the Mercy triplets, rolling with the joke.
Never heard of it. All right, boy, we gotta move over there. Turn up on it. Just one to the bottom of the Hamadino base, and Baby Hashem, we have to basically make our way over to Ramadan, and we have the cool AI videos. Did everybody see the Konkanevsky video?
Well, I'll tell you this, Bob
Everybody?
and whatever this
Okay, we're not gonna show it again.
Beauty, fucking evil,
What?
fucking you have
It's
just
worth showing
did
again?
hold amazing eyes. It's incredible.
Okay, we'll show it again, real quickly. We don't have time, we'll show it again. Oh, not this. You like that one? Would you like Elsa? Those who don't know. You know that was actually, anybody laughing means you didn't see the first half.
We'll see you guys after the show. There they go. Gronkowski and the evil German beauty. There she goes. Oh, I can't believe you're fucking that guy. If that's real, I'm gonna fucking kill myself after tonight's show.
It's real.
Oh, this fucking world kills that. It's sexy. It's like, I know. He's a rock. I know. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like Leonardo with lipstick. Okay, so one more time for Bob Kopp and Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. These guys are like, alright. On this show, we have two regulars that like perform a brand new minute every single week. That's pretty fucking cool. They don't put out the bucket at all. They just perform a new minute every single week. Not easy to do.
If you have
Let's
like
do it again. You know her as
some
one of
sort
the
of
regulars. Put your hands
guard
up for
room
Vanessa
before your house,
Johnston, everybody.
and it opens up into a nice garden. Is it padded in the goods or not padded in the goods? So it all depends on the
I didn't
word
believe that
yesterday. It all
sexism
depends
still
on the
existed
swing of the door.
until I started reading YouTube comments.
I read Mahoikis.
I was watching a video of Amelia Earhart,
Everybody see him and
and
he's
this guy
like,
commented,
swing the house on the
man,
left.
this horse
So
sucks at
therefore, it's
flying.
high in the mezuzah. The red door is high in the
She should just
mezuzah.
do corn.
Me going to base shower.
I was like, wow,
No,
that's how
it's
certain
popular.
houses
It's just
look
like
like.
a room that the guard sits in the top.
And I'm not even like feminist, you know, which sounds like a strong
If
but
the door
I do
swings
believe that women
from
have
the
done a lot
garden
that
into the house,
don't
if
get
you
credit
see right
for.
over here,
For example, the
the swing
first
towards the
computer
house, it's part of the
software
house.
Wi-Fi
It's
was invented.
my time, huh? You're the guy.
This Indian guy is like, fuck
You can
that.
see that the door is meant to come
The
to the
first
house.
paper bag was also invented by a woman.
He pleads,
That
where's
was
my
less
foot? It's my
surprising
bike,
because she
Regina.
was ugly.
But the swing is in a different direction into the flowers.
There you go,
Doing
55
you
seconds.
that big.
Vanessa Johnston.
Directed towards the Gino, the main thing is the garden, or do we say that it's meant for the house?
Joe
If it goes from the house to the garden, it's obvious that you talk to why because the here to the garden. I love this. You see, it's just a way to get into the garden. It's not a way to get into the house. So they set up. The movie goes on the house, not in the garden. But when it swings, we're all talking about the swing of the door. Then swings into the house. My son will be the Bible. The place is whether it's proves that it's going into the house for the house or no. Why is there garden there? You have a garden, you have a torch to get to the garden. So it's moving it out, okay, it's fine. But it's not, it's really for the garden, it's not for that.
I mean,
It says
I don't know.
tomorrow,
I'm reading the comments and
I'm very excited because the people not only runs that whole thing over there, works in the film factory, he actually does the job with us every day twice. Once in English and once in English. I'm talking about I just taught him to hold up. Very smart. Very smart. What? All the jokes. This is the third time he saw that video of his country. Then how do I know he went there? He told us about, chopstick, oh, and he knows when you live, he knows where everything, chopstick, everything, right? Anyway, let's keep up with that time. About that, I think the Rabbi Yosef said that when the swing to the garden, according to everybody, it's okay, fuck. And when the swing to the house, everybody holds tight. We said, okay, we're going to go like Rabbi Shmuel further inside. We're looking for Rabbi Shmuel Kumra, and we're not going to like Rabbi Shmuel, but when the swing to the house, according to everybody, solid. It's nice. The rule for 2 hours from the Rabbi Salih. In those days, especially, that's something like this. It's just a lot of people here from schools going on. But you have a 2-story house, and you have a different person living on the second floor. And in order that the person living on the second floor shouldn't walk into your house in the middle of the night, so you have like this, a wall and a door and a lock. People have like for their basement. They don't want, guests from the basement come in. You have like a door. So is that door kind of invisible? Yes. Now, if you notice, here's the door going upstairs, and here's another door for the upstairs neighbor. He doesn't want the downstairs neighbor to come into his house. He also has a door. The Gemara says, "Look, if you're going to buy it, now we are going to initially tell them that they're hiding in that. They only have one door to hide in.
Ladies and gentlemen, there she goes.
We have a room that has 4 doors, like Rabbi or something. Tied by our bodies here. The tie in 4 different mezuzahs, each door is tied in a mezuzah.
We get it. Jesus, what is it with you two lately? It's just unbelievable.
I forgot the rug of the tie. Even though you only use 1 door, nevertheless, the tie in the 4 mezuzahs. What's the kasha everybody's thinking to themselves?
We have one other regular. She writes and performs a brand new band every single week. She just turned 21. She's been on stand up for a while. Your hands up for the great Ali Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
How come you're the only one that remembers that, though? Yeah. Yeah, what happened?
I moved out of my dad's house a while back.
Yeah, it's only the doors coming in, the middle of the register doors. And the Gemara says, since he's the only one that used it, you don't even use it.
Which doesn't make sense because he owned this house. But he rents it out to his friends for the cigar shop he goes to. This guy, his name's Josh, he has a long beard, no family, in his 50s,
the only person is Rabbi, and everybody else sees all the doors.
I was sure about
over
with
here,
this guy, so I
the
moved.
same person who's something who's all
Moved right out, and then my dad rented my room out.
3 doors.
What is my dad using this money on? The other guy who rented my room out too, I think his name's Brandon, he was homeless. He also met him at the cigar shop.
You know what I'm talking about?
Brandon likes to shape skateboards. I think they figured it out, Brandon.
We view it as a mashkos, as a...
My dad put down...
Okay. Picture?
Yeah. I just thought of this.
I
My
don't know
dad,
why
he
okay,
put
let's
down
like
our
this.
dog. It was
But
like...
it's more like this, yeah?
It was pretty sad because it's the first time that I've ever had my butthole licked.
We're actually on Neymar. Oh, for sure.
Brian, you're right on. You
Well, let's see. You don't have that frame.
had your dog put down.
If you look at the red, it's the whole thing is doing red now.
Alright.
The red
I
is
literally just thought it. I was gonna say it's so sad that my first, that the dog got put
width
down,
of the wall
my first one
lines
that
up
licked my
with the other
asshole.
wall, and therefore it's a complete
It's
straight,
not
just
working,
as
it's
so.
going
Yeah?
over, but I did it,
Yes.
you know?
The papa is still being like, well, the Papa went to Shmuel's house. Papa Pritzko, they have it on the process of this smaller. Now, if you look in the article, it's hard to understand this one. This way, it's a lot easier. It's the same picture, basically, but we have red. So what you see over here is that this doorway only has one frame on the left. Because the one on the right doesn't have the frame. The face of the wall, the width of the wall is facing up. The wall on the left is facing that way. They're not facing each other. The two reds are not lining up well. And the Mela, something like that, you do this or not? You need to put the up there. Not put it on my leg, my grenade. What are you doing? Why are you putting on the blue? You're acting like a grenade. The problem over here is that when you walk into the doorway, where's the frame? On your left. It's the wrong side. The frame, if you're going to only use one frame, it should be on the right, not on the left. Over here, when you're approaching the house, not when you're leaving the house, you're coming into the house, the frame is on the left. And that, either a mayor would agree with the problem. Don't know the mayor either. It's money on it. My business is when it's time to step up. You have to put it on your house. You're going to learn when you take the word step up and use it slightly different. Not just the house, but you have step up. Empty. You're talking in a minute. Now, where did you play it in the word? I'm going in a minute or in a small. Who told you how you answer it? I'm a learner of step. I'm having seen the word. All right, there to be us in a minute. Also, I need to tell you what's the first thing you
When I walked in here, I was so confused at the people on stage, and then I realized the young Leo guy up here, I saw him last week, and when he came into the store, I was like, what's it like being so high? And then he was like, I don't speak English, and I was like, you're even hotter. And then he's here.
Yeah, you like that guy.
This is a good
And he
one.
left.
I got this Aliyah. I read this up first. This part.
You better go
But you got and it made a funny key in the middle. So this is I got excited. And I go, that's I did like in your sit, in the middle of the thing. I said, but he told me that I was like, what? Hello, but it's really cool over there. Calm down. But I said, but you got you're not playing. I wrote that as a school yourself, not I wrote that, but you can play it out there. You took project, you made a hole in it. Now you're going to go from the government, you put it by the right of the job. Here over here, I'm going to come around. Because you take the bed, but come out there and bring me a traffic stop. And they're always down to put the money in there. I'm over to the club and have a little bit of a video here. I'm actually going to skip one of your two Chopper's videos. I have to start being knocked a little bit more on a this is long. Before he did that, I did my own thing. A little less smart. But here, you see a person walking in the red arrow. He comes in through that this mountain, that is the throw, and the step right in front of them, and I put a red box over there. The red box is that nothing. Okay, you see it right. My resume is kind of tight. They only have to about this is what we're discussing. The house only has one place. The main house is a little fun place, but don't you quit.
I'm going to Calgary, Dallas, Austin, San Francisco.
Do not watch in 1.75.
Thank you, live audience. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
What do you listen? 3.3? What do you listen? Let me tell you. What? I'm going 1.6 for sure now. There's no silence. Listen, you're new to this here. Everybody's the same thing. You sound slower than this. You're taller than I thought, and the room is smaller than I thought. They all say the same three things. Keep it to yourself already. I know it all. The name of Chai is one by two. My times are up, huh? This is like a squirrel. You have to have two frames. How do you say it in English? How do you say a master in English? Okay, great. My time is mayor. The time is designed. The man in New York was this time. If it just said the word was designed, you need two verbs. The word was designed, if I could clear, says it twice. The word is good. It's already four. Same time of Loyla. Now, those who take their abundance know that it's only one line, so don't fall asleep on me here. When you have, in English, you have something similar, two negatives. A double negative is a positive. So in Gemara, we have the opposite. Two positives is a negative. You're right, exactly. You're right. He got that from me. That goes, I said it in share. Woman, you're neat. Come on. Trust me. No, that's what it was. Yeah, that told you. Threw me off that phone. Okay, what? Oh, I asked you for your name. I didn't ask you for a home. Okay, no, what? Yeah. Are you serious? Wow, you made my life. I've been dreaming about you. Brothers, I'll tell you, the next time I'm going to do tshuva. I'm going to do things differently. I'll tell you why it was that. Because I went through every one of the 15 pages and played them very together. I took the one page as a sample and read everything quickly. And then the Gemara is going to read all the pages. There's no need to whatever. And we didn't have the right characters and Abi Kamiyan to know him. And I called him Ruben. I told him I should have different names. You were upset. Okay, go ahead. You have no idea what you're talking about. So we're talking about the first job. Okay, whatever. Okay, those who understand know, those who don't know. Don't be marked. We have a double positive when it comes to negative. We have that function in Zigata. The player says the mayor says two, but there's a negative. Two becomes one. You take one off and it becomes one, and even if that one more goes, the type of two is small. The key line made is started to wait on the master by current page on the door. Now stay on the visit. It says stay on visit. Two.
What happened? It's a podcast. You gotta say something.
Why does he stay? He's not going to let it stay. Not going to let it stay. Why does he stay? He's not going to have it. Just teach you the rest of the time. From one to them, like, counterintuitive a little bit. From one to them, in a yellow app. The rest of the time, over here is today. But everywhere else, in other words, by Harsh of Zuba, not by Harsh of Mashi, of Yisrael, even one doorpost is the entire view for the music. Did anybody come up with that doorpost was in the Google? No, you didn't look it up? Good. Meanwhile, the treasures we don't for that. The mother of them is in the last time at the first time, but it's dying and what the person should be dying. Far up on stuff. Now, think about it, boys, guys. It says in Shema, the state of the day, this is Torah. Stop. What does it mean? Stop. You should write it out on the doorpost. What it means is literally, you take a pen and write it on the doorpost. Where in the world is it supposed to write it on a parking space and put it in a plastic cup? Because you should write it on the doorpost. That's what the Muslims say. Maybe you should put it on your doorpost. Literally, those days, don't brick, whatever it is. Never going to turn around to things like Jack, the same word. Now, I don't know. So, I kind of like this. No, Jack, I see the number 2 part. I probably got to do it. Perhaps you should learn it differently. Never got to, never I want to. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua wrote the Torah on. So actually, we just cut it also a little bit. Wrote the Torah on his phone. Maybe the Torah needs to let me use it on his phone twice. The Torah is good on his phone. Really, you go. Okay, so we can go and begin to do the success. It's not hard. Here's the Torah, so the Torah is not cold. Really, you go. Put it to him. Don't see that you have it to Torah. You see that you have it to Torah. Pay attention. What is this Torah over here? Somebody made that mistake in the Hebrew share. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this. Sorry, but everybody gets to last forever. It means that get happens forever. Every generation. Then I wanted to all this stuff, and I'm not going to get into it. But for some reason, it seems like that this generation is a lot of divorces. None of that. I know a bunch of people that got divorced through the seventh dropping, after seventh dropping, and third. When I was a kid, we had like one kid in the whole school. It's hard to divorce. Really, 5-6 for flat. Okay,
a lot of thought of that one, like backstage.
Am I wrong?
He's like, oh,
Kickback pause that. What's the crap? Can't blame it on one thing. The interesting generation for the next. You want to go on instant gratification. See, everything is instant. There's other things on earth, there's other things on earth, generation. The trade-off is on its own, and it's only one generation. It might last forever, but they would extremely lucky that generation to write it on the stone. But what's the number I want? I remember on photos, they had me coming to start a church. That Mark was writing over to years ago. The kid was running out to run over. I just posted on Facebook, literally, I write the thing on, it says, overlay or operated over there or not. I don't understand. The photo on the is a package of the phone. Package of the phone. What are the phones? You can write on the door phone. Literally on the door. I'm the David Steve, you really get trouble. Now, what you do is get trouble directly with his sponsor to make sure I pay you. What do you mean? Yeah, it's their trouble. So, the application doesn't, we don't know. There's something going on. We don't know where to put it. We put it in Georgia. Where do we use this zero stuff? That's like, okay. I'm like, bro, stop, come. Siva's cool. Siva's hammer. It has to be a complete writing. But hold on, because Rashi, when you write on stone, what's going to happen? It's not going to last. You're going to try to write, take a pencil, a pen, and write on the stone. You're going to get erased. You want something that's going to last. That happens to be on the piece of paper. That's the next question. Very good. Yeah? Oh, you getting ready? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What stone is it? Oh, I just stopped it. What are you calling me? You think that it's like like this? It's not extra. It's totally that's why I take it from it all. That's right? Why? All right. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that then? You're going to stop something. We're not even using it. Maybe you can engrave it, not write it. Maybe you can engrave it on the stone and put it in. The master will know you write it on the piece of parchment. That's how we do it. Here we go. Rabbi side, here we go. Harvard Kasir, but still in the Hadith of Zoo, says in the Mishnah that you have to have the 4 parts of the foot. Even one letter missing out of all 4 parts again. Why do we have these parts of the voice track? What's the significance of these parts? Because every single one of these parts has a mention of stone. Now, the Gemara speaks of speaking one letter. Speaking one letter. It's not a good, it's not a good story. All right, we don't know how. But it's just called. Oh, it's just you. How did you know this? A little piece of the earth. For dry. But everybody, this is part of the water. That's what it's so good. Therefore, the time says the piece is on the left, but the little piece on the left, right over there, okay. And then I said, everything today has to be in common, go with the top. Yes. But now she's also missing that. It's like you write the letter, and you make it. Now we go this. Lord, you make it. So a little bit of you, another of you, on the last. So let's see if this is from the idol of yourself. The voice that I remind you, remember this word over here, the Lakaksa, the Lam, the Even we were like, actual cats. Like, says you want to come down on base, sponsor, really that, but that global when you want to shop for your financial needs. I just have to own out of all anyway, out of the South Florida, we will be great for let's see how to open the galaxies, anonymous, and never relational, very good, very side, so that is, runner up. Oh, I didn't even find you. Don't forget. Aries, leading the covered Aries. Sponsored by Dark Mobile, you one stop shop. All right, the boat shot. Here you go. No. Little Cafe. There's the puppy. 3 times the couple. Bob doesn't have a bucket head. Lots of also doesn't have, I guess they just have different way of writing it. So, singular, plural. How many is that? 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals? Wow, I can see you guys doing what a puppet. Unbelievable. Advanced math abilities here. 1 plus 1 plus 2. Doesn't get any harder than that. Hurricane Arba. We know the keyboard and start. Huh? Are you just the one that is
Eddie Brownbaum, they got another one coming in tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Don't look up. That's
Sam Tripp.
The one of the 2 things we learned was that there's a language called
Sam Tripp.
interesting people, and when they want to be true, they use the word hot. And also, in Africa, the word hot to be style. That's why we have 4 types. The word for pepper, which we translate to what? Filling. The pepper is filling. The pepper. It's fill. That's why we take filling. In Africa, hot is food. In hot is hot is food. I just want to point out.
You guys know the show works. A clear name out of the bucket. You come up and you get 60
go
seconds.
anywhere around the world. Go to Morocco, go to Yemen, go to England, go to Italy, and you look at villains from 1,000 years ago in Italy, same exact thing as the Moroccans and the Yemenites. Maybe you have different to give you a little, like that. It's a Pella. Because our halacha is away from Sinai that we have going on, the flat. You'll never find that it has 5 compartments, different shapes, different colors. It's always placed around the world all the time. The one side, here's a little video, which goes to should, and we don't need it because there's so much other interesting smart stuff, but here it goes. It might not be appropriate for children.
Everything's in position now. The rest of the show wasn't really part of the show. So welcome. They just pulled a name out of the bucket, and that name, by the way, it sounds fun.
Now I get it. You meant the tiger.
What are these words? That sounded like a boring name to me.
I don't understand again. Hey, where are you going? How could I forget? They meant there were 2 tigers and that the cat speak, but they are creatures.
Okay, there's only one problem. You can see the guys in Amaris. You never went on safari. There are no tigers in Africa. There is no such thing. Lions, maybe, but not in Africa. Okay, great. Anybody who's got plenty knows that, no? I say that all. Okay, fine. The voice I hear goes. This is the head of a cat, baby cat. All fill-in boxes are made from just this thing. And Approximately, you can make from this pen about 3 trading stores. 3 batten, not 3 kids. By the way, there's going to be a lot of corrections going on there. And I'm ready. 3 batten. I was wondering how. Now, here we go. Now, what they do is they have a special, actually, shablona. I ain't say shablona in English. A mold. It's a metal device. They put the hide. That I brought the hide the other day. You saw those. Oh no. Yeah. I'll put the gloves on for this. That's good. They brought me the big one. This is like Israeli side, right? Alright. This is a piece of. Okay. What do you make out of this one? Make sure that is little.
What up, big dog?
What up, big dog?
It's your graduation? Oh, okay, cool, man.
Oh, okay, cool, man. One piece.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. You have to push it out, press it out, and make 4 compartments. And I'm going to show you.
There you go, big man.
There you go, big man. Each compartment has 1 card.
That's great. How's your computer? How's your computer been working? So it hasn't been closing out on you? Okay, will you tell me if it does?
And all of a sudden, we have 4 compartments. This needs to be a nice square, not just a nice square, perfectly square. Allah in Sinai is going to be exact. If it's on the millimeter, they use like these crazy devices to see that it's perfectly square. To get from here, this process Rabbi side takes 5 full months. They have to, after we come like this, they wet just this area and they start pushing it closer. There you go, it gets closer, like that. Eventually, it's like this. And this is all hand done. They have hydraulic machines that push. One of the things we're going to see over here is that you can't have any holes. If you have a tiny little hole, and that's where boutique places come in, the ones that are mass produced are not as good. Ooh, this is a little soft. Are you ready? Wow. Let me see. What are you doing over here? Have to turn off the lights. It's low shining. Yeah, I see the hole. Right over here. You see the hole? Where are those metal things? I want to show them the inserts that you put in there. Okay. You have these metal pieces that fit directly in here. And then the mold pushes down but doesn't close completely because these metals are in there. You can pull the metal out. And at the end of the day, the compartment is going to be this size. And each part of the film goes into each one. It goes from this, and now it's becoming a square. One year from now, we're not going to know this first. As we're going to learn the Gemara, this in between these bodies, you have to be able to see the glue. And a lot of times you take a knife, even when you're chewing a duck. Oh, perfect. Take a knife and put it down the bite. Let me see if I can pull it out. Yeah, no, they put it. This is not square up. Oh, yes, they cut it out. And you can see the size of the cut. But eventually, when it's still, it looks very, very square together. But you can always put this thing right through it and you see that it's not. It's better to fill it, I guess. they used to have issues. You knew, and you couldn't do it, and you could do it, you could fix it, so, because you could have the other one as well. Do the cutaways. Sometimes because it's very heartbreaking. You work on it for 5 months. 5 months. And we'll show you a little bit more. It's very low price to make the shape. And then when you find a tiny little hole in any one of the compartments, they throw it out. Here's a hole that the eye cannot see. But if you look at this metal, I don't know if you can see it on video. See? Oh.
What'd you say, big man? I can't hear what you're saying, big man. You missed graduation? All right, well, it'll be okay.
And later on, you pull the metal rod out, and that's the first. So here is the Gemara. I had argued so much. Somebody told me his son don't have it. I said, did you have it? I looked at it. I told him Mr. Gemara and said, you have it. You should have it. Although the halacha, we don't practically, you must have it, but you gotta have it. You look closely over here, this stone probably also have it. 3 rings on top, you see? That white. Those are not metal. That's already made out of skin. Skin is made out of the sinew of an animal. When you see it, the leg, and when you start bringing it in, it becomes ready. Eventually, it turns in the wood. It's very, very strong. This is what a lot of people want to have for years. The beautiful shayat touching the tires, it should be touching the tires. And the best way to do it is take a kiss and have a say they do it or whatever. You can do it all for yourself. You know, you do it, find what else do you want to show them. Yeah, they believe it. That's the down to a 10 well, we don't, they say, we'll get to it. They say that if we had the kind of children, we'd say they're not kosher based on today's day. I don't want to, it's a muscle. Like in those days, 100 years ago, they weren't able to produce square clothes. They didn't have to, based on what they had. But we were able to with machinery and with growling. The our children, 32.27. 32.37, and then after Arya, I'll tell you exactly where it's from and how many. Do you know that, Arya? Well, okay. We'll talk about the review a little later. Okay, so you can move on for me? Okay, good. Maybe you're right. So I have here the parachutes. Another thing that they do is repeat. It says in halacha that before you put the parachutes in, you have to check them. They have a special guy, not them. They hire a guy to go through it and they actually find a lot of different stuff. So if you look over here, I don't want to ruin my. This is showing you. See the line in the middle? Like that. Okay.
Well, clearly he knows what he's doing. You're the guy that's making money off doing this?
Oh, so yeah. So yeah, go with that.
Yeah, it's a great job.
But you're right.
I'm living my
Okay. The rights are like each parsha is by itself. Like this, a little one. And then you fold it up, like in a square, and you put it into the bias. standing up. Boom. A guy gave me a great gift. Great. He invented it. Created it.
That's what I wanted to tell you.
Unbelievable. Look at this. A 3D printed phone bag. I gotta show this to my son. My two sons are good thinkers. On the bottom, it has MDY. Wait a minute. Donated by Real Princess. And check this out, everybody.
I want to ask a question that I've never
Pops off.
Yes.
And here you see the 4 characters. Each one says Added. And when we're going to learn tomorrow, the McCoy thing, we're going to dance, so you switch around the characters. Wait for the outcome. And you put magnets, those magnets into the mold, so that it just like snaps on. And here over here, this all is a gift. We're gonna use this. I'm gonna do this type of probably one thing, holding, take it. I don't want to destroy it. Okay. Oh, it's nice over here. So let's put on some jazz over here. You also need to know my boy, you need my boy, back to my boy. Maybe you wear 4 children. Each children is just one character. Time over married and it's part containing that part. It should be remembrance to seniorize. This part is for the micro call. This part is actually just one night remembrance. Plural is 1. You turn out for the micro call, but it's not even working with them. Okay, guys, how do you do it? First of all, boy, who manifested by broadcasting, boy, that part. 4 pouches is over to 1 thing. Now, just something that a brother told me, that they went to the reactor, because when you fold this over, back in the day, they weren't able to get a good seal, and they had to add a piece of leather in between, and they said, is it a special mitzvah to use like we're doing today? Back to the go back. Up until a few years ago, all the generations used to use the hide of a goat, of a sheep. It's called the Hamadaka. It's flimsy. It's literally like a plastic cup, sort of, something like that, where you can go like this to it, and they don't last a very long time. With the technology they have today, they started using gasa of a cow. Now, the cow of the calf and the sausages of the cow. But when we get to that, this filling that can literally might fill in. The originals I had from my bar mitzvah, they're nice and strong, mostly square, Maybe I'll say it now, I'll try to say it again. People should revisit the film that they have. Because you don't know, maybe your father didn't know much, maybe whatever the situation was. You're older now. And maybe it's time to revisit those films because you have better types of films today, better patterns, better patches. Maybe your father got you a $50 pair because that's what it's like getting you. And you could afford a little bit more. You have that $70,000 car. Maybe you can afford a nice pair of film also. So, I'm throwing it at you. Yeah? You imagine? And I'm not trying to pump Gitman here because I'm serious. He's full for over a year. So even if you want, you're not going to be able to get from him. They don't like advertise. It's literally whatever they make, they sell. So he's not looking for the business, but how can he just, when he's not taking orders. Okay, I've already deleted my ball back to my you put into the 4 bathrooms to 1 level. You love them very up, but you need my ball bathrooms. Here's my piece of paper here. Here we go. Let's say, I'm going to try to do this quickly because people are coming. Let's say you did not chop it up into 4 pieces. You should chop up. But you didn't. You forgot. You didn't know that welcome. And you took partial number 1, and it has space over here. Let's call this partial number 2 right over here. Partial number 2. Yeah? You need space. Partial number 3. You think you're coughing. Instead of snipping it in the middle, you decide to use 1. you go ahead, you insert it right over here, and then you insert this one in the second. Oh, what am I doing? Let me show the camera. You put it into bag number 1, take bag number 2, you put it right over here, and then you take this guy, and you insert it into bag number 3. You get the idea, right? Oh, now the story, you close it up. You go to the rabbi. Did I do good? No. You have to open it up, you have to paint it, and the whole thing. It's okay. Leave it as is. What happens is, I just want to point out, that if you do this, the parsha, instead of going this way, supposed to go in like this. You don't want to do it this way, because you continue on and on and on. So it's actually laying down instead of standing up, and you keep on there this way. Says tomorrow, how many things so far? Not a lot of oil? The son of Rabbi, I want to tell you that the Rakan and his brother spent over $2.5 with me. Told me the whole process, and the factory, and they broke into my house, laid everything out on the table, went through very slowly, and the things was some stuff. No, thank you. Thank you for being a big part of the series. Swear. If you did what I just said, for all 4 parts, you know the connection to each other, yes. So not for you. But so if you're living obviously, between part and part, you're going to have some white space so that you can get to the next part and put in church. You don't want to put the word, you don't want to have words dangling over the line already. You want to be pure parts in each one. You're ready. How many minutes you don't need? This one is to put in people after that. So this Rabbi says, here's the put in people. So here, it's important that you have a screen going from here to here between each compartment. You see there's 4 compartments. Maybe you can see better on the side one. There should be a screen going from side to side, like we showed you in the beginning, and not like the guy that argued with me. Oh. You can see the metal piece right over here, going through and through. And if you look at your film tomorrow, you'll see that it has this screen. I argued with everybody on Friday, so mine don't have it. They pulled out my phone. I'm explaining that. You sit here for a second. No. I'm going to do tomorrow. Just want to make sure they're there. Anyway, those are there. Those 3 screens are there. So, you cannot see the actual dividing line between the compartments. Oh, turn around. Take a control. How do you write it? I just showed you before. The screws of the hand to be on one part in all 4 parts here. And they have to be written in that order. You cannot jump around. Possible to jump around. And if you wrote 4 different parts, and you wrote it onto one, this is the side view of the bias. You see why this is so simple. It's one box. And there's no skin on that part. So we're talking about how super complicated it is. Did you ever notice? I couldn't believe it. There's an Israeli famous guy who lives in New York. What's his name? In the video. No. He does, he's a group. But he didn't know that his own film, he works for every day, that there's a difference between the skin on the right side and the skin on the left. Does everybody know the difference between the skin on the right and the skin on the left? Everybody? 3 and 4. He didn't know. An adult, before he told me he was adult, didn't realize. That one skin has 3 legs and the other skin has 4. Because you need to write that book, the story is about it. So you have to take if you wrote it in 4 different parts to cut, you have to glue them together. So now I just like the film for the eye is one box, it's not 4 separate beautiful, one box, no split. So therefore, that's why it's one part here. one long, 4 paragraphs on one piece of paper. If you understand any time, it's not important. Already, the way you use the Rebbe, is like, you know, the talking to me, in any law, you feel so young, so you have to stay, it's great. When you might be doing it, when I said if you have a guy, you approach a guy and has social young, better by social right, well, first of all, that's one piece. But also, it's much more valuable. I don't know if that's a consideration, but okay. 3/4 of the time. So for right, 3 times the time. Hey, do you want to say something real quick? You have like a minute or two that you want to... No better. Anything to do license? Sure. Okay. So yeah, you want to know what the theory is? You're going to theory, tell me. So now I think the idea is that you're taking to right. Listen to it, you're stuck. Never, you're out of no what. You're out on the battlefield. All you have is 2 right. What do? You should wear them. They have the same price as each other. There's the compartments of it. They have the same price. So, the Torah or Al-Afisman, Umanicha. You know how the people have that plastic box that goes over to protect the sword? Yeah. Take a piece of leather, something, put a piece of plastic, put a piece of plastic on top, so the thing that protects you, something like this, which by the way, I'm very happy with my company invented a silicone piece. It goes on your social yard, it doesn't fall off as much, the plastic always can fall off. You know, putting it on, the silicone one, it grabs it, it's a little slightly smaller than it, so it's cooler, but you sell it in the film plate, in the discount sellers, exactly. So all these stores. If you only have 2 price, the title option and when they cover the fact that it has all these groups, well, many times, actually, tomorrow, Monday, they're kind of decided. Didn't we just have this argument? Can you put 1 part and 4 parts and not so? Yes, sir. Or all of the guys from the extra part of the meeting still over here, and you actually grab it. Well, I got the. Okay, we're just going to do this little piece in 1 minute. You ready? You can go from the lower Kedusha to the higher Kedusha. So the right and everything is the Yad. You cannot go from the higher Kedusha to the right. The Yad, why? You can read the Kedusha more than the cows. Why is the right more Kaddish than the Yad? Because the right has the sin of Sakai, the name of Hashem. And in the back of the Restore, it has a dollar. So Yad only has 1 letter for Hashem's name, the Yud. So we have over next to the back. So 2 against 1, it has more Kedusha. So you cannot go down, you can't drop the level of Kedusha. We can't show, how about the Tzotza or the Chadashasa? When you're talking about a brand new pair of film like this, it doesn't have to be even this. It's straight out of different factory. It doesn't have the Kedusha yet. You didn't wear it. Just because you made it doesn't make you covered. So, that's what I'm referring to. You, by mistake, Rabbi Gittin gave you 2 shoroshim. We'll never make it a steal like that because, you know, let's say, very nice as Zahaya. By the way, this looks taller to me than do it. And it's better to be the same, right? 0 reason? It's not a problem. I know, but it's better. I saw you talk about it. Come on, not no. Really? Wow. Cool. Okay, because I was a little worried about finding tiny skin and they usually call it. Okay, you found it? Anyway, but a huge film where you have a Kedusha as a Gemara, but even if it's brand new and never used, it also has a Kedusha. Why? Because in your mind you decided to make them feel it, and remember, oh no, I want to see. You could prepare something and say this is it's like we had about a bathroom. You take the bathroom and that's it. You're done even if you never use it. I want to see. That's not like in the car because the guy made a condition that he could switch it from this to that. So even though he plans on wearing it, but now the Kedusha of both sides have a wonderful evening. I put it
Merry Christmas is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Oh, I couldn't. Just like my friends.
this is a lost cause. I think we should do it.
There you go, Jeremiah calling it. Damn it, this is gone. I tried to get rid of him earlier, and I felt bad for saying that he bombed us. I gave him a shot. Still just trying to help people.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Why didn't you say when he was up there?
I thought you were going to get him off like
We have
Yeah,
an email lineup. There's a lot of mazel calls and a lot of visual. First of all, mazel to the one and only Joey Lee becoming a grandfather.
Here we go.
New satellite
Dietrich
location.
Shelton, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
website new satellite location. Starting in Edison. It'll be every night. JJ Reader is at Shabbaton. JJ every night at 9 p.m. The voice side. You live there. And his name is Ali Kamala. Go be Mahazitem. It's a burger. It's a wine crowd. There is a sponsor. Also, Fishy Son. Mazel Tov. Moishe LeFisher on Twitter. You remember him? Hashtag CDY Puppy. Oh, stop there. Let's go back. I sucked your one thing. Sorry. Maybe I hope Mark throws in this email. I don't have it here of this coming video, but I'll try to get back to it. Rabbi side, here we go. There's a lot of schmacky good morning, Rabbi. Here we go. This is one is super unique, and it's like there's a lot of taken by Joe Goldstein. I love the lighting of the top. It's one of a kind. The right here we go.
Yes, you are saying it correctly.
The colors, right? Started playing from like Prague to here. I don't know. Also, we have this guy.
Showing us all how it's done. Absolutely hilarious. That's Jeremiah, what's going on there? Why you
There, Valley, I'm a 6th grade Rabbi at MDY. Again, the Hood Yeshiva. I think it was a kid. Matt David. They had it first. They had it first. He said, I did that. Didn't see for you. That has to be a 10. Wow. Something was wrong. Over here. The guy with the green armor. The next video, you'll see why I believe is a tremendous amount of profits. I just copped now. I'm a 6th grade Rabbi at MDY, Magen David Yeshiva, Brooklyn. 13 years land harder. Recently beginning the nothing starts to join my other part of MDY in my life. As a rabbi of community, I can say, we're incredible. I can cheer purposely doing the long show with you every day, because that's what makes the job. As soon as it's part of you, can't wait to start today with the past video. Pictures start with wife, Ninja Kids Miami, last Yeshiva week. What is the person doing Ninja Kids Miami?
Like I said,
married,
creepy black
first to be married to Rabbi, Rabbi Simanto, Janet.
that is the real me.
You go?
You are talking to right now is actually like everything.
There's been a couple times where I've tried to figure out everything that's going on.
Magen David. Here he is, learning fire while I was having fun over there. Yesterday, I went to visit a school, not next door, to visit him now. I had a meeting with him. I had to go speak to him. As we walk in, Norm and Benny and myself, one of the rabbis was in the hallway. Said, "Oh, you're here. You gotta come into my class." Okay? It was not planned. What happened? I was so shocked because you see the amount of kids is crazy. Check this out. So this is spontaneous. Doesn't walk in at all. It's not out. Which class? That is the 6th grade. And that's the email from the Magen David book for 6th grade. Okay. Hold on. I asked them how many kids come here to the base members every night. Which part? Who's part of MDY?
Thank you. Yeah. Very excited.
Who's really from MDY? Who's not part of MDY?
Still pro Hulk Hogan?
It's crazy.
This is great.
From everything
I know about you, it seems like you like
we
being
fell to
called
the
the
right
N-word.
class.
How
Consider
Hogan's
it real white,
still
just
your
up
number
someone
one?
who's joining who has a
He
strong
fell off
competition
on
with
all
every
the
white
white
and
people's
it's
list
called,
when he did that
what is it
shit.
called? Oh, this one. I think it's really going to.
I might feel like you're like 145 years old, and you've always looked that way. Who raised you?
Yo, you. You might not want to read this. I don't know why. I always wanted to read this out, but I nearly always keep on listening and not to do it until you got some magic inside to just to small steps of the sun. But obviously, once you try to not stop. So it means I wanted to. Been doing it every day since. However, during the summer holidays, I have to do it on my own. Now that I have the internet, I have a smartphone. Then when I realized that I'm enjoying it so much doing it on my own, never even able to do pulled up on my learn. And then I realized it would take me 2 months to finish shots 2.5 years. When I have time, I'll do 2 jobs daily. I could do the doc plus another one traveling packages. I want to say that maybe. I don't follow you daily, besides for the jokes with the AI with the kids, but each day I learn these 2 jobs still in your sport to be my voice is learning. A few days ago, I felt a burden. The part I saw it was tough. As soon as I thought of you, you just kept slipping love after me. You're validated. I'm in the car, but you are my backbone. Thank you. Kind regards, Salem, Manchester. There's one more I wanted to show. I don't know if it comes with the email or not. I don't see the email. Anyways, I forgot this guy's name. He sent me a bunch of messages. He's gonna beat Sarah when he was in Miami. The other day, he got out of his Sarah, and he says that a lot of people are including Marcus Canazzi, who's constant contact with him. That he was prison.
You're a super assassin, man. I like your style.
He made his lawyers and everybody. I don't know who those guys are, but it's beautiful. It comes with some email, but I don't have the email. It's not inserted. Okay. Official edition of MDY Stocks, the doc, Yogi and Freda Loshinsky. Read, Yogi, what's up, son? What? No. How'd you get in here? Somebody has a sign on the you were, yeah. Zegenish mas Moshe ben Peretz, Yehuda Arya ben Yaakov, v'kol mishpachtoi Hashem Yincham Zomoi. Slide 3. That's where the email is. Oh, here we go. Sure, Martel. I experienced a test that I wasn't sure if I'd survive.
Jeremiah just lost some connection on show.
Just for October 7th of my life, was taken over and turned around. I was so fortunate to meet so amazing people to help me get through this. Today, I'm a free man after 2.5 years on calculus and multiple times wanting to see this when you're in Hollywood, Florida, but I can't even go. 2.5 years of wondering if I'm going to have the great shower because of my monitor. I've been following you every day. I'm missing the basics of it. The marriage and the ability to be a great dad was so difficult. You give me life, back, and forth. Now I'm so committed to learning with you every day, and now I'm free. The tears that I've had the last 2.5 years before, they just wasn't sure what was going to happen. Something that I just hope nobody goes through, and that you get close by them and not wasted the test that time. I'm trying to told people not to speak during projects. I finally got my Daphloni sweater. You all realize how important prayer is and how it saves us. You don't realize how important prayer is and how it saves us. I improved. Thank you, and now I will do the same as you. I use my skills to help people help people, because that thing doesn't tell us to do about it for ourselves, and goes really to help others. And Hashem bless you and all the fellows with understanding of how important it is to be a Jew, how important it is to praise Hashem, and how important it is to love Torah. Be sure, Martel, please play the best do that for us. Awesome. Makir Asuli. The boy Sai, what else we have here? Oh. Monthly sponsors. Oh, we have a new monthly. Saul Fishy Fisher. Fishy, otherwise known as Fishy. He did a monthly in honor of Moshe's putting on Tefillin Mazel. He's supposed to be here today, but I think he got stuck in the hospital
Every once in a while, I
in
think came out of the bucket. It's a goddamn motherfucking legend. You should all be very excited.
Ladies, let's look at the layer back inside. Koyin Chofei Shak. Beth and Matthew Friedman and Oliver, her grandson, Isaiah Harris of Orlando. Mazel Tov. Her family in the success of Yaakov Cyril, for promoting MDY to millions of people. Will Amir Hashem join you at the Queen's League Networking Expo on February 18th? Recruit new members for this year. He was on ABC News and he spoke about MDY. Yaakov Yosef and Muni Ashkenazi, 30th anniversary. Mazel Tov to Mark and Yaakov, who do so much for MDY in the second party school. Wow, 30th anniversary. Unbelievable.
Everybody, come on!
Just marking that in the small ways in the token, the water, the down smarter. Sponsor, I found the full name of the very over here. Bring it to life, bring it to my school. Which I am here, Landy, for the point, feel like a pastor. You know, you know, it's a point, and when you look at all day, and I'm not that's what the whole name was. That's the thing that you trust you without being ready. You'll never feel it, but you don't want to know the rest. And I'm not going anywhere worldwide, it's what my goal is out. We're holding top. Oh, I have to go back a little bit. I forgot about this. Okay, where are we holding? Oh, we're having Sava, we have a bunch of halachas now from Shmuel. Sava is Garrett Shmuel. If you write on the book, we're holding up on base. Huh?
She's here. The one and the only. The greatest person in the world.
Where?
We know her.
Oh, you learned about her. Oh, okay, good. Okay.
The 60 seconds are out of the way. So here we are. After 90 points, give this shit. I'm excited to see you.
Inside the doorway, and not on the outside. Unfortunately, I did not cancel that key. Okay, so we saw the table, right? This is in the doorway, but not flat like where the light is. You see, like on that part of the stone, not over there. It should be inside the doorway. Inside the gate, inside the doorway. So that is Hamina Hoyvamaro. Mitzvah, as we learn, it's a mitzvah to put it one step away from the street. So the further away it is from the house, the closer it is because, as you can see, you're supposed to, like, the first thing you touch, the first thing you come in contact with or see is the mezuzah, so maybe it should be on the face of the house, not in the house, not under the door. So much more, no good if it's on the face, it should be in the doorpost. Here, I have my doorpost here. It was a stove. Okay. This is doorpost. So it should be over here and not over here. I think over here it's even closer to the street. You come here, you come into the mezuzah right here. No, it should be inside. Okay. Yeah, you could buy doors now in Eretz Yisrael. They have the cutout for the mezuzah with a piece that even has a shin on it and just flat in the mezuzah. Yeah, I don't know what that's doing here, but yeah. Nani, I'm telling you, no. In meaning, this is the doorpost. Over here and not over here. That's what I mean by in. I don't mean in. Not like this little. Not over here. Sometimes people put it over here. Not over here. In. Underneath. It should be covered by a roof. By this roof. To be within the doorpost. Why? We're going to talk about that too. Yeah. Good. Ashkenazi door would have to be this one, according to you. Let's guess it. Okay. Another Allah. Half of them give them it out. The Omar reviewed our Shmuel. Reviewed said in the name of Shmuel. So about Shneidafim Sula. If you wrote your mezuzah on 2 columns as so, no good. Basically, I have a question. So about Shneidafim, if you wrote it on 2 rows, and you actually inserted it into 2 separate mezuzahs as so, what's Allah? Huh? But it's mashma. Oh, it's not that. Sure. It seems like if you wrote it on 2 columns, but put it into the problem over there is the 2 mezuzah baskets. But if you put the 2 rows into 1 basket, it's such. More no. The problem over there is not even that you put it into 2 baskets. The problem is the oil of the state teacher problem. The reason why it's possible is not because you put it into 2 mezuzahs, it's because you wrote it in a way that you could put it into 2 mezuzahs. The actual writing is what causes it. That the fact that you wrote it on 2 columns, that's possible. V'omar Rabbi Shmuel, another one. The mezuzah alei achar heker tzir. This is very interesting. We have a situation in our office. I didn't really check it out, but it might be even worse than I think. We have 2 offices below the base library. Both of them have doors facing outside, because access to 2 offices from the outside. But they also have a door in between them. Connecting door, like in a hotel room, sometimes you get a door so your kids could share the room with you. So the question is, in a door like that in a hotel room is a big problem. You might have the same problem downstairs. Go check. But let's say there's only 1 door. What's the dominant room? The one that Yoshi sits in outside? Or maybe it's the other guy, or whatever, you know? So how do you figure it out? They might be equal. Then why would I put the mezuzah on the right side or the left side? Maybe I'm entering from this guy's office to that guy's office. So the halacha is that we go by the hinge. And we're looking at where the hinge is. In other words, what it really means is where does the door open up to? And that's how we're going to finish off today's sugi also. We're going to go through other things, but at the end, we're going to see this idea comes back. Where does the door open up to? Oh, so pocket doors, some even say you don't need that kind of mezuzah. Like sliding doors, something like whether you need. You say you still, but it goes by the tzir. So, it was very interesting. Omer Ravado. Oh, my head is tzir. What does it mean? I don't even understand what you say. Take it tzir. Recognize the hint. Omer Ravado, Avkita. You have a little bit. This is not going to help much, but you see in those days, things were like this. What it really means is the swing of the door. So let's see. Take it on, for instance, going this cause a big tree passage. Let's say, like every typical house has 2 rooms. One is for the wife, one is for the husband, one is for the man, one is for the woman. They try not to mingle. Bain Bay Gavre, the Bain Nashi. Here, the Gemara says it. I didn't say it. And here it is. Here's the house, the typical house. King's on the right, that's the woman's side. And then the guy has his thing. Now, once in a while, they want to visit each other. So there's a door. No. The house. She's in some. Yeah. I said, Mom's like our office. This is beautiful. Look at this. Each one has a doorway. You can get access. You don't have to disturb the other person. Basically, it just seems very good. That is going to start for women. We're not going to go. Okay, so in the house, she's busy cooking, doing her thing. He's doing his thing. So that, the whole house is probably 8 by 8. Okay, a little bit, so you have a little privacy. But there's a doorway, and you put it. Mom's like our office. This is how our office works. So go by up to 2 doors. I don't want to go in. That's why it's very complicated. Once you put the second door on, then I don't know. But over here, it's very obvious. the door swings open into the woman's corner. So Mamela, you're going to put the mezuzah, leaving from the man's side, you put it on the right. And that's on the hinges. You see where the hinge goes. It opens, swings up this way, so you're going to put it on the right. Now, if it's swung into the man's side, it's on the right side of the woman, from where the woman leaves out. I don't care what side the hinge is on, by the way. It could have been that the door all opens into the woman's side, and the door is actually hung on the opposite side of the frame. You could also swing it the other way. But the mezuzah will be on the right side of the man. Always on the right side. It doesn't matter how the door swings. It's where. A door can open this way. It can also open this way. But the point is, it's always going to be on the right side. Leaving the man. Hold on. This is the door. I'm going from the man into the woman's side. The mezuzah is going to be right over here. Now, sometimes, in our depiction, the door opened this way. But the door could also open this way. That doesn't matter. The mezuzah is always going to be on the right side of the man, leaving the man's room. On this side. It's not going to be on this side. It doesn't go by the door, which way it opens. It just, because it opens into the woman's side, so that shows that the man is dominant. It swings open into the right side, so maybe he's going to put on the right side. Don't get confused by how the door opens. What? Oh, so that's like in a restaurant. It's a problem. I don't know. Again, by the way, let me just say this. I'm not a Rav. I'm not passing any Allah because nobody should pass him based on the shear. We're throwing out, we're talking the way you understand in the Gemara. How it is, Allah, I don't know. I'll give you an example. Last night it hit me, like during shear. And it could be it's not an issue at all. It could be an issue after drink. I once brought a guy, Rabbi Friedrich, his name is, brought him to my house, and he showed me that I need a mezuzah in a certain place I never knew I needed. I don't need a mezuzah in a different place I didn't need, and you put the mezuzah on the wrong side of the post. It's good to bring in a professional. For instance, if you look over there, does that need a mezuzah? It doesn't have a mezuzah coming into the base measure. We don't know. Well, we passing you through. At the end of the day, so it's measured. Okay, but let's say, does that mean it has a little piece coming down? I don't see a mask because I don't think it can fine. It has a nice piece of that over there. But that is fine.
It's like a real live show. I'm excited about this. Merry Christmas, everyone. Make some noise. Yeah, some real noise. Brian Redman's here. Everybody's here except for like a lot of people are not here. Brian J. Ebelt's not here. Maybe he's drawing this episode from live. We're live streaming right now. So, what's up, everybody? Merry Christmas. That's cool. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. He showed me virtual reality the other day. I killed zombies. 360 degrees of shooting zombies. This is fucking unbelievable. It's cool. There's some of that wacky Brian humor. That's the first joke of the night. Very, very important. Wait till you do the party. Crazy. Alright, that's enough. So, what do you guys think? Should we bring up the guests? Oh yeah, we're doing this show that you're at, ladies and gentlemen, in its home club. This is episode 189. You're watching here. It's the #1 live comedy podcast in the world at the Comedy Store on a Monday. And it's a lot of fun. So much so that we get to do the best comedy festivals in the country. We're doing Sketchfest in San Francisco, January 20. Yeah. We're also doing Noon Tower this year in Austin, Texas, which is a big deal, but that's not until June or something. Yep. Yeah, that's right. And we're doing Sketchfest January 21st. That's a really big one. San Francisco. So for those of you listening to the podcast, San Francisco, January 21st, if you're near that area. Live audience, sorry we have to do that, but like I said earlier, this is the #1 live comedy podcast in the world, and other people are listening to it.
By the way, what is this called? This is called, we're going to talk about it later. I can show you the video now, or maybe what do you guys want?
Enjoy this show. You just so happen to be rotating guinea pigs that come in and out. You mean less than nothing to us. You understand? Just to let you know what I really think of you.
It's going to be a sheer.
Just kidding. Glad you guys are here. We're going to have fun tonight. You guys excited?
The fact is,
Let's bring out our guests.
By the way,
We gotta just do that. I think we should just do plugs in your part. Really, you're like, hey, welcome to this one. We did a whole combat thing when you were before. Oh, I hate it. Well, hey, thanks for listening to another episode of Kill Tony. We just want to tell you some of the cool things we have going on. Listen, the other day, last like 3 minutes of you just like, I also have a new t-shirt. That's right.
Oh, I know what it is.
I know, I'm excited about it. I just got Alright, so let's fucking do it. We're gonna have fun. As always, I have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world as my guests. That never changes. So put your hands together for 2 of my favorites. It's Steve Simone and Jason Tebow. 2 guys with brand new comedy albums. Steve's just came out. Jason's comes out January, 2nd week of January. And I fucking love it. Welcome to the show, guys. You guys have done it before. Excited about this. The lights seem to be pointed a fun way, a little bit different or something than usual. Welcome back. Merry Christmas. You guys do anything fun for Christmas?
I saw Star Wars.
I wanted to show the illustration. I think
Everyone said it was so great. I had it up here, and I was like, it was okay. So
there's one problem
say it's okay, and then you'll go.
Every market
I say it's okay, and then you'll love it. And if everyone said it was okay, I would have loved it.
There you go.
Did you think it was better than the last one?
It's just good.
Did you? I haven't seen it.
This is literally I'm taking it out. You can't have a matzo in the
liked it,
up to the cross on the ground. And now the season in the view stayed up to 2 o'clock in the morning. I was up to 2 o'clock in the morning.
There it is. B-minus.
Have you seen it, Steve? This is an interesting one. So not really shoving it down everybody's throats. There's a new Star Wars. They're taking a different approach to this. They're just rolling it. Star Wars. Maybe you'll go see it. Maybe we don't really care. We're just Disney. We're not gonna. It's like the J.J. Abrams one. They're like, maybe not.
I'm explaining
There is a baby
how to
Jar
win
Jar
it
Binks.
off. You don't put the filter on the doorpost before it's
baby.
He's right there. I love it. Let's bring up the band. Everybody loves the Kill Tony band. We're one of the only shows in the belly room that have a live band that plays. This week's fun because we're missing a leg with Jeremiah Watkins in Kansas. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you tonight's Kill Tony band. It's Pat Reagan and Joel Jimenez, everybody. Oh, yeah, Red Band. Oh, well done, Ryan. I think I know what's happening. Wow. Hey, well done. An amazing George Michael tribute from the band. Yeah. I always love the fact that there's like, you guys have like very limited props always, you know, like you can't invest a lot of money into it or anything like that. But what's funny to me is like the wigs that you guys rewear for different characters. Like your George Michael wig is just your Hillary Clinton wig backwards. I know I've been working with you so often. And it's just a backwards Hillary. Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
Were you guys big? You're the musicians of the group. Were you guys big George Michael fans?
I don't get all the outpouring of love.
Thank you. You know what?
And I'm just saying that I never really connected with his music. So I was
People
just
talk, I
surprised
ask people,
that it came out. I was like, oh, I love
Doris,
George
we're
Michael so much.
look, after cheer, I've been with you for 8 years straight. So say it in cheer.
39.
I'm from Chile,
39,
and I have 26 guys that do the opposite. So say it. But thank you. Thanks for keeping loyal. That's how you do it. It's unbelievable. And you know what? This never may come from you. Oh, that's what you say. Everybody else, come on, what's your name?
And of course, me too. Yeah, that was.
From Malaysia. Oh, who's Marcus? There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. And your son is girl? From Malaysia. What's your name? First name? Oh, from Malaysia.
Anyway, our friend Jeremiah Watkins, who's not with us tonight, plays Careless Whisper regularly on the show. Really?
Oh,
Is that true?
yeah. What's your name?
Hello? Is somebody there?
From Malaysia.
Wow, look at that!
You?
Live from Kansas City, Kansas.
You're from Stanford Hill. You give me a lot of physics. I'll tell you what. One of the things I dislike, one of the most. So
That's your buddy who defends you all the time.
Video. So I don't like it. I don't like it. Told me he asked me to do it at Stanford
You
Hill.
just picked that up with your senses? Wow.
And
There's
his
also,
brother is not Mr. Stop.
okay, we're live streaming if you don't want to use your senses. We're at deathsquad.tv, but anyway.
All right.
Go ahead, yes, and Jeremiah continue with this thing. Did we lose you? We can shut this thing up longer, but keep talking. Hold on, wait. Jeremiah.
Wow.
Yes, very clearly.
All right. I took them most good. Now it's just going to be, I know you don't like taking videos, but it would be really nice if you took one for my son, because his mom is a big fan. Where are we? I saw him in negative Sula. We have Gival Zahar today. Beautiful stuff.
Funeral happened today. Wow, and you're there? I thought you were in
Basically,
Kansas.
put the mezuzah laying down, almost like a nail, like I forgot what it's called. The pole. The pole to the door, negative the pole to the door. Amy, when we were in London, and I was in that hotel, it had to be the room hotel, and they had a chauffeur. The killer,
Yeah, that's why I
they
said
have a
what Jason.
chauffeur, and they have a daughter, a couple of years old, and they took pictures. I shouldn't find it. They had a negative, they had the pole, the whole thing. صوت من نادي الشورى أيدي بطيئات والطاولة رأيي جماعة بطيئات ولكن في بلد القمر كلهم نزلت من الراب من نادي هذا عبيد وفي الراب ساعة وقت نزلت والليل ده فيسقط على and another album you know
was totally a moment when they weren't going to go with it, by the way, just to let you know. I can feel the room completely.
So, Rabbi had one of these, Rabbi had one of these, and didn't have a music album.
Version of Careless Whisper.
Like that. Oh, that means it's
Please fucking do whatever.
The sixth means like this. Okay? Like laying down like a sita, like a thing, or like a nail. And look at this interesting one. So here are these like bending the knee, which would make it very interesting. That means bending the knee. This is like, so as, well, why would you say this? I'm not making this up. Now, what's interesting is that why do we put out the mezuzah on the front? Because, exactly, my point is decided Rashi and Rashi holds the mezuzah should be straight up. So every time it says, laying down. So we do a shara, we go like this. Okay? A lot of people don't know. A lot of people slant. Now starting, you go to starting out, standing up. You go to Kemanita, standing up. You go to
What did we learn? Many things. One is definitely that Tony gives his friends too much creative freedom.
I started understanding why we do that. Why we do that. Do shara, because
most of the time it works continuously.
it's like
that was another time, I guess. In the end, there, we hung up on it. There he goes, Jeremiah Watkins. Live from Kansas.
Goodbye, Jeremiah. And you see, I mean, I asked him
2 minutes too long, but hilarious.
Tony, you don't want to something very, very, that I think is very important for everybody to know. Is this.
Let's just do it.
How do
Let's
we
start
make
the show,
sure
guys.
that
Are
our
you guys ready to do this? This is the show hasn't even started.
If you try to get
Sounds
a nice
crazy.
round,
Maybe you haven't been here
put
before.
it in, fucking going.
This is a
What
show
do I
where,
think?
believe it or not, a
They
lot
lean
of
it.
fucking people sign up randomly
That's
out on
what
the
I
front
thought.
patio. A lot of comedians,
Then we lean
just
it.
crazy
But we
people
lean
that
it
just want to go on
for the
stage and
halal
show
part,
off their talent for a
not for
minute,
the safety.
and then get interviewed afterwards
Now
by
when
me
you're looking,
and my funny
yeah,
friends.
a lot of things will
This
work.
is Kill
Things
Tony.
you
You
don't know.
guys ready to start the show?
What about you
I'm
go
gonna pull a name out of a bucket.
That's like favorite
Pretty
people
much
from
anybody
favorite
can
people
come
from
up here
town.
if they signed up earlier. And
It's
we
hero.
call your name.
It's
I think
hero.
you
I
get
was
60
our
seconds.
actor.
You know your 60
We're
seconds.
trying
So
to
you
make
know
up.
the sound of a kitty.
Idani.
That
So
means we're wrapping
the
up
lyrics
dinner.
bring
We're
in
gonna
this
bring out
soda
the
thing
fingers.
that is on angle. Or Tsunami
Oh,
Tsunami.
shit.
It's like a half a movie like in a picture.
It sounds
The
A-rated,
next
baby.
person
Yes,
that's
we
also
have
half
another
of it
call
is
from
laying
Jeremiah
down and
Hawkins.
half of it is standing up. But it is a business production out. Aber schade, die predominantly place me last couple of years. Television is not happening until this moment. According to the Rabbi Thomas, completely late. According to
You
the
gotta
Rashi,
go, really?
it's
Oh, are we keeping you from something?
Sitting
It's called the
the
microphone.
microphone.
Saying your name a bunch of times on a
Pero ahí
podcast.
me da a la
Hi, Jeremiah.
How do I
Jeremiah. All right, your first
people make sure
comedian.
happy
You guys ready for the shit or what? I'm going to
Thank
the bucket.
you.
This is
That
what
when
show.
it's on the beam of standing up, and then somebody's laying down. Now, if it's not hold the different idea of laying and standing, why would it not say lay down?
Seconds.
Think
We're
about
going
it.
to meet for the
The
first
payroll
time.
is
Someone
the
named
place
Mia
of the document laying
Sriracha,
down.
everybody.
You know
There
how
we
it
go.
one like this is laying down. So it seems like, I mean, another thing. Never noticed our females go
So I
like
know
this.
your name's
Now,
not Mia
you
Sriracha.
go like
Mia
that.
Sriracha.
You go
Mia Sriracha is an anagram
payroll,
for I am.
it goes like this.
How many
You
times
the
did you sign
star
up
up
for
to the
that?
book.
Just
One
once.
idea.
Mia
Because
Sriracha.
All right, cool. All right.
I am.
There he is, Mia Sriracha, everybody.
Guys, I'm really upset about a lot of the hip hop music that's on
Rabbi
the radio
said,
these days. I don't know about you guys. It sounds like as if a 5-year-old is
Erasmus
just writing
stand up.
all of the fucking lyrics
So,
for somebody and
the
they just
pirate,
put it
the pirate,
on
on
a
a
really
pirate,
tight beat
stands up,
and
and you like
everybody
this, and
goes
that's
crazy,
not
right?
really down.
Have you guys
So,
heard shit? Like,
some
it's
sort
really
of
easy.
stuff.
I'll
And
do a
they
real quick
say that
example.
with
It's
time,
really easy.
you want to make it go, where you have
I am a
a
nice
few of those flags. You know, Corona will
Listen
put
to
it on
Robert,
flag,
gotta
there's
go
with
look
it.
it up.
That's the
Bibbidi
way
bobbidi
go like this. Yeah, you so convenient, like my extender over there, a little bit of this, that is stuff. This is what it says. So the Belgian and Dutch record, they decided to do something special in time. They took the schema with Western and England and like a flat thing to look to bounce. I thought, by the way, what are we learning again?
If anybody wants to help me
Yeah,
shoot this, I got
they discussed it over here. Based on the real time, it's a lyric. That's what he said. Is that because of the whole start of it, the whole start of it, you should flat. Rashi says, yeah, we culminated the startup. So it's the same idea. You take the transfer from the players to this. That's to be a no. To be not that's what I mean. I hope on it.
the song on a song.
That's
I have
even
a
more.
friend who's a dope producer. I was like, hey
So,
man,
80. But my shit on the top one, but yes, it's like, you know, for a lot of shit happens. I've seen it a bunch of times. The raw, that special essence, you have to go through everybody and important people stand up and, you know, walk things up. Oh, now we did for that. I don't know, like, I don't even use this. What is it, woman? You could have used this on it. There's somebody you're not going to like someone. Oh, what a lot. We go around, we go around. We go. I mean, look. You know, if you really should, we can do that for us. And the name of, it requires it. But I reckon that he's the only one using it. He's trying to do it. That's as much as I don't know that we have to. So it comes up two major things. Put us on the wall. Is that on a big connection? Starting that. We're talking about the connection. Red, Rabuna, we're doing the book. It's just, it's not Russell, so very beautiful one. It's not so easy. Another, remember, not everybody uses the door, you know, the little filter. Big, big. All around, nice and smooth. This one, that's why I brought this one. I don't mean to bring it. You take the door home and you divide it in thirds. This line over here is a third. And then you put the scissor right above the line. Above it. A few weeks ago, we wanted to play our first time in Lakewood. And we had scores that were, I want to say, 10 feet tall, well, crazy high scores. Yeah. That's what yeah. And I noticed that his music is super high. That's the right thing. I didn't want to say it. It has to be in the top two. And he's not going to be in the top two. But nobody can read. I'm going back and said, okay, 6 feet up.
That was the name of the bar?
I don't know if you have to do that. You don't have to do that. But that's the right thing to do. So look at this. Well, Mike Field is the one of the top places that I'm saying. You like to learn to get him that picture. You sound like you're very good at doing stuff. It's a very high door. And you can connect it to put it on your shoulder. The other guy was back to long. Hours back there. Regardless of the size of the door. That brother, he had the group in the right. But you know, I got one thing to lower down. They go
so you didn't need Tyra.
Be around. What's good to make business now. First off,
checking your fantasy scores right
put it over here. That's fine.
Hey,
Now
no
it's
questions for the guests, sir.
You can go to anywhere in the door. Make sure it's not by the top and not in the top.
Alright, so
Don't go by the ceiling.
anything else? Any other fun? Do you have any
Anywhere
special skills or talents? A skydiver?
No, I'd be
Well, let's look at this. How often
do you get to do that?
You know,
I might get up there.
And more importantly, why do you feel
Review the says, put on the whole by Google, provided that you're not very sophisticated or the book. You guys know the types of
I could be honest with you.
something great. I'm like, an organ, but what
If
do
you
you
play the organ, I can beatbox on it.
how you're feeling and writing in the book. Not
According to
she with a
Brian,
flavor.
nothing goes
She
better
with a
with
flavor.
beatboxing than
So
it
just
goes.
like you have food for
Oh,
right,
wow.
the top
Okay.
part of your head,
This is
your
one
eye.
of the worst
So
episodes
two,
of
the
this show of all
sugar
time.
should
We're
be
just gonna
all
come
the
out
way
and
on the
say,
top of the door.
I've been
Right
sitting
over
on
here.
it for about 15 minutes, just to let you guys know.
Closest to the
If you're like, well, this is sort of weird and sucks, it's because it does. Trying to dial it back in by calling it on, it's
I
actually
feel like tomorrow's
working
here,
out. Thank you.
and Sunday's here. It's
Fuck yeah.
based on what
Alright, well, Mia Sriracha, it was nice to see you again. We'll see you again soon. There he goes, Mia Sriracha. Flying through, baby. On to the next one. On to the next one. By the way, I don't think I ever really should have ever have to say this, and it is the first time I'm saying it in 189 episodes, but comedians or radio entertainers, have you ever noticed that there's a buzz in the room audibly when you're listening, which you should be, and performing?
So if that happens to you, and the guy is not just to tell you one out of the two, let's say you both have the same beat. Get up. One is more funny than the other. But look at that extreme objection.
So it would be
Which one would you buy from me?
We would do a shake into our hand to make it not buzz, so you guys hear it.
So
It's
yeah.
you. Make it
Why?
adjust.
What's that?
It's happened enough times to where
Anyway,
like,
based on what
I guess I thought
real. I was trying to get in the trauma.
it was terrible but great at
He
the
said
same
that when
time.
you buy a pair of clothes, you pay for
Alright,
the
this
rest.
looks like another new day.
You
Put your
get
hands
the
together
rest
for John Joris.
because the amount of work that goes into the road is 100 times more than that. You have to make 4 boxes versus 1, 4 tight, and you have to make the shirts, 2 shirts. The amount of work is 90% of the work goes into the road. That's why, I don't know if you set that up, I didn't ask you. But I always try to get the road. It's much more valuable. The 5, I'm talking about in terms of value. You got to think about money first. Money first. And it's easier to make up the yacht. You just go to a price. You get a yacht. You pay part of the price. Anyway, love you, Mark. This is Rabbi. I'm not going to use Rabuna. Where's Rabuna? Oh, Rabuna, he said that you can do an entire doorway. Ooh, don't mind the Yehuda. Yehuda says in high door. Every small said, do it on the upper third of the door. It's easy. So I'm come on, where did you get it from? Like Yehuda, like Yehuda. Because he says, put it all the way by the ceiling. Rabbi says, the entire doorway. So where did the smoke come up with first? I'm not going to break that nothing like that. He goes against the wall, so you can put it by the ceiling. That's what I'm doing today. Fancy. Really, but that's global when you're one stop shop for your financial needs. Hi, the castle, and out of all them, you're out in South Florida, we go be Zoicha. Let's see how Brooklyn to the Gashers, anonymous, and never even Moish and parents for third side, from Zayin, who might feel like Shlisha, I'll give it to him. What did he mean, Shlisha? The meaning that there's a maximum to go down. Not the answer says put it over here. It's okay. If you don't put it over here, you have up to here. That's it. This is the max. This is the luck. It's not like this is where you begin. This is where you begin. You go that? You can't reach the always you feel. You put it over here. But Lord, I keep it more than this is the max that you go down. Over and over. Mitzvah, it's a Rabbi. So before, it should be too close to the Rabbi. My time out. What's the reason? Rabbi, now because she got me to do that. When you come home, first thing you bump into the mezuzah. And the right man, they know this thing today. You want to have protection. Actually, you put the guard far out, close to the far away from your head. Or we had a kid here. I might have said I just heard it again from somebody. I don't know if it was in the house or in the What?
You have gone too far.
Yeah. Not the same thing. I didn't say put it on that. Put it in the doorway. You have a very wide and solid doorpost like this.
I like everything
So put it
about you,
close
John.
to the
Nice to meet you.
There was a kid that came here once in South Africa, and he was shocked. So what you guys don't have like gates around it, like electric gates and 10-foot walls, and a lot of the houses we have is guards sitting in it, and the walls are made with like a little guard roof.
Like
that's how it is.
spirit to you.
Walk around, walk into buildings, you don't get it. Because the whole world was like that. All of the community, brother, they so deep that it's all community, most of the gun. In the very community tomorrow, you all have to know where it's from. It's rough like different than you. It is rough with all milk and you sound like a book. The king, like, maybe whatever he's in a bunker right now, right? With hundreds of those guys watching him. Means that it's far from again, a film accident. I
really don't actually. I met him.
He's like a Mahadra, he's what we saw. Watching us from the outside of the door. So that might simple level must be a big phone here.
You have a really cool look. You lived in over in the east side?
It's still for yards in the he has the one over the door where the Israel became a Gyar, and the king sent bring him back, and everybody that came to get him became a Gyar. And then he said, I don't remember which one it was, but at one point he said, don't talk to him, don't get into conversation with him. And then he said, you know why we have to do this? Why? Your friend watches us. He's not like a regular student.
Where's your mother then? She's retired Coast Guard.
Oh, yeah.
Like Coast Guard, like nerd, like ow, like you got me again. How about you, John? What do you do for work?
I'm a racer.
I told you I want to show the group of people, man. This is the remote. The remote green. What's the radio? 2 hours. I told it fast. So this guy sent me an email. Somebody mentioned an email that he might just died at the website. And I stopped that. So right, then you put if it's when you do system, okay. The question is it a joke or it's real? It's real, it's not Guyver. It's not the guy. So something similar. That You just wrote
And then
the
it took
podcast
Davey
how,
to
you
figure
know,
it out.
this
Yeah, what is it that you hate about Walgreens?
I can tell you, right, so you can
Like, I
mention
used
to
to
you,
work at
it's a
Starbucks
Starbucks.
like a long time ago, and I
Imagine
will
this
tell you,
room,
they
so
made me
whoever
wear
has
a baseball
mezuzah
cap and a
in
green
every
apron,
room.
and I didn't
Starbucks.
like it one bit.
See, it's
It
sponsored
ate
on
up my
Minnow.
fucking soul.
You know, Pepsi like to say this, Minnow, what do they call it?
Alright, that impression has never worked on the
Minnow,
show.
they take monogamy super serious.
So what is it
And it
about
became a
Walgreens?
Minnow, you wave all around, central on mezuzah, I have a mezuzah. There's one mezuzah in the front door, and it's on his phone. And if you go and buy more mezuzahs, you're like, they should meet him, but how does it evolve on the Hassan Mutzah?
Oh man, is that good?
Oh, I think that's very right, because we're being wiped on the right. But when they don't mean it, they don't seem like it.
Oh, that's so good.
2 minutes. And then he goes in, maybe that the house is dirty, and there's women, and there's something before him. He looks into them, tries to find
city
them. All
location?
at the end, this was the last time. The thing told him, well, this is
San
talk
Diego
about
Walgreens.
put every room, okay, now I can try actors, you got to do all the other countries, back in this, you kind of need to do some shit now, and they're all,
You really do get the blame for
well,
everything
you
you
go
do.
to places that you're not so
Question for you,
good,
John.
you
What's
have
up with
one
your receipts that you're
on the
making
door.
us all carry around?
No other radio off and clean it up. That means you must talk about zero
Is it for mandate reasons? Like it's more times that they can cut their
I
fingers or
mean,
something
I
like
keep on hearing this over and over
you're
now.
out
I'm
of DJ
getting a
business.
little bit of understanding.
Back
A
to the
lot of
soundboard for you. Does Walgreens have a soul?
More like what?
They quit selling cigarettes, correct?
Yeah.
Walgreens sells cigarettes?
Anyway, what does it mean? Speaking to the law, one guy.
Also sold alcoholic
Let me say, perhaps I can bring a writer from this, following
That's
statement. You want to say it's not a right. What's the right?
So John, what else is cool about you? Maybe you do anything else in San Diego for fun? What made you take your glasses
And
off?
then on top of the mezuzah, you smack, you can do that in there, so put your mezuzah in. And then they come with those thick, every new lines. And they put a nice limestone, whatever it is, a menthol, whatever it's called, inside there. Is that okay? It's not okay. Why?
So when you're making out, you take your glasses
That's how thick the rack is, the stone.
just making out, just listen.
So it's follow them out there. If you have some pep, if you put a stone on top of your mezuzah,
You're attracted to a certain
the
type of
thickness
lady.
of the cap, you need another mezuzah on top. The lie is going to be like a, not a,
Good answer.
oh, great ride on the walk, and it's a pep up inside the wall, it's not good. You want to know, if I'm going to eat, the door is behind, the opening is behind the door. So look at Rabbi. I just want to do Rabbi with you for 10 seconds because I think your head will start spinning. And then I'm going to show you something. The great is to me, show you how on the corner of the house, that's what
That's
we're
fun. How often do you get to make it up to LA?
there's a stationary beam, which they tuck in with the coffin, and there's 2 doors cut out. That's how it's going up in the night. One to the south and one to the west. Now, me and south and west don't get along so well. I landed on the runway one time.
What can I say? Anything else you want to say?
I have no idea what's going on there. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. The cover is mezuzah with the name of Halal Pesach HaGrein. And he puts the mezuzah inside the opening of the shack. He said, there's something of it. Okay, anyway. Well, I just want to show you the picture.
It's one of those things where
Here
every
we go.
once in a while I ask
The
it,
door
right after I ask it
2 doors
every
on the
single
corner.
time, and it always
Is that
ends up
considered
okay.
1 door away
For a second,
or
always
2 doors away?
why,
Very
like,
simple.
It's like
That beam that within the center, on the corner, is wider than a cup. Then it requires 2 mezuzahs. It's narrower than a cup, but it's one opening. One opening requires one of the boys did a thing like here. Right there. Now you need 2 mezuzahs. Then, one. After the artist the picture like this.
We're not surprised that anyone knows.
How was the
John
morning?
Jorth, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes.
He's on
He's on Twitter, J_God_.
Thank you,
Jokes.
happy to be
J got jokes.
Lucky that right
J
yourself.
got jokes. J-A-Y, by the way. That's a Twitter handle, man. If you're going by John Jorth, never have an underscore in it. Underscores are bad. And this way you have another guy's name in your Twitter handle named J. J-A-Y. John, why is your Twitter handle J-A-Y? Yell it as loud as you can. Oh, J.
case of comment.
J-A-Y.
It's not 2
They're
seconds.
not,
I love
their
it.
nicknames
When I
are just the
the
letter
end
J.
part is
They
explaining
spell
it.
it out with extra letters. If
Hey,
J
look,
were,
my mouth is
if J
funny.
was my
Let's say
nickname,
you
I
have
would be
the
like J,
one of
but
the
no AY.
you know Depot,
That'd be a
and
thing.
they have a door thing made out of
Yeah, you gotta just go with it.
bamboo.
How many followers you got? You
Hard
know
to
how many followers you
decipher.
have. What's the
You
number?
tap into it, into the
What's
bamboo,
the
and
exact number? I know that you know the fucking number.
That's the video
Five, maybe 500. Sure, two.
because of the problem
I'd start from
of
scratch.
also.
All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this guy. Pretty sure he started on this show.
We're going
Bring
to
it
the
down to Taylor Rizzo.
Why did I say that? Because he came from the house, the table, and he brought me a box of gifts. Which I'm going to use in this thing. Like the snail and the this. But they have one, like if you go to Mr. Taylor, you want to buy Taylor, they have a thing with all the types of knots. There's a lot of different types. You go out to write it, you tell you the right. Anyway,
I feel like my beard is
by
kind
the
of
one right
confusing
here.
because people will just come up to me and just guess my ethnicity.
Wrestling,
Like, nobody ever gets it right, but they always want to know.
and it's all hanging beautifully. I'll show one.
And like, to be honest, the
What
truth
if
is that I'm just a quarter
Look
of
it all.
whatever I want to tell
Ready
you.
made. Perfect. With all the
Now,
knots.
you'll probably
I
believe
go,
me.
I still make
Like,
snip, put it on,
sometimes
and then
a
just
black
ask my
person,
wife to sew the edge, and now I have a perfect sense of it. I
like,
don't
that
have to
always
do it all
feels
day.
cooler for some
No good.
reason.
Why?
I was talking to this girl the other day, and she's half black.
If I really
She
have
asked
to
if I had
stop,
any black in me,
I
and I
have a
played it
pile
all
of
cool.
hay.
It's like,
And
hell
the
yeah.
top is there. I just go have
I'm
it with a
quarter
little,
black.
and I take a
And she
shovel,
believed me,
and
and
I
it
cut
felt
out
cool
the whole sook of
that a
meat.
half
No
black
good.
girl
I need a
accepted
first
me as a
good wall.
quarter
Then
black,
put the
you know?
top down. I can't stop.
And then I
And then get
noticed
the
that her
wall.
friend was standing right there listening.
So there also,
And
I
he was
cannot put
full
the
black.
mezuzah into the
And
drawer
giving
in
me
Home
a
Depot,
real
and then
skeptical
hang it
look.
out in my house.
You know, and I thought that I'd been found out, but just then, he steps forward, he fist bumps me.
So
He says, yeah,
I'll hold it in
I
here.
know a nigga baby when I see one.
Cut it out in the
He's like,
lumberyard.
apparently
And
you
then you
don't.
put water on the time of it. That's
Thanks, guys.
Wow,
lumber on.
Taylor Rizzo.
And if this is too
There
much,
you go.
put it in the mezuzah.
That's right.
You have like
Yeah, very fun.
really bad
It's a
opening.
good set.
Open it in the
Yeah,
mezuzah.
thanks.
Good little
What's the
thing
bad
you got
opening?
there.
Nervous, can you tell?
No,
That's
no, I
bad.
think that everyone's nervous. I think the quarter black that you have in you helps your confidence while you're on stage.
Let's say I broke the wall. I don't have a nice
In my head.
doorway.
Yeah, sure.
Think about
Is that what goes on underneath that backwards Hillary
Huh?
thing? Yeah.
Oh, my business is
So
smart.
Taylor,
Think about
that's fucking fun.
you ever heard his name? No.
Did it go okay?
Because they say that these are
Yeah.
the
How long
ones
you
that
had that
run
beer
the not
for?
even on the right. Came in the late living generation.
How long have you
Very
had that beer
weird.
for?
How long has the rest
long
of the
time.
people?
I've been shaved for like 4 years.
What's the
Think
reason?
about it. I mean, this part of the frame,
The idea of a weak
especially
chin.
this part of the
Yeah, just
frame.
a small no chin.
You don't have that.
Just to cut it down, to make
No,
it
they
look
will.
less, terracey.
You don't have to put it from the mezuzah.
No, I have bits about
Oh,
it. It's,
like
it's
you
important to
don't
my
have
act.
A side girl put it in the
Your
mezuzah.
girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm kind of dating somebody long
A
distance
side
right
girl?
now.
Drop the bits, man.
Yeah.
You used to have this like pergola business
How
going
long
between, you know, these doors and houses coming into the.
How long have you been dating
a
her?
cover. You notice over here, it doesn't have a clean cut back there. It doesn't have a frame on that. You have the walls of the building. You don't have a frame over there. You follow her in the
So we both lived in South Carolina, and then I moved here.
Lavisha, look, see me. You don't have a side phone.
Separate
That's
reasons.
tomorrow.
Super interesting. How long has she been?
Side phone. Yeah, without with. You tell me that you're tired. But can you figure out that? This is not a. It's not a doorway. It's just to hold that pergola up in there. Even if it has those side posts, you
How
tell
long
me
and
this
how
is why.
has she been? How have you been away from
If
her?
it's made, if it's a beam that holds up a ceiling, that's not a door. Rabbi, I saw Rabbi's Sadra. This little team of lesbian was just, it had these side posts mounted like this.
Like a year
So
since I moved here.
How often you get to see her?
And he
She comes
held
to town every couple
that
months.
you don't
It's
have
only
to
like
do the
$80.
why because it's just there
Yeah.
to
Did you say it's only $80?
Yeah,
the
she, the
also
last time
the
she
ceiling.
came here was
Makes
$80
me
bucks.
big shots. It's always like a
Super
garden.
spirit.
As long as I can stop out to
She's
a little
covered by
garden.
spirit. An
What was that? What was
$80
that?
God. Get in, we'll let anybody in.
Anybody want to start
Even people with beards like your
because
boyfriend.
there's a thing
It's just a whole flight of people.
okay?
A little over 4 years.
house to get from the home.
Would you do like you would feel comfortable doing this long on the set?
What shall I say? Yeah, 36?
Do 15 easy, but I can do a feature set.
You look like once you've been parallel from father yoga
just like 2 jokes.
Oh,
There's like a joke that is length of time though. It's like you just did 1 minute pretty much on. So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard. There's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it, but that's about it. You can always say you're like this.
But once you're at the audio, it's 10 by
You said to me 8 minutes, I would have said cut your goddamn beard off.
The boys are have a little guard at.
You know, if you were to set half of 15 minutes, is
We
about
saw
right.
that side road, this is that side road, right?
The beard is here more so for the lack of chin than anything.
How can you
can
tell
shave
me,
it down a
how
little.
do you hear that?
Do you really not like it?
How can you tell me that a problem is fucking
I don't mind it personally, but right, you see the beard, you have a good face, and it's like, oh, it's a nice face. Oh, gay. It just gets... It does seem like you seem like you'd be a clean cut, like a young CEO from the nose up, and then everything underneath is just
Here we go.
like,
Like Zach Braff had AIDS. And I'm into that. It has walls about it. We have to consider that area
dynamite connected to itself.
Why not? Because we don't look the walls go. We have to keep stuff, whatever, everything.
So you've been in LA a year. You're pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
What's our name? Rob. He's doing them out. He's not a regular room. No. But how do we up?
So what
The
happened
other
when we went to Florida, right?
I would think that was nice.
You in
That's
Florida,
probably I
you
want to
told me to just check it out first. That's when I
and their door windows open like a sunroom without the glass, anything glass. So it's not a real room. Doesn't have walls. There's more air than walls. So
wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous.
that's what's called.
I just knew it was going to be terrible for a second. You started talking. I mean, like, very early to start cheating. Like, immediately, my tone, you already misjudged like the moment itself. Going the part where you shouldn't even start. I'm pretty positive.
That's this thing that I'm showing you. It has the opening to the houses and opening to the yard. There's that little thing in the middle.
Oh, there you go.
Kind of easy. My you go to a public conference to around, they start to the culture. It's a small little, how do you say this? It's
So, Taylor, you've been here a year. How's life changed in a year in LA? I mean, let's real talk.
like a water tower,
situation.
a guard booth. A guard booth. So back in Cuba, when they start, because of this both sides, you have a
Interior, big promotion.
So we stop over here. Yes, the both sides have a wonderful.
I build all the stuff that they have inside the store, so it's like a creative job that I don't have to deal with customers. Yeah, I don't have to deal with customers and register any of that stuff, so it's nice. And I still have the nights to go out and do shows and everything. And it's been a crazy year, man. Doug Benson put me on both of his podcasts a few times.
Based on the beard alone,
Yeah, just the beard, not my weed smoking abilities.
Well, that's fun.
But yeah, it's been.
Smoke a lot of weed.
I do, yeah. Big dabs on days. I sure do. I have a Periscope show.
Good morning, Rob.
Steve, you're a nice guy.
How's
life?
I want to be a bit here.
Welcome to the guest.
Good to see you.
I have a guest that I've been waiting for the entire week. Sent me an email a week ago, and I put it in my chart, and it doesn't show up. And then I put the next. I can't. I have to go like this today. So hey, the Ritz. I'm gonna read your email. It doesn't embarrass you. This man, February 6th. I keep hearing about people having more time, and I'm definitely sympathetic to that. I have many people over the years, in fact, some have gone and things struggle. I wasn't so lucky. My parents forbade me to go to even as those people I met who did. And I was 7 years old, I knew I wanted to be able to do, well, I had no idea what that actually meant. I was fully college and posted by age 15. It takes personality to that. I went to the college DSS program of people 17 and 54 from campus and public measures for the first time. Many people in the presenter group, all very animated and to the street. All they hear was a very loud hum. It sounded like everyone was meditating together. I walked around a bit and it became clear that they were passionately trying to understand what I still wanted from life and what our ancestors already figured out. I wanted to be part of that magic. Unfortunately, although I had a very experienced year, I was on too low level to learn Gemara. In 2021, I retired from the security program and was looking to find a Chavruta, but they weren't working out. And this was extending Gemara to Gemaras that I wasn't using. The man came to give an
You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings up. The Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
I gave it a try and was close to the
The
Lord.
special
That day I found
wild
them
card
wise.
spot.
The same felt how they missed the dot. I graduated from Kisha Baton and posted to NUI headquarters for the fourth time next week. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for trying to recognize this support. The new word is very
I know we
difficult
look
for me
like we
because
only
of
do
my...
missionary, but you know what, it'd be less of a train, more of a Congo lion.
Thank you.
Have a fun night
Those
with us,
words will be for
we would be very polite
official,
gangbaggers, though. So hospitable, like, can we take your coat, I get you something to drink, double stuff your cunt, stuff like that. Very, very nice. Very real sweethearts. Very nice.
Oh, was it?
Just how it be.
Oh,
We have to all get on the same page and we talk beforehand. All right? Alex, you're taking the mouth. Got it. Sean, we need a room of towels. Go get it. I'm going up the gut. Ready?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
There
I'm
we
an
go.
extra
Oh,
person
okay.
on the night. So I'm essentially grateful to the artists and the AI specialists for making a dream of learning Gemara come true. Good primarily Pomona, New York. Graduate, thank you for being here. How long have you been learning already?
I've got one slice. Okay.
You good.
Wow, the Versi triplets
How
on
do
the
you
fly.
Beautiful.
Great job, guys. I spontaneously, I caught a glance at one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up, because you're one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. You guys are totally somewhat god-awful.
How many people a night?
That's what we've heard.
But there are glimpses of things, and I'm going to tell you guys this. First of all, I know a lot of you live audience may not have heard or been part of last week's episode, but you guys directly answered a note that we gave of talking about, darker subject material, and it sort of started because you guys are so goofy and jolly. And finally, hearing the third one say, double stuff a cunt. It's like you guys are like 12-year-olds just getting away with murder. Like your parents don't know you left the house. Let's talk about gangbanging and check on a show.
We actually debated all, they wanted me to always say pussy, and I'm like, no, it'd be funny when I say cunt.
That's why anything other than
There's one minute argument.
one of the clever things that makes people know that joke is funny, and then he used this other word. Everyone hears pussy, and it's almost invisible. You say cunt, clam, twat, hammer. What happened? Well, hear it. Joey Diaz is great at that. He uses it in the way they use different. Be sure to hold it and say things people understand. And it's like that for you. And it never changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about, happy-go-lucky stuff, and it's a fun exercise, and that works for some people. But it was sort of like, if you guys were feeling it right, it felt like stale, and it felt like your response was stale, but all of a sudden you're getting these new pops, because you're using your book to your advantage both by talking about it and setting up a misdirect. Just like, if somebody thinks someone's going to be tough or whatever, and instead they're not anything like that. You're setting it up because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, wow, I've been trying to tap into more, fun stuff and experiment with stuff like that. Steve Simone is your guys' older brother. So, originally Steve Verzi changed it to Steve. He's changed the fart on you. And it's sort of really funny, and it just hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep adventuring in the edgy space, because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving. I do remember the very first time I was ever here and I performed. I remember thinking like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny. Like, got to be seeing him for the first time tonight.
satellite
I'm like, hey, Steve,
center
and
in
he's down
Hollywood,
the
Florida,
stairway
and
here,
went
and
up
I'm
to
at the top of
3,000 miles
this
over
other
the
stairway, and he just goes,
Stone
I
cook-off.
what was it? I had ice cream and treats for everybody.
Tom's River, a boys at Tom's River. Right over near the East Pacific. We gotta go. We gotta go to the
100%
Tom's
clean,
River.
family-friendly comedy. When you hear at the Comedy Store, to be on that
The
level
one
is
last one,
almost
I'm pretty sure
unheard of.
it's not
And what
going
it
to say that
says
you know,
is
but
that
it's
you're
much
smart
more
as
very
fuck,
bad. He's
super talented, because you're taking no shortcuts. You're just, it's who you are, and you did it your way, and it's one of the coolest things.
What we're saying, I realized when you did that explain, I usually rap and they spend some
Figure out where the bathrooms
why
are.
it's cool, but never have permission. I like to request it's okay. Yes, use it occasionally, this and that, the hundred, you could credit them 10 cents from NUS, about. Somebody now wants to see the book with our this is specifically. You know why not? Well, this is even us, I'm a favorite pet have safer, I'm looking to stop. Let's know.
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a pain in your butt. You read that? You read that?
Some papers. Something to the topic, we'll have to cover the simple paper as a few records. I always suggest to say, from now going forward, nobody's sure without the use.
And they are not paying attention while you're doing your shit. And you're setting something
Thank
up.
you very much, Rabbi,
Something that's distracting when it comes out. It wasn't like a
Jeez, you're letting these guys up there look like the fuck son of a man. You eat it out. Take the band-aid off. I want to see. You know it's a cold sore. Wait a second. Stop for a second. Then we're gonna get ready for the take it off shit. You know that it's a cold sore because his two brothers were the ones that started the chant. The only two guys in the room that know it's a cold sore started a take it off chant.
It was a cold sore, and I put so much makeup on it.
You lied about the basketball thing. Here's what you don't do. You don't lie about it and then confess on the same show. Literally 90 seconds. That's gonna be a fucking gift.
Unbelievable. Eight on white. For the special occasion of the birth of our
Wow, you
daughter,
two must just be eating that up as triplets. Just like, look which one of the DNA fucked up.
The Maryland Mother's Website, the dinner
I
pack,
have a question.
Liliana.
Any of you
Huh?
inspired
How
me?
do
Like,
you pronounce
we
it?
have a bunch of
Ariente. Say something. Ariente. The cancer family, the American, will claim on Steve's and Leo. The Ship family, including his recovery, will call from Donald Danto. And you got hamburgers in American food flavor for Mr. Bob Fago.
Do you remember? Do you know who it was that?
I'm sad to say, we have another very, very difficult staff of the Gothic show. And that's the deal with me.
Did you just notice that they clapped at the same time like a football
Oh,
team?
nobody.
Like they just broke
We're
a
all
huddle
doing
or
the
something
bottom,
like
a lot of
that?
house and big.
That was impressive. You guys
Over the
really are
elbow.
fucking triplets.
Now,
How old are you?
who knows the first law? The effort of the snap. This is in the Israel. You roll it this way, and you roll it this way.
You guys are earnest. You're very earnest. Goes to jail, in fact, because you're not funny.
The way you roll it is you go.
You guys are
Smart, this is smart.
goes to jail. This is
Not going to
shut
the
up.
left
Fuck
as you roll
you.
it. You're going from
Is
effort,
that your
go
heart
from the
breathing?
left,
People
rolling
on
it to
Twitter
the
all
right.
day are gonna be like that
Now,
dumb
you know
audience
what
that
I'm talking about?
Ernest goes to jail. Your
That's
Ernest goes to. I
Right, so,
refuse to let this
are to
die.
yourself.
Ernest, your hard work
game and there's 3 of you.
So, we discussed
So you got that.
and
Okay, but that wasn't my joke, Tony. That was a I mean,
you
that
make
wasn't a
too
joke.
much.
So it's like,
Say,
your joke. I couldn't have been your joke. I have a joke for you guys. You guys are like,
what is
there's one thing
too
we
much meat?
all like.
This is an
And
easy
you all,
one.
and two of you say sports, one of you says anal. Yeah. That's like, yeah.
As you can see,
And then like you can call
basically,
back
Buck
later
told me
and
that
be like,
there's
yeah,
no
our
way to run
favorite
away
sport
from
is,
the
and
left
then
side.
two of
The
you
left
say
side is
basketball,
closed.
one of you says
So if you
anal.
zoom in over here,
And by the way, you
between the
guys
tires,
also
you
have to
see the
start opening your brain and taking chances to the point
So
to
after
where
it's
the
both of
thing
both
that
sides,
you
you
guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you, in
There's
1
another
week,
speaker
you
that
took a
says
fucking
that
note.
Jesus
People don't
was right
do
over here.
this,
This is
but you guys took a note, you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit that's completely outside your mind. But
So here you
it
can
just
see that
goes to
it's
show
live.
that the fucking, the training never ends, because what you really pitching here is that what you guys should have talked about is the thing that we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is why does that one have a Band-Aid on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that Band-Aid, then I mean, you're going like next level. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying, like, you know, you guys have to start going like, we can make fun of anything and you can riff and
It goes to the left is not finished at the end.
but that's another, then here's another next level lesson, is like, gotta open up, you know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into, is that if you don't have the, you know, the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that, or the medicine, or whatever it is,
It's like a startup, but they do all this logo. Okay. I hope I was looking at software, whatever, something for us, I even said that. Something means that it's all the way to the end of the line. All the way to the end of the left side. It's closed off over here.
listen to all the ladies, okay, listen to all the ladies that have close ones
I
yelling
can
at
tell
each other
you
in the
that
background.
the customers be closed. All right, in the logo, left line, on my out from Rivera, Facebook.
If all 3 of you get a vote in 5 years, which one
Oh,
of you
I
is
gotta
gay?
pull up my gloves here. I had an opportunity yesterday. These hustlers in their mind. That was working on all, heavy duty. Seniors, the whole thing. And we took the spirit. I'm glad they so. I'm going to be on the side with this.
Is that the only reason?
It's a ton of business. And very good. Also, I didn't realize that one comes to the factory where they do the leather. Yes.
Really into his body and
the whole market. We have here in Japan, the only factory that sells basically
Jersey number 3, what's the gayest thing you've ever had in your butt?
Sure.
No, that's jersey number 1.
A lot of people are new factory. Well, come into the set. Johnny Black, I'm talking about Johnny. Starting from the wall to here. They got a wood. Handmade. People are walking in their house.
You hate on people that take the notes. That's fucking incredible.
hard work
That's
You said anything else, and that's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you once fucking, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that whole storyline, the version
We're only, I'll throw it on the top, only the face. I don't want to look at the future.
there's 3 of them.
We're looking at
They
America.
should at least be
Because
double
they
the
have
applause.
different types of hydrogen, because they have different meat, the high is different, temperature.
Put your hands
When
together
you
for
feel
Tom.
here, this is here, the there, right after the here is something that we call spot. It's very, very thin piece of leather. And then you have a very thick piece of leather, and I think it's called a 60. That's right over here, I don't know if it's a 60. We're talking about all this here, from here. Now, there's a really thin part that you can zoom in. It's a different color. And then there's, on the finger, all these things have different names, so you know, it's growing and it's down, it's called spalter. Spalter in English means to divide, to separate. And then you throw these ties in there, and somehow get the tip puts off and the spots better. But they're doing something else. They're doing, not the computer, that's probably different machine or different things. They're doing the topic. It's the way they do it. A lot of things that people do is you mentioned it's wet, it's sticky. I don't know if you can see it, but once it sticks in my glove. So then, for the family, we do to the weekend start doing it. Let the views that we use for this bill. A lot more to I have a lot of props. Spent over 2 hours this week. Both of them, two brothers. But I was fascinated that he did both viewers. He knew everything about everybody in this family. No one could definitely like this time, I went this way, no do that. Oh yeah, really, so this, every joke, every both, he did both good. You're not, you're still on one side, you know what I'm talking about. So, remember to write, Mezuzah on the Mezuzah. The Mezuzah is the inner letter. There's 2 letters here. Coming off is the here, layer number 1 is the top, layer number 2, the bigger one, is the triple CC. All of them are clean down. See what it is. I'm not going to touch this phone now. Okay, so let me use this phone for a second. Here's my phone. I'll pick up these gloves. I wash my hands. Here's the filler. The filler are very narrow and very wide. These fingers, the layer, letting you like this way. Small and narrow. Put it down. Down to the floor. You want to Rabbi, but I'm not allowed to Rabbi. You have to put some sort of distance between. You can't go all the way. You need a margin. You need a margin like you have today. So it's a small margin. This one, you don't see crazy amount of margin, but there's a little bit of drop over here. Enough to grab it nicely without hitting the spot. All of a sudden, it comes to me and says, no, it's open, you can run out of it. You're stuck by the trap and you can get out on the other side. Well, you're ready. You need to come to this door and just say, right. You're a whole place. You start from the YouTube box. I'll be ready. Let's go to you, man. And then you follow them and you can say, how would you have feel of not the way to lay out are not next to each other in the photo. And I want it to go because I look connected. And by making it to feel out, it's called that you go connected. And then with something that's the indication of your connection, you go to follow each other.
You're right. So that's all I have to say. You're right.
No,
he's right. Where do you sandwich places you work? Oh, the Carving where I work at you are our top sandwich. You tried the Carving you go to Sunset. No, I'm not the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discounts.
I love it in the local. He says, I love this thing in a power. You like to take skill off. It's good book, narrow and long, and put a little bit of a space of hands that is the type of the tool. Because I don't like that. My Rabbi says, doesn't make me really, because I want to like it, so you can have a open, and you're not close. So why not? In many ways, like, I want to like it. I rather leave a little bit of a space of time. Don't put it small all the way at the end. Leave a little space. To me, it doesn't look like enough space. But who am I? I don't know what it is. The Tom River. No, I really heard it. I just like God places that you put a water through that, and you touch more money. Everything's about, I want not to know. It's that, it's that, and then take it off. How much is this space? Although I'm not today, I thought I'm low, other four, but I just, I'm like, I swear to you,
sandwich game's been about 3 months, Joey.
think always I'm trying to tell you
For
bullshit.
27 years? No, I worked at the YMCA before that. Before that, I was actually a
I
regular
thought
chef.
you
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only
never either,
sandwich
right?
place
No.
there?
I remember I thought I speak you, I did it for you, but every second day is a word that everybody knows and I don't. Like, I'll never be a fluent speaker. That's it. No, we didn't have that all. We did. My mom, I remember when in another Canaan, we all lived, everybody had the same floor. So when we hung laundry, I don't know why, we had a dryer, but the neighbor did it, my mother also did it. And then all of a sudden the neighbor would come knocking on. You're looking now with dry laundry. So what do you do? Put wood down, make sure that nobody else has one. Whatever, I don't know, it was crazy.
How does it even happen?
It's like a full destination.
By the way, let me know, one audience members don't even know this. You know, we do this every single night regularly. If you ever happen to see a white cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should. There's actually a little eject button
But only
right
6
there.
times in wrestling.
So if you hit it, then you hit it. So you're not going to see winners ever really.
Wow, like father, like son.
He's
Called him the house. Put him on the phone now.
Has anybody ever told you you look like
Listen,
Sally in the
well
show?
done, this last year over there. This is rap. So that's like the phone so quick. They also need like a letter, so Tulsi said, she was tight, rapping and letter said by the show. But this time, this stop is for the Taylor Swift. So there's a tomorrow.
I saw you, motherfucker.
I was pissed.
Yeah, okay.
All the way I thought of this.
When you did that last
I'm thinking just I'm seeing the last one.
pretend your mustache is telling the truth.
Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're it's fun, it's very good.
I think it was slightly exaggerated. And Tom, so your roommates were animal.
I don't want to be here, but, you know, some demons walking there. But afterwards, you make some, you know, like, typical stuff.
One of them said she's a Lyft driver and she
Look
works
at
for
that stuff.
check the gas tank, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry.
No fun time. That's so pretty for you to start understanding the rest.
There you go. Anything else for Tom, guys? What are your thoughts on Tom? I know right away. I can tell you love comedy. Like I did, and I was just thinking so much too. That's awesome. And I really hope this show makes this great. It's going to be a great opportunity. It's a real crowd with real energy. And it's just fucking great to be here, to be a part of this colossal play.
Why one day and then
Like
it's like you're not got it. And then every day coming up. You know, it's not one side. That's the beauty. You don't like it. Some people don't like a guy who's in a relationship.
He looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish.
There's some meaning somewhere. Having you go out for
Big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Packers in Chicago, they got that dome too. Are you from Chicago? No, I went to college in Chicago.
Remember why? Far away from tonight. It's about our recent building, but tonight over there, also over here. Finally, tomorrow.
On the nose.
Only a highway. That would be good if you come around already. And let me prove to you, the last thing I love is
Well,
like
there he goes.
thinking
The
of
Comedy
nothing.
Board's greatest comedian,
The
ladies
man
and
only
gentlemen,
wants
Tom
the
Whalen.
young men
He's on
that you
Twitter
have
at
to
Sir
use a little bit of
Thomas
time.
G.
And you put
Whalen.
him in the writing is good
Sir
for
Thomas
open
G.
and
Whalen.
well, now, this lady knows it's unbelievable.
It's an interesting crowd.
Not being pushed at the moment, they come to remember all the time. So,
Exactly.
this might be, I don't know, I asked that for the time. But over here, the more it's said, Nino is Nino. Nino is a walk. Nino, like the African thing is no. You know what they know, you gotta say it again. Everybody knows. Almost everybody tries to use that yesterday. How do you know? You don't know. You don't know. But you might know it anyway. How do you know that Nino
so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to
more
enjoy
important than I
herself.
love them.
A place
There's
built
nothing
around
more meaningful
humans
than I love them.
enjoying themselves.
The answer is
For the
because
decades of
when I
history
love
of
them,
every
without
single
money,
night of the year, people
what's
enjoy
your
themselves.
and the minute is not
Top of her head, I thought she was speaking of abortion the whole time. It's really, I don't know if you're like physically,
Minute is super, super powerful.
if you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that, I've never really seen it before. You say?
Yeah.
You guys are here like specifically to like see somebody.
It's so true, and everybody got friends by it, and everybody just understands this.
Yeah, it's really tough.
What?
I mean, you know, if not,
I didn't say
it's all
that.
gonna be okay.
I'm just scared. I really took a gamble. I have a committee. I have a freeze raise and a city joke on the left.
Check this out. Look at that.
Let's have a whole 2 years of finals. 3 more.
Now, obviously, don't take this to me. Oh, my head and my throat is to talk for a minute, but to do that, no, seriously, some people have like, that was just a few minutes of just trying to, oh, I can't, in the forest, no.
Could be one of your cousins that you've never met before.
But it was right down with
Everybody.
the minute he tried to throw it to do on the
Just
football,
look out of here. I was going to
not
last
before.
out here
So how
right
can
now.
you say, oh, I caught you too late, but how can you let you close? The Rabbi I don't know the Rabbi told you. And the other yo, even the other yo, I don't even so far. The other not supposed to, soft through son-in-law. Ain't close to candle, but he said, you're not. You know, we felt you're a hard dude. Ain't son-in-law. What? I'm not going to candle I have here. And you can just ayal, maybe some something like that. It's $4,000. It's a different one. It's supposed to be hard. It's not hard, but it's what we use today. And
Yeah, I used to live in Japan. I made a lot of mistakes out there. Like, for example, I didn't know that Asian people didn't like to be associated with or confused for other groups of Asian people. So I asked the Japanese friend, are you North or South Korean?
the hard one.
Yeah, he lost his shit on his tones. I was like, I'll kill you. So, North Korean, I guess.
Very, very emotional.
That's another thing that this show is cool for. You need to meet somebody hilarious sometimes. That was great, Trevor. Where are you from?
Originally from San Bernardino.
How long you been in stand-up?
About 4 years.
Okay.
What is that?
And a gaffy.
You don't know many Asians, do you? Yeah, I do.
So was this just me, or when you said that Asian joke,
And that's why
I didn't think there was a punchline.
this was a really sure.
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did. And I got to see it in the moment that you laughed as hard as you did. I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising that Pat didn't see that. So it's funny that you literally asked me that because I had, when he did that joke, my main thing was like, wow, Pat didn't see that North Korean thing. Like, I mean, at least I was hoping. That happens sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this person
You're gonna get a few in
figured
there
this out. This is going to get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes. And he nailed it. Sometimes people don't have that. I said to the many, sometimes I'm surprised to hear sometimes.
In other words, stop fooling yourself. Where so you find the sun's good. Who are you fooling? Sometimes you're better off, seriously, better off doing that phone guy, a doctor, saving lives, do something productive, just walking around the street pretending that you're hustling and you're coming when you don't have to,
Well, I bet you do, but let me ask you this. That voice,
and again,
that voice
you're
cracking
not
on
saying
your
that
face.
I love your music and like you playing the whole thing. I love
If you could figure out how to do that every time, that's one of the funniest things I've ever
you're not
seen.
going to come out on the
Immediately, I
last,
realized,
you're not
just an accident. Yeah, and now I thought laugh of the night. You had a great set, great set.
you said,
But it never got better than that. That was the joke of the night. I mean, accidentally, and that's comedy for you. But if you could figure out a way, and even afterwards, I'm like, it wouldn't be if that was on purpose.
it's sort of a mimic, isn't it? It's a little bit of They weren't really using it, but they weren't. They do use it. I'm telling you something. They tell you that.
It's your credit.
So, if you don't ever know, you never ain't fucking with it.
Why do I feel like you're an anomaly? Why do I feel like you haven't had a ton of negative shit to happen in your life? You actually are.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that true? Your parents are still together?
Well, you got to know what the bottom line is you see that Nino is what counts. And it's
had a steady career your entire life.
rather than do the talk to him, so that doesn't count. Why you tell them that I love this? Because it's so open to Google and everybody's doing great. So we're like, you know, what's the screen? The better than this. You know what's up here? Look at the that's what it is. It's great. You know, the shot that we used to use the soft one. And then we all know he's going to come and say, don't use it. But the shot is sitting there, you know, we all just going to say, you did. In other words, we use this today. Well, we got another time, but we use the soft one. So, I said, what is she going to do? I was like, I don't know what to feel. You're like, everyone's trying to know. I was like, I didn't see. When you think I love it, you love it. You always think that I love it. Opening Google with everybody in the world. That's the minute. You can't go just a minute. So much people are talking about that.
She comes to town every couple months. It's only like $80 half shave.
Yeah, say it's only $80.
Yeah, she has a lot of flight there was $80.
Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit. Don't ever fly Spirit.
Or at least for these children that are 6 years, and that children 6 years into their first kid, and she just went into the heart surgery. Kind of that sort of report labor.
I mean, I can do 15 easy, but I can do a feature set of it in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I want to show this. We're really focused on it. This is that place I was yesterday.
Just like two jokes. There's like a joke that is the length of time.
That's the guys being made out of wood. That's made out of wood.
So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard and my look. And then there's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it.
The whole, the eyes, the orange chest, not close, not just too close.
I mean, I like the beard. I don't want you to hear it. You said you said to me, and it's how it said.
That's the talking about this one, right over there. And then I can, it's the color, you don't have to, you know, that's what he's doing right now, but they're not going to do by hand. What I learned is that, you know, when you buy a pair of shorts, the amount of hours in the sound work, there's so many hours and hours. You know how many, the five can stay in this shop for guess how long? Guess how long? The process. 5 months. And the day goes into they come to another product, and everything's hands. And this thing, you know, there's places that do it in factories, whatever. And that's the Klopfer, the Schwautzer, and the company. Something about it. Rabbi Nachman by YouTube about my mitzvah business too. So come to Rabbi Nachman, listen, what he says that you can do open, it doesn't mean you should do open. You look at the, you should do a mitzvah closed, do one. You have to do it, but if you happen to do it open, it's not beer doggy, it's okay. Who might choose to come over to the world?
I don't mind it personally, but
you don't go on there open. There's the area out of right. There's the ball, there's the players, the ball, what do you do? You have to take the player off. And already, all the things you get it from the war, you don't understand the players, the wars are popping off.
You seem like you'd be clean, cut like a young CEO from the note. And then everything underneath is just like, So you've been in LA a year. I'm pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
You talked me into the right decision on moving out here. Yeah, I did. You and Brian, that's on you, Tony.
Is that what happened?
When we went to Florida, right? Yeah, well, I met you in Florida, and then you told me, take a chance, just check it out first. That's how it is. Money, right. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. What if you didn't shave 4 years ago? because of wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous in Obama's America. Oh, I just knew it was going to be terrible for a second. I started talking, I'd be like, this is going to be really doing some shit. And immediately, but Tom, you had already misjudged the
wasn't actually 3 or 4 questions.
going the part where you
Other
should be
problem with the Mezuzah coming into the Torah. One problem is that the Mezuzah has to be softened.
A few years back.
you should totally
Or
have to wear
stop
a
it. Yeah, it has to be softened. So the Torah is softened. And according to you, that you say that it has to be open, you talk about criminal law that has to be open, how can you make it a Mezuzah for the Torah? It's closed and it has to be open. Problem number 2 is, what about spiritual? You have to have a line in the Mezuzah. Maybe the Torah doesn't, you talk to the Jews. Different questions like that. It's made from different parts of it. And if the part is important, what you learn, the Mezuzah from the scripture. The problem is because different. So, how do you get around these issues? What does somebody do? Like, it wouldn't be a problem going from the higher to the lower. It seems like you take a police cut out of the Torah, I'm not what? The Torah is closed off. When you like the type of the point you need at the open. More general, maybe the person wrote a message. Because listen, one or two to me about it. I found this in my, I guess I did it 4 to 5 times. Some figure. If you look closer, figure is usual. I cut it, mount it down the middle, and then I sewed it together with people. One thing, something similar, it's like let's say roll all this, and you needed a little piece
Steve,
so,
you're a nice guy.
the reason I did this,
How's
was
life? How long have
very
you been
interesting.
here?
This is a really good interview. Look over here, it says, nice guy, and then look over here. What does it say over here? You see? Advarim. What comes before Advarim? Value. There is no value in the Jews. That is from all the times, all the descendants of the Bible guy, and there's no value. It says over here, Moizefa, and then goes straight down. There is a problem with Google. So I told the chair, the rabbi at the time, I could live this on and could use the about. So look, okay, I can make this good. What can you do? Looks pretty good. Solid. You did it. Great.
70s
So,
Bush. It does look like a 70s Bush.
oh,
Like, it's got like a long.
okay, nevertheless, as we go from a certain we make the everything out of the control. I know, I know, and Loveland, you see, like, this is our local, the regular information of it. This is
Taylor
our
Rizzo, everybody. There he is.
I want to discuss
He's on Twitter at Taylor Rizzo.
the children are made on the piece of leather that's closest to the ear, and mezuzah is the piece of leather that's further away from the ear.
How are you?
Even pieces. How are you gonna make it out of children?
Alright, I pulled another name out of the book and put your hands together
Maybe
for
I'll put on my
Luke now.
gloves again. Yeah, might be right with easier. Oh, okay. Only one there.
Alright, no Luke Allen. You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings of the Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyway,
This special wild
so
card
it's very, very
spot.
simple. The spot is going closest to the ear. Now, you're not going to write on the piece of leather, on the one piece of leather, one piece of leather, has two sides. One side had hair on it, and the other side didn't have hair on it. You're supposed to write on one side, Robert, the one without hair.
I know we look like we owe it
Now,
to
there's a
missionary,
cookbook
but you know what?
has two sides to it also. One is closest to the animal, like when they're coming, and one is closest to the piece of leather, the cloth. Where are you supposed to write?
So hospitable.
What?
Like, can we take your
Because
coat? I
it's
get you
all
something
the
great.
common
Okay,
sense,
double
very
stuff your
good.
cunt.
Rick Marinelli
Stuff
got
like
it.
that. Very
You don't write
nice.
on this side,
Very
the one closest
sweethearts. Very
to
nice.
the back of the animal. You write on the one closest to the
We have to
cloth.
all get on the
Nice
same
and smooth.
page. You know, we talked beforehand.
So,
All
I
right,
want to
right.
know what you
Alex, you're taking
Why
the mouth.
smoking butter?
Sean, we need
When
a
you
little
write
bit
in
of
up
Got
here
it.
on
Going
the
up the
thin
gut.
piece of
Ready?
leather
Right.
that's
All right.
touching the
There we
here,
go.
you don't
Okay,
write on the
this
hair
is-
part. To get that hair off, the whole process of washing machine, some people use chemicals, some people are not. They're not using the whole time.
Yeah, I like crunches every morning. You know, it's working.
But when you're writing on the description, you go and pour it in here. So what you want to do next to the
The
cloth,
Versi triplets
not next to
on
the
the
animal.
fly.
Don't towards the hair.
Great job, guys. I
simultaneously.
so
I
happens
got
to
a
you,
glance of one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up as one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. I think you guys are struggling somewhat god awful.
This feeling. No, because you wait for the
But
thing.
there are
Only feeling is
glimpses
the same.
of things, and I'm going to
And
tell you
deep
guys
feeling on
this.
the good
First of
food.
all,
Instead
I
of
know a
leather,
lot of you,
instead
live
of glass,
audience,
and
may not
but not
have
on the
heard or been part of
But
last
I
week's
know, so if
episode,
you go
but you
from
guys
a clock,
directly answered the
you're
note
using the
that
good
we
on
gave
clock,
of
you're okay.
talking
But
about,
you do feel it
darker
on
and
the
subculture
you're not
material, and it's sort of a mystery because you guys are so goofy and jolly
even
that finally, like,
even
hearing
a
a third one
mezuzah
say,
that's written
double
on
stuff
clock
like
is no
that,
good.
it's
You
like
are
you
not
guys are like
easy
a
to
12-year-old just getting away with murder, like your parents don't know you left the house. What's gonna show?
The
We
clock.
actually debated on them. They
On
wanted
this
me to
side,
always
next to
say
it here,
pussy, but I'm like, no,
that's
be funny
no
when I say
good.
cunt.
Clams,
Oh.
anything other than egg.
Because
Well,
we know how to cook food for
What's
mother
another
mouth.
thing that makes
And the
people go,
other
that
problem
joke
with
is
food
funny,
is going to
and then he
use
used
the
this
cooking
other word.
clock.
Everyone
Either
hears pussy,
in the
it's
right
almost
direction, you go
invisible.
down the right
You say
side.
cunt,
Inside the
clam,
post
twat,
here,
the hamburger,
no good.
whatever,
Bye.
anybody,
Here
you
is
hear
that
it.
with our global, we
Join
want
the
to stop
SS
so we
great
can
at that.
actually leave.
Listen to
I
the way
just
they
have to
use
all in
different
honorable and we want to be
short
for we will be very far.
to say
I see how
things
broken
people
to the guys,
understand.
anonymous,
And
memory,
it's all
relation,
good
and
for you,
character,
and it
drug
never
side,
changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about,
you want to say, let me just say real quick,
happy-go-lucky
I want to
stuff,
see
and
some
it's a
guests,
fun
some
exercise,
faces,
and that
sometimes
works
I'm in
for
the
some
spirit, I don't
people,
really get some
but
faces.
it was sort
I'm
of like,
looking in
if
general.
you guys were
So I'm like,
feeling it
what's
right,
your
it
name?
felt like stale, and it felt like your responses
You're
were
really
stale, but all of a sudden you're getting these new pops, because you're using your book to your advantage, both by talking about it
And
and
you, come on,
setting up a misdirect. Just like, if somebody thinks someone's going to be tough or whatever, and instead they're not or anything like that. You're setting it up because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, wow, I would try to tap into more, fun stuff and experiment with stuff like
the
that.
guests they will take it.
Steve Simone
Okay.
is
And
your guys' older
anybody else
brother.
want to say something
So,
like that? You? Look at
originally Steve Verzi changed it to
Come
Simone.
on,
Steve was against me, like, no, this is the one time we're going to do 30 seconds of saying it.
And it's sort of really funny, and it just hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep venturing into edgy space because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving swirler. So I love the actor. I do remember the very first time you acted, the very first time I was ever here in Fort Worth. I remember thinking, like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny, like, to be seeing him for the first time tonight, and I'm like, hey, Steve, and he's down the stairway here to the top of this billiard stairway, and he just goes, I got, what was it? I got ice cream and treats for everybody. Downstairs.
He's very cool. The single is exactly whatever it is. And he goes back and forth.
100% clean. Feel like
And
really
that's
comedy. When
makes
you
it
hear the
intention
comedy
in the
store,
actual record.
to be beyond
And he
that level
makes
is
it nice
almost
and straight.
unheard
The
of.
things
And
I'm
what
very
it says is that you're smart as fuck and super talented because you're taking no shortcuts. You're just, it's who you are, and you did it your way, and it's one of the coolest things.
If you don't have spiritual on the mezuzah, okay. So you know about the Rabbi or not? This is from mezuzah. I'm not going to mezuzah. He says that the circle of the mezuzah, I'm not going to mention it. Let me ask you a question. Maybe you were talking about that it sounds feeling, but I think
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a painting on your bottom.
yeah, circle. This is what I'm thinking.
You wrote that? You got that?
So maybe you don't feel that circle. And he checked out the mezuzah section and he hung it up on his door. You actually have to do the unique circle. It has to. Do it. It's going in our generation. That's circle. That's what the question. I love the answer. I'm just showing you to that. It's like our learning is not to put in the school. The minute was not to do it. And then maybe you don't find it. And maybe the guy did it. Just like, look, there's a bunch of people that reach out and talk about talking about double. So you're talking from doing something. So you say when you do it, keep your head good. Again, I'm not asking anything here. It's just concept. So you don't need to do it when you do it, you're ahead. Now, the things that we do that we don't need to do, a lot of things that we need to do and we don't need to do, we do.
We think it's a gag. Jason, you're letting these guys off the hook. What the fuck's up with the Band-Aid, dude?
But if you're doing it for
Take the Band-Aid off. I
the
want to see
mystic
it.
boy because you want to do a nice, it's harder for you to write and you want to write straight. Low, you're not a head. You're doing it because, oh, I'm marked on circus, but the other circus is only in a mezuzah, then you're a head. Now you're adding to the cycle. But you're not you want to be a cycle that writes like neatly? Why not? So here's another beautiful thing that I found in Tysus here. I've been saying this for a long time, and I just found it in Tysus. The Rumi Guide says, which was very bothersome to me, that you don't have to be marked on the very expensive parachutes in the store. There's no Zakeli Van Bayon film, he says. Why? Because you'll never see it. It's locked up in a box. And then, wow, and my father went and spent all this money that he didn't have. And I'm running around to decipher him and getting this and that, and he's the best, and no, he's even better. The little guy said, I'm a grunning. So the truth is, I should open up my tefillin, take out the parachute, and put simple ones in there. What does Tysus says over there? Beautiful. You're going to come. Well, I'm not ready to time. Because the Torah is the which is the thing about marriage, the midst of the Torah, I will fill in the Muslim, the oil, the body, the good. So the time of the Lord, since spoon are covered, there's no Zakeli Van Bayon, says Tysus.
The two guys in the room that know that it's a cold sore started a take it off channel. I am willing to take that.
We passed in like that, but I'm a grown up. And I'll never be able to do what Tysus says when the girl says that. And that one, it's not my personality. Go by stuff. Simple conversation. One of the two. But no, which actually more actually is not as fluid as people. You know, tonight it's actually my personality. That is really everything we're doing. It's unbelievable.
By the way,
You got off and you know how to say fuck it like that. And you got off and you know how to write to the player about that. But you know, voracious boreal and penis is tremendous art. You know,
and then confess on the same
so
show.
it's very possible that fucking shit. But let's say, I don't know, you're Jews, you know,
Literally 90 seconds.
you went to Mika? Hazini Panem, Tashuman, the Himmel,
It's
the
gonna be a
Lord,
fucking gift, by the way.
Beautiful Mamon. You know all these things about
YouTube
that?
must just be
You know how to
eating
write
that up
the
as
look
triplets.
into
Just like,
a
oh,
hummus,
wow,
a zero,
look which one of the DNA fucked up.
That's how often. You might
Hey, I
make
have a
mistakes.
question.
But when it comes to
Maybe
food
you
and food,
conspired to be
so
like, we have a much better
it's so common and people know it so well. Although I doubt more than 2 people in school know right to be asked about that.
Band-Aid on the fucking face. A big old Band-Aid
Now, I
beard.
don't know. I don't think people know about
Let me
that.
ask you a question, Versi number 2. Do you know who it was that?
There's another person there. I don't know who it was. Anyway, guys, that's what I said. I said human beings. I didn't say my wife.
That they clapped at the same time like a football team? Like they just broke a huddle or something like that? And break.
Yeah.
That was
It's crazy.
impressive.
Yes.
You guys really are fucking triplets.
So,
How old are you?
sorry.
24. You know what I love about you guys, seriously, and is that you guys
Oh,
are
so one minute.
earnest.
We
Despite
skipped
your
one word.
Jesus, you guys are earnest. You're earnest. You're very earnest. Go to the jail, in fact, because you're not funny.
Then you can please, here's a comment that says he's supposed to go. Even in the book, it says he's simple. It's not a problem. I found that story. That doesn't have circle. I chopped it up. I put it in my door without circle because I don't need circle because I go and put it inside. The bottom line is that you murder 16 way by 2. Who doesn't
Is
need
that your heart breathing? People on Twitter all day are going to be like, the dumb audience didn't laugh at Ernest goes to jail. You're very disgusting. I refuse to let this die. Ernest, you're hardworking, and there's 3 of you.
But everybody knows
So
about that.
you
A lot of
got
about that.
that.
But what if
Okay,
you
but
know
that wasn't
about
my
that?
joke, Tony.
And
That
no
was
one
what I
else
was
knows.
saying.
Well,
I mean, that was my
you
joke.
know.
So it couldn't have been your joke. It couldn't have been your joke. I have a joke for you
You might
guys.
have
You
been
guys are like,
over.
seriously.
I'm not nothing, not you.
We all
But
like
this is a good
people,
example.
and
You know about
say
that?
sports, and one of you
But
says anal.
95% of fight clubs don't know about that.
That's really
You know you have to
Yeah, and
stay
then,
in a hold. That's how long. That's how we pass. Isn't? Yeah, and I just said we don't have a COVID game. Who in this room knows? Nobody. Raise your hand. Nobody raise your hand. But By the way, it goes today. They really speak the 4-year-olds, and they argue with Tanoim and Sukkim, and they knew every part. Hey, look, they say 2 words, and they know the whole thing. In the time of the Gemara. Hello, if everybody went to Zitru, you're right. But they don't. No. Go to the seas today. Go to the seas today. Because of what people are going to think. And it has to do with the Oilem today.
Like, you can call it that.
Anyway.
And be like, yeah, and our favorite sport is that.
So, I think it's different than the side note. I thought it's
by the way, you
story
guys
of the
also
brother
have to
somebody
start
thinks
opening
it's
your
but
brain
I
and
didn't
taking
figure out
chances to the point to where the thing that you guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you,
a brother, let's call him
you
a
took
mayor.
a fucking note. People don't do this. But you guys took a note, you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit, that's completely outside your role.
On a piece of paper,
It just goes to show
and
that
then he
the
writes
fucking,
the real
the
Megillah
training
off the
never
paper
ends.
because now it's out of the
Really,
paper.
I'm pitching
But
here.
the original
So
one
what
was
you
about
guys
that. But he
should have
wasn't trying to write
talked
any
about
jokes. It's okay.
is the thing that we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is why
Yeah,
does
because
the
you knew
one
all
have a Band-Aid on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that man. Then I mean you're going like next level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying like, you know, you guys have to start going like we can make fun of anything and you can riff and take chances. But that's another, then here's another next level lesson is like 2 person to open up. You know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into is that if you don't have the, you know, the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that or the medicine or whatever it is,
He wanted to sit down on a couch that had to put a because the couch was kind of high. This is I was just thinking about Norm when we worked around the car, he was fucking back the whole time on the plane. Like you kid, like when you're in a taxi.
in 5
You
years,
don't what are you doing to say sorry? Where exactly the place? What's the country street?
listen to all the ladies that have cold sores yelling
No,
at each other in the background.
why is that on top, man?
They sort of feel big and bad for
Yeah, that's what you think. So, when you're over here, why I can't put it down? I'm holding you guys in the neck. No, I'm holding. No, it's a little bit. The cops are kind of hollow. No, listen, we have to go. You shook up, you can't just follow that was right now. We got so he took us from Kentucky and he took it over and he took it to the town. But I'm ready to meet the next second. So I was going to let me so the third one from the new hole, so he's on top, and he also got on a bench that I put her. And he argued with him on the good. Most of the like I used to tell me to play, you like to go on a bench.
Jersey number 3, what's the gayest thing you've ever had here? Jersey number 1.
What happened to the score? So you love it. So yesterday, we could you also realize you take the player on the bench. You just not the other like on the bench. Your fault. Mine's like you're call like once in a while, you get like a woman sitting down and also like a fuse shows up. You know, what happened?
That's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you once fucking, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that little storyline of the Jersey triplets is pretty awesome.
Was like, oh, I'm gonna make room for the
One more time for the Jersey triplets. There's 3 of them. They should at least get double the applause.
I don't know what.
Pulled another name out of the bullpen. Put your hands together for Tom
Then he
Whalen.
jumped as if yeah, he could have, but don't worry about it, he said. Yeah, the defender's a little loud, it's the wrong part of the bed.
What's up, everybody?
I'm Rabbi. That's from the good. They'll give you a lot of shit on the belly. I'm Rabbi number 4. Somebody gave it to us. If you write a mezuzah, like a letter, in other words. So before we said what the difference is just means long and narrow. But today, Rabbi says there means without the sukkah and without too much dikduk, whatever that means. Plus, my timer, I can see the ksiva in the sefer. It says the word ksiva, by get, by sefer Torah, by mezuzah, it also says ksiva. It says 3 times the pasuk. So we learned that you need circlet and dikduk. Love it, not the I feel like I'm missing stuff. I didn't show the Here's the first time it says he has the words right above him and he's doing it. But I missed another video. We don't have to. You saw the video for you and Avi and Ryan? I don't think you saw it. I knew you did. I gotta show it. Hold on, just for him. This is the voice of his feet. I saw this, but the cover no on the voice I hold it. However, this is not it. So I'll explain. So the whole above it, Norm and Avi. And Norm, he volunteered himself to, I called it $5. When the person was playing him, I didn't pay him Norm. $5. So there it is. There's the $5 here. Whoa, what happened? Oh, you jumped.
Hundreds of thousands of listeners that you would touch the wire to knock it back into place.
I
On that episode, on that very same episode.
I feel like that was a chance for me to showcase what I
A
am.
lot more than I was going to say, but I guess I'm just like spitballing here. I think it's a mid-sentence that means just everybody just jump in as hard as you can. Okay, let's go on with whatever Brian's shoving down our throats right here. He goes over right there. 30 seconds, yep.
מעני ומי להקים
This makes it a whole
להקליט שם
thing was funnier than that.
בישראל,
Anyway, Tom,
לא הווי
what are we
ומי.
doing here? Tom,
Yes.
what makes you think, what made you roll with that like that?
I don't know.
You didn't think about the podcast?
It was all piss and vinegar, honestly. I just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Get experience.
It's alright, Tom.
Looks like it, like, as a human being, there's a lot of people in this room. I know 100
Yes, it's right from there line now. Listen,
this room is packed.
ככה יעשה לאיש אשר לא יבנה את בית אחיו.
And I actually thought you were very professional at that.
I'll look it up 3 times. Okay, anyway.
Theatrical level, and you can take your set. You only had 40 seconds left. And
Yes, Can you take in the video?
It's going to take you 2 seconds to plug it in.
I put it next to your door. Leave it up against the door. That works. Yes or no?
You do
with
that.
190 people, or whatever, how many people
You do that.
לא, זה לא זה שזה תחנה, שזה תחנה חוקרים בו
There's no question about this. You do it no low wire grab. You pick that shit up and
you guys are saving the podcast. When I explained what I thought your moment was, it got an applause break, and I feel like everyone in this room.
yeah, it wasn't really a applause break. It was like it was the Hillary vote. It was like 5 chicks in a room that lightly clapped together. Somebody with any goddamn hat shirt that would show up to the
They
actual
put a
voting
little stick.
booth.
He didn't put it up on the
Say
door,
that
he put it
right
in the
now.
stick.
Tom, you're the worst undercover cop comedian I know.
Tony, that all being said, yeah. What do you look like you're wearing a wire in high
That's
school?
me, though.
For speed set and funny jokes.
What do you do for
From Savior.
work?
I work at a sandwich place right now. I used to, listen,
door.
to understand that people accept my opinion like it's fact. You look at this belly and you're buying a sandwich when I recommend. I'm gonna interrupt.
All right.
I'm gonna interrupt
He's
you.
a nice
You said after
wait.
you told your
Wow.
first joke, you said
I'll
after
say
that
this real
10
quickly.
seconds, and it goes back to what we were just talking about. The
There's a story I heard about a company
You're right.
that a guy deposited $100,000. He's going away
What were you in sandwich place? You were on the carving board or working? You were our top sandwich consultant.
Absolutely.
Have you tried the carving board?
He's
That is Sage. Are you the one on Sunset?
I got the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discount, so you know what I'm saying?
And sure enough, that came overnight.
Ladies,
And
take a
he
selfie.
was working the same for some money.
Let's go to India somewhere.
The guy knows it's going to be money because I'm tired. It wasn't
Let's
fair.
go.
Someone taking a thing of shit up and you pay to watch it. I don't know if it's
You
Because,
know,
yeah, but I noticed you don't have any zip on it.
And when you get uncomfortable, you just sort of turn into like Chris Farley a little bit, right?
Because you didn't have any zip on it.
You like real
Say that
goofy.
and
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
I told you I was talking, I don't believe the story. I don't understand what's happening. I need to go to
I'm from the Boston area, North Shore, Beverly, Massachusetts.
Yeah, definitely.
And he said over the story. And I'm standing by the story. The guy's tired of the thing. I took him and he's a hugging him to tell you all night. It seems like I'm not believing the same thing.
How long you been in the sandwich business, Tom?
Probably on what? And this is it. And they went to a hotel. That hotel didn't have any food. They would put in the blues, they take the stick that Golden Cross gave them, whatever they put on the ground. You know, you're not youngster, but you can remember the time to play the blues. They're a fun guy. Have a wonderful day.
Sandwich game's been about 3 months, Tony.
Spreading horror throughout the
No, I
world.
worked at the YMCA before that. Before that, I was actually a radio show host.
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only sandwich place there? Like, it wasn't actually the YMCA.
I'm gonna do something. Sure. All right. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Put your mic in your face.
Put your song about how Jimmy knows the YMCA.
No, seriously.
Any ideas that you have that last longer than 10 seconds?
Put your mic in the mic stand. That's it. That's it. Put your mic in the mic stand. Stand behind it. Okay. It's a fucking real thing.
I love that. Real that. Okay, that's it.
Chill.
There you go. There you go. How do you feel right now, Tom? Why do I feel like even with the mic on the mic stand, he's so accident prone that the mic cord's just gonna break and just fall right out? How does it even happen?
It's like a Final Destination movie waiting to happen.
And by the way, let it be known, a lot of audience members don't know this. You know, we do this every single night, regularly. If you ever happen to see the mic cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should have. There's actually a little eject button right there if you don't know. So if you hit it, then you hit it. But you're not going to see winners if you really hit it. It doesn't really.
Don't do what I did.
It doesn't really.
Hey, Tony, has anybody ever told you you look like the alien that Shell was molested as a child?
Actually, what's funny is that somebody did once tell me that. There's two people that obviously hate me that over it. And I knew who they were too. Piece of shit. Yes, Sriracha, I saw you, motherfucker.
Please give us some audio.
Yeah, okay. Tom's your favorite part. You see when you did that laugh? Yeah, when you did that laugh, you meant like it was too much of his fault. So just pretend your mustache is telling me a joke. Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're under the lights, it was slightly false. I got you. It was slightly exaggerated. And so, roommates and I do have roommates. How many roommates do you have?
Right now.
What did they do for work?
I think they're both prostitutes. One is legally hired. Says she's a Lyft driver and she works for like check casting, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry. You ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
We are going to insert the video with kids. We're going to insert the video with
But no, you're not going to believe what I found. I'm about 15 or so minutes north of Muncie, freezing cold, massive, and I turn the camera around, and look what's going on every single night. Look what's going on.
Joel Jimenez said that he looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish pizza. Jesus, he did. You're a big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Packers in Chicago.
Insert the video with
No, I went to college in Chicago.
Wow, you have an interesting look to yourself. Very interesting.
You look like a child monster that's scared of kids. I don't understand it, but I like it. On the nose. They intimidate me. I want to keep them as far away as possible. Yeah, but you also want to fuck the shit out of them, too.
Well, there he goes. The carving board's greatest comedian, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Whalen. He's on Twitter at Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Oh shit, we're walking people tonight. It's an interesting crowd. I can tell some people really don't want to be here. I don't know what happened. I don't know exactly if some people like over-believed how bad I thought this episode was, but I make that joke a lot. This lady right here in the front row, I can't take my eyes off her. Do you guys notice this too? I love it. This lady right here, I can't take my eyes off her rest of the audience, and I never get this distracted by an audience member. But I can't can't take my eyes off of her because she refuses to even look up in the show. She's so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to enjoy herself. A place built around humans enjoying only certain decades of history of every single night of the year people enjoying themselves.
And by power event, RYKYK, you know.
It's really incredible. I don't know if you're like
That's right, Chicago March 2017.
if you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that, I've never really seen it, but what were you saying? You guys are here like specifically to hopefully see somebody in particular. Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, if not, it's not going to be okay. They really took a gamble. There's like this is even on. Check this out.
Another half is a bunch of cities. You're going to take a wild ride through that. From city to city, one city is more than smacking your neck. We learned earlier yesterday, said, not the middle of Ramadan day, all I ever got screaming on my Uwa, Omer Hamina, in the name of the Hamina, that the halachas are the things to do, and the halachas are the things to do everywhere. And we're at, what do you mean? Where's the halacha? They try to say that maybe it means our figure, that when you forget a certain name, and you write it on top, but you stood it and you're at the ball written in between the line. But the Trinity says that you're now allowed to do somewhat on top and somewhat, like it has to be nice on top. It has to be nice and even in between the lines. You can't start from the bottom and close way up. No, that can't be it. Because that is definitely says I love it. You can do that as your friends do. And the other place says the Tanina says that. I don't really say the Tanina to go over the hill. Now we're going to try giving things, and even though we tried, we're not coming beautiful studio to 8-10 lines in studio. The whole thing is a lot of and then the crazy one, somebody like, you walked away to invest something, but all mine is down. This will get really
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did, and I got to see it in the moment that you laughed as hard as you did. I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising.
Why does he want to do
See
that?
that? So it's funny that you literally asked it because I had a
And if he dies, and he will die at any moment, his wife will have to be the job and choose that brother-in-law that doesn't really like
oh my god, this person.
and he might be in another country,
This is gonna get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes.
Whatever.
And he nailed it.
He
Sometimes
doesn't want to have to marry
have that. I was
that Masukin brother. What he does is he's very dead right before he dies. But if we got to do, I mean, if you people get me, we understand and wanted to actually get it. Fuck you, one night in the league, they came back and they said, no, half on the first day, it's good. Somebody goes out on a into a cruise, when he goes into the desert, very dangerous, and he said, he goes down like a pistol, and give it all. Now, here comes the thing to do, and this is what we meant, I want everybody to do. You know, it happened to you. Go into it. The corner, you spin around. One day, but you understand that he's still dying, and he wants his wife to be divorced. You know what I mean? Okay, that's the color. Too much might be put the nice puzzle and puzzle, but what's very, very good tonight. Because we have 2 beautiful videos here that are new. two. What is Thomas Mason? You know, brand new. Look at that. A person takes, let's say, 100 apples on the tree. That's all the objectives. Then you have to take 10% was left over, call it 10, and then 9.8, and it gives you a lady. That's Meister research. That's the first Meister. The lady takes 10% of what he just received, which is one apple, and he gives it to the kite. That's Thomas Meister we just gave him. Okay? Thomas Meister. Now, we got one more. Here.
Want some more help managing your fitness business? Get my money. The American solution empowering.
Thomas Meister is so nice. Let me explain.
Any career your entire life, start college graduate. Get a bad company. Get out of the company.
And I'm alright, and I'm doing it. We play these massive students. We know that I'm around to take the civil rights, it's 1%. It's a massive, it's nothing. They don't 10%. 10% is really good. Give Meister some money. Not everybody gives Meister for that. Not everybody gave Meister back then. So, most do. Most do take Meister. We have to be careful, and we have to assume they did. And you should take Meister.
I have no idea what just happened.
Now, what happened was, these guys,
honestly, it's almost like a reverse thing where I almost feel like he's King Pussy Slayer for some reason. He seems like the guy that I like. I feel like people from like the South would think that he's gay, but like, I don't know. I think living in West Hollywood for the past decade, I feel like I have somewhat of a decent gaydar. For some reason, I think you get a ton of pussy. You're wearing a gender t-shirt. Do you play just a fan? Just a fan.
on top of it, cannot take the light from the top. What do? You allow you to go to the Amara, knock on his door, and ask him, hey, you take some light. And if he says yes, the top of you believe it. We're living on our day. We live there, we have to take it up to you not going to live out. You can't take it up. Ask them, who's up? They got thousands for
Let me ask you this. Here we go. What do you consider like one of the worst things that are happening in your like partner dinner? Like maybe like, maybe
all your food spells got machine. Go to the Amara and ask them on a Wednesday after you don't have to hate it. You can think you like it. When you say yes, we'll let you go this time. Take a look at this in the video. Beautiful stuff. Mike took the light, put in the mic on the back.
Trevor, be honest, Trevor. Is that what made you gay?
The apples you sold me.
He's not gay, but after my new level 2 analysis, he might just be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, would you consider yourself, do you think you're probably a little bit boring in the bedroom?
I don't think so. I have a great time.
What's happened? Would you be willing to share like a cool trick or something like that you do?
A cool
I don't know, is there something you ever say or do which you're like, man, that always works for me?
So I wish I could think of something like that.
Don't you be fucking pussy, right?
I like a little good
Joking comes along and says, I love when you're
That's the right sound effect for that, but it's still funny.
Yes,
You're like,
what was
you
it?
know your glasses for a second. The way that you
Let's
just
get
say
started.
that that's what the
Right.
Asian normal got you from slaves, billions, and
Well, I mean,
Rabbi Rothschild.
I was not mentioning it.
million. Now that his glasses are off, he's super cute. So he will fly out from the back. That's how what's up with your voice tonight, Jason? Trevor. So, I mean, that breakup was tough
And
for
messages
you.
in the Bible.
How's it been going now, though?
I'm doing a lot better.
You on dating websites and stuff?
Yeah, I've done some of that.
Last date you went on, when was that?
When it comes
Just before Christmas.
to vegetables,
All through the house.
any vegetable that was
I did that. That's a singer now.
in a certain order, but it's something like, hey,
Damn, this is
So,
good.
how did that go? What'd you guys do?
maybe it was this.
We
I thought
went
to
to dinner.
pay off.
My
Cut off
house.
faded with the
We had
cup.
had you hooked up, and you guys met up in the night house. So
Should get the
were you
biggest
two in
paper
your-
votes.
There's a
Bunch of tomatoes.
Damn, that is fucking good.
And then in the same
pub in the back.
car, in the same
It's kind of douchey, but yeah.
A bar with a pub in the back.
It's like a
So, I mean,
It's like a
tomatoes, because the mate turned out, I put tomato. You're right,
into the
I
Bill
got it.
Cosby
He's
of
fucking
fucking restaurateurs over here. Hey, man, I'm starving. How about you? Yeah, you're in for this. There's some whiskey and beer. Let's do this shit.
a little bit of a mistake.
You just get right into it, huh?
Really
Did it end up working for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a seer, yeah.
Video,
What base
I
did you
think
get
it's a little
to
bit of a
with her?
mistake in terms of
What's anal?
it doesn't show the Rudy. It shows when he picks it. But the point is the same, basically. I don't want people to get confused. So, brother,
I'm sure it has nothing to sorry.
but what it's trying to show is that there was mice that were supposed to be taking the touch and pay hey, and touch and pay off, and they got mixed together. So what do you do when they get mixed together? That's the question. So, hey, turning down this. You cannot take mice here from 1 year to the other. If you change from mice from women, I'll tell you awesome. You can't take from the new to the old. They're all covered. If you like what they do, turn it. Take over to different seeds, put it like a dementia, like a mixture.
Mr. Trevor,
It's all
guys.
very, very good. It's just not evenly mixed. You know, it's very nice. You're a funny boy. I'm a funny boy. I'm a but interesting a lot. It's cool. When you grab 20 apples, 5 of them are going to be stuck in the hay, the other 5 are going to be stuck in the log, and then it's good. But it's not wrong. And when that's said, oh, maybe it's cool, but it's cool. Maybe that's wrong. I don't think it's good. Tell them it's good. You lose them. I mean, because I love them. You do it right. Well, I don't know. I believe that beat it over there.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, if you try something, it's gonna always get a few chuckles from just people that are like surprised and stuff.
Tony, I got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
How did you find out?
Same thing goes for you, by the way, that I just said.
Okay. You guys are really showing you the secret.
How did you find out?
Well, they did.
She sent me the link to her FetLife profile.
It's just a regular, like,
Your wife. Next wife.
Did you see it coming? No, was it something that's overnight?
No, I was, so we were both in the Navy at the time, and there was deployments, and we got back, and it was also on
So you gotta go, believe it or not, Trevor, go, get out of here. We have one last comedian. We have one final comedian. It's a really big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady has been a regular on this show, writing and performing, not out of the bucket. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's one of the toughest gigs in all of comedy, writing and performing a new minute every week. That's 62 minutes per year. That's not easy to do. Has been, obviously been toured well, had 60 guests on the show. This is a really big deal, though. Someone it's been an awesome pleasure working with her. We're going to get to the final 1 minute set of Vanessa Johnson, everybody. Here you go.
So, huh? In the front video.
I feel like that this is the technology problem, not me.
There's something you didn't know.
So I'm an atheist, which sucks because I'm afraid of the dark. But I still go to church because I like the songs. My favorite part is when they talk about the birth of Jesus and then everyone sings Silent Night. Because it makes absolutely no sense.
I have one
Dude,
for
like
Friday
this bitch
assignment.
is having a
And
baby
if she doesn't know the answer,
in a
no
barn
one
full of
takes anything.
noisy
You're not
animals
supposed to jump in.
with a
Or,
virgin type
I
pussy.
gotta figure it.
That's the least silent night ever.
A little one. Oh.
It's more like bloody night. Everyone's all upset that Jesus got killed. But like, dude, he got killed when he was 32. Back then, that was like so old, you know? People didn't even start taking Jesus seriously until he was like 31. They're like, man, this dude might be the son of God. No one's lived past 30.
Bang, bang, boom. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnson. I love it. I feel like you could have gotten right into the fucking from the outside of the building or the inside? Outside.
So we have to talk about Silent Night.
Yeah, there's Silent Night. You could have just gotten right into like, you know, fucking Christmas is fucked up, Silent Night. You know what I mean? We're gonna sign that.
Anyways,
I mean, is it about him getting made, or is it
we had
about?
a large box.
I don't know. Anyway, but I love the part that sort of went under the radar during that set of like when you said,
like a wagon.
you know, everybody's all upset about Jesus getting killed or whatever. And I think it's important to like, you know, always remember that some of the stuff that you're saying is going to be funny, but if you don't leave them a chance to know that it's funny, because it's just a simple beat thing. So look, I just got that laugh off of literally just saying something that you said, but a lot of people don't even notice it if you don't, you know, just gonna read sometimes even though you only have 60 seconds, it's not easy.
This place is.
It's just comedy
Okay,
talk.
but you have to measure. I can measure it.
It's a fine line letting things
Now,
breathe versus
what do you
taste.
measure?
Because
You
I
measure
guess
from the outside of the box.
sometimes
They measure it. That's 40 stuff from the outside or 40 stuff from the
it
inside.
just sucks all the energy out of it. They'll say
So,
one line, like that's my big line, and then
You
wait
knock them
3
outside, look
seconds,
it up.
4
That's
seconds, and then it
not
kind
really
of
such a story,
I
but
don't
I'm a
know,
child.
And it changes and it evolves continuously.
So, a meter by a meter.
You know, it's one of those things. I mean, it changes in a matter of 2 minutes. You could be 10 minutes into a 15 minutes of murdering, and you start going too fast, you don't realize it until 20 seconds too late, and then they feel you make the adjustment. So it's one of those important things where, like, you know, the old great classic note is just like listen to yourself while you're performing. You know, listen through the speakers and not through your mouth, sort of, and to the audience. Anyway, well, and by the way, this is your last minute, so thank you so much for being part of the show. It is sad. Yeah, you're moving on to new things, you're doing the road and very cool things like that.
How big the box was inside. There's a show in the background. The box. It's full of all the rest. And the rule is
And she goes, Dennis Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. And here you go, let's shock the world. Mr. Nice Guy, we have 2 minutes left. After this, we're not even going to talk to him. We're not going to say a word to this guy. We're going to give him a minute right now. Put your hands together for Greg Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Fine. I have a bunch of fucking angry people in the front. You win, Brad. You win, Brad. There you go, Greg Morris, everybody. There you go. Brad Morris.
How we doing? A little bit about myself. I'm 32, and I feel like as I'm getting older, I'm getting a lot more stick with rules. As an example, my friend on Facebook, he posted a pretty nasty picture of his cock on Facebook. So, everybody would do it for it. It would be even worse as he had
the feet on the
6
bottom.
young
There we
chicks
go. The feet on the bottom. The
in
legs.
the picture
Are not
with his
included
cock.
in the shirt.
Now, I don't care if he was working on a free range farm raising chickens or not. The rules are the rules.
Bill! Brad Morris, you did it. There you go. That's our time. We got you up. We squeezed you in here. Brad Morris, there you go. Good job. How about more often? This is your first time doing stand-up? Very first time doing stand-up. Well, it's not Fred Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Will you come back again? Do you live in LA?
Greatest place in the world.
Visiting from where?
Great
On
job.
your way to San Francisco. Are you living there now? Where do you live? South Florida. Fuck yeah, well, there you go. Well, if we ever go to South Florida, you'll be on the show. Fred Morris. Jason Tebow has a new album coming out the second week of January. What's it called?
Return to the Red State. January 14th. Records.
And Steve Simone's album is out right now. One of the top sellers on all iTunes. What's up, nerds? What's up, nerds? That's what it is. I get them all confused. I remember back when you had no albums. Now you have like, Katy Perry over here. Pat, what's up? What do you got?
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. He's at Patty Reagan on Twitter. Joel Jimenez is at Mostly Sorry. Brian Redman, we're going to San Francisco, New Tower. I'm also doing stand-up in a bunch of places. Calgary, Dallas, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and a lot of other fun places. Check out TonyHinchcliffe.com tomorrow when I put up new dates on TonyHinchcliffe.com.
I'll be in San Jose Friday. Give away the secret show next Wednesday here at the Comedy Store.
Live audience, thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody. Take care.
It jumps upwards. It becomes worse than him. He'll go from a shlishi, instead of being a shlishi, he'll go and become a rishon. See? Right over here, this yellow arrow. It's a special halacha that liquids always are a rishon, even if they touch a dead person, they go to a rishon, even if they touch a shlishi, they go to a rishon. They're always a rishon. So, what is a liquid? Liquid water, is liquid wine, is liquid honey? Let's see. It's not. We're not going over it. Yeah, it's not. This is the Mishnah already made. Oil is also liquid, and it's always, kila means a rishon. It's always a rishon. Even honey is a rishon. Becomes a rishon. Even one. Wait a minute, this is problematic. That's impossible. To say that wine is not a liquid? Ema? The comes and says, you know what, the only interesting kind of thing other than water is liquids, only wine. Meaning you say honey and oil are not considered. And so he says about the question, he says, one of the Shabbat. How could anybody argue on oil and honey? They're all parts. So that's why let's go to another child. We're talking about sour, like wine that's congealed, or okay, fine, but we're going with rat. As a side note, because Rabbi Shapiro said when he was interviewing Buffalo, he had a guy that interviewed Buffalo, and he'd give them either enough to plumb it out, how it got, or the story. I never read the story. Either give them lemon out or something that out. And basically, the Buffalo that got enough to lemon out was the Buffalo that he rejected in his mind. He figured didn't have good for these Cheetos, and he would give it to the bunch of people who explained enough lemon out. And he explained once that enough lemon out stands for life, and something that stands for
wow, hello everybody, make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast.
Have to do that without this. Enough lemon out. This is the guy.
Best in the world. Holy shit. It's exciting. Another beautiful day. 2017 is amongst us. And this show, Kill Tony, is going to Austin, Texas, Moon Tower, April 20th. And we're going to Sketchfest, January 27th. Maybe a different day. January 27th.
Another 8th line. I'm not going to retire these tables one time.
TonyHinchcliffe.com has all the coordinates.
That's right. It sure does. I'll update it. You guys ready to have a fun show or what? Hey, look, everybody, it's Josh Martin at Josh Martin Comic on Twitter. Running around making sure everything's set up properly.
It's the 21st, Saturday, January
8 p.m. in San Francisco, the show that you're at right now, and it's on Available Comedy Store via San Francisco Sketchfest. You guys ready to start the show or what? Ryan J. E. built us here, drawing tonight's episode back from his home state of Texas. Powerful Jamie Vernon on the HD camera in the back is new. Quite powerful ladies.
that doesn't need to be Meiser, and use it to do Meiser food that doesn't need to take Meiser from.
The Vinny says powerful.
Fuck it on the fuck.
My color is white. They
Cover the right
are white
to the
power.
The fruit that you sell, your 4 apples that
Actually,
sold
pretty
100,
awesome. He's wearing one. I
that
want
they're
one.
okay.
I don't know if you make
You
it
can
in
eat them. You're right, I mean, all right, it's not true. I totally go buy from an Amar, but most of them do take Meiser. But I would like to turn it up front. Okay, here's the video. Only a guy that never went scuba diving can make a video like this. An octopus in fresh water, whatever. It's a good child.
Bring up the band or the guests?
I don't think that. I don't know.
Let's bring out the guests first. Let's do this.
About explaining to exactly.
Actually, let's not do that. Let's bring up the band.
Excuse me, sir?
So he takes from
First, I
that
changed
water.
my mind.
I don't know what he did. And
You know the
taking
band, you love the
Meiser,
band.
he didn't put it back in.
Miss the
His
band, they
Meiser
move
uses
some-
it for his mixed up stuff. At the tomorrow, the little late stop and I go, I have a greater idea. A better, easier, go buy from a non-Jew. You buy from the non-Jew. Then his produce is potter from Kumusonaiser. And you just use that produce on the fruit that you don't know what to do with. Interesting, Shiloh. You hear this? Meiser Shaya, a guy walks and he doesn't walk. Like a roller place. One of those
They're all back
walking
together.
they
We're
wrap
gonna
off.
do the entire Tony band.
You know
It's
what I'm talking
Pat
about?
Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez.
So, you know.
Holy shit.
And
Oh, wow, it's a New Year's entrance. Oh,
I want to
wow. Yeah,
you just say, I got kidding, whatever.
I love
So,
it.
the guy, all of a sudden, he puts up signs everywhere. There's something in there. I lost my crazy watch. A guy pulls him up with a very heavy accent.
We should have done the guests
He
first.
says, I have your watch. The thing is that,
We totally should have done the guests first. How about that? How's that for an entrance? It's the Kill Tony band, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are.
The guy comes, one of our, cousins, goes over to watch. He always take a look at it, looks at it, he turns around and he runs. He bolts out of there, doesn't even $2,000. He comes back to the Kylo, all excited. He says, you know what I did?
Of the funniest human beings on the planet. Human beings that crack me the fuck up. Jeremiah, that's you.
And no, I showed some video by the guy.
Your New Year's Eve get up?
This became a whole thing that I was living the ice. I never gave up on it.
Welcome back, guys. Let's have some fun. You ready to meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen?
There's a strong. There's a law that comes especially you have to give it back. So
You guys like guests?
you don't know who, so also
Usually I keep the guests a secret.
it's not about him keeping, but you
Every
could
single
run away
week
from
I got
it.
excited. I wanted to send 2017
You
back, so I already
you
leaked
so
it.
you don't have to pay. And then there's another one I can't
You
tell
guys
you.
know who they are. Three of the funniest fucking human beings.
Chuck Mahoma. This is an Allah. That applies. Okay.
The
No,
entire
it's not
planet
the
all
color.
at
There
once.
was Charlie.
Let's
He
see how
was
loud
the
this place
other.
can get for Dom Irera, Big J
Okay,
Omerson, and
Like,
Doug Benson.
let's go to BBC. That's what I've done. So someone took so it says off. So somebody came and said that it's so lucky we have nice a good the
Here
rags
they
that
come.
have property here and to undo the Meiser. The Hamalei, and since he's included in Meiser, I live in a Kiva, of course, so you can't buy from a guy because this dude has a feel of Meiser. Because I haven't come to the story now. All right, late Kaplan guy. His initial response was, don't take from that mark. Go buy from the guy. Watch from the guy's part. But the base view, the guy so lucky may have Meiser because he held that a guy has the right to own property here and to undo the Meiser. A guy, if he has produce, he doesn't have to use the Meiser. And that's why it's a great idea to buy from the guy because he's pocket. And but you'll do a chumrah, take Meiser from that on the fruit that's in your little boat that's also pocket. Well, no, actually, reverse it. I didn't say, buy from the Amar. Oh, no. You don't have those right. You don't have 61% of the Marathons. Look at you, ladies and gentlemen. Take my tip when you buy from the Amar. If I can help you.
Getting your scooted.
Okay, so basically we're done. We'll be serious and now we'll go to the guy.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Get in close,
So,
guys.
what's your name?
Welcome. Doug. Have a seat.
Oh,
How's it going?
from?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
really?
can't think of the word, but I did it.
This guy did? You were here? 6 months already. Oh,
There you go. Welcome
What's your
back.
name?
Big J. Okerson is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro?
Make some noise.
Hello, you saw?
Comedy Central special. Great show on CISO that I just did. When's that coming up? What's your fucking deal? Catch that on CISO in April.
Wow.
Dude, we were in the belly room last time.
Very proud of him. Very proud of him. Raise those shovel belts to
Yeah,
his
we have
father.
fun. Every
You're
other
on the right
Monday we
there.
switch down to the main room.
There you go. I know you're going to do
Silk
this
stage.
too. You have to believe it.
And we let fucking crazy
Okay.
people
Raise
come
those
up and do
shovel.
shit.
What's your name?
Don Herrera's back, everybody. Look at him. Come on.
No one?
It's been a while since he's been on. He has parties on Monday nights during football season, and clearly also he's been training boxers in his spare time.
I don't know. Kind of just
Poor man, you look like a
Unbelievable. Wow, unbelievable.
So, I mean, you guys are all here. You've all done the show before. Let's just jump right into it, guys. You know how it works. We talk to comedians after they do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. They get to do whatever they want for 60 seconds. 40, 50, some people signed up before tonight's show. Their names are on pieces of paper in this bucket right here. Absolutely anyone can sign up for the show before the show starts. Sometimes it's some of the brightest young talents that just moved here that are here to take over. And sometimes it's completely insane people, like to extreme levels.
Is there ever nudity?
Some people just haven't
Yeah, there has been a couple times. There's been glimpses of it early on.
I got this.
Somehow I mean, like there's a woman named Aphrodite who keeps her clothes on, but it's so wrong that you think clothes are all there. She's in the bucket tonight. Let's start the show. Comedians and people that signed up for the show, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Well, actually, I don't understand why you asked the question. When he says, I love it when you think she's doing everywhere, it's everywhere, including this question is the celebration. All right, you might look at a bunch of very canino, you still and ask me a question. Chito. That's not how those days.
You guys ready to start the show? Main Room Comedy Store Live Show 2017.
That global one-stop shop for financial needs. Isaac Castle and Honorable Revenue, I got myself for the business very close. Yeah, but looking to the actions, anonymous, never emotion, and prayers, third side, anxiety, Homer out to you, Homer out, anonymous, Homer out. Check out Bobby the back to the fair. Check out Bobby for keeping you part. Like the Lord, over this beautiful little. You have a here, right down. Beautifully.
Jeff Wallace, everybody, come on.
You know where this is going to be probably not. What do you do? Because what do you do?
All right,
Sew it up.
didn't expect
You
that
know
to
what
happen. How's it going, guys? All right,
sew it
great.
up, and you get to go.
A lot of time. A lot of people say
Today,
I look like Brad
I'm
Pitt.
pretty sure I saw this with my own eyes. It's
The
not.
movie Benjamin Button.
You
So
saw
I do
it.
look like an
If you have a
8-year-old,
little
20-year-old.
tear and it happens, what do you do?
I don't know
You
what
put it
age
in the
is.
back.
It
You put a
just
piece
doesn't
of
seem this
the
on
glue.
me.
You glue the back with
Anyhow,
another piece of card.
trying to get laid
They
recently.
call it love
I don't know if you guys ever do that, but
not okay.
I've been catching up on Heroes on Netflix. It was a good show. Anyhow,
Solo,
I met a Texas girl.
three like this.
Yo, girl, you're missing out on a
That's really
killer
cool.
episode of Heroes. But if you don't notice, the O and the P on a keyboard on your phone is like right next to each other. And if you spell Heroes, it's H-E-R-O-E-S. And if you spell Herpes, it's H-E-R-P-E-S. When I actually text this girl is, yo girl, you're missing out on a killer episode of Herpes. She still came on. She does, she has the green light. Look, big red cold sore. That's what it was. Anyway, thanks, Jeff Wallace. There he is.
We're more concerned that's going to change.
Fuck yeah.
Hello.
First time we were on the show. Yeah. I like the show. Great show.
I'm sure that the film was talked about in one of the things.
I listen to all the
This is going
podcasts.
on a budget.
I wish I had taken notes during your thing, because all I can think of during it was
The
there's
way
a lot of
Goldman
jokes
works
in
is
here,
a lot,
but
son.
all of them need
and inject the egg into the tree. Then that causes the tree, like the spike in the tree, that is like makes a cocoon around the egg. So, and then they take that and they make fruit out of it. They make not even so like things, they make flies away, and then a ball is produced right there because of this
Here at the Comedy Store, they love the legendary stand-up comics like Oliver Hardy, Jeff Wallace. I think that's Ed Wynn over there. I'm like, well, yeah, Wynn, you know. I grew up with those guys. So, Jeff, how long have you been on stand-up? About, I think, 4 years. Wow, where at? Is that too long? Yeah, where at?
So it actually makes it dark and you look in there. But the point is, I'm going to move up. So, either the pizza makes it stronger that it's a repair, or you can say the opposite side. Okay, but one is a pizza and one is without a pizza. This is a quick story. The famous night that happened in Europe where a guy showed up with, he found, and he found his puppet. The big time, he found his puppet. And he went around, he wanted to get a furniture, and he went around to play him. And the rubber cover said the famous thing, like, it's impossible because every receptor has a new time on the room, the Henrietta that's trying to pour the cake, and they noticed that the outside is like a fish gun, it's like, it looks like it was when you pour it, you thought inside was white. And the paper was, yeah, the guy was looking before. You're check.
If I had to give real comedy advice, it would be take 800 words out of that telephone dialing thing.
I really wasn't expecting to get up here. I do enjoy the show.
Not really using the very things that are very tough and they last. I was brothers when you thread, you said so the very well. What do you do by Rabbi? That's what down to anyone. Something like this, Mike. What if you,
no matter who they are,
right over there.
I am older than you. Glasses you're looking at life through, but obviously the ones that you were wearing when you wrote those fucking jokes that you did up here tonight. Because you are way off, sir.
That's because of your experience and how, like,
you're like Kate Blanchett to his Benjamin Button. What are you for work, Jeff?
I'm in sales.
What are you selling?
European architectural arts.
Like you
tried to put an extra spin on the sword sales. I was
No, it's not the fans.
Does he sort of look like a college party rapist? Snap should have been like the kegger. Fucking
I heard
jeans for fashion.
This recon comes from me. The bucket is only people that are part of the American state operation. If we call your name, there's a good chance you're going to be arrested. What's the worst thing you've ever done?
I've done a lot of terrible things, but
You answer the question.
I don't think I really talk.
The question is, I was hoping that's when we don't call out. That's it.
I followed a tree before.
And if you're going to carry another youth
It's not like the worst thing I've intentionally done. It was relatively unintentional, but
You visiting LA or do you live
Don't
here?
you
I
know?
live on the beach.
How long do you live here?
A year.
How far away is Alusa or whatever?
321.
It's about 4 hours. Yes.
Like zero.
Australia is like Fresno adjacent.
Yeah. I've actually
I know the Central Coast.
The boys are just saying, do not take a picture of this, do not send this out to anybody. Please, you couldn't get one. You tried to, I told you, you couldn't bother to do it. You have it already, you have to send it to them. So,
sorry it didn't work out for her.
Don't
She probably is this one.
Let's talk to Shiro. Go to Chicago. Great, so we can Shiro. Mason, what do you mean it's great? I thought to Shiro, if you took a regular page and took a Torah and you made it like Ezra Yashir, or you took out the Yashir, or Shiro, so what you took out nothing and you forgot, and you wrote it regularly, Shiro. Please, you took it and you made 3, 2, 1. It's great. It's not great, it's possible. It's not naive, it's a Torah. That's how I'm going to say, we don't let him improve it. Is this okay? So let's do it again. So this Here we go. The one on the left. So it's going to look like this. Oh, I want to say, you just came for this. You all formed this business before in your life. You're always wondering, why does it say Allah Aret, all in the last line, all by itself? And it's designed like that on purpose. We go, this is what it looks like today. Why? But now we know why. If you missed today's dot, you have to wait another 7.5 years to figure it out. Allah Aret, the Shita Freud is on the last line. Ikadam with the Shita. Some say, either it looks like this, Allah at the end, or what we did today like this. Man doesn't say it's at the end of the line. I want to say it's like a bracha. You should live a long life. Like Shemayim is on top of ours. I told him to do it in red. Yes. See, is Val. Shemayim is on top of ours. And Manda Omar, the Tila Shita. What's the point of Tila Shita? So over here, it's the distance, like very far between Shemayim and Orez. The hatred and Rafi Shemayim and Orez, Rabbi, have a wonderful.
Merry Christmas of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. Wow, we have a very, very chashva guest here. We have Eli Rizal. Yeah, I believe that's how you pronounce the name. That's perfect. I met you first in the famous Nick Show in Miami. My son died there when he lived in Tower 41. And first I was impressed with his beautiful voice. She's an unbelievable voice, beautiful pattern. And the fact that he's no talking there. And since then, came out his podcast with over 500,000 views, 100,000 on YouTube. Bakula, famous story, made it from prison to being a Magachir, to being Margaret Torah, to the whole thing. It's an unbelievable Maisa. I'm jealous of the amount of views, because if we had 500,000 views, that means that many more people coming to Torah. So that would teach you the trip. So, you don't want that trip. No. I do. You know what? You're wrong. I'm asking. Yes, correct. I think it's Kedai. It's Kedai. To get another person to learn Torah.
It is December 1961. A dying 36-year-old man is smuggled out of North Africa by the CIA and laid in a hospital bed in Maryland. He is wanted by the French government. On the morning of December 3rd, his wife reads him the phone.
This is in Nick. Talking about Nick, David Solomon. Check out the amount of people. One people.
It is December 2nd, 1804. Inside the freezing
so if you're traveling and you're in Miami, or you happen to live in Miami, you can change your life. Mom, things like people that live in Miami, they told David that unbelievable. If he was caught, with this, and the mom is looking forward to every day. So, in Williamsburg, the satellite move blue dress, 164. Copy. From Nelson. Okay. Should have a club. What's this? Oh, you love video games. My dear Rabbi, regards to the dear friend and Thomas Monkey Internet from Westwood. Huh? He's the guy who talks about? No, this you can't make this up. Ari is a witness. After cheer, Ari is by the front door. I called out his name from the very back. Ari, where's that kid? From they used to come with me. I didn't even copy his name. I was just wondering about this kid. I didn't copy him. Wow, Ari. That's so much fun. So my spotting is so really going to be smart. Multi repeats every dot at least 3 times. They have not as much. Ari used to bring his kid from Big Tower every day. So I was like, what? Ari, where's his kid? And there's an email somebody else said. Wow. So we found this Pesky Monite date of birth, that hasn't got paid. That is Hakeem Abdul-Hamid, date of birth. Some people have a new date of birth. The boys that used to get the oil excited about the dot. This is from Nacho. Nothing like bumping into a fellow NY fanatic. Check this out. She put on a nice volume of it.
Okay.
Settling as we journey back to a wild, rain-lashed island in the Mediterranean, where a restless boy is about to begin the most extraordinary ascent in modern history. This is the bedtime biography of Napoleon Bonaparte.
Nothing like a little energy in the morning. It's coming into his business. We can't wait. Listen to this, Laura Bailey. I learned the Garrett Tyler here in Bethesda.
Was a peculiar place.
And have been learning this out of the system here in Civic Spectrum. Just wanted you to know that in truth, the building essentially began in good. Yes, I had a Shiloh, which is really good, fucking writing to me. Then as soon as you wrote this, I thought, yes, he's not a list up pretending to be a Garrett. You should know that the building began in good. He's right, that when Ray Shapiro came out, the Garrett was the one that pushed the Mediterranean stuff back down and learned this. When the Indiana decided to join on the very first Son and the first time the time began, the Mediterranean after this, and now we're going to learn that the first then it became deeply ingrained in glory in the strongest way. You remain our final alone. There are several breaking in the Senate who learned to adopt with you. While we often wonder why country nations much more communities and overlook the natural birth of freedom we learned to adopt with you. I just wanted to say that yesterday's Gemara says that even with the benefit of understanding the forms of the Torah, who such 60 people, not needed. Although it's spoken visually, that's exactly what he sure does, so everything in a true way. The positive feeling saying to Paris and America had more and more soldiers to Torah with great respect. The student, please do not mention my name, really cheer. Yeah. Anavana. I said yesterday when it says Anavana, it's people looking at Hudson and flashing. And by mistake, I mentioned his name. No, I didn't copy it in the email. I did not see it. I read it, I looked at it, I didn't see his name. And somehow, I didn't say his name. But it was on the screen. People said, hey, did you see the last one? Whatever. I had a lot of character, and hopefully they took it out when it was edited, but a bunch of people saw it. All right, Rabbi said the official edition of NY Shot, the DOT, is sponsored anonymous, musicians are the list. Mark Miriam back to Moishe Laton, Mr. Ferris, Yuzan Muslim Coffee Pay. They sponsored Yoni Good, the main of College and Moishe Yudo Ben Yehudo. No, that's not, I don't know what it is. The time Sultan is, we once had a story like that, and the guy said, yes, it was a father, and he lived it before, but I don't know. The time Sultan, none of my boy, David Better. Who just joined yesterday, stay on the wagon at least a week. Oh, listen, David, your friend at time spending money and time, and he's worried about you. He's certainly want you to try it out for a few days. Try it out, you'll see. It's good, it's good stuff. What we're learning today and yesterday, these are the hardest Gemaras in the Nafka. Everything else is easy. You know what I'm saying? So stick to it, you'll love it. Jason Hockelman, we initially our father at Penny West, where Yaakov Shmuel, our lady on the 19th yard side, And before saying to Yaakov Shmuel Alevi Ben Avo, now it's brought I brought from Mazel for my family and all the Klal Yisrael. Official edition MDY Shop was accepted by the Iranian Levi family Eric Anonymous. Levi edition was entirely the Moshe. The set was sponsored in Town. Dedicated memory of Rabbi Murray Shmuel Baruch Times Feast Those Eternal Bracha. The set was sponsored George Dallas News Fucking Father's Jackie Values. Anonymous. I spoke with the Rivers of Gashi, the Policy Family Foundation, the Recognition for our Glory, Twin Policy, Metric Eloy. Anonymous, with Shlomo Moshe Ben Izah, Anonymous, with the Green, with Shlomo, and I read the Shlomo for Leah Fast Esri, Shlomo Malki. Tell you guys, people from Alpha Zah, Festa, with both Friday, Mordecai, Steiging, Cindy Brooks family, and the IUK in honor of the value, children, and union of life. Plenty Almighty. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Eastern South MDY, and the Bobby Shalom Torres, monthly sponsor, Harry Simon, with Paul Shlomo, Avi Murray, Baruch and Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, with Shlomo Esther Basmuna, Mashara, Miriam Landy, Hezra, and Kutoi, Silo, and Kazdo. Multi-Father Anonymous is supposed to bird that's good and open and reveal the word to your Mordecai and Baculeo makes. You listen to Yehuda Lewis as he spoke for everyone in need of a sugar all made. Anonymous, the merit of Nicole, Ben Yisrael Yosef, success and blessing in all ways of life. By spiritual now and growth, in this one strong is out of the Yitzhak Isaac, the Yemenite with Tzir Shapayim, the turning on it on Nathan of the Shabbat Bracha. Anonymous, the merit of the Shulchan from Malka Laskaya, Senses.com, helping people Davin with Tzibur, Papa Binyanim, anywhere worldwide, the Yishmael Time Shalom Ben Tzawar. And the way I, the month, the Shlomo on Nathan Ben Shabbat Bracha, for Shlomo Mordecai Ben Esther, for course Ayala, Daniel Zen, then Ayala Esther, voice out, the holy Imam, Shmak is so good. We're holding like 7 lines from the bottom of the Professional Bay. All our Rabbi and the Taishim meaning of Rabbi Sfarim, the two halachas that Rab said in the hilchos of Stam, of the Torah, the time is used and we have big questions on it. The first one is, hold on, Rab said, so the question for state to be to come down to Dr. Takim, so she got it. If on every single almost a column, how many columns or both sides are there in a typical state of Torah today? Anybody know the answer? 245. How many rows per column? 42. On average, it's a typical thing of Torah, 245. Look, when you buy some Torah, you go by the Hummer. Because I want $1,000 a Hummer, 1,000 shekel Hummer, 10,000, whatever the guy wants. Goes by the Hummer. The links in the description below. So, if in each Hummer there's 2 mistakes, school librarian noted that Napoleon caught in solitude as though it were the thing he valued most. The guy viewed the word of God was always so she talking argues on people almost always by himself. The amount is 4, not 3. Not just 3 mistakes, you have to put it in Giza, it's really 4. The curriculum at Brienne, he sent to the heroes of antiquity. If there's 1 out of 245, that's good. It doesn't have mistakes. Marcelo Calculo. So it could be the Secretary survive. The 6th red. All of these people are full of American for the right, sending the name of Rabbi. One of the secrets up here, that is that there's not more than 5-6 mistakes per author. All of that, by the way, the group are who's not close to this man. But what about the best out of all the Talmudim? This is very violent. There's a lot of mistakes. During one session, he hurled his musket at the drill master in a rage. Column has 3 mistakes, and that you're allowed to fix it. Is that considered a saving element? On the leg, hurled his young with the foot and attacking him. Since you permitted to fix it, you fix it, and now that it's fixed, it's good, and it's a good element, and it considers the rest. But how do you use Hatera? When can you fix it if letters are missing? I'm sorry, when is it problematic and only up to 4 when words are missing? How do you say it? What's the book? If he added a letter here, a letter there, it's not a problem. Why? Because you just screwed it off. You don't have the letter. What's the problem with the missing? So first of all, it's very interesting. Yesterday the guy commented us that he has a copy of this. So here's that mezuzah, Balchalka, and he even puts it in his notes on the side. He says, the owner of this mezuzah kept on eating and never got full. That's Yafter. This is a puzzle. 10 Yafter without him.
failing mulberry nursery,
Instead of Yifta, it says
he
Yaakov.
adopted the pose of the
You have a nice
persecuted
heart.
patriot, writing a history of the island
Yeah,
that
right.
cast the
Correct.
French as
Correct.
barbarous
Purim and the
occupiers.
Zuzas, you
I
can't do
was
these
born as the
switches.
fatherland
These
was
are all
perishing,
halachas instead of Torah.
he wrote to Pauli,
I'm
describing
just
how
showing
the screams of the
examples
dying
of
and the
Choshen
tears
Yetzer.
of despair
So,
had surrounded his
he
cradle.
said, what's the problem?
The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789, Vacuum stationed in
There's
Vauxhall,
the issue of the Kelevan thing.
riots broke out.
And when you have
He marshaled
something like
troops
this, look,
against the crowds, but expressed a deep
what are you going to do?
distaste for
You're
the
going to put the
war,
race on top over there.
complaining
You're
that
going
he'd
to add a
been
letter.
prevented from
So it
firing.
looks like
He returned to Corsica, where he
like
and
a
his brother
spotted
Joseph
leopard.
threw themselves into local
Doesn't look good.
politics,
Doesn't look.
distributing tricolored
That's
cockades
what I'm looking
and
for.
forming a citizens' militia. Pauli
That's
had
the
returned from
Mexico.
exile, and the old leader viewed the Bonaparte brothers with
Okay.
suspicion.
Yeah, whatever. You get that
Napoleon
idea.
secured a command in the
It doesn't look
Ajaccio
good. The
National
bottom line
Guard
doesn't
through
look good.
intimidation, going so far as to
And that's all it
kidnap
is,
a
what?
voting commissioner
No.
to swing the election.
Says in my story, my sister, oh, yo,
The 8th of April,
Agro Kamur, the Rabbi Abba,
1792,
Havali, Yisir,
when his
Secret.
frontiers
The
fired
father
on
of Rabbi Abba
townsfolk and
had
attempted to
extra,
seize the citadel.
like 4 letters in every almost.
Denounced by
What's it gonna
Pauli's
do about it?
supporters and facing
So the father of
assassination,
Rabbi son-in-law, Malay,
Napoleon
I'm
slipped
on the
out of
Pasero.
Ajaccio by boat.
Pasero is Muslim
In
ball.
his absence,
It's
Pauli's
extra.
partisans
You just take
sacked the
a knife or
family
something
home.
and you
Letizia
peel it off.
gathered the children
The cock's right
and
off,
fled
and that's
into the
okay.
hills. A French
Okay, so that
naval
was one
squadron
halacha that's not like
eventually
Raza. What? Raza
evacuated,
said 3 mistakes.
and
They
in
put in
June of
Riza, and halacha just 4.
1793,
What's
the
the other one? Did
Bonaparte
up from
family
around, I think
sailed
it's
from
the
the
third one.
mainland as
You
destitute
go with the third. How do you
refugees.
finish it off? What's
The
the best way to
Rothschild
finish it off?
Corsicos
So
told
the
him,
Kapsula,
the young
to finish
artillery
off this
officer
Torah
who had dreamed
as
of
the
liberating his island
line, the
now
last
had nothing
word,
to go back
to be
to.
at the last
What
line,
he
at
had
the last
instead
available
was a
space.
commission in the French
Fill up the
army,
whole
a
on
large
this person.
family to feed,
That's what
and a republic
Now
tearing
today,
itself apart
I was at a
around him.
safer, and he showed me a beautiful trick that they had. They have this, they have like a, I don't know how it
Chapter
works,
2.
but try to figure out what. It's something with a light that shines, that you
The
put your
Bonaparte family
clock, and
washed
you
ashore
put
in
something
Toulon
below it,
during the
and the
summer
light
of
shines, and basically you see the
1793
outline of all the
into a
letters on your
city
clock. All you
that
have to
had
do
lost
is
its
trace
mind.
it. It's very good,
Jacobin
not
mobs
for the
roamed the
pure
streets,
guys,
hanging
but very
wealthy
good for the
citizens
spacer.
from
You know
lampposts,
exactly how
beating others
wide
to death in broad
words to
daylight.
be.
It
It's
was
not
no
like you get to the
place
end of
for
the
a
line,
destitute
I have this
family
much
with
missing, I
young
have to
children.
stretch that race a lot. And that's
Letizia gathered them up
and
and
then,
moved
you know,
to
they
the
use that
nearby
for
village of
facilities. These I don't
Lavallette,
use this
where things were quieter,
some different
where they
tricks.
could
Some people
breathe.
just take a piece of paper and they put it
Napoleon,
next to it and they see.
meanwhile,
There's
rejoined
a lot
his
of things you can
regiment
do
in Nice
with today's
and
technology.
collected
But in
his
those
back
days,
pay,
you get
sending
to the end
what
of
he
the Torah.
could
Now,
to keep his
you have
mother
40
and
lines left. What are
siblings
you going to
fed.
do? Is that
He
okay to
also
finish the
dashed
Torah
off a
with
political
all that
pamphlet called
empty
the
space?
Super de Beaucaire, a
And
prompted
is it
defense of the
okay to
Jacobin
finish in the middle of the
government
line?
that served a second purpose,
According to the Torah
distancing the
Bogus,
family name
when
from
you're
Pauli
the
and any whiff
you
of
could finish off the
counter-revolution.
Torah, even
It
the
wasn't
middle
long before
of a
Toulon
page
made
like
headlines
this. Later
again.
go back to the
Royalist
no,
insurgents had
you have all
seized the
that.
city and handed it, along with the entire French
The problem
Mediterranean
is,
fleet, over to
basically,
the British Royal Navy. The Republic dispatched an army of war marines to take it back, led by General Carto, a painter by trade, with about as much military experience as you'd expect from one. The besieging artillery needed a commander after the previous one to remove,
You see, you're
and the
running
Corsican
out of
deputy
words. What do you
Salicetti
do? Here,
knew just
you
who to call. Napoleon arrived and sized up the
have
situation
to
fast.
get to the bottom.
The key
Now what do you do?
was a
Each
promontory
one, you go left and
overlooking
left
the
and left,
outer
left and right,
harbor.
until you get to the bottom.
Take that,
Then it goes
and
up.
the British ships
You have to
would
be
have no
used
choice
and make it
but
look
to
like
pull
that.
out.
According to
His
others, he's very
superiors didn't
exciting.
see it that way.
We start to see
Napoleon
it
had
of the
stopped
road.
listening to them.
It's
He
more like
stripped
it's the
surrounding
same
posts
as
of
the left
cannons,
side,
powder,
but
and
it's
horses,
not a cone.
building up an artillery
It's
park from almost nothing.
like a
He set up
like a
foundries to
triangle,
cast
but
hammer.
off a triangle. Like
He
okay, you
trained
get that idea. The right side
infantrymen to
is
serve
straight,
as
left
gunners.
side is an angle.
At night,
Fine.
he slept on the
That's why I
ground
don't feel
beside
that.
his batteries,
It seems like
wrapped
Rashi
in
later
his
on
cloak,
doesn't. This
close
is
enough to
Rashi's
feel
picture.
the heat
Rashi's
of the
possession.
battles. General
And
Tommy, observing from a comfortable distance, noted that the young officer combined a rare bravery and indefatigable energy with considerable talent. The final assault on Fort Mulgrave came on the 17th of December in a torrential rainstorm, the Berlin from the front. His
Mama
horse
Rob come up.
was shot
I
out
said
from
you
under him,
can stop in the middle of the
and an
page.
English
Tell me
corporal
that.
drove
In
a
those days,
lance
imagine
into
they
his
didn't have
leg.
these printing press.
He kept going.
Everything had to be heavy.
Once
You
the
had to
fort
put
was
it at home
taken,
with one
he
volume
turned
of
its guns
Duration.
on the British ships
Hey, then
and
the
fired
Duration could read in the
red-hot
middle of a
cannonballs
counterfeit
into the harbour. Two
Look at
vessels
the Toyota Farmer. That's a
exploded.
great
The
answer,
British
but the Raptors
evacuated,
will put it to
taking
words.
French royalists with them, and the Republican troops who flooded back into Toulon carried out reprisals that were savage even by the standards of the terror. At 24, Napoleon was promoted to Brigadier General. His comrades took notice. Claude Victor described him as small in stature but well proportioned, thin and puny in appearance, but gaunt and strong, with eyes that seemed to send out shafts of fire. The young general, exhausted and suffering from scabies picked up during the siege, accepted a quieter posting as Inspector of Coastal Defences. He needed the rest.
That's not the parallel. At least he got to the bottom of the page.
It didn't last.
When
When Robespierre fell, Napoleon's name was on the list. He spent 11 days under house arrest before being cleared and let go. He drifted to Marseille, where his brother Joseph had done well for himself. And there he met Désiré Clary, a modest 16-year-old. They became engaged. His letters to her read less like love notes and more like homework assignments, advice on what to read, how to practice her music. Ordered to the Army of the West to fight insurgents in the Vendée, Napoleon did what he could to avoid it. He traveled to Paris, obtained sick leave, and plunged into the hedonistic society of the capital. Wealthy women wore flesh-colored pantaloons and dresses of transparent gauze. Napoleon, with his unkempt hair and clumsy French, fit in about as well as a stray dog at dinner party. The wife of his friend Barriere described him as cool, somber, a little short of savage.
Do not give out two ideas. Don't try to be nice to somebody and say, oh, that Pyro was going to do another vice custom Pyro.
Who flees society,
Like
finds love with a pure young woman, and dies heroically.
one of
The
these.
ministry struck him off the list of artillery generals. He was put on half pay. He wrote to Joseph that he was very little attached to life. He floated the idea of throwing himself into a passing carriage. In October 1795, and with it, a lifeline. Royalist sections of Paris rose against the government and the politician Barras. He did someone who could act fast. He appointed Napoleon as his second command to defend the Tuileries. Napoleon sent a young cavalry officer named Eugen Murat galloping across the city to secure 40 cannons from a Saigon plain just ahead of the rebels. The guns were placed at key intersections, and then he waited. When the 20,000-strong rebel force advanced, Napoleon's artillery fired canister shot directly into their ranks. The insurrection was over within 2 hours. He was promoted to divisional general and given command of the Army of the Interior, which meant control of the capital's police and National Guard. He wrote streets flanked by mustachioed officers, projecting a new and very deliberate authority. It was around this time that a 14-year-old boy came to ask permission to keep his executed father's sword. Napoleon granted it. The boy's mother arrived shortly after to give her thanks. Her name was Josephine de Beauharnais. She was 32, a widow of legendary charm who had learned to smile without opening her mouth on account of her teeth. She lived on the generosity of her lovers and needed a husband to secure her future. Paris, her current patron, encouraged the match, partly to settle a young general who was becoming harder to manage. Napoleon fell. He wrote letters declaring that her kisses set his blood on fire. Josephine was cooler about it. She confided to a friend that she found his violent love resembling an access of madness. Both parties forged their documents before signing the marriage contract. He added a couple of years. She shaved a few off. The civil ceremony happened late at night, conducted by a minor functionary. On the wedding night, Josephine's pet pug, Fortuné, bit Napoleon in the calf as he climbed into bed.
Fine. Where's
2 days later, he was gone. He left Paris to take command of the army of Italy, rattling south in his carriage as fast as the horses could carry him.
So
Every instant takes me further away from you, my adorable love. He wrote from somewhere on the road, and with every instant I find less and less strength with which to bear being away from you. Ahead of him, on the Italian border, thousands of soldiers waited without boots, without pay, and without much reason to follow anyone without to change. Captain all over Italy and Egypt.
It's the peanuts, it's the slogan.
He arrived at the headquarters of the Army of Italy in March of 1796, 26 years old, and looking every bit the outsider. The veteran commanders waiting for him were unimpressed. They saw a small, awkward young man with a rasping voice and a political appointment he hadn't earned on any battlefield they recognized. The army itself was in a terrible state. 40,000 soldiers, starving and mutinous, many of them wearing woeful straw where boots should have been. Bonaparte didn't ease himself in. He secured emergency funds, got fresh meat in front of the men, and demanded obedience. Then he moved fast. He launched his forces through the mountains, driving a wedge between the Austrian and Sardinian armies before either could react. The French fought without tents, regular supply lines living entirely off the land as they advanced. The Sardinians were intimidated into an armistice and forced out of the war altogether. Bonaparte then outflanked the retreating Austrians by crossing the river Po and Piacenza, pushing deep behind their lines. It was ruthless. Improvisation. And it worked. At the time of loading, the French advance guard found a wooden bridge over the river and defended by Austrian cannon. Bonaparte ordered a frontal assault. The first men who surged forward were cut apart by cannons to shoot. Subsequent waves, led by senior officers who showed complete disregard for their own lives, managed to cross and dislodge the defenders. It was a skirmish, really. Bonaparte exaggerated the scale of it in his reports and commissioned prints showing himself brandishing a standard with the gunfire. He was learning something important, which was that the story you told afterwards mattered almost as much as the fight itself. Loading changed to something in him. He later reflected that it was only after that battle that it struck him he might become a major actor on the political scene. He rode to Milan on a white horse, under marches of foliage, greeted by Italian nationalists who saw him as a liberator. Behind the pageantry, he stripped the crooked territories of cash, silver plate, and masterpieces of art, shipping it all back to Paris. That was how he funded the struggling directory, while quietly building a power base of his own. The Austrians weren't finished. They launched counter-offensive after counter-offensive to relieve their besieged fortress at Mantua. Bonaparte defeated each one through rapid maneuver, marching his men to exhaustion across the theatre of war. At Togo, he tried to lead a charge across a heavily defended bridge. His men refused to follow. He ended up in a muddy drainage ditch, dragged to safety under heavy fire. The propaganda prints that followed naturally showed him storming the bridge like a hero.
He's unbelievable.
After the decisive victory in Rivoli and the fall of Mantua, he marched on Vienna. Without consulting the directory, he dictated the Treaty of Capo-Formio, carving out the map of Europe on his own authority. He partitioned the neutral Republic of Venice, handing territory to Austria in exchange for French control of Belgium and the Rhine. Paris was furious at his subordination. It was popular, and there was nothing they could do about it.
all violations were, I'm not going to show you how he felt, but I'm just going to tell you anything.
He wore civilian clothes,
The older things,
attended
older
meetings
stuff,
of the Institute of Arts and Sciences.
all
He was
my
already
little
thinking about his next move. A direct invasion of Britain was impossible, given the weakness of the French Navy, so he proposed something far more ambitious, an expedition to Egypt. The idea was to establish a colony, cut British access to India, and eventually pierce the Isthmus of Suez with a canal. The Directory approved. Army enough to send their most dangerous general somewhere far away. The Armada captured Malta on its way and landed near Alexandria in July of 1798. What followed was brutal. The troops marched across scorching desert without water bottles. Men collapsed from dehydration and dysentery. Stragglers were killed by Mamluk horsemen. Some soldiers, delirious and despairing, took their own lives in the sand. At the Battle of the Pyramids, though, the French infantry formed disciplined squares and tore apart the Mamluk cavalry charges with volley after volley of musket fire. Bonaparte entered Cairo and began organizing the country, setting up hospitals, street lighting, a new administration, a scientific commission investigated ancient ruins and Nile water purification. For a brief moment, it looked like a colony might eventually take shape. Then Admiral Nelson found the French fleet anchored at Aboukir Bay and annihilated it. The army was trapped. An uprising in Cairo saw French soldiers massacred before being ruthlessly suppressed without artillery and beheadings. Bonaparte marched to Syria to confront an approaching Ottoman force. At Jaffa, his troops sacked the town. He ordered the execution of up to 2,000 prisoners on the beach because he had no food to spare for them. Bubonic plague struck the army. The siege of Acre failed, thwarted by Ottoman defences and British naval guns. The retreat back to Egypt was a horror of abandoned, wounded and dying men, administered fatal doses of laudanum on Bonaparte's orders.
And it says if you buy the Torah on eBay, you're not the kind to look for it. By the way, it's the last listing of Torah.
Driving thousands of
Taryag
Turks
listing is the last of the Taryag, it's the right of the
reached
Torah.
him of French
The last of
military
today's
defeats in Europe and a
Torah.
government
This is the
teetering
right of
on
the
the
Torah.
edge of collapse. He made his decision
Going to the
quickly.
Rabbi.
He left the army under General Kleber, boarded a frigate in secret with a handful of officers, and slipped through the British blockade. The soldiers he left behind would remain stranded in the Egyptian desert. Bonaparte was already gone, sailing for France, where a fragile and failing republic waited for someone to take hold of it. Chapter 4. The Imperial Machine. As the bleary-eyed representatives of the people made their way down the still dark streets on the morning of the 9th of November, 1799, soldiers were already taking up positions around the Tuileries, dragoons under Sebastiani, chasseurs under Moore. The system they were meant to be protecting had already collapsed under its own weight. The Directory, that five-headed government born of revolution, functioned as a hollow shell. Hyperinflation had wiped out all ordinary savings. Army contractors and war profiteers built enormous fortunes off perpetual conflict. And a newly wealthy class of property owners was actively looking for a strongman, someone who would lock in their gains and crush any threat from the left or the right. Napoleon simply walked through a door that had been left wide open. Once the members of the Council of Elders had donned their togas and taken their seats, they were informed of a sinister plot by infamous brigands to bring down the government.
And
The assemblies were in grave danger, apparently, and was transferred immediately to the former royal palace of Saint-Cloud, outside Paris. To safeguard the move, they were told the hero of Egypt would take command of all troops in the region. Napoleon, immersed from his study,
And I want to give it them why.
Called on those present to help him save the Republic, and then
You
mounted
want the
a
best of the best. You want
magnificent
to
black
professional stuff. I
Andalusian
appreciate that you
lantern
work on it
by
a
Admiral
long
Rabbi.
time. That's
He set
you're
off for the
out,
Tuileries, escorted by
But
cavalry
here's
and
the
a
thing.
suite of generals
If
in
you buy
brilliant
tickets, you
uniforms,
spend $100,000
cheered along the
minimum
way
on a
by
ticket
onlookers
Thursday.
who had no idea what
And what
was
do you do with it?
actually happening.
You put it in the show.
At about 10 o'clock,
So
he entered the
if
chamber of the
that was
elders,
talking like a lot of
flanked
people
by
in
Berthier
the
and a handful of generals,
the rough
and
said,
gave a
the
rehearsed
reason why
speech
you such a big deal
praising
for
them for their
parents is
wisdom.
you write it and you learn
Then
them.
he went
Those days,
outside,
no prison press.
climbed
You
back
write
onto
it
the
so you
black
learn that.
horse,
Now you have to
which
say
he
for
was
your
having
house.
some
You're going to learn
difficulty
something.
mastering, and made the
So the
rounds
rock
of the
was
assembled
speaking this to
units,
buy Gemara.
exciting their enthusiasm with dramatic statements,
Bigger
empty
mystery
of
to buy
substance. His agitation had brought out a severe rash on his face. While considering his next move, he scratched so hard that he drew blood, which only seemed to confirm the rumor already flowing through the ranks that he'd been attacked with daggers. The story reached the crowd, and eventually all the way to Paris.
I know that I remember some trouble that really you want to be part of the fire.
His brother Lucien told him could calm the shouting, but eventually made a histrionic gesture, removing his toga, his cap, untying his gold-fringed sash, and laying them down as a sign that liberty had been silenced. He ordered a captain to take 10 grenadiers and rescue him from the chamber. Then, in a piece of theatre that would have been absurd if it weren't so effective, Lucien took a sword from an officer, put the point to his brother's breast, and solemnly swore he would kill Napoleon himself if he ever raised a finger against the liberty of the French people. As the drum beat the charge and crashed into the oratory, some of the 500 climbed onto their benches and began swearing to defend the Republic. Others followed the spectators out through the conveniently low windows, or out marched toward the podium and declared the assembly dissolved. Then, turning to his soldiers, he put it plainly, "Chuck this lot out of here." The next morning was a Republican Sunday.
When you put
At
such
10
effort,
o'clock,
it's
Citizen Consul Bonaparte left home in civilian dress
if you were
and
there,
was driven
you
through
would be a
empty
happy
streets
bird
to
if
the
you going to
Luxembourg in a
make
carriage
an effort
escorted by
like coming
6
into the midpoint and
dragoons.
accepting the card.
He went directly to Sieyes' apartment, where the two of them talked for over an hour. The first thing to be settled was who would preside over the new 3-man consulate. According to one version, Dubois simply turned to Napoleon and said, "It is quite unnecessary to vote on the presidency. It is yours by right." After Napoleon left the room, Sieyes reportedly told the others, "Gentlemen, you have a master. He wants to do everything, knows how to do everything, and can do everything."
He went through the effort, writing the whole thing.
Napoleon moved from the Rue de la Victoire to the seat of power, establishing himself in rooms on the ground floor of the Petit Luxembourg, while Josephine made herself at home on the floor above. And then he said to her, "On the 13th of December, a 10-liter measuring jar was placed on the table in the urinal, and the 50 members of 2 commissions wrote out their choices on slips of paper. Before the votes could be counted, Napoleon, who remained kneeling on the mantelpiece warming his legs by the fire, strode over and snatched the jar. He emptied its contents into the flames. It was recorded that he and the others had been nominated by unanimous acclamation. On the 24th of December, aged 30 years and 4 months, he formally took office as first consul, dictating a proclamation to the nation, pledging to make the Republic dear to its citizens, respectable to foreigners, formidable to enemies.
Maximum of 8.
But a proclamation means nothing without a battlefield to back it up. And within months, one presented itself. At Marengo, in June of 1800, he found himself facing the Austrian General Mellers, who had concentrated 30,000 men and 100 field guns near Alexandria.
I don't make them very wide
Napoleon was
because
down
the
to
next is the end of the
22,000,
road,
with only
and you don't know
20
where the next
guns.
will start.
Come back, in God's
Your
name.
eyes are going up and
If
down,
you still
that's
can,
who you are.
he wrote to
Hello,
Desai.
it's going.
Desai received the order at 1
And
o'clock
if they say
and
them,
immediately set
because
off.
you times there,
His men
they say
occasionally
them,
breaking
they
into a
them,
run, as they
something
covered
like
13
this. In other words,
kilometers to reach the
that
field.
it should be
By
approximately
3 in the
30 letters
afternoon,
per row,
the battle
including
appeared
spaces,
lost.
including some of them are yours
Ellis,
above.
who'd had 2
Well, that's
painful
30.
falls from his horse
Now
that day
40,
at the
now
age of
25,
71,
that's 30.
retired to Alessandria to lie down,
So, it's not really
leaving
real
his
back
generals
to
to finish things off. Around 5 o'clock, Desai arrived.
and he hired
After
a
a brief
special
exchange
guy to
with
get him to be
Napoleon,
real.
he led his
It's
divisions
tough,
into the fray.
beautiful cloud. Hey
Simultaneously,
guys, in
General
addition,
Callahan gathered his
$250
cavalry
for Urea.
and
They
charged
got
the
another
Austrian
$30
flank.
for each one
The
they
entire
choose.
French line surged forward. The
So
Austrians
you have this very
fell
wide
back
Urea.
and fled.
What do you do with it?
Desai was
Now, you
killed
should only have
leading the
8
attack.
guns, but this is good for 9.
I feel
You
the
gotta
most
cut it. You
profound
cut 9,
grief
3,
at
3,
the
3,
death of the man
7,
I
2,
loved
5,
and
4, whatever you want to do.
esteemed
6,
most.
3, what do you do?
Napoleon
Well,
wrote
you have to
afterward.
chose the count of 6 times.
With the military
You can't do
crisis
6
resolved,
and 3.
he
And
turned to
I
the
believe on the
machinery
country
of the
it's a
state
lot
itself.
more symmetrical when 4
Napoleon
and
did
5
not
rather than
understand
6, a
or like
larger
the
one and
idea
a
of
smaller one.
government credit,
The
which
goal
he
of that
saw
noise
as
was
no more than betting on a favorable outcome. He liked
once you
hard
make these very
currency
narrow,
and
very
wanted
wide
to
in the beginning.
amass as
How
much of
to
it as
say
possible.
there,
Corday, his finance
so
minister,
something
called in
like
a friend
this, let's
named
say,
Nicolas Mollier,
this is a
who
little
explained
narrower.
to a
The
bewildered Napoleon the
last
workings of the stock
then one
market
part
and
is
the
in a whole
principle
lot.
of a
What do you
sinking
think?
fund. On
So
the
you
13th of February, he
stretch
established the Banque de
like
France,
this, you make it
handing the
sound
levers of state
word
credit to a
alive,
syndicate of
and
private
it's a stretch.
financiers
I said,
whose
"Mike, this is
interests
good."
were now
Hard to
permanently
get the
fused
right, but you
with
didn't
the
see the whole page.
survival
You
of the
said you get to
regime.
the bottom, look how much
Strikes
room
were criminalized.
Workers
Workers were bound to the livret, an employment passbook
You
that
stretch it,
subjected their
and you
movements
make
and
it taller.
livelihoods
Each
to
letter
police
giant,
control.
and the
The
kids
chaotic energy of the early
12
revolution was
words, and
eradicated,
it's higher on it.
replaced by a rigid hierarchy
Here,
enforced
Junior.
by Fouché's security apparatus.
There's a certain shear
On
for
the 12th of August, 1800, he appointed a commission of 4 jurists to draw up a civil code of laws,
for night.
standardized contracts, the abolition of feudal obligations, ironclad protections for private
Where are we
property.
gonna find
Over the next year,
And
the
then what?
Council of State devoted more
Yeah,
than
and then
100
what?
sessions to
You're
it.
missing a part.
At
You have
least
to put a whole.
57
You're missing one part.
presided over by Napoleon,
You got to the
who
bottom
stamped
without
his
zero.
own
And
views
messed
on the
up.
final
I thought I
version.
had room for a puppet and
Those
the
views
other
were
than I don't.
revealing.
Now I have one
Women
puppet
need
left.
to be
You're gonna
contained.
put one puppet and one wrong
He
puppet, and I
declared,
have a tremendous amount of
explaining
money.
that they were naturally more flighty than men and
Well,
liable
the
to
puppet,
spend
what do
their
you say?
husbands
The
while
middle
they
of the
like
stop is
water.
La
The
Loca, what do you
husband
say? She's the
must have the
doctor.
absolute
The
power
one that's right,
and
that's La
right
Loca.
to
I
say
you
to
cannot
his
stop in the middle of the dock. La
Madame,
Loca. You gotta get to the bottom. That's a lot.
go to the
Okay,
theater,
so to make it beautiful, here we
see
go.
such and such
The
a
bottom
person.
should have a
The
feather.
code would not become
No,
law
I'll
until
tell you.
March
So,
of
you see, well,
1804,
based after that,
when it
the
would become known
question.
as the
This is the
Code
famous editorial of the
Napoleon.
something showed you something.
He drove the councillors like slaves,
Now,
as one of them put it.
I don't
One
see
had
a
to be
pep
made
on the
of
bottom
iron
over there.
to work with him.
The whole
In
material is the same.
1830,
So how do you have a
the
pep on
Council
the
of
building?
State dealt with
So what's that?
911
The answer
separate
is
measures.
it's all relative.
It was not unusual
But
for him
that's
to
beautiful.
keep
Like
them at it for
drive
8
the
or 10
tire,
hours
you get it.
with only a 15-minute break
So
for
if you have
lunch.
a travel saver tire like non-fix stuff on its back in tire supplier, something
He
like
would
this.
say when he saw them
Not
flagging
this,
past
like that.
midnight,
So
it
you
is
don't
only 2
put a tab up,
o'clock,
you put
and
tab up
we must earn the money which the people of France give
so
us.
relative.
He would toy with his snuff box while he listened, opening and shutting the lid, taking a pinch, most of which fell on the white facings of his uniform. Without looking, he passed the box to an aide behind his chair, who would hand him another. To help himself think, he'd produce a penknife and belabor the arm of his chair with it.
Why? I think
The cabinet maker replaced it regularly. He would wake at 1 or 4 in the morning, summon his secretary, and begin dictating in a white dressing gown with a scarf wrapped about his head. He hardly ever wrote himself, partly because his hand couldn't keep up with his thoughts, partly because neither he nor anyone else could read his handwriting. Bring applause for ice cream, something more substantial,
So the
and then pick
the
up
lesson that
exactly where
carries
he
in the
left
tire,
off.
they had a step on the screen.
And so the machinery of the French state was rebuilt, piece by piece,
Back to
marathon
this. In
sessions
between
and
each
pre-dawn
thing,
dictations.
each
The
almost
consul
two
had
fingers.
secured his grip
See over here, two
power.
fingers.
The armies that had carried
Over
him
here
there
is
still
3.
waited,
On top of 3. Over here between 2.
Garrisons across the country. Beyond
the borders,
the old powers of
When the
Europe
Master told his place, we have a hummus at home, like the handwritten hummus. 3 expressions about him. The amount of stories and the top 2. So when that is after we read up with and the hummus, each one should be the width of a thumb. Or when she does and between every row, there should be the size of a row. In between the rows. We'll make between each word, that's the size of a unit, so put in between each word. So they make size, and between each letter, we put a tire as long as we put our ears with. You might have done with the sound. Now, don't. What is going on here?
France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. They decided the fate of continents.
Yeah, check this out. Let's say you don't have enough room. You realize you don't have enough room. So you're going to make the...
Britain held the seas. Its Royal Navy
commanded double
warships of the French fleet.
I tried to give somebody, whatever, the whole story of the Magilla.
The French couldn't train their sailors
Word
properly,
of the
couldn't
Magilla
access
was
naval
smaller than the rest of
supplies
the
freely, and found their military resources being put down on the
The slavery started out, the whole Magilla was
After the
great.
7
The
Years'
first
War,
word, and the guy
which
opened
ended
the
in
door.
1763,
No good.
had cemented its dominance over global trade and colonial territory, largely at the expense of France and Spain. It was a maritime empire with no real challenge
And
on water.
the first word, whatever, it's not like this. It doesn't work.
Russia
Everybody,
its
you
way
don't have to
into
be a
the
Muslim.
ranks
You
of
don't
the great
different
powers of
sides.
earlier
You don't see
generation,
the guy who's running out of
winning
space.
two major
The letters
wars
are
despite
smaller.
It was a
Naturally.
fragile
And you might have
kind of
others to
greatness.
stop. Don't make the
kingdom was
font smaller.
Its
What they left
population
for myself is you're running out of space. The bottom of the mail, the mouth is running out of
just
space.
to keep up
The ones they left,
appearances.
she's up because you're running
Austria,
out of
meanwhile,
space between the lines. Maybe they left the entire because you need space to see different guys.
but it lacked the
The download
ethnic
table
and
that
linguistic
comes
unity of its
in,
neighbors.
you have
It was a
5
patchwork held
letters
together by
to
traditional and dynastic marriages,
So how
and
many
it
letters
knew
are
how
here? It's 5
vulnerable that
letters.
made it.
When you touch down, you
There was
put it down
Russia,
because that
which
is no good when you did right over here.
breathtaking
The word
speed
of the
in the
word is
second
outside.
half
This
of the
also applies to
century.
7
No
letter thing.
other European state
It's not
had
about
gained so
how
much
many letters
territory
are
so
outside.
quickly.
You can put 3
In
letters outside.
1772,
Provided that it's a
Catherine
7-letter
II engineered the
word.
first
It's
partition
4 inside, 3 outside. The
swallowing
word
up
is the
vast
majority of the words
tracts of
to
the
be
Eastern
inside.
Kingdom,
That was totally
placing
set
her
it out
the third
as so.
candidate on the Polish throne.
You name
A
them
few
notes
years
inside.
later,
And they say outside,
victory in
that's
the
great.
Russo-Ottoman War brought
The
Russian
fact is that
control to the northern coastline of the Black Sea. And by 1783, the Treaty of Guinness
under the time,
had
the
extended
shame
Russia's
so she has
military
food to the
presence
back. The
across the
culture
Caucasus
that
Mountains
Sam
into
can
eastern
never be
Georgia.
on the margin.
Russia was
Right?
hungry,
Is that the word
but
I'm
it was
looking for?
growing.
Past the line,
These rivalries weren't
outside the
limited
margin.
to Europe. The Nootka
No,
Sound
just
crisis
walk
of
around that. Okay.
1789
Clearly that, but that's
showed
global
just
when you
how
one-stop
far
shop
the
for your financial
competition had
needs.
spread.
Isaac Castle and out of all them, you like out of yourself for the
Pacific
Pacific
coast
coast
of
of
North
the
America
sea of the open
since
to the
the
galaxies, anonymous, never even
1500s,
motion, repairs,
tolerated
the third side,
foreign
dying,
presence in those waters.
the download table back to the
When British
OTO.
ships
What do you have?
appeared
This
near
2-letter
Vancouver Island,
word,
the Spanish
like the
Navy
word
seized
tail,
it,
if I can
imprisoned
find
the
it.
crews, and declared exclusive sovereignty over the entire coastline. For a
Now,
moment,
Yoshi
it
did
looked
it
like war.
based
In the
on
end, Spain backed
never
down
put a
and
full
agreed
word
to let the
outside of the
British
margin.
trade and settle in
So going back,
unoccupied
a
areas
little bit
above
is
San
in the margin.
Francisco.
The
A
olive, the little
small
part of the olive.
diplomatic episode, perhaps,
Ladies and
but it
gentlemen, that.
revealed something
You should put it
important.
between
European powers were now staking claims across the globe, and any one of those claims could ignite a wider conflict.
And you put it
India
over there.
was another
Start
flashpoint.
new road.
The British East India
I tell you
Company
the thing,
had
the
been
boys, I used to
tightening its grip on the
I tell you the
subcontinent
thing,
for
the person
decades,
makes the
but
mistake
its
in some
position
it happens a
was
lot.
far from secure.
It's a very hard
Powerful
job.
regional
You're
states
right.
like
You
the
make a mistake and
Maratha
you have to cross
Confederation
everything you
and
work.
the Dominion of
Terrible stuff.
Hyderabad
Why
controlled
is it
vast
What do you do?
territories.
You wait until
And
the
to the
season
south,
dries.
the kingdom of Mysore
You forgot
under
to
Tipu
add something.
Sultan
And there's
had
another
been a
word in there.
persistent
So,
thorn. Tipu had
he did a
welcomed
nice job
French
there.
Republican envoys, planted a tree of liberty
Right
at
over
his
here.
capital
That's
of
your Shiva
Seringapatam,
Hashem is Moshe.
and made overtures to French forces in
Hashem.
Mauritius. For the British, this was a
Right
lie.
over there.
In the spring of 1799,
It's already dry.
rich and
You
wealthy,
take it, man.
the Governor General
And you
would
scratch it right off.
the Fourth
Scratch it
Mysore War was
You put
short
a thing in
and
there.
brutal.
But now you're missing the
British
word
forces
Cuba. Where
stormed
does Cuba go?
Seringapatam on the
You
4th
go
of
on
May,
top.
and
That's
Tipu
both sides.
Sultan was
That
killed
means you
in
put
the
on top.
fighting. Wellesley then turned his attention
What?
to the Marathas,
You say over
negotiating
there,
the
leopard.
Treaty of
Leopard is what it's
Bassein,
for.
which
Four.
brought the Maratha leadership
Before you say
under
four
British
containers
influence
is the
in
problem.
exchange
Four.
for military
You
protection.
won. Oh,
India was being reshaped
it's
piece
not no.
by
You
piece.
know the news. But it's in one
The
spot.
revolution
One
had
place.
already
Not,
upended
it's not like a
Napoleon's
revolution.
life,
Now look.
as
When
we've
you look at the
seen,
page, you see all these
but
funny
it had
things that
also
are on.
upended the entire European
Very
order.
nice daughter. Tell us
The
what you got.
execution of King
And
Louis
you
XVI
put the
in
words
January
that you put on, you
1793
put on top. Hold it, put it down. Because of the shame of you put my you put a shame thing inside the
Convention's
road.
so-called edict
Inside
of
the road.
fraternity
Didn't already
made
do that.
things worse,
By the way, again,
promising
when someone
assistance
pointed
to
out
any
before, he
people
didn't
who
take
wished to
credit.
overthrow their
Not
rulers.
With
The
your
British
story,
Prime
Mary,
Minister
still
put in
got
plain
it back.
we
Your
are
story,
not
Mary,
at war
Apollon
with the
and Shame.
opinions of the closet.
The Yosi says
He
it's
said,
not a problem. You can put a Shem's name on top. You put Siva, and all you do is put a
Peoples.
Shem's name on top.
By the spring of
It's a cooler.
1793,
You need to go in there
most
after
of
work because
Europe
read the
had
biggest
joined
cooler
the
that you don't have
first
to wait until the
coalition
issue arrives. You just take a
against France.
walk and you take the, I
The
guess,
early
smears up a little bit,
campaigns
not
went
too fast.
badly for
And
the
then you
French.
have to,
Austrian
it's
Russian
Zuri
forces
right there.
invaded and
Remember,
pushed towards Paris.
Zuri
The Allies issued the Brunswick
is
Manifesto,
important
threatening to
because
level
we'll
the
talk about
capital
what
of the royal
say
family was
Allah is like him,
It was
and
meant
we
to
want to know what Allah is like
intimidate.
him.
Instead,
Well, Hashem
it
Kula Koi,
enraged the
only if you put
population.
Hashem's name,
And
something like
finally,
Esther,
in
something
September
like that.
1792,
You also
French
say,
gunners
if
held
like
their
part of it is
ground
in the
against
line, you
Prussian
have a little room,
veterans,
so you're going to go like between
refusing
the
to
two,
be
you're going to
silenced.
Hashem, and then on top go like that.
General Kellerman
Not good.
raised his hat and cried,
For some reason, I don't know why, in my mind, everybody wants to put down here and just go and
It
wrote
was
a
a
lot of
modest
positions,
battle in
writing over
military
some,
terms,
you know
but
what
a
I'm saying?
seismic
There's
one
a
in
lot of
spirit.
these, like, words on top, you make it like a little thing like
The
this,
revolution
you put on top,
mobilized on a
and
scale
it's like, even
never
if you don't
seen.
have to, you do it because
The
it's part
Committee
of
of
how you
Public
do it,
Safety
you know what I'm saying?
launched
Maybe
a
that's what I'm
levee
saying.
en masse, calling on every citizen to
And
serve.
then, you like,
From
giving
this
you one
moment,
this way, that way,
the
this
enemy
way,
shall have been
it's a
driven
maneuver,
from the
not
soil
maneuver.
of the Republic.
Later on in life, you
Declare
didn't
the
have this,
national
I don't know what.
convention.
No reason.
All Frenchmen are in permanent
You gotta see what
requisition
they do
for the
here. So
service
every
of the
page goes
armies.
in a plastic.
Within a
They have
year,
like the staff, like
14
300
new
plastics.
armies
The
have
whole
been
thing.
raised. Some 800,000 men were under arms.
Well, I
Prussia,
said, good, good.
exhausted, signed the Treaty
It's
of
nothing
Basel
good.
in
Even though I go into
1795,
it, maybe 80% well, because you're out there,
recognizing French
so
control
go
of
ahead and
the
check it
Bank
out.
of the
Says
Rhine.
your mayor,
Historians
you're
have
not going
called
to
that
erase
treaty
any
a
words.
death
You're not going to
certificate
add a
for
word
the
on
Holy
top.
Roman
You're not
Empire.
going to.
Since
So what do you
Prussia
do?
chose its own national
And then
interest
you do.
over the old
Take it and put it
imperial
in
order,
Visa. This sounds very cool of a gun.
partitioned a third
But
and
you know what's
final
interesting?
time,
Think
was
about it.
erased from the map
Why do you have to
entirely.
take out the whole UV? Like, throw it out.
The
He
old
wrote a whole bunch of stuff
chessboard
to the
of
right of it.
European diplomacy had been
No.
upended. Traditional
So the answer
alliances
is,
fractured,
if there's a
colonial
fast
possessions
three
changed
whole
hands,
road
and the
to
sheer
the right of it,
scale of
they
French
take a scissors
mobilization
and just cut it.
left
Now you
every
have a three.
neighboring
But
power
if there
scrambling
isn't,
to
if there's
respond.
only two
The
roads to the right
exhaustion
of it,
was
you have
mutual.
to throw out all three
Years
roads.
of
The
continuous
point is, we said before, you have to have a
stretching
minimum of
from
three
the
roads.
Rhine
So
to
if
the
it's like
Indian Ocean,
number
green
7, so it's not a
treasuries
problem.
and armies
You
alike.
cut what?
A pause was coming.
Columns.
A
What did I say?
fragile diplomatic
No,
intermission.
columns. Columns. What is it? Columns. Columns. Is the wrong word. If there's 3 columns to the right, then you don't need to throw the whole urea out, the whole parchment out. You take a scissors, you take a blade, and you cut it nicely, and you attach another one and keep on going.
For the
But
first
then,
time in
if
nearly a
you don't
decade,
have 3
the
full
guns
rows to
across
the right,
continental
you only
Europe
have 2
fell
rows
silent.
columns to the right,
The peace of
then you throw out the whole
Libreville,
parchment.
signed in
It's not
early
an hour around.
1801,
I
had
love
done
the
what
toilet
many
to say.
thought impossible.
You gotta put a
Austria,
name on top of them. I've never seen
humiliated
it.
and
But
exhausted,
you gotta put it top.
gave up the
Somebody said over here
territorial
that people are
gains it had
mocking
won
it.
in
You tell
Italy
you,
just 4
I don't
years
want any
earlier.
mistakes.
The
Understand,
treaty
these kind of
recognized
things,
the
let me know.
constellation
Let
of
me
new
know.
republics,
Rabbi,
Swiss,
Dutch,
Genoese,
easy choices. Allah is, and so Paskin, you gotta erase and write. Why did you just say it straight out? Allah is deviation. Umar Allah Kumar, Allah is a Yitzhak. You shouldn't doubt, because we're not certain that the Rebbe really said he's the one that said this and he said that. Some that say that they said that. If the Yitzhak that said it, not yes, okay. Omar Rabbi Chanina, Omar Ula, Omar Chanina, Allah, Chanina, Chanina. Oh, that ain't it. Omar Rabbi Chanina, Omar Chanina. I love your sins to do. I love it that your sins to do. The one, don't put the pattern that comes in on one row and the other half on top. Put the whole thing on top. whole bunch of fun with I want to like it everywhere. He says something. I love it. How you? What does it mean? What do you think? You don't know how this one I over here teaches you. I'm talking to the title something, brother. Referring to Hashem's name. To put the entire Hashem's name on top of the row, in between the rows, but not a little bit below, a little bit at the top. Lord is my law, but we said, over Hanano Omarat, in the name of God. Halacha Tanakh says, you're allowed to put the name of Hashem on top. You're allowed to Hanano Omarat, you're allowed to put the name of Hashem on top. And you can, if you're right, that's how they should do. The wall, you can't have an app. Who name the name, who not the name, or what they do that in their office, one of the things. The law is, you're allowed to use it. The law is, you're allowed to put Hashem's name on top. And the law is, do not put it out, Hello, referring to this famous halacha, the Shimshi Zuri are now the other part of the first subject. We're talking about a Ben Before. Rabbi said Ben Before. Ben Before is when you shut an animal, a mother, and you find in the stomach, you find a live comes out, and the movement's like, you're allowed to eat it without treatment, because the shit of the mother is the shit of the baby, even though it's got to live. And even 5 years later, even got to live for 5 years, our boys can take a look at it before.
Accepted the return of Egypt to the Ottoman Porte and the Papal States to the Pope. Malta was to go back to the order of St. John under the protection of Naples. It was tidy, comprehensive, and doomed. As the ink dried, Bonaparte was looking westward. He dispatched a massive expeditionary force to Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, which had been in open rebellion since the early 1790s under the leadership of Toussaint Louverture. The force was commanded by Bonaparte's own brother-in-law, General Leclerc, and it was one of the largest overseas military operations any European power had attempted in that age. They arrived in January 1802. Some local commanders defected to the French, but Louverture called on the entire population to resist, then withdrew into the interior. The fighting was savage. Deprived of water and food in this overwhelming heat.
I don't know where you got that from. I don't know where you said the news was here. But anyway, the feeling to cut of a coat. Like, you know, you can't even wait. Look what he said. I never heard this. I don't know where you got it from. Prove it. There was a guy in Australia. He did anything. There's no trade. Now, what happens is, if you take a Bethapua and marry it up to another Bethapua, then its children don't need people, they don't need anything. You can have generations upon generations of animals that don't have favorite eggs. So guys are trying to do it, and they shut them down real quick. It wasn't smart, because it's business. But the Rabbi said no good. And there's a guy that used to do the shear. I just found out last night after he was here. 2 of his sons are part of NDY. Yet our father tried to open up a farm in Australia. Mr. Mumby. I wonder why. Geez, they did that. Yeah.
The money was handled through a Dutch banking house.
No, it can't be this. I love it. As soon as you says, I love you. I love you. They do so. When I'm in labor, you should say not only Yuri says this, but also Robin Bakhanina says in the name of Allah. All right.
And turned his attention back to Europe, where the fragile peace was already coming upon.
Have a wonderful.
Refused to recognize the new Italian republics, viewing them as threats to the balance of power on the continent. British newspapers portrayed Bonaparte as a yellow-skinned pygmy, a monstrous hybrid. One tabloid called him an unclassifiable being, half African, half European, a Mediterranean mulatto. His wife Josephine was portrayed as a harlot. His stepdaughter Hortense was accused of incest. The French government retaliated by confiscating British goods, banning their importation across French-controlled territories, and ordering the imprisonment of any British subjects found within reach. Bonaparte launched a massive naval conscription, urging his ministry to build as many vessels as possible. Money, he said, was no object. By 1804, he expected to have more than 1,600 foot invasion navigation boats,
And should
supported
only
by another
citizens
1,000
to
fishing
claim
vessels converted into transports. The peace of
Lady,
Amiens had
you
lasted
don't know,
just
you just here,
420
came to my
days.
house
Its collapse
to ask me
unleashed
to
12
give some money
years
to
of
the local
ruin and
Absalom.
misery that would shape the destinies of Europe and the
I
wider
said,
world.
you learn Torah?
The man at the
Yeah,
center of it all
now,
had been quietly
do you learn Torah?
consolidating.
No,
He secured the
I'll be there
concession for
tomorrow.
life in
My mic
August
is not missing
1802,
days. It's
along
like,
with the right to name
almost 8
his own
years.
successor.
8 years.
Officers
10
attended his
years.
person.
One
Honors
question.
were
One
paid to
question.
the women of
He's
his
going with us and
household.
does other shooting with
Privileged
Azaris and
families
does
surrounded
this.
him in
Unbelievable.
ceremony. Everything, observers noted,
It
was
wasn't
monarchical.
an impression when I
Everything
was there.
except the title of
It
consort.
was? He said,
And
took
that
his head,
name,
he goes like this.
was destined
The
soon
voice
to
guy,
disappear.
it's unbelievable. We had with us a very, very, very special
Chapter 7.
our
The
in-house
Sun Emperor.
graphic designer, did all our
By the autumn of
graphics. He came to
1804,
the Sheer
he had
Live,
survived
and
more
he's young,
assassination
and
attempts
during
than most
Corona,
men would care to count.
and he's listening.
Royalist conspirators,
And he left
Jacobin
tremendous,
holdouts,
tremendous
even a
motion
bomb
on
that had
MDY.
torn apart a Parisian
His son,
street
Jimmy,
and
works for
killed
us full time.
bystanders.
You
The
know,
question of
below.
succession
And
had become impossible to ignore.
he brought
If he died
to the
without
Sheer,
an heir, without a
that is
dynasty,
the most
the
important
whole
piece of the Sheer,
enterprise
just
would
the flying.
collapse
He
overnight.
himself brought up the
And so
flying.
the
He brought many
decision was
people.
made.
He's pushed
France
to that.
would have an emperor.
So, tremendous loss.
The coronation
And
was
it's
set
later today.
for the
And
2nd
because
of
of
December
such a
Cathedral.
see them
Months of
basically the
preparation
going to top,
went into
and you just
transforming the Gothic
we also
interior
have what's his
into
name,
something
new.
closer
Like
to
Muncie,
ancient Rome.
the
The
Portland,
architect Fontaine
Nisha, and
oversaw
his
the
father,
construction of
listen, and
enormous
married,
wooden
what?
grandstands,
Sorry.
draped the walls in silk, and filled the
Sports
space
friend
with
with the
thousands
outfit
of
about
wax
faster layups
candles.
which are his throw
Though
on his
Pius
business
VII
today.
had been persuaded, or perhaps pressured is the fairer word, to make the long journey across the Alps
I want to
in
show you real
freezing
first of
late
all,
autumn weather.
your
He
rebellion is
arrived
going to
in
keep up
Paris
your homework. You
exhausted
mentioned,
and was promptly subjected to days of
well,
calculated
look at
diplomatic
this email.
science
It was a crazy
designed
email.
to make
You
one thing
mentioned
clear.
yesterday the story I said, and everybody laughed. You
Was
said it
here
was
to
a
bless the
possible
occasion. He was
right?
not
So
here
that's why the guy
to
ate a lot.
run it.
I happen to be the cipher. I
On
know
the
the
day
person who
itself,
belongs.
the
He
procession
gave,
to the
I
cathedral
happen to
stretched
be
through
a
the streets
cipher.
of Paris.
I know the
Thousands of
person who
soldiers
belongs.
lined
He
the
gave me a
road.
copy of the
18
Missouri I still
carriages
have.
rolled
It's
past
absolutely
the
free.
grounds.
So look,
The
send him a picture.
imperial carriage was
Yeah,
drawn
the
by
picture.
8 dun-colored horses covered in gold leaf.
Otherwise, I got a bunch of
Josephine
emails
wore
telling
white
me this
satin
exact thing,
embroidered in gold and
that
silver.
the
He wore a
Kapataim and
heavy
others, they say
crimson velvet
we can make
mantle
a
lined with ermine,
the menorah.
covered in gold
That's the
leaves,
menorah as
a
gold,
deliberate
then goes
replacement
silver,
of the
then goes
old
copper,
ermine
and
fleur
then
de
metal,
lis.
and then
And when the moment came
glass,
for the
which some of
crowning,
my kids
he
like
did
from,
something
today,
that
the
no one
fancy
in the
glass,
cathedral
number 8
would
on the
forget.
list.
He took
Wood
the
is
long
9,
wreath of
bone.
gold from the
Bone.
altar
So
himself.
somebody actually sent me a picture of
Placed
bone.
it
What
on
would it
his
look
own
like if you
head.
had a bone?
Then he turned
Oh, yeah, I
and
forgot his name.
crowned Josephine.
But I put it in
Knelt
here, here you
before
go.
him in tears.
Very cool.
The message was plain
It has
enough.
like a spine, the whole
He owed his throne to no one. With the spectacle behind him, his attention turned entirely
Rabbi,
to the
check this
coast.
out.
150,000 veterans of the Revolutionary Wars were camped around Boulogne, living in rows of organized wooden huts, drilling day after day, staring across the channel at the British shoreline. They were waiting for naval control of the crossing. It never came. At Trafalgar, Horatio Nelson destroyed the combined Franco-Spanish fleet, and with it, any serious hope of invading Britain. The army at Boulogne was immediately renamed the Grande Armée, ordered to break camp and set marching east to meet a new threat. Austria and Russia had formed the Third Coalition. The speed of what followed was extraordinary. Several columns of troops crossed the Rhine simultaneously, each operating independently, but converging on a single objective. They covered up to 30 kilometers a day, carrying their own ammunition and rations, living off the land to avoid the slow supply trains that weighed down traditional armies. The Austrian commander, General Karl positioned his forces in the fortress of Mons, expecting the French to go through the Black Forest.
And check this out.
They swung far to the north instead, looped around behind him, and cut off every route of escape. On the 20th of October, 1805, Malcolm
We have a lot of equipment about the family.
Soldiers of the brand they are made.
And the
I have
sound,
destroyed the Austrian
the
army
mixer sound
by
is
simply
$5,000
marching.
piece.
The French
Right,
then pushed
done.
east
Yeah, all
along
of
the
us all.
Danube,
And
taking
Kobe,
Vienna with barely a fight after Marshal
you heard
Ernest
about it.
talked his way
Just
across the
attacking
main
something
bridge
and
by
going from the
convincing
side
the
to help
Austrian
our friend to work
defenders
through the night.
that
And
an
mountain
armistice
man,
had
you
already
back
been
anyway.
signed.
Do you go to sleep yet?
The decisive
Very
moment
dedicated team.
came
He's
in
watching the night
Austerlitz on
satellite
the
location.
2nd of December,
The boys' side
exactly
is
1 year
just
to
the
the
name of the
day
restaurant,
after
South
the
Side.
coronation.
South
He
Side.
had deliberately
Check
weakened
this
his
out.
right flank,
The
reaching
Republic
the
Super Bowl.
combined
I have to say,
Austro-Russian
it took
army
15
into
years,
descending
but
from the high
this year
ground of the
started.
Prince
I didn't have
Heights.
even decided to watch the high.
It was
You know,
a
like,
trap,
okay,
but
Super
it
Bowl,
depended
okay.
entirely on precise timing and the arrival of Marshal Davout's corps after a forced march from Vienna.
You know,
As heavy morning
this is
fog
awesome for
lifted,
you to watch.
sunlight
Certain
broke
people,
across the field.
they see
Marshal
smoke
Soult's
and
men
they get the
charged up the
heart
now exposed heights and split the coalition army clean in two. Thousands of Russian soldiers tried to flee across the frozen sanctioned ponds. French artillery fired into the ice and shattered it beneath them. Austerlitz ended the Third Coalition. Austria signed the punitive Treaty of Presburg, losing vast territories, paying a crushing indemnity. The 1,000-year-old Harvey Roman Empire was formally dissolved, replaced by the Confederation of the Rhine, a string of German client states bound to serve French interests. Prussia, which had stayed neutral during all this, now lately declared war, furious at territorial violations, and urged on by the fiercely anti-French Queen-Louise. The Prussian army marched into Thuringia with confidence, and the outdated tactics of Frederick the Great. On the 14th of October, 1806, at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, that confidence was destroyed. He crushed what he believed was the main Prussian force in Jena. Meanwhile, Marshal Davout's isolated corps of 26,000 men ran into the actual main army of 63,000 and systematically broke it apart. The pursuit that followed was relentless. Within weeks, French troops had taken Berlin and paraded through the Brandenburg Gate. What remained of the Prussian forces retreated into Poland to link up with the Russians, dragging the war into the freezing heart of Eastern Europe.
The Zumi of the snake is
The
like
winter
it's every
campaign
time
that
though.
followed
Like
was brutal. At Eylau in February of 1807,
this
two
is goes on.
armies
There's another
fought
one
in a
afterwards.
blinding
But
snowstorm.
it's a cool
Men
thing. Like
froze
that's
to
showing
death
the AI
standing
video. We're
upright.
showing what it comes for,
Marshal
what it's
Augereau's
coming to
entire
help. Here we go.
corps
Then
lost its
okay, great.
bearings in the blizzard and stumbled
So I'm not going
directly into
around
Russian
my Yanuka.
artillery. A massive cavalry charge led by
So
Marshal
that's
Moreau
it's just what I'm
was
saying
the
because
only thing that
it's
saved the
down
French
these
centre
words.
from collapsing entirely.
Yanuka.
Over 40,000 casualties were left bleeding in the snow. There was a stalemate, and it shook war on
Your
badly.
emails, Joe.
The decisive
Before
victory
you
only
see them,
came
don't
months
get
later
here.
at
Finish
Friedland
real
in
simple.
Germany,
What
where
else
the
do you
French
for
caught
them
the
to
Russian army pinned against the
Yesterday
river
alone,
Au
I
and
must have
tore it
heard from
apart
4 different
with
people
burst
that they
artillery at
finished
close
Paris.
range.
Like Paris is good. The sound against is right. I had a Mahoiz with them, and they haven't to be right in this one.
A raft was built and moored in the middle of the river Niemen.
Was a lot of
He and
people.
Tsar Alexander I met
The
on
one
it,
who was
embraced in front of their cheering
they're like,
armies,
wow, I
and
can
sat
do
down
this.
to divide Europe between them. The Tsar reportedly opened by saying, "I hate the English as much as you do. He replied, if that's the case, peace is made. The continent now had two masters, but the sea still belonged to Britain, and no treaty signed on a river raft could change that. The French Navy was gone. A direct strike on London was a physical impossibility.
Daddy
If Britain
raised
was
the
going to be
Benedict,
brought
the
to its
Christmas
knees,
of the
it would have to be
mayor
done
of the
another way
Saint
entirely.
Benedict, and the Strong should have an idea that's today's stuff in the official shops. Daily spouses the mayor of Ireland in on the 10th Yorkshire Army, Shayoa Levy is spread. None.
On
In
the
the mayor of
21st of
child,
November,
and a
Napoleon issued the Berlin Decree. It declared the British Isles to be in a state of blockade. No country under French influence was permitted to trade with Britain, receive British ships, or even correspond with
Official edition MDY shots accepted by the Iranian leading family Tarek Anonymous. Leading this one title of the Moshe. Second sponsor, Dave Salvo. Dedicated memory of Avi Murray, small corner, Tennessee Coach of Rafa. The second sponsor, Joe Guys, News, fucking Father Bracket Values. Anonymous. I thought of the Ribbons of the Gassy. The Politics Family Foundation is written that I was going to change politics. Mentioned to Ewu. Anonymous, the proclaimer of Moshe Ben Zohar. Anonymous, the team of proclaiming Arisa Strom to lay about Esther, Strom Maki. Play with us from Alpha Zohar Festival. We're so proud of you. At Mordecai, Steiging, in the Gross family, and the Island UK in honor of the belly shaping the meaning of life. Funny how mighty. Yossi Martin Benny and all the instruments Torah MDY from Kofi Shalom Torah. Monthly sponsor, I decided to report him of the Murray Torah for Miriam. Jimmy Azulai with the name of Basura. Mashara, Miriam Landy, Hoyla from Toys, Kilo Kazoi. Monthly sponsor anonymous is put the bird that's Jordan open and revealed the ways with the Mordecai Ben Batuleo mates. Notice in Riga Lewis as the source for everyone in need of a Shiva all day. Anonymous, the merit of Nicole, success and blessing in all areas of life. As Christian Allen growth, this is not slow, that was the hypnotizes. You know, when I do this here, Shafrain, the Sunday on Nathan of the Silver Brother. Anonymous, the merit of the fulfillment of Mount of Ohio. Sessions.com, helping living Rabbi people which pop up in Yemen, anywhere worldwide, with this much time showing them sour. The month, the fulfillment of the Nathan of the Silver Brother, the fulfillment of the Esther, the fourth Ayala, the Mia Zil, then Ayala Esther, the voice remember on Travis today. Is there anybody in this room who has the weird been a conflict? Well, me? Okay. Is there anybody in the room that the parts of the feeling not like the Rabbi Tom, not in the same order as Rashi, but perhaps somebody in the room has is written like Rabbi Tom and not like Rashi? Anybody in the room? The sound, the way the text looks, the way the yin looks, the way the hay looks. Come on, folks. How's your cast in your film? Is it two Zions together with a roof like this, or it's flat on the top? So I'm here to tell you that everybody in this room wears Rabbi Tom. Basically, the stuff that we have, that we do, is Rabbi Tom, and not that. We might not do the same order. Okay, we're going to see today. Omarab. Omarab, brothers from the Neurot, fucking
Amsterdam, Hamburg,
Bob says,
places that had lived and breathed international
the height of the Neurot, 7 lines down from the top.
halt of maritime commerce devastated.
The lonely times don't get used to it, especially in the Gaza tomorrow.
Workers lost their livelihoods.
4'3", 73 centimeters of both sides. This is it.
Because without
This is the height of the Neurot.
the factories that had been thriving began to
That's a
starve
route.
for materials.
Yesterday we looked
Thousands of weavers were left unemployed in the
well,
very
but
regions
from the Neurot,
this
this is
was
Boston.
supposed to
Basically, asking back to the Rab, so if Jimmy asked Rab a
enforcing
conquest.
all of this.
Evan Hudson down the Neurot.
Bureaucratic
Here we go, something like this.
French
The Neurot had a
customs
stone,
officers
and the
patrolled the
stone
coast
had
reporting to the Adriatic,
so a little, I played over the Rio de Janeiro. The double standard, how in the world are you telling me this
where they were
world
piled high and set on fire. The bonfires
is
were
basically
meant to
this high, 83 steps, 1, 2, 3, what the fuck is going to have to bend down?
getting through.
It's a 60 tall, I get it, want to be on top of it.
Profits of smuggling too enormous to resist. Entire fishing communities
Oh my
along the coast
hey,
abandoned their nets
that's you, the thing, Jimmy, if I'm talking to you, asking such questions. You drive, I'm not fun with them out. I was talking about from here,
landings on remote beaches.
from where the branches of the river start. Not talking from that point, because not talking below that, the total of 18 something like we discussed there.
Warehouse,
It's
a massive
competitive.
smuggling
I
network
could have
just
understood,
off the
I guess.
German
I don't know
coast,
exactly
where
why.
thousands of vessels
Well, that's
transferred textiles, spices, and weapons to local runners who filtered everything inland through the river networks.
Either way, 3 feet is
Corruption among French
too short
officials
for
was
anybody. 6.
widespread.
Says the prophet, the Torah Bahanira to the Prophet's law. says, oh, where do I go?
Many accepted
Right?
bribes to look the other way.
Oh, my leg.
The diplomat Louis de Maurienne amassed a personal fortune by simply charging his own evil tariff on British goods.
The freezers that use the pails
The deeper flaw was
take
this:
out the wood from the
Europe
learned zone.
needed
All
British
pure gold.
goods.
Who liquids zone? It is liquid zone. My liquid, what does that mean?
Denied access to the
Oh, my God,
continent, British merchants expanded aggressively into South America and Asia.
Close
Their
down,
overall
full
export
the
revenues
gold
gradually
stores by
increased.
purifying the gold to
Meanwhile,
such a
the
level
prices of
that
basic
all of the gold
commodities
is
across
worth
Europe
it. Now,
climbed
where's the
steadily.
put
Wages
anybody out?
stagnated.
You would say
And ordinary people bore the weight of an
they
embargo
were
that enriched a narrow band of French aligned industrialists
beautiful
and black market
was
operators.
compared to
Resentment toward French rule grew, quietly at first, then not so quietly. Former allies began to feel like subjects, and the desperation for hard currency eventually pushed the French government to issue special licenses, allowing select merchants to trade directly with Britain, a blatant violation of its own system that enraged partners like Russia and Prussia, who were suffering immense economic damage to enforce a blockade that France itself was breaking for profit. To keep the system from collapsing, Napoleon was forced to keep expanding. Whenever a coastal territory failed to suppress smuggling, French troops marched in. The Kingdom of Holland was annexed. So were the Hanseatic cities of Bremen and Hamburg. So were the Papal States. Each annexation stretched the empire thinner, demanded more soldiers, more administrators, and it was this very logic, this relentless need to seal every harbor and control every dock, that now turned French attention southward toward the Iberian Peninsula, where the ports of Portugal remained stubbornly open to British trade.
Send all your questions on AI to AI.
Chapter 9: The Iberian Quagmire. It began, as these things often do, with a plan drawn up in secret. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed behind closed doors, carved Portugal into pieces between France and Spain before anyone in Lisbon had the faintest idea what was coming. On paper, it looked clean. A quick march, a swift occupation, and Portugal would fall neatly into the continental system. The emperor would have his coastline sealed. Britain would lose another trading partner. And General Shaw and Auchinleck was the man tasked with making it happen. Junot's march south was brutal from the start. His army was thrown together in haste, filled with raw conscripts who had barely learned to hold a musket. They crossed the barren interior of Spain in freezing autumn rain. The roads turned into mud beneath their boots. Food ran out. Horses collapsed. Artillery pieces were abandoned where they sank into the earth because there was no way to put them free. By the time the column reached Lisbon, the soldiers looked less like an invading army and more like refugees. Many were barefoot, most were starving. They could barely afford a tavern brawl, let alone a battle. And they were too late. Just hours before Junot's bedraggled troops stumbled onto the Lisbon docks, the entire Braganza royal family had boarded their ships. The state treasury went with them. So did the Portuguese fleet. They sailed for Brazil under British naval escort, and Junot could do nothing but stand on the quayside and watch. The prize had slipped away across the Atlantic. Still, French boats were now on Iberian soil, and there was no intention of removing them. In Spain, a vicious family quarrel had been tearing the royal household apart for months. King Charles IV, a weak ruler dominated by his deeply unpopular minister, Manuel Godoy, found himself locked in a power struggle with his own son, Ferdinand. The conflict boiled over in the mutiny of Aranjuez, a violent upheaval that forced Charles to abdicate. Ferdinand seized the throne. The country was in chaos, and into that chaos,
Yes,
The emperor saw
that's the 80
an
pounds.
opportunity.
He already purified it. The
He
purest of the
summoned
pure of the
both
pure.
father
One
and
figure out
son
of doubt.
to the
Once you
French
reach that
city
level,
of
you
Lyon
call it 24
under the
carats. Whatever you
pretense
want
of
to call it. Let's call it
mediating
24
their
carats.
dispute.
It's what?
It was a
And
trap.
after purified 24 carats, more than 24 carats.
Once the
Whatever
two
that is,
men
you know,
were
this is the
isolated
number.
on French
All
soil,
men told by the
he
French already.
subjected them to
By
a
the
campaign of intimidation.
we have to
He
go
made no
basically what
effort
the Muslims
to
do.
disguise his
What is the word
contempt.
tar?
They are the
Tar
most
to me,
wretched
that it's
family
literally
in
tar, that if a
existence.
dead person
He
touches it,
reportedly
it's
said.
tar.
By
Or
the
that
time it was
is
over,
actually
both Charles and Ferdinand had renounced their claims to the Spanish
that
throne
came
in
from
Italy.
a pure place, meaning it
The
came straight from
Bourbons
somebody.
were finished.
So the two options. You might
In
just sit
their
on your
place,
ass later.
the emperor installed his older brother, Joseph Bonaparte, as king in Madrid. He assumed the Spanish people were quite content. A fresh start, a modern administration, an end to the corruption of the old regime. It was a spectacular miscalculation. Spain was a country of 10.5 million people. The dwarf through every village and valley was the Catholic Church, a vast institution that functioned almost as a parallel state. 200,000 clergy, 12,000 monasteries. The church owned enormous tracts of land, ran schools, administered welfare, held a kind of moral authority over rural life no foreign power could hope to replicate. When Joseph's new government moved almost immediately to suppress 2/3 of the country's convents and monasteries, the reaction was ferocious. For millions of ordinary Spaniards, this was an attack on the fabric of their world.
But over here, the Torah calls this
Geography worked against the French too.
and therefore it
In
has a
places
lot of
like the
wood.
Low Countries
What's
or
a lot
north
of
of
wood?
Italy, the
You make
occupation
also
had
the
been
number.
relatively
It's a piece of wood
straightforward.
that's meant to
Those
stay right there, like
regions
the
were
table, right here.
urbanized,
It's
with
a piece of
established
wood that's not
municipal
meant to be moved.
bureaucracies
You put it
and
into
a
this room
commercial class
7
willing
years
to
ago. It hasn't
cooperate.
moved. It doesn't
Spain
move.
was
Then
different.
Maine was, it's not a
The
California.
population was overwhelmingly
But
rural
the
and
VA
scattered
talking
across
about
vast
in
distances,
California.
governed
So
by a
Maine
landed
that's why the
nobility that
President
had
should
little
know the full
dependence
fun.
on urban
Here's
supply
the capital.
chains. There
Even
was
though it's
no
not supposed to
centralized
be this.
administrative
I'm not
machinery in
saying
the countryside
no,
for the
and
French
here.
to seize hold of. They could take cities, but they couldn't take Spain.
The
The
famous
spark
Gemara,
came on the
they used to
2nd of
lift
May,
up the
1808,
sofa
at
with the lechem upon it.
Dostoevsky.
On top,
French
and
troops in
show
Madrid
all those video
attempted
came
to
from a
escort the
distance.
last remaining
Umar
members of the
lechem
royal
upon it,
family
right?
out of the city, and the people of the capital simply snapped. Citizens attacked the French with paving stones, beating them with knives, boiling water, whatever they could lay their hands on. A street battle erupted that left hundreds dead. Marshal Joachim Murat, commanding the garrison, responded with a savagery calculated to terrify. He unleashed the Mameluke cavalry of the Imperial Guard, who rode through the civilian crowds, cutting people down in the streets. The next morning, French firing squads lined up hundreds of captured insurgents on the Principe Pio Hill and shot them. Francisco Goya would later paint those executions, and his images remain among the most harrowing depictions of war ever committed to canvas. News of the massacre spread fast. Across the provinces, uprisings broke out, organized by local juntas, regional councils that drew their authority from existing power structures. The local nobility rallied their tenants. The clergy rallied their congregations. But even in their shared hatred of the French, these councils were divided. Reactionary factions, the serviles, fought to preserve aristocratic and clerical privilege. Liberal factions, the liberales, saw the crisis as a chance to push for constitutional reform, legal equality, and an end to the old feudal order. The two sides needed each other to fight the war. They also despised each other. This contradiction would hamper the resistance for years and sow chaos long after the last French soldier had left. In July of 1808, the myth of French invincibility died in the plains of Andalusia. At the Battle of Bailén, General Pierre Dupont found his army exhausted, dehydrated, and completely surrounded by Spanish regulars and armed peasants. He surrendered his entire corps.
18,000 men laid down their weapons.
Okay.
It was
We
an
got a big program
unprecedented
going on.
humiliation, and the
Okay.
news
Look,
sent
Shabbos,
shockwaves across every occupied nation in Europe. If the French could be beaten in open battle,
What's your name?
then
Remind me.
perhaps the war could be won.
What about ROTHSCHILD Americans?
Britain moved
How are you
quickly.
doing?
An expeditionary force
Thanks for
landed in
calling. What do you
Portugal
do?
under the command of Arthur
Thanks
Wellesley,
for
the methodical,
You're
sharp-eyed
a
officer who
Yeah,
understood
yeah.
defensive warfare the way a watchmaker understands gears.
What?
At Vimero,
Yeah.
he repelled Junot's
Okay.
frontal
Well, any other
assaults
guess?
with carefully timed volleys of infantry
Really?
and musketry. It was
We had
precise,
before that also.
economical,
You were here, what,
devastating,
2-3 years ago?
and it was a preview
Let me
of the
know.
kind of
What
fighting that would define the British campaigns in the peninsula for
Oh,
years to come.
Right.
What followed was a guerrilla war, the term itself literally meaning
Oh, yeah, I got that one.
and it bled the French occupation of
Here,
Britain over the
you and
next
I
5
be
years.
factories, right?
Out in the countryside, French taxation, forced
I was
conscription,
told by
and
that
aggressive requisitioning
You
drove
get
the
a
peasantry
from
into the mountains.
Sign your
These
election
Spanish partisans knew
Sorry,
every
man.
ridge and
All
ravine.
the way.
They
Listen,
ambushed
we
supply
got the-
convoys, assassinated isolated couriers, and vanished back into terrain the
my
French
radio.
would
It's real
have
quick,
to
my
navigate.
radio. But the biggest
The
concept is
result
like a
was
ship
that the
too. Like
occupation
the second
would
has
never
is that the
control the
economy
ground
wars is the
directly
walking.
beneath its
But
soldiers'
also
feet.
not in shots,
Step
not in
off
the
the main road,
looking
and you were in enemy
and
territory.
that's what they did.
The
Then you
violence
stop on.
escalated beyond anything resembling conventional warfare.
We're moving up in
Both sides abandoned the old rules entirely. French soldiers burned villages, assaulted the inhabitants, executed clergy. Spanish guerrillas tortured, captured French women, boiling them alive, burying them to the neck in the dirt, nailing them to trees along the rural highways. Each atrocity justified the names that the grinding cycle of cruelty that consumed the
Came down in the
countryside.
form of fire.
To protect his vital base in Lisbon, Wellesley constructed the lines of Torres Vedras, a vast network of forts, redoubts, and trenches stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Tagus River. When Marshal Massena advanced into Portugal with the French army, he hit this wall and could
We're all
go
most
no
of us
further. The
But your
countryside
people
behind
saw
the
them
lines
and
had
he
been
copied it.
deliberately
And then I
stripped
raised
bare.
I think it's a
Massena's men
more
had
about
nothing to eat, nothing to
right here on the
forage.
spot.
They
Look it up
starved
right
in
here
the
on this
desolate
on this
landscape
last
for
place.
weeks
The message
before
says
pulling
that
back in a
it was what
disastrous retreat.
What happened was the most of it was
At its height,
but
over 250,000 French soldiers were
whatever.
pinned down
And you're gonna
across
see a
Spain.
real came chokes,
They
but at
chased a
the end of the
phantom
day,
enemy through the mountains, an enemy they could wound
and the
but
bonus
never
part
kill. And all the while, Wellesley's Anglo-Portuguese regulars operated from their secure coastal supply
even if
base,
you don't know what you're doing,
striking
even
when
if
the
you say I
mood was
can't, it's not
right,
for me, I don't know.
withdrawing when
The
it
guy,
wasn't.
we had to take a
The
test
peninsula became an open
yeah?
wound in the side
Yes,
of the
you're both
empire,
on healthy.
one
I
that
don't know
would
math,
never
I'm not good at
heal.
math. And not if you open up, you do
While
what
those
you want
hundreds of thousands of soldiers bled and starved across the Iberian interior, the ripples of the crisis were traveling outward, far beyond Europe. The collapse of traditional trade routes and the sheer absorption of military attention on the continent had created an enormous vacuum at the edges of the established order. Ancient empires in the Middle East began to fracture. Colonial authorities in the Americas sensed that the grip of their European masters was loosening. The global order, already strained to breaking, was about to be renegotiated violently by powers that had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity.
There was a fire scream in Europe, and most of them put them in Europe, started doing it. At the end of the day, according
The global fringes.
to the measures, didn't work out so
While the
well.
great powers of Europe battered one another across familiar ground, the tremors of
We
their
don't know.
conflict
We
reached
should
far
the
beyond the
message because
continent.
he did. What do you mean? He started. That's what he did.
Mountain ranges,
Those
in
are the
places most Europeans could
Now
barely
they-
find on a map.
Something
Wars
was fucked
remade
up,
entire
So
civilizations.
that's all. Like most
And
of
it's
the
to
time,
those
it's very
distant
hard.
fronts
When
that we
the
turn
revolt
now,
said
where the
after a race
consequences
bar
were
on the
every
Discord,
bit as
so
dramatic
Akonami or
and
all
often
this thing came
equally
down,
unbloody.
and he copied it off the fiery this one,
In
Akonami.
Istanbul,
Tomorrow,
the Ottoman Sultan
fucked up.
Selim
No,
III
the book says
watched
these
the rise of
are the
European military
measures.
power
All
with
this did
growing
is that new
alarm.
song.
His response was a
as
sweeping
did
reform
sort
program
of
called
picture.
the
All
Nizami
in
Sedi,
favor of over the
which aimed to drag the Ottoman army into the golden age. New infantry units were raised, dressed in European-style uniforms,
upsell
and
for
travelled
you know,
with Western commands.
apron, something like
They
that,
bypassed
the
the
workers
old
would
military
have.
hierarchy
The everybody the most,
entirely,
it came down as
and the
like a
Janissaries,
personal worship.
that ancient
The everybody
warrior
the most,
class who
the
held
and
enormous
like to do
political and
it,
social
there,
influence,
might
saw the whole thing
Alhamdulillah.
as a betrayal of tradition, of their status, of
One
Islam
of the
itself.
Let's bar my customer
In May of
after everybody
1807,
but
auxiliaries known as the
had a hard
Yaraks
time
mutinied
doing
along the
so like
Bosphorus. The Janissaries and the conservative clerics rallied behind them almost immediately They marched on the Topkapi Palace, demanding the heads of the reformist ministers. Selim was deposed, locked away in the royal cages, and eventually murdered by his own cousins to make sure he could never reclaim the throne. The Ottoman Empire was fighting a grinding war against Russia across the Danubian principalities and the rugged Caucasus. Russian forces under Mikhail Kutuzov achieved a decisive encirclement at the Battle of Slobozia, a treaty of Bucharest signed in 1812 forced the Ottomans to hand over Bessarabia for Russia. The timing was fortunate. It secured their southern flank just as Napoleon's army was preparing to cross the Dnieper. Further south, in Serbia, a fierce local rebellion had erupted against the Dahije, corrupt Janissary commanders who had murdered prominent Serbian nobles. The uprising was led by Kara Georgia, a wealthy pig trader with no patience for diplomacy. What began as a localized revolt quickly became a full-scale war for independence, a sign of how badly Ottoman authority had frayed across its European provinces. Deep in the Caucasus, Russia was expanding aggressively, annexing Georgian kingdoms and clashing with the Qajar dynasty of Iran. Father Ali Shah, desperate for a European ally, turned to France. The Treaty of Wittgenstein in 1807 promised French military aid and the return of lost territories in exchange for Iranian support against British India. A French military mission under General Gardet duly arrived in Tehran, setting up cannon foundries and drilling Iranian all evaporated, the moment the Treaty of Tilsit was signed. France abandoned its Iranian partners overnight, to appease Russia. British diplomats moved in immediately. Sir John Malcolm, Sir Arthur Jones arrived with generous financial subsidies, modern firearms, and experienced military advisors. Even so, Iranian forces suffered a crushing defeat at Aslandos. The Treaty of GUINNESS in 1813 forced Iran to permanently cede its Caucasian territories to Russia. It was a pattern that played out again and again across the globe during these years. One alliance collapsed, another filled the gap, and the people caught in the middle paid the price. Britain, for its part, was busy dismantling the overseas colonies of every rival it could reach. In 1806, a heavily armed fleet arrived off the Dutch Cape Colony in South Africa. British infantry defeated the Dutch defenders at Bouwberg, securing the vital sea route to the Indian Ocean. That same year, acting entirely without official authorization, Commodore Sir Hopper sailed across the Atlantic and captured Buenos Aires, physically seizing the colonial treasury. Local Spanish authorities fled, leaving the city's defense to warn its citizens. Those citizens organized a massive urban militia under Santiago de Liniers. They fought the British occupation in fierce street-to-street combat, pouring boiling water from the flak rooftops and dropping heavy paving stones onto the soldiers below. The British commander, William Beresford, was forced into unconditional surrender. A revenge expedition under General Whitelock arrived the following year and fared even worse. He ordered his men to march down the narrow streets without firing, straight into fortified barricades. The casualties were catastrophic. Whitelock signed a total capitulation
it
and
is.
evacuated the region entirely.
Stood outside, waited until she was over, came all the way from the front to give to me.
French privateers operating from the
It is.
Mascarene Islands were bleeding British
I don't have anything
commercial
from my
shipping
grandfather.
empire.
Either no one in my family has something
The
written by
Governor
him.
General of India
Read the
launched
Bible.
an
He said,
amphibious
I don't know if it's true, I
invasion
have to find
in
out.
1810.
You know, this
British
also
and
got
Indian
stuff in
sepoy
the
forces
Here it is.
overwhelmed the French garrison on the Ile de France, renamed the island Mauritius, and turned their attention to the Dutch East Indies. The following year, a massive armada landed on Java. British forces stormed the fortified Dutch encampment at Eastern Alice in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. The capture of Java cemented British dominance across the entire Eastern Hemisphere.
Over here.
And then there was Spain's collapsing empire in the Americas. When Madrid fell into political chaos, local elites across the colonies refused to recognize Joseph Bonaparte. Independent juntas sprang up in Caracas, Buenos Aires, and Bogota. What started as movements loyal to the deposed Ferdinand VII soon radicalized into full wars of independence. In Mexico, the radical priest Miguel Hidalgo issued the Decreto de Dolores in September of 1810, triggering a massive peasant uprising. Tens of thousands of indigenous and mestizo insurgents marched on Mexico City, armed with machetes and firearms. In South America, Simon Bolivar launched his legendary admirable campaign, crossing the freezing Andes to liberate Venezuela. He declared a war to the death, decreeing that any Spaniard who did not actively support independence would be executed.
This is a letter that doesn't
These
have
were not sideshows.
parts
The
on all
decisions
four
made in
sides.
the
A lot
palaces
of
of
the
Paris
fucking
and London dictated the survival of ancient dynasties in
if you
terror,
have a cook,
the shifting borders of the
what does
Balkans,
this called?
the
Go
control
all
of
the
the
way
Javanese
to the
spice
end
trade,
of the
and the violent emergence of new republics across the
punch is
Western
the edge. In other
Hemisphere.
words,
The wealth
you don't have
extracted
parts
from
on
all
all
of
sides.
these
So get
far-flung
advantage at the end of the
territories
parts.
poured back
What's
into
that
the
like?
British war
Okay,
machine,
it doesn't quote you,
funding
that's
the
that.
subsidies that
Deal on
kept
all four
France's
sides.
enemies armed and fighting.
Scrape
And
it
for
back.
every
I'm
French
not
victory on the
but
continent,
that's
that
tough.
ocean of foreign
Right?
capital
Because
ensured
we're
it
talking
would
about
remain
net
temporary,
it has a net
forcing
it has a
Paris to
hole,
demand
and not
ever
this
more
kind of
from an
come up
already
and said, oh,
exhausted
what was that?
population.
You have to scratch it back. Clear it, exposure. Huh? Okay, we go for it around. Again, if you're a slaver, don't listen to me. Look up that law.
By 1809, the strain of holding an
Elections
empire
don't
together
look
by
at them.
force
I
of
don't know.
will and cannon fire
And
had
that's
begun
what
to
it's saying over
show.
here. That if people sound that's
Austria,
not the meaning that
humiliated
even
in
if two
previous
letters are
wars and
touching each
stripped of
other,
territory,
not that it's
had
missing a
spent
letter,
the
and
intervening
not that it's missing
years
part of a
quietly
letter that you can
weeping.
see. The bad if it's missing, you
Archduke
put your
Charles
stuff.
modernized the
Even if
army
it's
from
perfect,
top
the
to
letters are
bottom,
perfect, but they're touching
adopting
each
the
other
French
as well.
corps system, expanding his artillery, and stoking something new among his soldiers, a genuine sense of
Why? I
German
mean, I can read
national
it. Everything's
pride.
perfect. It's a
When the
full
moment
word,
came,
full letter.
the Austrians struck hard and fast,
Oh, no,
pouring troops into Bavaria, while the bulk of France's veteran forces were tangled up fighting guerrillas across Spain.
It has to be complete. Of course, it has to have
The
two parts.
army that
Of course, it has to have
scrambled to
every letter,
respond
every
was
word.
a changed thing. Teenage
All I'm
conscripts
talking about now,
filled its
you
ranks,
go. You got places
alongside
for hate
vast
customers.
contingents of
The
allied
inside of
troops
the hay
drawn
was
from the
punctured with
Confederation
culture
of
with
the
your food.
Rhine.
Your race was
These were
culture, and
capable
its right
soldiers
leg
of
was
many
called. All of them,
and the
you
force that
factory
had
radio,
swept across Europe just a few years earlier had been reshaped in ways that would matter on the battlefield. And it showed. In the Tyrolean Alps, a spontaneous uprising erupted against the French-backed Bavarian authorities. It was led by an innkeeper named Andreas Hofer, a charismatic figure who rallied deeply conservative Baptist communities enraged by secular French laws and Bavarian conscription quotas. The Tyroleans fought with devastating organization. They ambushed columns in narrow Alpine passes, sending boulders and timber crashing down cliff faces onto the soldiers trapped below.
But if the other side was punctured like this, so this is no good. Why is this no good? Because look, it's shorter than the yud on the left. Now you also don't want to put the yud on the other side because you get case. But on there, you can still see that yud is longer. And this is because
crossing the river proved far more dangerous than taking
in the type of yud that has the letter yud, the line, not this is what I do from order of basically part of the hay, you had the same situation that the right part, like over here in the screen, the right leg had a puncture. Okay, come in about it, on the left leg, that puncture from the table. In the entire body, here is spinal pressure. You know, that's exactly what it said. In this case, it would be partial, but not anti-exposure. Really, that, but our global, when you want to stop financial needs, hide the castle, and not all them who are down in South Florida will be versa. Let's see how broken we got you. Anonymous, never emotional Paris for third side for Zion. Rami Bartani. His name was Rami, the son of Dick. Mukamua is the father-in-law of Rami, Taigukule, son of Ponti. Now, side number one is that we know the Judah person says that a son-in-law and a father-in-law cannot have the same name. That's why my father's name, well, but I know somebody, my uncle, he changed his name from Avram to Yaakov. David and monkeys and Yaakov passed my uncle because of his son-in-law. So you're not supposed to have the same name. So, but over here, it seems like they have the same name, Rami. Though one has a Rip Alice in it and one doesn't. Some say that it's actually the same person. That his name, Nathan and Poverty is the same person. That's why they look inside and check it out. Okay. The rule that he is, not Kamor, that he is running by the city. He's also known as Poverty, not only this. He's a title back. Oh, no, you don't know. Title party. You can say that's what it means. Title party. A title. Yeah. That's why it's still bad. A lot of Catholics have like Poverty under the in particular, he carried the ball. Here he had a situation where the bottom of the ball, it was missing. The yaro, the wood of the yaro, with a pumpkin. Also, here comes how long it is. You don't know how to long enough not. Bring a child that's not too smart, not too good, and not too dumb. He correlated the yaro culture. If he reads it properly like a ball, then it's good. He reads it not like above, then obviously it says Yehorid. Like the 2 years, you spell Yehorid goes to confidence of Omar. Omar, you remember out? The boy said he's one of my favorite Gemara. Everybody, people love the Gemara. Omar, you remember out. He starts all the way to Rabbeinu, much to the Gemara, when Moshe went up to Samai in the third of his Baruch, he found the birth with him. Yosef, the city, was kosher, harder than Moshe. Like over here, this hay has a tag on top for these cuts. Tag really could be like this. These are the two things tagging is a tag. Those two things tagging.
She was the niece
of Abraham, and her son was born in March 1811.
Why are you so busy with this target? Say the Torah, the Torah is ready. Give it a ready to buy, but wait until they need a Torah. Why do you have to add? Why do you have to take the time to look up? On the Lord, although Ethel gave one human being, so also he was the first conversion in the future generation. That Akiva being the 6 months. His name is Akiva. So also Israel has to take the fight on every single one of these Hagim, killing to Allah. Many Allah. Very important, both part of the Torah. All of the fun of, he tells you, the British word, Hagim, see if I want to see it in the future. Allah, turn around. Turn around. Hold on. We also decided to run through it. He turned around and he found himself stuck in the
fugitive's family. They quartered soldiers
in the 8th row in here.
food stores and imposed ruinous daily fines. The system
What was comprehending what's going on over
that it produced soldiers.
They say that the whole fire, look up in the what does it mean exactly?
continental system was already strangling the empire's own commercial hubs. The taxation needed to sustain a standing army of over 1 million men. Trade was sidelined dry. And in Russia, the alliance forged on that famous raft until sin was falling apart. Tsar Alexander viewed the French-controlled Duchy of Warsaw as a direct military threat to his borders. In December 1810, he abandoned the continental system entirely, opening Russian ports to neutral ships carrying British goods and slamming cumulative tariffs on French luxury. The economic divide struck at the heart of French grand strategy. Negotiation was over. Next would drive every empire, every horse, and every sack of grain the empire could muster.
That Rebbe Kiva was on such a level that Moshe Rabbeinu was asking the Rebbe, why did you try to give it to me at Rebbe Kiva? Oh my Lord, she's son.
In the spring of 1812, something extraordinary gathered along the rivers and roads of Eastern Europe. Over 600,000 soldiers, drawn from virtually every corner of the continent, assembled into what's the largest army the world had ever seen. Italians, Poles, Germans, Swiss, and French marched alongside one another in a sprawling, multilingual, and stretched for miles. 200,000 horses, pulled together, the artillery, and the enormous colossal supply wagons. Polish officers rode with hopes of winning, a free home land. Bavarian comrades crouched forward with dread, dragged far from families to fight in a war they barely understood.
And they, so in addition to that, I don't know if everybody knows, they took his meat and they sold it in the marketplace to be Matthias, to put him down. This is the war that somebody told Rick to fight. Oh my Lord,
distances involved over 800 kilometers from the border to Moscow. Far exceeded what early 19th century transport
you
would
will
have
understand. Your voice
The
said,
roads of Eastern Europe were unpaved dirt tracks, and the iron-rimmed wagons sank into the
I think it's
almost
inspiration
immediately.
for everybody to fight.
Supply lines
It
broke
doesn't
down
matter
within
how old
days
you
of
are.
the campaign's opening.
At any age,
The army
40,
crossed the
50,
Niemen
and there are people
River
that started
in
to die
late
at 80
June,
years old. 80
entering
something years old
Russian
when they started to
territory
die.
without a formal declaration of war. As
There's not only
Napoleon
that,
approached
people
the
that are
river
rude,
bank,
people
his
that are
horse stumbled and threw him to the ground.
You can change your
Someone
life.
on the
At
general
50 years
staff
old,
muttered,
you learn,
"That's a
and
bad
you think that
omen.
you're learning,
The
but you know
Roman
that
would recross the
you're
river."
wasting time over there and time over there,
Pressed
and
on
maybe one or two
regardless,
more coffees. And
flowing
everything.
across
You always
3
need to
heavy
improve.
pontoon
Never ever
bridges
improved that.
into the
People,
vast
when he
interior.
started, he didn't know Aleph, Tay.
The Russian High
He was
Command
a
knew
shepherd,
they were
and he
vastly
became the
outnumbered
Golak Guard
and chose to
with
fall
coins.
back. They retreated deep into their own
That
territory, ordering a
Moshe
scorched
Rabbeinu
earth
said,
policy as they went.
why do you declare this to me?
Livestock,
Why you give it
shelter,
to it?
anything
Only
of
started
use
with
was to
40
be
years old.
destroyed. The aim was simple.
And they
Deny
pushed
the
him, and
French
it took me even
everything.
sentence, I don't know, but
But the
to
cost
me it
of
was
that
a good
strategy
deception.
fell on
And
the
say it over
people
again, but what's the
who
one
were
of
at
the famous
least
stories of the people?
Russian
That he
serfs,
saw
living at
Rock,
subsistence
those
level,
culture made a hole
watched as
through water.
imperial officers and Cossack detachments arrived
It's
to
the
burn
muscle of
their
another
autumn
stop and
harvests.
another stop and
For
another
many,
stop and another
losing
stop,
their
a little
grain
bit at a time,
meant
a little
starvation
carrot at a time.
come winter.
But at the end, you finish
Some
another carrot and
communities
another
fought
nefesta,
back,
and at the end you
clashing
finish
with
out,
their
you
own
go
army
through
in
it,
desperate
and
skirmishes to
everybody
protect
comes on
what
top, and
little they
everybody
had.
with
In the end, the
not
Russian
becoming a
state
receiver, but
torched
everybody
its own
comes to learn
countryside
receiver that
far
they could
more
become.
thoroughly than the French vanguard ever managed,
Unbelievable people.
creating a wasteland of
Don't be Gemara.
starving
Amar
civilians long before the invaders arrived. The retreat caused
Shiva
fury within
Oisyan,
the Russian
Shiva
officer
Oisyan
corps.
Union.
Barclay de Tolly, the Minister of War,
7
orchestrated
letters
the
that
withdrawal with
need
cold
to get
discipline.
3 Zion.
But commanders
They
like Prince
that is good.
Bagration viewed the constant
This one right over
surrender
here,
of
that is
Russian
good.
soil as a
All
profound
right, I
humiliation.
had a dumb question
He
and I
raged
didn't like see
openly
anybody talk about
against
it.
his
It's like,
superiors,
if these
demanding
are
a
the letters
chance
that
to
get
stand and
the
fight.
target, so what's
The
the reverse
ordinary
for so
soldiers
long?
felt
So
much
put it
the
on every
same,
shit, you put it in
marching
everything
eastward
that
in
it
simmering
was like,
confusion,
this page should get
unable
it,
to
this
understand
ball, and
why
even
they
that,
were
and
giving
the
their
reverse
country
one,
away
that
without
you do.
battle.
I was like, what do you matter?
Meanwhile,
But
the heat of
it's
the
a given.
Russian summer
Every shin
was
gets it,
already
every iron
destroying
gets it,
the
every test
Rebbe
gets it.
army from within.
So you put the
Sudden
that a lot of
thunderstorms
like you have to
turned
understand the
dirt
depth of it.
roads into knee-deep
Huh?
swamps, halting the wagons and forcing thirsty soldiers to drink from stagnant, infected puddles.
What do you do it for?
Typhus and dysentery
So
swept
how long
through
does it
the
take already?
tightly
Say what
packed
the
columns,
this is
killing
the
tens of
it's
thousands
done.
of men
Okay.
before they had
Honor
fired a
for that.
single
I'm
shot.
gonna know the time that coming to
Within
out.
the first month, over 80,000 horses
Yeah.
died of starvation
Oh, what's
and
the thing then?
exhaustion.
Zayn.
Their bloated
Zayn
bodies
then
lining
it's
the
the ending
road.
on and the Zayn.
Without light
No fit
cavalry,
in
the French lost their ability to scout Russian
Omar Abasi
positions
taking a
or
little time that
forage for
coming to
food
out.
in
I
the surrounding
saw these
countryside.
these soldiers are very much happy with Jagged the Pest.
The first
They
major
put
clash
a
came in
little guy on
Smolensk,
top of the fence, a
enormous.
little
Had the
a pad on
Russians
the fence.
fortified the city's massive medieval
The
walls
fact that you got
and
the
repelled
Napoleon carried
repeated
a
French
interesting.
assaults.
I heard, I didn't see this myself
Artillery
yet,
bombardment
but that
ignited the
in
wooden
Morocco, the
buildings
secret
inside,
Torah are
turning
like
the
rats.
city into a
The fence is
raging
like that.
inferno.
I wonder what the
Under
Kimonim has.
cover of night, the Russian army slipped away, leaving
So
the
Leonard,
French to
sorry, the
occupy
Torah
the
is carried there.
smoldering
And the little leg of the hay
charred
is
civilian
hanging in
corpses
there.
lay in the streets.
Constantly got the
Survivors
fence.
picked
What's
through
the job
the
to put a
wreckage
little
of
guy,
their
a little
homes.
crown on top of the fence? Bloimer, Kayu,
The
the
loss of
Rumoy,
Smolensk
the
crushed
Loila,
the
the
road to a
Boku,
breaking
Nuru,
point.
the Tabioko,
Tsar Alexander finally
and
intervened.
in
He
our
appointed
the
General
Torah
Kutuzov to
the
overall
carried
command.
day, why
A
do they
veteran
bring it?
respected enough
The
to
boy
hold
never
the
even
French
see
officer corps
where that
together.
once made a very big mistake
Kutuzov
of
halted the
saying that this is
retreat
the Yudah
at a
Nazi,
small village
the
called
author, this is the Yudah Nazi
120
grandchild.
kilometers
You
west
see
of
off,
Moscow,
not
and
nothing, you
ordered
see
the
off.
construction of massive
Back in the day when
earthen
it started like that.
fortifications packed
And even
with
showing on
hundreds of
the
artillery pieces.
by the Sibitku Bashem
The
Abiyad,
battle on
if
the
you are
7th of
Hashem
September
Turi Lamin,
was
what's
a
Challenge
brutal
Part?
frontal
Sibitku Bashem
slugfest.
Abiyad, you should always
French
have faith in
infantry
Hashem.
launched directly into Russian cannon
Oh
fire,
Hashem, Turi
sustaining
Lamin.
horrific
All my legs, so I
casualties
tell them
just
about
to
this.
reach the base of the
I really
earthworks.
want maximum Hashem.
Inside the redoubts,
If
the fighting
you put
became
this trust in
hand-to-hand
Hashem,
bayonets,
not
drug
that
baskets,
when
bare
things are
fists.
going well,
The
everything's just
positions
like, oh yeah,
changed
it's
hands
Hashem,
again
not all
and
the
again
But
throughout the
even when
day.
there's a masla, even when
Napoleon's
there's a
marshals
sorrow,
begged him
even
to
when
bring
everything
the
is, it
Imperial
looks like
Guard
everything's upside
and
down,
finish the
yeah,
thing.
full be talking.
He refused.
Then,
At 800 leagues from France, I will not have my
I really
guard
like not to
destroyed.
bring my Zola in
The
my boss
decision
and
allowed
Goku
the
be
battered
cover
Russian army
the
to
protector
withdraw
of this
in
world
good
and the world.
order
All my
under
days,
darkness.
another guy,
Over
this is what I want to
70,000
My
men
should
lay
have
dead or
big
wounded
talk.
on the field.
It makes a lot more sense to say, let's just talk to say,
Were left to
Big
die
Hashem
of freezing open
Abiyad,
ground.
oh Hashem, Hashem, sorry, love him.
The French
The
entered
rock
Moscow
forever,
on the
what's
14th
big
of
talk?
September,
In the
expecting a
talk,
formal
in
surrender.
Hashem, what's in
They
Hashem?
found
The
abuse
God
the
you
city.
by the light.
The
The
governor
Father you
and
by
ordered the
light,
population
the
evacuated and
of
released
Every single
criminals
life
from
about is
prisons
God.
within
You
sentry
need two
devices
worlds
and
that the God
orders to
created.
burn
That's
it
what
all.
the hay, that's what
Fires
you
broke out
One
almost
created with the hay,
immediately, fanned by high winds, raging for 4
Says
days
Rashi
and
over here,
consuming
beautiful Rashi.
4/5 of the city.
So I'm giving you a tip. I'm not gonna explain
looted
Rashi.
burning
For those,
mansions,
my good friends,
stumbling
I'll
through
pass
smoke
it
in stolen
All
silk
like the
gowns,
smiles of his
clutching
local divided
silver
names, and he
plates,
took the
still
colors,
desperately
and
short
put
of
into
bread.
each letter 3 drops. When Moishes
The
didn't
men
have to mind that
lingered
it's
in the
the
ashes for 5 weeks,
and it
waiting
took off
for
the
the
sun
Tsar
and
to
the
sue
rest
for
of
peace.
the Chalai
Alexander
think of the city
ignored
here. If you
every
want to know how to
message.
create worlds,
He
I
knew
in this
the
right.
winter was coming.
I don't
The first heavy snow fell in
know which
October.
one got what.
The army
The Moil
would
I said,
starve
look, where
if
my
it
brother,
stayed.
hey, the Zoil I said it was created to you.
The retreat began on
Why
the
the hell
19th
places
of
for my
October.
boy?
The
Busy
column
brother.
burdened
I
with
think you'd be
looted
born
treasure.
of the head
Thousands of civilian
below the
campfires.
faucet that if the book
Russian
created
forces
this
blocked
world
the
with the
southern route
meaning,
of
my
Levels,
phone, you
pushing the French
boy,
back
I
on the same
don't
devastated
know.
road. They
They not
marched
in
in circles.
Why was it
There was
created?
nothing left to
This
eat.
name, the Zoil
Temperatures
Sadler.
dropped
A
to
hay is like a
minus
test,
30.
like a 3 wall.
Men
To go
without
right to
winter
love
clothing
this
wrapped
If you want to
themselves in
leave
stolen
the
carpets
religion, you
or
don't want to
animal
believe,
skins.
go ahead.
Frostbite
I mean, now go ahead. You have the choice. You're not forced to. Am I kind of value carrying? And why is the anything? The other Tshuva Ma'ila. Because if you want to use the Tshuva, even the worst, even after to have done Tshuva, everybody can do Tshuva from the worst of it. That's why there's a little opening in the top. At the Gemara, what is the opening in the top? You left from the bottom, come back in from the bottom. So the Gemara is not in no sense.
slipped away in a fast sleigh, traveling a kilometer across hostile German territory. He left his dying army behind to secure his political grip on the capital.
Somebody who puts down
The final agony came at the Berezina River in
important
late
things.
November. Russian armies closed in from 3 directions, trapping the Romans against the western bank. Dutch engineers under General Rabbi worked chest deep in the freezing water, wrestling trestles into the current to build fragile bridges. Nearly all of the died of hypothermia after artillery began dropping shells into the mass of stragglers waiting to cross.
I thought I came up with a merging cocktail and
Thousands
there
were
was a
trampled
level
to
of that.
death or drowned in
Some
the
first
ice
places
choked
in
river.
town.
The
It
core
said
of
that
the
the country
army
was tired.
escaped.
I said,
The
what will
Grande
help you?
Armée was
You want to be
finished.
in the comrade, there's nothing to help you.
Thousands
It's going to
of
open the
dead
door.
lay
Very good.
scattered across
You
the
want to
snow.
do it bad, I said, then give me the opportunity. Open the door
Across
for
the
you.
Atlantic,
It's not going to help
the
you. Over
same
here, when you want to
economic
do
warfare
Cuba,
that had driven
you
the
stick his
army
hand
into
down and you
Russia
grab, you
was
check this out.
igniting a
I asked you
second
to do this,
conflict.
mountain like this.
The
And it took him
continental
many
system
hours.
on
He
the
told me like
British
one,
orders
2 in
in
the morning
Castle
and he finished.
had strangled neutral American shipping for
If you want to
years.
do bad, you can do bad.
Infuriated by the seizure of their vessels and the impressment of their sailors, the United States declared war on Britain and launched a disastrously coordinated invasion of Canada. The war featured surprising American naval victories in single-ship engagements, proof that the policies shaping the catastrophe in Russia had dragged a distant
I
continent
just
into the same
some
widening
a
fire.
thought. If it's done, maybe the
The
sad is
destruction of the
that
Grande Armée
sometimes it's hard to say
shattered
this
the
person
spell
calls
that
out
held
straight.
Europe in
So
submission.
rather than do
500,000 men were gone.
nothing
The
calls out,
imperial center lay
you do it
exposed.
through another smaller
Across
thing.
the
Try
continent,
where you sit,
former
I don't know
allies
what. You know, you
sensed the
do
weakness,
and do that
broke
if
their
it's
treaties,
what you win,
and
and
began
then
to
you also do
mobilize.
on the other stuff.
The survivors,
My time is the time. Why is it, hey, have a little crown? I'm not going to go from place on me, in the place of just shoot on the place of the test it, and it's like test it. I'll put a crown on it. If you shoot, I can go with crown. And not give you oil my bubble you. Then why was the work of palm created with the youth? They should say, think about more often. The very piece of thing, my bubble verse. Why is the bottom of the youth
the battle of the nations.
dented like this, says Rashi?
The news from Russia
Your nation
arrived
Sadiqim
in
for the couple of
fragments.
because it's
As at
Sadiqim,
first, then
they go
dispatches,
with their heads
then
down,
the
doing
hollow
patterns.
faces
The
of
name, my
survivors
face, any
trudging
going
westward
little jet.
through the
Says
German
Rashi,
snow.
unbelievable.
The Grande Armée,
Astounding.
that vast
He
instrument
looked at
of
it, he's another
imperial
Sabbath.
power, had been
Because
swallowed
wow.
whole by the
I'm
Russian
astounded,
winter.
but look at it, look
And
at what
across
he accomplished.
Central Europe,
Unbelievable.
people began to sense
A lot of people
that
ask me,
something fundamental had
hey, you know,
shifted.
I thought I'd go to
In
New York,
December
go to
of
America.
1812, General
Because
York
I'm
von
so jealous. I'm so
Wartenberg,
jealous.
commanding the Prussian
So
corps,
you
had
guys,
been
I don't
forced
like
to
this in my
march
head.
alongside
Don't
the
be jealous.
French,
Do
signed
something.
the
Do something
Convention
about
of
it. Jealous.
Denmark.
Do.
His troops would
He's a
fight
David
no
Stalin.
more for Paris.
Anybody can
It
be a
was a
David Stalin.
spontaneous
Anybody can
act
go
of
to their city
defiance,
and open
and
up
it
a
lit
thing
a
and be
fuse that
mistaken
ran
up
straight
and go
through
like
the
this and
German
keep them up
heartland.
Sunday and bring 20 people. Anybody can do it.
Prussia
You don't want to do it. You're
formalized
lazy.
the break in
Don't say
February
I'm
of
jealous. Don't be
1813,
jealous.
signing
Pick
the
yourself
Treaty
up
of
and
Kalish
do
with Russia,
something. Rabbi
pledging
God.
80,000
Have a
soldiers to the
wonderful
cause.
day.
King Frederick William III issued his proclamation,
America's book is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor
calling people to
Share
rise
today.
in a war of national
MDYsponsor.com.
liberation.
Sponsor MDY.com.
He introduced the Iron Cross, a military honor awarded regardless of social class. The Sixth Coalition had its core, and back in Paris, the imperial administration scrambled. The desperation was total. Depots were stripped bare. The conscription classes of 1814 were called up a full year early. These raw recruits, many of them teenagers, were nicknamed the Marie Louises after the empress who signed the decrees that settled the war. They arrived at the German front lacking uniforms, horses, and basic training. An army that had once been the most feared professional fighting force in Europe no longer experienced training. Even so, the French managed hard-fought victories in Greece and France that May, without enough cavalry to pursue the retreating Russo-Prussian forces. Those battles led nowhere. The enemy fell back in good order, preserved their strength, and waited. Both sides were bleeding badly. The summer armistice was agreed. It would prove to be a fatal pause. Because during those weeks of quiet, Austria made up its mind. The decisive moment came in Dresden The Austrian Foreign Minister
You're gonna be one of those few.
Metternich laid out his terms. Dismantle
Yeah, thank you. All right, your boy side.
France to its natural orders.
Welcome to all the guests.
Refused with fury, reportedly hurling his hat to the ground.
A lot of guests. I'm not gonna read. Oh, Perry Dubinsky.
He said,
Dear Belly, I was close to donating my kidneys last May. I recently had my 6-month follow-up of the Memorial Kidney Transplant Unit in South Florida. The exact
he told him, Austria joined the coalition.
comment my doctors all told me was that my blood was identical to what it was the day before surgery. But sham proving exactly what it was. And here, so the kidneys,
Coordinated strategy
one to use
designed to
and
avoid
one to
engaging
donate,
the
and that of course goes to everybody else like myself. In all honesty, the recovery does take effort, and I'm still not fully back to myself. Wow.
came to a head in
6 months
October
later.
of 1813.
But none of that convinced me still that his local fellow was worthy enough to help another year. In my case, this week, so then, a rougher lady, a dear woman, and deep nose, to the thousand of men. Baruch Hashem, we were compatible with blood, we also make his mind. So I'm told the woman has developed my witty and keen sense of humor.
Every direction, grinding the outnumbered French into a shrinking perimeter.
I didn't tell you what the decision in Moscow I did, buddy. But when I see the shop this is as bad as the other to introduce you, all the best, Harry. The Yoitzik Harry Belly. I'm an American Sparty average. Enjoyed watching the Hebrew and English here. Oh, I love it. You mentioned the halacha from the Gura. The one thing they didn't shake while I'm together, we shake one he missed with the drop. I just want to point out that according to Spartan, that many followers of we don't decide to move on that. And that means last night I said already? Oh, but I didn't say his name. I didn't know that. Yeah. And this is, I don't know where this is. Maybe it's Miami or who knows. This is the owner of a restaurant called Lee. Inspired by MD Watts. See you later. Is Rich Marinelli now? Yeah. Is Rich here? Nothing. Okay, so I'm just email this in there. The official lieutenant of White Shot, the Doc, Anonymous, Rich Marinu, Rosh Yeshiva, Rav Shmuel Ben Rabbi, Dizzy Akoyin, Jed Taz Ben Rabbi. Who's that? 400,000 Allied soldiers crossed the French frontier, marching on Paris. Ah, this is it. I'll see what's up with that. The Freeman, our father and grandfather, died in Elio on his other side. Union Barrel Freeman, happy birthday to our dear brother Chia, F-152. Man, that's what comes into the Cuba. The brother sounds hard. David Zio, which then I'll get a Shmuel Ben Vita. And the Yosef Pittsburgh, Yitzhak Ben Avram, the Lund Afghani, and Kovalaki was lying, and his push was sent to his buffer. Mark Ashkenazi, Malcolm from my newfound second cousin, is Julie Ashkenazi of Indy White Zurich. On Wisconsin and his daughter, I saw the back and forth. His cousin realized that their cousins would spell their name the same way, and he thinks that the same great grandparents. Steve Corwin, Leo Nishmat, my grandfather laid and Herzl on a 6-yard side. Alan Skorsky, Nishmat Saraf, Tzvi Aryeh, Ben Avram. The official edition of the White Sox was accepted by the Iranian Levy family Tarek Anonymous. The edition was hired the most acceptance sponsor, David Thomas. Dedicated memory of every mother, small farmer, time speed, David Turner, Rafa. The acceptance sponsor is Joel Dallas, News, my father, Jackie Dallas, Anonymous. I thought of the looking to the guys who the Power Family Foundation is looking for our very family policy. Message to Eloy. Anonymous, who will say, "Mala Meshach Ben Zah." Anonymous, who will do the full and I read the film for Ray about Essie. Throwing out the totally trying to speak on the Alpha Zah, the person who is so proud of you, after Mordechai, Steigi, Philip Wilson family, and the Island UK in honor of rebellious faith in the union of life. Mighty Almighty, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the hits from the Torah MDY from Kofi Shalom Schare. Monthly sponsors: Ari Simon, Report Shlema, Avi Murray, Carl Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, Report Shlema, Esther Basmuna. Machara, Miriam Landy, Hood Russian, Kelly, Steve Iron Cosplay. Monthly sponsors nominations, split the birds that grew up in the open and revealed the way to your Mordechai and Baki Leo May. The other thing, Luca Lewis, as he spoke for everyone in need of a shit of all May. Anonymous, the merit of Nicole, Ben Antonio, Jim, in all areas of life. He broke in like one government exercising. You know, when I even see her suffering, which only I can make them into the drop. Anonymous, the merit of the Muslim of the Mark of Astaya, sending that time, helping even guiding the people with top of the Yonim, anywhere worldwide. time phone than salad.
expanded
The way
our
ours,
minds.
the month, the claimant of an even into the rock on a, the claimant of an Esther, the fourth a yellow, the new Esther, what's your name? I know you, we met sometimes already.
Set up was a strange miniature replica of what he built
So
before.
what's yours?
There was a tiny
Oh, you're here today.
a personal guard of
On
600
the back part or on the
soldiers
Saturn
who
part?
had followed him voluntarily into exile, and a naval fleet consisting of a single brig called the Inconstant. His mother Letizia wanted his sister Polly killed for a strong French girl who promised him a pension administration teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Secret fires brought him a steady stream of rewards from the Navy. Heroes and wars King Louis XVIII returned to Paris, many described as the baggage train of the Allies, was deeply unpopular.
What's your name?
From? Thousands of veteran officers on half pay replaced the tricolour with the white flag and made noises about returning confiscated lands to aristocratic emigres who had fled during the Revolution. 25 years of social progress felt suddenly under threat. The army was furious, the countryside was restless, and on Elba, the exile was paying very close attention.
What's your name?
He also learned that the Congress of Vienna was discussing whether to move him somewhere far more remote, somewhere deep in the Atlantic, beyond any hope of return. That was the final pressure. The secret departure was planned for February of 1815. He waited until the British guardship was temporarily absent, and then, under cover of darkness, the small flotilla slipped out of the harbour.
Listen, show up in your vomit, you know, explain some Hello, I don't know if I can hear it. This caused me a little problem. Says the Gemara that Chof Ches Omer Aleph. Omer Aleph.
Through snow-covered
The Shevet names the Shevet Mitzrayim. We're talking about the Hazon. Inside the Heichal, we know on Yom Kippur, we sprinkle the blood in different places. And in Torah, we take the oil of the Torah and we sprinkle it towards the blood. To learn the small story, if you don't have the right intent, you think about something else, you think another carbon, whatever it is. That's like the first Mishnah in the Nafla, the first Mishnah in Boston talks about the learn the small. So what? The other Kabbalah, and if you're not sprinkling in the right direction, share it. But I when we learned in a bright so base load of small and base load of money there, even if you don't have the right intent with small, it's still culture. Why are you telling us culture? Over the other was culture, over the other bar, but on two different tanois, really has the massive ultimate taco, welcome. Remember the first Mishnah in Rothschild tells us
thousands of soldiers deserted the Bourbon cause and joined the advancing
that if you don't have the small,
peasants lined the roads through every
you know,
town.
tacos and
Marshal Lee, who
so
had
we learn,
personally
and
sworn
we have on the spot. In the Mishnah says, look, Akamoso.
the usurper
We have
back
the
in
legal Akamoso.
cage.
So if you learn from Chatas to Asham, you leave the Shema. Then if you go one step further and say from Asham to the Lake Shem and also you leave the Shema.
Crossed into Belgium. And
So
so
we have the Makish Asham with Chatas, Magdani, like you Asham. So we have a limit all, we go all the way back to Chatas.
the grand
The
staircase of the
Baruch
palace,
the Baruch don't have the
of hysterical
tomorrow, but wait a minute.
he had reclaimed
Yes,
the
if
seat
you go back long back,
of
it's poison.
the
We
desperate
have a rule in
French
custom
barbarian
that you can only go one step. You can only go from Chatas to Asham. You can't continue from Asham to something else. That's poison around. You can't repeat a word or limit. The limit is the one from Chatas to Asham. You want to go from the Asham, the limit started at the Asham, then you go to the Limit Shema. You can't go from one to another. That you don't do in custom. That long or over, you're right.
outside
It's
the
stuck. You can't
protection
do
of
that.
civil and
Hold
social
on,
relations.
it's not a machlik
An
to the legend
enemy
about
that
it. Go to the
disturbed
bottom.
the tranquility of the world
As we even
rendered
saw,
himself liable to
it
public
could be
vengeance.
that the Limit
Over
Shema is
700,000
social
Allied
people.
troops
Not
began
hard
to
to, but in
mobilize
order to get
to
a
survive. He
you
had
wanted
to
to keep the
strike
leftovers,
before they
fine.
could convert.
But to get the Torah, that you need the right Kavanah. If you don't have the right Kavanah, the owner must bring a second Rabbi. The boys who wrote a beautiful sugya about the menorah. We're not quite. With all the violence, the Roman office has these parentheses. Shiva Pnei Menorah, Magazine. There are 7 branches on the menorah. And if you're missing one, if you only have 6, not 7, no good, you can't use the menorah. Shiva Menorah, Magazine, on top of each branch, there's a wick, with a fire. You need 7. You only have 6, no good. Stay for Torah, for children, Mezuzah, Ma'aseh Juzi. Mezuzah has Ma, Royal Shemaya, which even partially it says back in Mezuzah. If you only have 1 parasha, it's not good. Ma'aseh, not only that, even if 1 letter is missing, Ma'aseh. This is just this week. Maybe for one of these days. My grandfather escalated into a chronic slaughter, swallowed entire and you know, this is the cipher, the tape also that he wrote. Misreading the movement of British casualties as a retreat, sent the heavy cavalry charging unsupported over the muddy slope against unbroken infantry squares. The cuirassiers wrecked again and again. I don't have anything from him. I don't have a Mezuzah or anything. He had a twin. And my grandfather gave his twin a Megillah. And I met somebody from the Mishpacha at a revival. So he said, you know, your grandfather gave my grandfather a Megillah. Would you be interested in it? Of course. He just contacted me. And he said that he's bringing it this week. And that's it. He's going to give you the Megillah. They don't have that connection to it. Their father got it from a brother. I knew, but so he had a few dreams, my grandfather. No, I'm a Yitzhak, and I'm not into dreams. It seems like his sons wanted him to tell his dreams. He comes to my uncle, Shalom, last year, and tells him that he had a dream that this guy, a friend is from Boston, is there was nothing left to do. Something's wrong with the stone. They should tell him that he should bring in the stone. Formally and finally removed from the board. He says, Abba, I'm not going to tell him that my father, the cipher, had a dream that it's too impossible. You know, it doesn't look so good. I'm not doing it. So he kept on bugging me. He said, did you go tell him? No. So he walked up to the way he said, pull the guy out. He said, listen, I need to take this phone. If it's possible, then I'll tell you. If not, let me just check it. You check it, and it has the same word twice.
The deposed emperor handed himself over to Captain Frederick Maitland, apparently expecting political asylum.
There's another, I don't know, but there's another man who said that this guy was gaining a lot of weight. A gay guy, and when they opened up his Mezuzah, it said the height of Alfalfa twice.
Even in defeat, they refused to recognize his imperial title.
No, this one is real. This one is real. A guy had a drinking problem. Maybe he was a big alcoholic. So he went to the church and he was taking Mezuzah. The Torah says he went to school. He came there. Where's the Gemara? The only problem is that person is not in the Mezuzah. Okay, back to okay, now we go back to say if I see the Mezuzah not going to do I feel missing 1 letter is no good. I thought I should, but I feel not going to do all parshas that have the wicked fluid in them, missing 1 parasha, no good, right? So the end of this parak are things that are ma'akif one another. Started yesterday, trying to guide the kind of style now, and then we get that parak where things are not ma'akif. These are not. 4 parshas are a must. So the Hadi was
and the health of his entire French entourage.
Rabbi also has to be the people. I feel it's not that much. Even 1 letter is not. The point is, how many letters are in a secretarial?
Relationship between the captive and the
Shishin, Riboy, but they counted it. We have to explain that it's 300,805. Something like that. 4,805. 300,000, 4, 304,805.
He refused to deliver any mail addressed to the
but every ice represents something flying strong. And if you yes, you can read what I said. And if you're missing one ice, missing one lid,
and they groaned on
puzzle.
day after day, year after year, in the
I
fog.
know 6 years like the Zoom before Christmas. You can't walk around with three. So back in the to one mitzvah, you didn't tie in such a mitzvah before. You have 4, then you tie in 1 mitzvah. Very small element are back on Arba mitzvah. Each one is individual, and the thing you want to mean is that if you have a segment with 5, you can play a segment small, each one is a mitzvah. My time of why is it in Noyer, why is it in Ma'akot? Why is each color of the Noyer Ma'akot? How about it? This wasn't a value, it's a market. I guess there's a bunch of a value, kufa, a value, same idea. If the Torah uses that word, it means you must do it as so. You can't make a menorah with 6 reds. Hold up, the menorah is the poem, the menorah came from one solid piece. Uminazal was a solid piece of gold. Does anybody want to take a guess how much the menorah weighs? How much the menorah weighs? Total of the final weight. A guess. Not if you heard the shirt day yesterday. You're about to ask you. 5 kilos. Close. When you're missing a 0. No. 57 kilos. 57 kilos is today's day. Today's money value, after the gold drop, it's $9 million worth of gold. 57 kilos. All made, very interesting, made from one piece. You can't take 2 different pieces and make it one branch and another branch and connect it. It must be one piece. Already in Cheder, we have 2 Rabbi in Cheder that come to the Hebrew every night. They know a lot of stuff. A lot more than a lot of people. They know like the custom and the time. So you said that this video I'm about to tell you is that something you want to show you. You never like envisioned it. Women has always making gold. A saw women has been cut. You made it from broken pieces. Sula. It is possible to be sharpening in my published chair. As you can see, this halacha that has to be made from one piece. From Mikshaka, it's only when you make it out of gold. If you make it out of silver, with the size only has the money, you can make it out of silver, we'll see. Then it doesn't have that I'm off here. Here it is, Miksha. And notice he put his own name on the Yossi shop. He's our Friday shower. It's funny when he gets in the mail. And that's
the British governor insisted the tombstone read Napoleon Bonaparte. The French entourage demanded the singular Imperial Napoleon. Neither side would yield. And so the heavy stone slab that covered the muddy grave was left completely blank. While the captive had been slowly dying in the South Atlantic, the victorious powers of Europe had already convened the Congress of Vienna. Their task was enormous. They had to redraw the map of a continent that had been ripped apart over 20 years of continuous warfare. The negotiations were dominated by 4 figures, conservative Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich, British Foreign Secretary Viscount Castlereagh, the deeply mystical Tsar Alexander I of Russia, and the brilliant, slippery French diplomat.
Actually, Mara, why do you say it's some smaller pieces? The thing, Miksha, what do you say the word Miksha 4 times? Here's the part. Well, see some Menayas Zohar made you get a gold circle. Miksha, one solid piece. And at the end of the puzzle, says you must be done as such.
Back into the inner circle of great power decision making. His diplomatic manipulation of the highest
make it out of silver, out of copper. It says Zohar, and what is that at the end of the puzzle? Same puzzle, same year. Oh, I thought the other. Nobody said the issue. The Rabbi Shani himself has come to include other metals. Name all the Rabbi who said. Okay, it's coming to add something, but maybe it's coming to add. You must do that as goal. It says goal. It makes more sense. Say you have to stick to what the Torah says. Goal. I just the author says to add something. Broken pieces that fell off. Words of the best. Now, look where it says the word Mishnah. It says the word Mishnah next to you, the closest to you. Mishnah or you.
Prussia received
Massive
territories in the industrial right. Austria gained its dominance over the Italian peninsula, erasing the modern republics that had been established over the previous 2 decades, and returning the region to a patchwork of conservative duchies.
You don't need to do Mishnah. Maybe Mishnah means one southeast. The author
the Congress formally established the Concert of Europe, an unprecedented system of regular international congresses and mutual military guarantees. The major powers agreed to intervene across borders to prevent risings wherever they occurred. Political stability came first. National self-determination came nowhere. This deeply conservative system successfully prevented another continent-wide war for
what the Gemara is doing here is, we're going to show that the special halachas that we learn how to speak word God, but that only come if because are no good, and Zav, these words Zav come to include these things. But if, because are good, and Zav is not, then how do you get to the illusion that we have? What are some of you with them are? What's special about gold? Special about gold is first of all, it has to be one piece. It also has to weigh a keycard, and other metals don't have to weigh a keycard. And also, you have to be in a comparable process. So, you have these designs on the menorah that only applies to gold. All these things you have to learn each one from another word sauce.
Hundreds of thousands of maimed veterans returned to their rural homes, missing limbs, permanently blinded by exploding black powder, or suffering from psychological trauma that had no name and no treatment. These men relied on overstretched church charities and inadequate state pensions for their daily survival. Continental industry had been crippled by the disruptions of the continental system and the deliberate destruction of bridges and roads by retreating armies.
Whatever it is,
emerged from the wreckage as the unquestioned global power.
Okay.
Its domestic industrial infrastructure was a polished its financial system in London was the most sophisticated in Europe. Royal Navy was physically larger and more heavily armed.
that I don't have, the movement that I have.
British merchants monopolized the markets of Asia, Africa, and Latin America.
My drugs inside
The defeat of
you
France
guys go
marked the beginning of the
for
Pax
Britannia,
Britannica, a full
57
century of
kilo. I don't know
imperial
what that
dominance
is. We're going
that would shape the architecture
120 pounds,
global economy. The legacy of the fallen emperor extended well beyond the battlefields. 2 decades of French occupation had fundamentally rewired
if you multiply by 2, I get, but how do you multiply
Atlantic's territories from Belgium to the Rhineland and the Italian peninsula. The centralized state administration had dismantled old feudal jurisdictions, abolished internal tolls, dissolved ancient urban guilds, and created unified national markets. Vast tracts of confiscated church and aristocratic lands had been auctioned off, transferring enormous wealth to the central class of merchants and professionals. The state had taken control of education and welfare, introduced the civil marriage, granted legal emancipation to Jewish minorities in states like Westphalia and the Italian republics.
No, I'm just saying, I'm thinking that Rabbi, who is this calculator?
And the inviolability of
In
the French armies retreated.
Sorry, let's get it
Colonizing states retained these efficient legal frameworks.
if it comes with Zom, where it says that, so if you're going to make it out of gold, then you must have a key card. In a buzz, you're going to use other metals. Ain't no buzz, key card, you don't need to be matching on the
These newly empowered social classes back into their old positions.
Yeah, I brought from home today. On the menorah, it's actually pretty close to this size. About a tefah, seems like. Each one. They have to be. At one point, there are three of them together like this. Show you a picture. Beautiful is much of Shabbos. You know, we're only that thing's top. One Shabbos, I'm like, oh, you have anything in the night? No. Yes, you told about a third artist, but it's working. You asked me to send us some pictures. I sent them this. This is the article on the left. That was confused. And then he started building this, and I gave him ours. I said, no, this is a top start. And the classes on the top, you know, this is just my back and forth with him. Much top is an hour before two. Let me show you what we came up with. Beautiful stuff. This is... It's very, it's going to get out so you can see great stuff. The thing you can see on the bottom, but here, we're going to go to this one. Actually, let's go to this. This is from our show also. This just shows you the centerpiece. So if you look at the bottom, this is what we call a pera. I'm not sure that we know exactly what it looks like, but it could be look something like this because you learned it later on. It's the way they designed it in the column. If you look at the old Roman columns, they had something, you know, similar things like these clouds. This right over here, these guys are called pera. This circle, they're like balls. Rabbi says it's a little bit like the egg. Others say they're literally round. What? Well, not oval, but egg-shaped. What I don't know if egg-shaped. What's egg-shaped? It's a little wider. What is it? Oval. Okay. Here you can see three, what do you see over here? Three Gavians inside each other, literally like this. Then on top of that you have a captor. And then a pera. That's one shita. Another shita is this. At the top, go out. So something like this. But the top third pera and the Gavia are all in one line. All three of them on top. And it's more like this. Here's the famous picture that the Rabbi depicted. And he has the branches of the menorah straight. And then it says that he wasn't so mafted on certain things, just trying to clean up some points. He's not delivering it 100%. There's a lot of... This is the menorah that the Muhammad Dash made. Supposedly it's gold or maybe gold coated. It's very expensive. And over here you can see... This is the base. The base has three legs in here. See, it only has three legs. I don't see the terrace on the bottom. Interesting. Maybe over here you see like a Gavia and a pera. Over here you see the capturing. And out of the capture comes two branches, another capture, another capture. And then he has over here three Gavians. On top of the Gavia, a capture and a pera. Then goes the place where they light it. That's not included in the height. We're not really discussing that today.
It remains contested, heavily debated, and permanently
we're going to get to the sugya. Are you allowed to make a menorah? The answer is, the Gemara says you're not allowed to make a menorah that has 7 things. So why do they do it? They claim that they're doing it when the Beis Hamikdash comes, and the menorah is for the Beis Hamikdash. It's not for personal use. Some say maybe for Islam, maybe it's okay. One question that I have at that time, I'll just throw it out here, is if the Beis Hamikdash is coming down, wait, isn't it coming down with the menorah and all the payments? Like they forgot the menorah, they had everything in there, it was pay out for this, that, but the menorah not.
Been forced underground, where they spread rapidly through intellectual salons and working class taverns across the continent. The revolutions that would detonate in 1830 and 1848 would prove
Actually, I'm sure
how deeply the seeds of the imperial era had been planted.
Alright, anyway, Capturel broke
to shape the political
was
destiny
if another hour for a boy side. These Gavians are third broken only if it's made out of gold. Both Gavians are third broken. The Bazar, both Gavians are third broken. Ain't a Bazar if it's made, let's say, out of silver. Ain't no both Gavians are third broken. You don't do the Gavians are third broken. That's the Gemara. Maybe not be Bazar, Bazar on it. Maybe the idea of branches, which is the same problem. Being the third product, maybe it shouldn't have branches. It's not made out of gold. It shouldn't have branches. It should look something like this. I don't know, without branches.
Minutes later, he is
Ain't
lying
about
on
Zom,
stage,
ain't about Jordan.
his
Tomorrow,
chest torn
that's not called a
apart
menorah.
by
How
21
might you
gunshot
think? Anybody that
wounds.
lives in Israel knows what a samot is?
An hour later, the man who
Candlestick, the
terrified the
single,
most
not a menorah.
powerful nation on earth
Is
is
it not time menorah
pronounced
Mishnah Zom?
dead.
But Zom, Paul makes sure. These are only mudim that we need. And that's why it makes sense to exclude Rutais and to include Zom, because now we're using all these to teach us. You need a key card, you need to be a prophet, and you need Mishnah needs to be made out of one solid piece. Imagine, I'm just thinking to myself, you're making menorah out of one solid piece, and you get like to the right furthest branch, and you mess up. It's like one tefach lower than the rest. Now you have to start all over again. Like there's no, you can't fix it. It's one piece. Ain't about Zom, ain't about Mishnah. If you get it out of silver, you don't have to make a mixture. But you've seen the video. I think in the video it might have messed up a little bit. We'll see. Mixture is taken on my also. Now there's more mixtures going on here. So let's take, for instance, this mixture. Mixture heat. What does it come to say? The Ma'utei Chatzon. There were prophets in the Beit HaMikdash that Moshe Rabbeinu made to call Klal Yisrael together. There's no Limudei Chatzon. No what? Inside the Chatzon, they were in the Eshes and the Chesed. It's the exact opposite of a menorah. The Chatzon do have to come from one piece. The Eshes, one piece. U'min HaKesed is silver. Asavan HaGruta is kosher, but if you make them out of broken pieces, it's kosher.
Chapter 1.
The exact opposite of the menorah, where you cannot make it out of pieces. And also another thing that's the opposite is the shire being without silver. Any other metal is possible. It needs to be made out of silver. Whereas the menorah, you can make it out of other metal. Why is going to shine it without silver? Why is it so? That you make it out of copper or even gold. Make it out of gold. Why not? This is it's a silver. It's a it's locked in as because it's not me as the Gemara, but the broken piece is also a mixture of Rabbi. So look at the word mixture. It has to be as is one piece. Why do you think you're allowed to make it out of broken piece? I'll tell you what. This is the final reaction. What this mixture here is, you see this mixture here. What does it come to? It comes to exclude the chatzot. That all the menorah needs to be mixture here, a solid piece, but the chatzot. And the Neilah, we're back to what it says. We need all these rushes. And therefore we have to exclude because Torah and menorah. What are
He was educated,
Caleb, our kosher for Moshe Rabbeinu, his generation, for Shem and David, for all generations. That's right. Cherish love is still a good way. Different than all Caleb. You make it to be Lord, and that's it. These dollars and that generation that's going to get again. We're on top of our global, your one-stop shop for your financial needs. Isaac Castle and Honorable Leonard out in South Florida, which will be both yeah, for opening to the gospel, anonymous, never in relation to parents, the third side of Brian. I forgot to mention this. I have to mention this. I have a very good friend named Tom, and he wrote a beautiful statement on the office. I'm very proud of it. How many friends has started? We've all got. And he's from a called Paris Hanoi. He wrote over here why is the Chatzot different than everything else? It goes into the Chatzot, the Mouth of the thing, and Mouth going to burn the brother in the mouth. I didn't tell anybody wants to get player. Paris Hanoi. Plug in and say, Chatzot is Paris Hanoi, kills the dirt. But listen to this, I have a beauty. There's a beauty. And the class going around the street. Why are Chatzot different? Because Chatzot, what do they come to accomplish? They come to accomplish calling Klal Yisrael. Calling Klal Yisrael, every generation you call them in a different way. Some generations you need AI to call them. You need animation, I don't know why. Different generations, different calling. And it's the site. That's for that generation. That generation coming up. I feel around this thing. I told you my time. What's the type of child? What do you see? Even though it's black, you call And only for you, for your generation, not for future generation. The public is very, so let me have to. But since the local already, the book tells Moshe Rabbeinu to make a box, not the Ari that we're familiar with for the this is the Shimon will flip the box. It says make this box. And not only they'll talk about it, but the box is only for the generation we're familiar. We know they use it later on generation. So the cost cannot mean only for this generation. Hello. Even man don't have a commercial call. It could be just too shopping. But the book tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I say the call, make this order, a special box for the sugar and lupus, and broke in the lupus. You meant to say to him, make it out of your own money. Open up your wallet, buy the material with your money. Or another man on it says, even man on it says, have your call. This is why they wrote the Israel. Like Richard Pingo said about Paul Reitman. Paul Reitman gave a lot of money for his organization, the Cuban Fixers, and then when the Reitman lost their money in their reward, right? Whatever, what's it called? Their reward. London over there. He explained, he said that the folks didn't want all the come from one, but spread the whole time. What? What is one time say?
You mighty race, you can accomplish what you will.
Right. Imagine if the richest, the wealthiest guy in our generation wants to take the base on me. We wouldn't agree. Everybody would want to be part of it. We want to see whatever you can afford. We want to be part of it. So the same thing over here. I was going to tell you about Daniel, I would love to take your money. Your money is better than everybody else's. It's a funny right here. I don't even want it. No, but we need to take it from everybody. But the law it's not coming to say the toilet when you look at the future. It's telling you how you should purchase this art. How do you get the materials? And I'm in the violate law. So if so, the word of callback you cannot use it to say that, oh, you can't use this Trump as the next generation. Because it needs to come from Moshe Rabbeinu's money, or it should come from everybody's money. Your folks should give you your money, but it's not talking about generation. Now, you also know my famous, I can't get it out of my head. You guys had a whole, I think the summit on Level. I give a whole playoff. And actually, if you look up over here on the script on the screen, all my crawl, it's messed up.
Louise crocheted gloves and worked her
girl. It's L'chol, not L'chol. Like people are messing up there. In the pirate she calls it L'chol, over here it goes L'chol. It's the same guy. Anyway, L'chol, crazy. It says L'chol twice. And what we know that if it says something you touch it twice, lock it. The L'chol, that means only these chachroches belong in the original Rabbeinu, this generation of today, new one. Honey Reb Baba Reb Reb Chanan Tamedi Reb Yosef. Menorah, yeah, new sugi, 10 lines down. Menorah is a bomb in the edge of the Nazar. It was one piece, solid piece of gold. A social kesef, Shayla.
December of 1938, she was found walking barefoot through the snow, unable to say who she was. She was committed to Kalamazoo State Hospital. She would
remain there for 24 years. So back, made out of tin, the shalaba, lead, the shagistra, and other sorts of metal, Rabbi Poisel, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yegan Mash. He says other types of metal are fine for Rabbi Yossi. Chalet, wood, the Shalekim Shifudras, the Rakol Psula. Everybody uses this fossil. What's a box cash on this? You all have a big question on this slide. When Kashmunai, very good. We learned that the Kashmunai didn't have any money, so they made a menorah out of wood. You might going to bring that soon, but over here it says that according to everybody, wood, bone, and glass is cost.
Eventually, they expelled him.
Does anybody remember, because I really don't remember, I have to look it up. Is there a special mitzvah for lighting the menorah on Hanukkah? It's a nice menorah. I remember learning that there's like $50 a menorah. Out of a silver menorah is better than out of glass.
He was nearly 16
Yeah?
wearing a dark green suit with sleeves too short for his wrists, watching the flat farmland of Michigan slide past the window and out of his life.
No, so fakert. I remember Mamish learning that is the menorah is silver, and the cups are glass.
Stolen watches.
It's considered you lit on silver. It's not. It doesn't go by where you light, which part that you light. No, that's not. That's those flickering cups. I don't know. I don't want to just throw something out now and be completely wrong. Maybe it's talking about the Sami. I don't know. That's what I remember. Although, like, my dito. Where do you get this from? Where? Why do you say that all these metals are kosher, that wood is kosher? And that's basically the neither here. Now, for me, I have a lot of knowledge. Why? Because when I went to Yeshiva, I remember going to the city of Cloud. All I remember is I had busy. Cloud. I didn't know what was flying. That's what I remember. And I think now, because the people that are part of MDY for a while, like nothing. Like to read it like a newspaper. That's how easy it is. Now, here we had a kid here that gave us with David Francis' grandson. Told us all Cloud, not community, Cloud, and we would need B-Boy, and that's all. And he told us, took him over and all of it. So, we're doing a small city here, Cloud. Let me just explain very, very simple. When the player says you can make a menorah out of everything, that's the cloud. Make it out of everything. Glass, wood, gold, silver. Then the player says no, crap. What does the player say? Only gold. It's very specific. And then the player says make a menorah out of anything. In Shas, there's two ways to learn. You can either learn cloud, or you can learn read. It's the same exact word, but you just
standing in front of the
using a different system. Cloud. Maybe people get confused because he's getting confronted and he's so fast.
The zoot suit mattered.
The difference is just a cloud. Anyway, very, very super simple. When the guy says,
was a small, deliberate act of defiance.
Cloud, and then a cloud, and a cloud. Over here, the cloud is gold. So the Torah is saying you can make it out of anything, but it must be similar to the cloud. So I said gold, make it similar to gold. What could that be? What's similar to gold? Metal. There's another thing that is similar to it. What's gold? Super expensive. Super important. So make it something important. Platinum, I don't know what. Silver maybe. Don't make it out of stainless steel. That's like gold. Those are two ways to learn it. Now, reading me is usually the same exact thing, but the outcome is different. Read I include all the menorahs in the world. Meal is gold. Read all the menorahs. What comes out is I'm going to exclude exactly one material in the entire world, and that material is going to be the polar opposite of what the Torah says that you should use. The Torah says to use gold, the most dissimilar to gold. What's the most dissimilar to gold in our generation? Plastic. I think. In that generation, there was earthenware. The lowest level clay is earthenware. So when the Torah says you can make a menorah out of everything, and then the Torah goes into specifics, but make it out of gold, the Torah is something to do one thing. That's the whole figure really. Why? So what's the question? Why does the Moshe say you can't make it out of wood? The answer is, if you learn cloud by the cloud, and we're learning that the menorah is made out of something similar to gold, and gold is a metal, well, wood is not a metal. So anything that's not a metal is possible. Wood is not a metal, boom, go. So why does the other one say that you could learn it out of the cloud? The same cloud out of the cloud, because wood is okay. Because we're not learning that has to be like a metal, we're learning the kashivas. It has to be like gold, that it's super important because it's a very expensive material. It's an important material that kings use. Kings do not use earthenware. So use something important, like gold. So it includes gold metal. Overlay my daito. Overlay, bein maru. with Yossi and Tanakama who argue, slowly brothers out. They argue how to learn the Klal Prat. Myself and my problem before Shoma Tata is here. I'll show you real quickly. The person says, we'll see some menorah. Doesn't say, well, how? So it includes every kind of menorah in the world. We have over here glass, earthenware, wood, gold, silver, everything, copper. But then the Torah narrows it down to Zav, cards, we have gold. There, this is the golden one. It comes to exclude all the other metals. But then everything else in the world, but the person looks at that, they also, the very food. We have to take one off. And so what type off? So what do you think now? My son of my brother, my test, I thought to my death. But you see, so it comes in the red box, it excludes things that are not metal. All those glass, wood, things that are not metal. My son, and the other one says my brother, is mushroom. No, you learned it wrong. It has to do with the gold, yes. But a different way. It has to do something that's cautious, like silver. Silver is also cautious. So you can make it out of silver. I'm talking about the cautious, but not wood. Wood is... Huh? Yeah, everything else. What do you mean? Yeah.
Chapter 3.
I don't like yours. You're saying that because of Yossi, wood is no good. I say Rabbi wood is good. And that's one of the rights is looking. I'm not even out of wood. You bring a bunch of rice and they say wood is good. It's how you put some eggs here. You made out of wood. The other part is the review the match. It's in the first of Yossi Hall. It's kosher. What are you telling me this is possible? Don't like it for you. Was Rabbi ROTHSCHILD property review the Darsh we say off, just slightly different. Not that they're arguing how to do this Klal Prat, but the argument is that Klal Prat was a Ribu Meal. Because if you do Ribu Meal, then you only exclude one thing. And what are you going to exclude? Earthenware. So what would be good? Rabbi Darsh Klal Prat. What would be good? But since I'm not as Klal, Zav part, mix with the outside menorah Chanu Pala. We had this. Cloud, we have to go to the cloud. We have to cloud, It says you have to, basically, you have to do something similar to the exclusion to the gold. My problem for is metal. I close my tekas. This comes as ready to exclude wood. Wood is possible. The Darsh Ribu means no, but the Darsh Ribu means you only can exclude one material from the world. I mean, just one material in the entire world. Let's see some menorah. So now we're doing the same thing over again. We're doing the same word. Instead of putting the word cloud, we're going to put the word Reba. Let's see some menorah. Reba. Zav card instead of prat is called Mia. Mia. Mix with the outside menorah. Called the Reba. What is that called? Reba. Mia. Mia is Reba. And what? Reba code. He included everything. Oh my Rabbi. And what are you including? Rabbi told me everything. Oh my Mia, what are you going to exclude? Just one thing. Mia is the first, and therefore what? Wood is kosher for menorah. I don't like your price. I like my price if it says that we give you all the wood is no good. Don't check the guys up. No. Not more. You can't use up. Maybe after testing. You don't have gold. You need some silver. So the prices. So bad. So the deal. So the fair. You need a master. Answer your life. This is a fool. So give you help. This wood is good. Can you do it? We have to all the prices. Have the take home. You should not make the house that looks like in English. Like the Heiko. Upside row, can I do it? We should not make, in Brazil, there's a giant building that's the size of the Samigdash. It's called something temple. It's literally the size of the Samigdash. It has columns and everything inside, the whole thing. Peter seats. Things like church or something. Size of the it's awesome. Also, can I get that Zara? You shouldn't make a yard the size of that Zara. Shouldn't make a shukam. There's a big problem that I have. But check this out, in Borough Park. You have Bedford style in the background. The project
followed the instructions. When he refused pork in the dining hall, other inmates stared. He leaned in further. He accepted the theology. He believed it completely.
Even as a boy, in the background.
Then came the correspondence with Elijah Muhammad himself. Malcolm drafted his first letter to the nation's leader.
Are you allowed to make a mistake
before he was satisfied enough to
that it has the size of the regular menorah? Are you allowed to make a menorah that has the size of the regular menorah? Are you allowed to make the cable like the white bird worked months on making the cable? Are you allowed to do that?
His mother had been institutionalized.
You're not allowed to make a shulchan to make a shulchan. He made a shulchan over there. Smaller one. Menorah to make menorah, not to make a menorah. Avaloisim shel chamisha v'shel shizu sh'shmoina. Let him make that sotin, so you cannot buy a candelabra that has 7 branches. They won't make it. You only make 8, 6, 10, 9, not 7. V'shel shiva lo yarsa. I feel the Mishnah you cannot make a menorah that has 7 branches, even from other metals. Rabbi says you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Why? Because in the Beit Hamikdash wood was kosher. So you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Oh, so it's in the Torah that Rabbi says, that wood is kosher from menorah. So there are those who say that you're not allowed to make any kalim, any size. The menorah you're not allowed to make any size, because there's no size to the menorah. Nothing is how large it must be. So you make a small menorah also. What other way? Huh? So you make it the way you know. You can make it thinner or larger. Size-wise, not. Or menorah, you can turn right on. They argue. Some of the rabbis are arguing to keep them in the back. Hashira from Shepesach. The Hashmonaim, no, they use metal, and then they covered it with tin. Hashira from Shepesach, later on they made it out of silver, later on, because of the Hashira was such a Zov, here we even have a video. I'm not so happy at what he did with the gold. I don't think that would be okay, but we'll see.
What do we do now? We need to light the menorah. It was taken, and we don't have any gold to make a new menorah.
In June 1952, the parole board reviewed his case and granted his release. He walked out of Charlestown on the 7th of August wearing a cheap suit.
Brilliant idea!
He had a small amount of money in his
No, covered with tin. They took metal, covered with tin.
Turkish bath to scrub off what he called the prison tape. Afterward, he bought a new pair of glasses, a suitcase, and was born.
Silver.
The gates of Charlestown swung shut behind him, leaving 22843 in the past. The man stepping into the Detroit air was someone else entirely.
Which I'm not sure you need to do.
Educated,
It's zero mistake, I think. They're pouring it. Now that's way larger than what the Amulet is. In terms of it's only 18 copies. Oh, Shmuel, do we have time? Wow, we're running out of time. Over to Shmuel. Mishmei the Sabbath. Go to Shmuel. Shmuel also talking. Do we have anybody here that's 4-8? Don't want to miss one. Fluffy. Do we have a kid? How tall are you? How tall are you? You're 4'8". Get over here. Come for a second. I should have brought a tape measure. Come. What's your name? Daniel, someone like you're 4'8". Right? I'm 6'2". The menorah is like this tall, Rabbi. That's how tall the menorah was. 4'8". Okay, right. Thank you. Go to menorah. Shmuel also talking. 18 talking. Go measure yourself. Tell me later. Alright, lying about Perach, what's you talking? Rabbi said, look how beautiful he did in one night. The same night, didn't shoot. Unbelievable. Take a look. The base is 3 talking. On top of that, we got 2 talking. On top of that, we have Perach. 1 talking. On top of that, it's on top of that, we have, what is that called? A top. Then it's salad. On top of that, kafka. On top of that, salad. On top of that, kafka. 2 talking. And all these, Givim, and Batochen and everything, equals 3. Now, there's a little bit of a mistake that I've become 6, but I don't know if he's up yet. He's up very late. The 18 fucking do not include the glasses or whatever you like the stuff on top. Until, see, you went a little bit too high on that. It should be lower. Okay, but that's the point. Beautiful job. Look what he did. All in one color valley. Okay. So let's see inside. Alright, lying by French looking fucking. The bottom part, if I go back, yeah, we can leave it like this. Okay. You see? You can follow with me. The bottom part is 3 tefachim. The Tefachim calls them 2. The Tefach Shaboya Gevia of capital Perach. Then there's one Tefach that has all 3 the Gevia of capital Perach. The Tefachim calls them solid 2. The Tefach Kaptor, they have one Tefach, each button was a Tefach, which they call them using Menor Echadela Vechadela. The 2 branches come out of both sides, and you go to the height of the menorah. The Tefach call it one solid piece, the Tefach Kaptor, and another button or ball. The Tefach on the edge of the menorah, Echadela Vechadela, the Tefach call it That's not. The Tefach call it solid piece, the Tefach Kaptor, which they call the edge of the menorah, Echadela Vechadela, the Tefach call it Time call it, and then 2 tefachim solid. The side translation tefachim is the translation of being tefachim perach. That's where you have the 3 bechers being L'mayim doimim. What are they similar to? Questions of Zandrian, which are narrow on the bottom, wide on the top, something similar to this. Kafar L'mayim doimim, what are the buttons? The Shemin Tefachim are tracing round, something a little off round, but Kafar L'mayim doimim, what are the flowers? Shemin Tefachim like the flowers on the bean. We need to, and so we have Yevim Netzim times 22 bechers. We're going to tomorrow, I guess. Kafayrim. What kind of subtrachim? Oh, we only started 52 minutes ago. Okay, so then we can go. We can finish up. Let's finish up. We're a little late for shopping, but not late for this year. So, Yevim Netzim times 22 cups. Kafayrim Achadasar, the 11 round circle cups. Brachim Tisha, and 9 flowers. If you're missing one of the 22 bechers, no good. Same thing with the buttons. Same thing with the flag. If you're missing all, you have everything besides the kaftarim, everything besides the brachim, mark. Now the Gemara just goes in. How do we know this 22? This is Uba Benoiro, Arba. The menorah had 4 cups on the front, on the solid, on the center peak. So let's do the math. If each one on top has 3 bechers times 6 is 3 times 6, 18. Plus the 4 on the center one is 22. So you're going to go back. I wrote it up. The time is straight economy. 18 plus 4. We get the 11 you have 6 kaftarim on the corner. Let's see where they are. We have here on the top. We have a kaftar, perach, and a gevia. All on top, so that's 6. Whoa, crazy though. And 2 on the actual the center. The kaftar, as they come out here, these 3 right over here. You have 3 over here, you have 1 down here, you have 1 over here, that's a total of 5 plus 6. Yeah, you with me? We will get 9 flowers. Broken trade as well. We have 2 on the stem. Rishis is the cutting. We have 6 plus 2 is 8. We will get 9. In other words, we're missing this one on the bottom. Right over here, that one right there. Where do you get that from? Omer Shalom Tziv Ad Yerecha Pirko Mikshehi. There's another part that tells you there's a Perach Pirko. That tells us there's a nice one. Rabbi had a wonderful.
By 1958, Malcolm was effective, tireless, and, most problematically, unmarried. This had become a problem. A minister without a wife invited gossip, and gossip was something the nation could not afford. Marriage wasn't a matter of the heart, it was an obligation. His choice fell on Betty Sanders, a nursing student from Detroit who had joined the Harlem Temple back in '56. She was intelligent, composed, medium brown, and familiar with temple culture. Their courtship, if you could call it that, was stiff and formal. Their first date was a trip to the Museum of Natural History, planned so she could study exhibits useful for her temple teaching duties. Cancelled hours ceremony. Malcolm was so repulsed by the instruction that he hurried Betty out of the room. He would later mock what he called the Hollywood stuff that movie-addicted women had come to expect from weddings.
Everybody,
The marriage was strained almost from the first week. He traveled constantly, sometimes gone for days at a stretch, moving between cities and temples with the restless energy that had always defined him. He believed, with real conviction, that women were inherently tricky and untrustworthy, and he kept Betty on a tight financial leash,
better way to catch on a
controlling the
dog
household
than
funds
by
built to
check up by
last.
Dr. Time Levinson.
When their first daughter, Natalia, was born in November of that year, he stayed just a single day before heading back out
At
to
the
Albany,
dentist
New
convention,
York.
talking about dentists, at the
Betty
dentist convention,
eventually
we got the
packed up
girl
the baby
WhatsApp,
and fled to a
whatever,
cousin's
what do you call
house.
the status?
His response
In
was
Miami,
calm.
some physicians find
If you
private time
leave
to
again,
breathe.
I'm not coming after you.
Oh,
Whatever
there's
fragile peace
I'm on the
existed in the household was
shear
shattered on the 14th
This
of
is they
May,
watches the shear to learn
1958.
how to give a shear.
Two detectives,
Came a
Joseph
few
Kiernan
times,
and Michael
and he
Malura,
says, I
showed up
promise
at the
I'll tell
family's
him
Queens
how to
duplex
be in a
and
good
tried to
mood
force
every
their
day.
way through the side door. A
I
scuffle
said,
broke out
if
with
I really
several
told him that
terrible
it was just to
members
get him off my
inside.
back, like,
Someone hurled the bottle from an upper
send me
window.
an email, I'll tell you.
Kiernan fired 2 shots through the
There's a
door.
kid here, you'll submit the
Betty
college.
and a woman named Millie Simmons
He came on
were
Friday.
dragged outside,
Comes every
lined
day.
up against the
He
wall,
says,
and hauled
since
to
then
the
it's track, I
114th
learned
precinct.
300 dollars with you,
Malcolm
NDY.
raced back from Boston
And
and
he's only 12
launched
years
into the
old.
press, calling
And
the
because of
NYPD
the
an
shear,
occupying army in the
they
black community.
he did well in school.
The trial that followed in
And
March of
he
59
jumped in
became
something
the
all over the
longest
beach.
assault
He finished
case
7
in
receptions
Queens
with us.
history.
7 receptions.
The
Max
nation
was
treated
scooping.
the
He's
courtroom
dropping.
like a stage.
Plus,
Fruit of
he
Islam
did
members sat in the gallery with
Giga
notebooks, acting as
and
stenographers, photographing every person who walked through the
and
doors.
he
Betty
said
and
for all the
Millie were
pictures and everything.
exonerated.
Schmack.
On the
They
courthouse
told me
steps, Malcolm
that
told the
him
crowd,
and the
any
2 other kids,
policeman
they
who
put on their
abuses you belongs in the
NDY
cemetery. It
sweatshirts.
was the kind of line
And
that
they
made
went to the American
headlines
and they
and
started
made
going from
enemies
store
in
to
equal
store.
measure.
And they got 5 shopkeepers
That
to
same summer, he
join
left
the
the country
cheer.
for the first time. He traveled to Egypt,
I heard
Saudi
him
Arabia, and Sudan,
yesterday.
meeting with
Me and 3
Rabbi
friends, we
al-Sadat
went.
in Cairo and religious
And then,
scholars at Al-Azhar
about the
University.
mayor's the character.
He was
I'm
often
not ashamed
embarrassed by
how
how
the
little
voice
he
like
knew of
today
proper
is
Arabic prayer
schmucky,
rituals.
easy. Very,
His
one of
understanding
these, probably one of the
Orthodox
easiest
Islam
shopping and
was
shops.
still sketchy
Yeah.
at best. From the Kandara Palace Hotel in Jeddah, he wrote to the Pittsburgh Courier that the Saudi population ranged from
Right
rural
up the front.
black to rich brown, and that most Arabs would be right at home in Arabia. Something shifted in him during those weeks in Rome. He began to sense that the nation's theology, the idea of the Asiatic background, the rigid racial cosmology, sat uncomfortably beside the universalism he was encountering across Select Joel's Gospels.
Okay, he's referring to the subject. Wearing chelas despite
He
people
returned
making
home,
fun.
carrying these new
He says,
doubts, quietly. They would have to wait. His enemies in Chicago, Raymond Sharif, John
And
Ali,
he sees the Sharon
were already whispering
he
for the
shouldn't.
minister
And
who
you're
grew
over
too
with the
big,
either.
too visible, too
And
independent.
what he means is,
His
okay,
marriage
what he
was
means is that
fracturing,
if you do
his fame
something
was
that's interesting
accelerating,
and people make fun of you,
just as the private
so you're over
ranks
with
were
the either.
deepening.
We're talking
The
here as
television
if they're
camera
right
crew
or
was
not.
preparing to do
It's
something
a
no one
crucial
had
process.
managed
You have to
before.
work things, just like you have to
Pull
work
back
millions
the
of things,
curtain on the
same thing,
Nation of
same
Islam
level.
and
So
broadcast
the question
all day
is
far
this
to
real
all
sales or
of
not?
white America.
And you have something to lose. It's not a chumrah. I don't think that's what the Messiah Shlomo was talking about. On the right side, you shouldn't wear tefillin because maybe someone will make fun of you and you're over on the
Into
Messiah
the
Shlomo.
spotlight.
Interesting stuff. The official edition
In
of
the
the
summer
White
of
Shots,
1959, a
anonymous,
television documentary
dedicated to
changed
our greatest
everything.
brother, Shia,
It was
on the
called
occasion of
The
reversing
Hate
Hashem
That
Benchu
Hate Produced,
with
put together by
Naka
journalist
Brocha
Mike Wallace
Klofa
and a
Ned
young black
Esrin.
reporter named Louis
The
Loman.
daily sponsors anonymous in
It aired
memory
on
of Ruben
WNTA
Gungo, Ben
TV in
Alexander,
July, and within
Frank
hours,
Vora,
the Nation of Islam
Firestone,
had gone from
Moshe
a
Yoel,
little-known
Melissa
sect
Lavino
to
Moreno,
front-page news
Yankiv,
across the
Aaron,
country. The
Avrona
footage
Yezer,
showed
Haizler,
Elijah
Zechariah
Muhammad
Rocha
addressing
Kach,
crowds in
Shabbat,
Washington.
Morty and Lisa
It
Rappaport
showed
in loving
the
memory
fruit
of
of Islam
Ezekiel Bach,
standing in formation,
Maria, Official edition of MDY Shots accepted by the Iranian media challenge Eric Anonymous. Leading edition of the Tyrant of Emotion. Conceptual sponsors in Salma. Dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Small Boston, Tiny Street, Gold Colors, Raw. Receptive sponsors, Golden Guys, News, Second Father, Jackie Guys, Anonymous. I talk with the Ribbons of the Guys, the Policy Family Foundation, Revolution for our Glorious Clean Policy, Metrica, Ely. Anonymous, the Proclaimer of Moshe Ben Zahar. Anonymous, the Civilian Force Family, and Arita Showing for Leah Batch Esty, Strolling Mousy. Totally going to shoot from Alvin Zahar, the Festival. We're so proud of you. You got the Waterfight Street Striking, to the Gordon family, and the IUK and Honor Rebellion, Safety, and Meaning of Life. Benny Almighty, Justin Mark and Benny, and all the issues of Turkey and MDY, from Coffee Town to Florida. Ari Simon, monthly sponsor. Ari Simon, the full Slamer of the Murray, Carson Miriam. Jimmy Abdullah, the Slamer Esther Basura. Majara and Miriam Landy, Hudson Supply, Eli Locasio. Anonymous, the member of Mazal, Loyal, the Sonata, and Skia. Multi sponsor Anonymous, the Spoken Bird that's good and open and revealed the way to your Mordecai and Batu, their mate. You're listening to the Lewis and discourse for everyone in need of a sugar all May. Anonymous, the merit of the call and show your success and blessing in all areas of life. By strengthening out growth, it's like flowing down the music guys. And you're rising with your suffering, which when you are on Nathan and Michelle Brock. Anonymous, the merit of the fulfillment of Malcolm Asaya, sending that time helping leading down the people with pop up and running anywhere worldwide, the insurance time soul and baby sour. And the way art, the month, the flame of the Nathan and Michelle Brock on the flame of what has been Esther, the fourth Ayala, Daniel Jez, then Ayala Esther, the happen, Mike Joya, guy comes to school. And he pulls out his moving essence, and he makes a drop on the moving essence, and he realizes that the robbers were all withered out, so he removed them before he himself, and he put one of those, nicely plastic bags in his real estate, so he has a fresh new aroma. But when he shipped his moving essence, they were not in the thing, in the place. What did he do? It started with a radio debate against the Reverend William James on WMCA, and then the invitations kept coming. Harvard, standing room only crowds of mostly white students who wanted to hear him speak. He told them that token integration was a trap designed to benefit only the middle-class Negroes who could be paraded as proof of progress while the rest were left behind. He challenged white Indians directly, pointing out Jews and Catholics also claimed to be God's chosen people without being called out. The audiences didn't always agree with him, but they listened. That was new. So if we go with that,
Then came Fidel Castro. In September of 1960,
and then just the education, and just the documentation, yaitzer not yaitzer.
After a dispute with the Shellman Hotel over his accommodations, Castro threatened to pitch a tent in Central Park.
Gotta go for it. But the whole something, right here, the sitting right here.
Better idea. They invited him to
We're
the
going to
hotel
see today,
to
we're going to see today.
in the heart of
You're okay.
New York.
Should be okay.
Malcolm went to see him. The
Yeah.
two spent about an hour
Let's say
together in
what
a private
problem
meeting
you
on
make
the
some sort of
19th of September. The photographs
Okay,
went
so we're
everywhere.
holding
Elijah Muhammad was
seven lights in
furious.
the bottom
Malcolm ordered the front of his home
of
into a
the
24-hour security detail around the
of
hotel
the
to protect Castro from
he punched it with the luggage with the knuckles, and the luggage was loading the knuckles. Way up, he asked the question. Claiming she secret the secret all of Samara.
Whispers were getting
He supposed to close the meats of the newspaper. He had to do the dough into the flour and take out 3 fingers worth. He put it on the fire. Supposed to put it on the fire. Once he put it directly on his bed, and then he put a whole bunch of wood on top of it and he burned. Is that okay?
first began
You see what I'm
referring
talking
to
about?
Elijah Muhammad
Is that how people barbecue? They put the wood on top of the burger?
mediated a
Take it.
power struggle in Boston, where his own
I don't
sister
know.
Ella
Let's do it up in the
had
show.
tried to
Well,
remove
it's
his
another question.
protege
As far
Louis
as you
X.
see the city, I think from what
He
about
sided
me?
with Louis.
I'll answer us one
In November,
on the one hand it says you should put this part on there. You burned it, you put it on top of them.
radio. Rustin picked apart the
That
nation's
fella
dream
hates
of a
it.
separate
Maybe
black
you should
state, calling it
as
a
is, as
conservative
on
fantasy
top of the
with
one.
no
Or
real
give a
meaning.
few to sit for our friends is another part. I should put the leg.
But
That's all I love.
conceded that if white
How
Americans
long
were
is
to
that? Where do
accept
you put
black
the
people
oil?
fully,
Directly on the bad things like not
he
even on
might
the
go
wood.
along with that.
Which
It
is
was a
what
small
we know you put the oil on the wood. But it says That's all I love is that.
Then came
Well, I'll be
January
on
of
his day off. Perhaps you do it any
1961.
way you want.
Muhammad
Yeah,
sent
I'm directly on
Malcolm
the staff and
7th
put the
to
word of God down.
implement
As long
what
as
was being
it's
called
thank
the
you. That's
Southern
the word of the
Strategy. On the
What is it
28th of January, in Atlanta, he sat across a table
We've
from
already proceeded to
representatives
see
of
that
the Ku
often.
Klux
What if
Klan.
you put like
He told them
sort
the
of a
nation
smoking
wanted
thing? You
complete
put
separation.
a Murim
He
not
even
on the
offered to
side
help
but right next to
identify
the point.
white people who
Well,
supported
I think about the
integration,
Al Mount
traitors, as the
This is not
Klan
quite
saw.
this.
He justified the meeting to
By the way, this is
Muhammad
the hard part
afterward,
of that.
pointing to their shared opposition to interracial marriage.
I'm serious. It's like
But
you
something
just
about
have to
it
read
sat
from it
wrong
out.
with him.
Just read it. You don't
It
need to
stayed
explain.
with him
So
long after
here's
he
the
left
position,
that
right?
room. A discomfort he
So this is
couldn't
one
quite
sheet. You
shake,
put the position
like a
over here. You
stone
put the
issue
Levina
for a
in
very
the
long
spoon.
walk.
There's another sheet you're supposed to put it on top of the lechem upon it. Why? Because it says ow. Ow means it's literally on.
Chapter 7.
The other
The
sheet is
7
ow.
bullets
It's
at
next
the
to, like
cross.
over here. It's next to the bread, not on top of the bread. So according to Bible, it says
January
ow
of
means literally on
1961,
top of.
Betty packed
So
up the jewelry
obviously you
and
can't take
left for her birth father's
the
house
Ibarim,
in
the Himurim,
Philadelphia.
and put it
She
next to
didn't
the
make a
place.
scene
The
about
Torah has
it.
to be on top
She
of the
just
fire. You
went.
put it on.
Malcolm called her
That's
from
the
a
right on the owl
payphone
on top.
and heard something
That
in
way
her
it's
voice that stopped
literally,
him cold.
you say owl means literally
Suffering,
the word.
real suffering.
He
The
divided
kind she'd been carrying quietly for months.
divided on even in my go, I'm not owl the song.
He wrote her a letter.
That's
This
true
was
that you
unusual
look
for
what about
Malcolm.
what
He
about
was a
over
man
here?
of
Up and down
speeches,
the Al Basal.
podiums and
Listen,
microphones,
so do my
crowded rooms where his voice would fill every room.
awesome. Now, mom is
But a love
saying
letter
literally
was something else entirely. He told her he
out.
appreciated what she'd endured during the birth of their daughter,
We all knew what
Camila.
I was
He
mom
enclosed
is also our mom
$40,
is more
which was a great deal of money for him at the time.
From here on
Tucked
out,
into that
we have
same
a lot
letter,
of documents.
almost as a reflex, was a
Very
request that she handle some business details regarding a possible Muslim show at
I'm not
Carnegie Hall.
look, I don't remember exactly,
Even
but I know
the
it's still
tenders,
this
the nation's work
picture
followed him
coming up
everywhere.
soon. Because the playlist you
While
have here, if you
Malcolm
look at
tended
the
to his
you have
family
your
from a
right button
distance,
here.
the
There's just a
organization
lot
he
of
served
easy,
was quietly
schmuck,
coming apart at the
we deserve it,
seams.
no? We had a
The
little bit
secrets
of
Malcolm had
we
been
have that
tracking,
fucking Gimel,
the
Midnina,
pregnancies of Elijah
and now
Mann
he's
and
gonna
secretaries, and the subsequent abandonment
I'll
of the
take some
children
later with you.
were
Yes.
now moving
Who
from
wants to take away?
private
What's your name,
whispers
Daddy?
to public threats. The FBI's
Come on.
wiretaps were humming with the details, including how Mohammed's wife, Clara, felt he treated her like a dog. The Bureau even approved an anonymous letter to her, designed to deepen the cracks.
Am I right?
Mohammed,
Somebody back me up here.
moved to a luxurious home in Phoenix to maintain a degree of
I don't know
privacy.
if forgive
In
me.
July of
That's when we're cool.
1962, Evelyn Williams drove to that house and left his illegitimate children on the doorstep after he refused to provide more than $300 a month for their
Maybe
care.
they do call her
That's when local police were called to investigate child neglect. The secrets held were stayed within the nation's inner circle, but they weren't held forever.
Be careful.
Malcolm,
And you
for
guys,
now,
what's your name?
remained focused on the fight
Baltimore.
outside. That same January, he attended a lecture by Arthur Schlesinger
I saw you this
Jr.
morning.
at Atlanta
What
University,
y'all see?
where the Kennedy advisor classified the Nation of Islam alongside the Ku Klux Klan as a hate group. Malcolm confronted him during a follow-up session at Clark College, demanding to know his basis for the charge of black supremacy. The black press called it a victory. Schlesinger, they said, had been forced into a diplomatic withdrawal. The invitations kept coming. Howard University tried to host him in February of 1961, but the administration cancelled the lecture, nervous about its integrationist reputation. He finally appeared there in October, debating Bayard Rustin in front of 1,500 people. I stand before you. As a black man, he attacked what he called the Negro leader, who survived gifts from white people and misrepresented the black masses. He spoke about post-colonial Africa and drew a line from newly liberated nations to the ghettos of American cities, framing them as colonial territories. Grant earlier, at Harvard's Sanders Theater, he'd warned a record-breaking crowd that Allah was giving America one last chance to repent before destroying white civilization. His rhetoric moved between sharp political and
Oh, very nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What's his name?
Sometimes
Mayor
within
from
the same
where?
paragraph.
Oh, cool.
He met
Bring it
Maya
out. All right.
Angelou after a riot at the
But what
United
else? Here we
Nations
go.
in February,
Appointment.
sparked by the murder
When you
of
put your hands
Patrice
into
Lumumba.
the
Authorities have
flour and
blamed
you take
Lumumba
out
and his so-called
meets the
Muslim
word,
Brotherhood
3
gang
fingers like this.
incorrectly. He
Wow,
warned
we have new
Angelou
guys
that
here, so maybe I can
conservative
show what
leaders
fruit
would
there is. I don't
eventually
even know if I have
denounce
it.
her as a communist.
I don't.
By August, Philip
Okay,
Randolph
so
had appointed him to the
just
Emergency
for
Committee for
Louis, what's
Unity
his name,
on
Louis?
Action, his first real step into
Sometimes the
broad-based
person brings a
secular
cargo, it's
politics.
just made out of
The
flour.
committee
So what you
produced
do
a
is bring a bunch of
blueprint for
flour,
Harlem,
one sorry more the
demanding
flour,
a
the cutter puts
$1.50
his hand
minimum
into it,
wage and an
and
end
does
to
a motion like this,
discriminatory hiring.
turns his hand over like that, and this amount,
Then
right over
came
here,
Los
goes onto
Angeles
his bail,
on the
and the rest of
27th
the
of
time,
April,
the having a
1962.
So,
Police raided the local mosque
you can
and shot
have it
7
if
Muslims.
some of it falls out at the time
Stokes,
pan, even a
a
little bit,
Korean War
you
veteran,
can't put it on
was
his bail.
killed by a
It has to be
bullet through
exact.
the heart,
You
fired
saw
from
it?
behind,
So
while his hands
we're
were
the thing
raised
now
in surrender.
of things that are ma'akel.
Was beside
But
himself.
it's not
He
sorry
began
you can't do it.
recruiting an
Later on, the
assassination
next paragraph
team
is
from
things
the
that are not
Fruit of
ma'akel.
Islam. What are you
You
here
saw
for?
it. This amount we saw the cleave,
What
the certain
the
vessel,
hell
the
are
whole
you
with the
here
star
for?
and the flour.
Elijah Muhammad said no.
I mean, you
So,
do not get a
you
school bus.
don't go to
If you
war
don't
over a
fill up to the
provocation.
top, we have too much. It has to be
But the
exact.
bitterness settled into him like something permanent,
The
something
wine you
prayer
give to
could
his veil.
reach.
You can knock his ruler. If you're missing whatever the shear is, you don't have the right amount. No good.
Chapter 8.
Hashemen, the
The
oil.
minister
You
goes
can knock his
political.
ruler. Ultimate.
Within
Hashemen,
days of landing in New
the
York,
fine flour.
Malcolm
You bring in
organized
the
a
milk.
rally in
Hashemen, and the oil. Not
standing
just that.
before a crowd and drawing a line
One,
from the shooting
not
of
the
one
other.
Muslim in the
One
Los
without the other
Angeles
is no good.
mosque, straight through to the
Hashemen,
beating of
oil
black
not
men on
matters.
sidewalks across
The
the country.
flour
This
and
was
the
a civil
frankincense
rights
were
matter.
not one another.
He intended to make
So
sure
now the word
everyone
just
knew
goes
it.
through it, fly through this. My time
He
is the
invited
one-liner.
Adam Clayton
Oh my
Powell
problem with
Jr.
praise in
and
there.
other Harlem
Since it
leaders
said
to join
it's
a
a
coalition
a fistful,
against
it says
police
it twice.
brutality.
Twice
It
we
was a
know,
political
anytime
move,
in
and it cut
touching.
against everything
And
the
we're in
messenger
touching right
had
now.
taught
Some of
about
us
keeping the
touching
nation separate from the wider
since the
struggle.
Torah says it twice,
Other ministers
that means the
noticed.
Torah is serious about
John
it.
Shabazz pushed
There's
back,
no way
arguing that
around
only
it.
a
If it's not
religious
exact,
solution
no
could
good.
address what ailed the community. But the
He
minister
started
pressed
moving out of
ahead
the blue
anyway, sensing
the
that the
amount of the
old
Torah,
boundaries were
you're
too
missing a
narrow
little
for
bit
what
from
the
a
moment
lifetime.
demanded.
No good. My timer, I'm a drum is so tough.
Came the plane crash. In June of
It's over. That's
1962,
the exact.
a chartered flight went
So
down
fuck the
outside
bullshit
Paris,
you want.
killing
Hayya, you moving out
121
of
white
the blue
passengers from Atlanta. At a rally in Los
Yeah,
Angeles,
it seems that we
the
saw
minister
before
called
the
it
person
a
who was
very
fucked up
beautiful
as
thing,
this,
evidence
so.
that God
Hashem
answers
is not a
prayers.
boy, and if you
The
listen to the
words
boy,
landed like a
you listen to
grenade.
Sochem. Well,
Martin
depends
Luther
what. Maybe
King
we're talking about a
Jr.
Milcom
moved
Sochem.
quickly to
It's tough over
distance
there.
the broader
It's not on my
movement,
throat,
telling
Shama.
reporters that the majority of black
What
Americans
culture
harbor
for?
no such hatred
Guys,
toward
next.
whites.
Hashem about
And in
those money is
Washington,
that.
J.
The
Edgar
oil,
Hoover
the
seized
flowers,
on the remark
one
like a
moves
gift,
to the other,
circulating
one
warnings
says
to
so
the French
Shama.
government that this man was
That's
the
the
fanatical leader of
the
an anti-white
flower bunch
organization.
of weed,
It was,
Mishama.
by any measure, a disaster.
You so Mishama.
Meanwhile,
The
the machinery of the nation
what do we have? A barley milk or a
At a
boy
rally in
Anybody remember?
Detroit that same month,
Huh?
the minister was handed a letter from
Oh,
Raymond Sharif,
oh, very
ordering
good. So,
every
are you
Muslim
married?
to
Let me
secure
tell
no
you.
fewer
You
than
can
2
sound.
new
I
subscriptions
tell you
to
now,
Muhammad
I
Speaks
don't know.
per day.
I'm telling you right
Quota
because it's
was
too quick
crucial.
and when you have to do
In
this stuff
Boston,
all over this.
42
No,
businessmen
I'm
quit the
not
mosque rather than
I
meet
told
it.
you the night
One
that's
of them,
12 minutes
Aubrey
on me.
Barnett, was attacked in broad daylight
Easy
by a
enough.
crew from the nation
You're
after
right.
he left.
They
They broke
see
his
me out the
ankle
Purim.
and fractured his vertebrae
Goats. So we have a
right
different
there in Roxbury
there.
in the middle of the
One we
afternoon.
throw off the cliff, one we chef.
Back in New York,
Mocking says
the
that
minister
one
stood
without the
by
other
the
is no
newspaper
good.
program,
Physically one. They
warning
keep
his
that third
followers
mocking
that
says
a
that
time was
the
coming
two
when Muslims wouldn't be able to to leave their homes. Whether he believed it or simply holding the line, it was hard to tell. He kept moving. His rallies at the Hotel Teresa began to feature musical groups and guest speakers like Bayard Rust, an effort to pull in a wider Harlem audience beyond the faithful. He was building something broader, even as the organization behind him tightened its grip. In August,
what
he
do you
returned to
have?
Los
Fire, not
Angeles to
fire.
support 13 Muslims indicted for assault following the mosque raid. He claimed the jury had been cleared of black members.
2 stacks of bread.
He took photographs of Don Luis, the officer who had killed Stokes, and let it be known that the pictures
What does he call
existed.
it?
The implication hung in the air like smoke.
That is Dar Magnus says there. What's his order?
Elijah Muhammad's health was
Stats.
failing.
The left of my
Public
father, each
appearances
one,
were
even though
cancelled.
it's small bread,
Control over the minister's
if you have
movements grew
6, it's not
tighter.
good. You can't eat them.
The messenger
You
told
eat
him
all
that
12. So the
university
reason why
lectures
he
gave
does
no
we saw the
converts
complete
and ordered him
2
to cancel
schools.
his
Right
remaining
now,
college
what was
engagements.
that? The others was it? As Dar Magnus, this is why he does it. You have all the bread. I'm doing what?
Even as he brought in
They mean it
thousands
to
of
the
new
nothing.
members,
All right, if you
Chicago
notice,
was watching
this
him
goes
with
in order.
something
2,
closer to
2, 3,
suspicion than
4.
pride.
To remember, it's easier to
Around
remember
this
like
time,
that. Do
he
all the
met
2.
Peter Goldman,
The
a
2
white journalist who would
types
later
of
write
bread
that
that
his
another
presence
brings.
was both
So we have
soldierly
maybe a
and
little picture here.
priestly. He told
Oh, here,
Goldman
Reverend
that
Kuzma.
nonviolence was merely a
types of bread.
device for disarming the black man.
You only bring one
He
type, no
said
good.
it plainly,
What you should
the way he said most
I don't think we
things.
have a good one for
Alex
this, but
Haley,
let me just show
meanwhile,
you anyway.
published a piece in Reader's Digest calling the nation a potent racist cult.
Let's
The
do
two
the
men
sorry,
maintained a
I'm going to
working
just take off
relationship.
one. By the
Benjamin
majority,
Twigs Goldman became
we,
a key assistant to New York,
you have to have
describing the
a
minister as
third
someone
of
who was
Asia
always in
Fusillah
command
and
and
the
who
bird.
often worked deep
So
into
if
the
we
night.
just get rid of the bird for a
At
second,
home, the
don't have
picture
the
was
8
different.
thirds of
The
Fusillah.
tension between him and Betty had grown sharp enough that she packed up the children and left for Detroit in early 1963. He told her that if she left again, he wouldn't come after her. He didn't have the kind of job where you could walk away at 5 o'clock.
What's her name? She looks very familiar.
He kept working. He met a 19-year-old boxer named Cassius Clay in Detroit and described him as a clean-cut, down-to-earth youngster. Clay, for his part, said the nation's message was the first time he'd ever felt spiritual in his life. In a television interview with Kenneth Clark that June, the minister compared black Americans to prisoners and called the president just another war. He said it calmly, the way you describe the weather. And beneath all of it, something was shifting. The distance between his public devotion and the private reality of the nation had become a weight he carried everywhere. Whispers from Chicago were getting louder. The secrets he tried to set aside were pressing forward. And soon enough, they demanded an answer he wasn't ready to give.
If you only have, let's say, 8 areas of the Azov, you don't have to do last, no good.
Chapter 9.
The famous, we have these now, I don't know, we have
The flight to Phoenix would have taken several hours, long enough for a man to rehearse what he planned to say and how he planned to say it. Welcome, and the details now.
You only
Names,
have 3
dates,
meanings
the
at all.
children that had resulted. He carried all of it with him when he sat down with the messenger in April of 1963, laying out what he knew with the care of someone who still hoped to be told what wasn't true. Elijah Muhammad did not deny it. Instead, he reached for scripture. When you read about how David took another man's wife, he told Malcolm, "My man David." It was an extraordinary thing to say. A man accused of betraying his own moral code, wrapping himself in the robes of a biblical king. Malcolm left Phoenix with the confirmation he dreaded, and the question he couldn't yet answer: what to do with it.
What's your name?
What he did,
From where?
at first, was try to manage it. He began preaching
You
to
have
the
to get
faithful
something and
that
try
a
to
prophet's
actually very
accomplishments
happy.
outweighed his personal weaknesses. It was
Yeah.
inoculation, a way to prepare the membership for what might eventually come to light. And it shifted something in his own sermons too. He spoke less about theology now less about divine punishment and white devils. The language turned toward politics, toward social doctrine, toward the material conditions of black life in America. Whether he intended it or not, the pivot drew attention away from the messenger's character and toward the world outside the mosque walls.
7 are good.
The messenger,
Because
for
it was
his
just
part,
7 times,
seemed to
which one
reward
is mine?
loyalty.
Should I say
He
something?
promoted
Shouting
Malcolm to
about
national minister
So
and
we have over
dispatched him
here,
to
which is
Washington,
very
D.C.,
good. if you look over here, the point all the way on the right is standing between the two poles of the arc. That's in about this. To the left, on the other side of the Corona, is the Avo, and that's the circle of the menorah, and then we split away and skip her towards the Corona, towards the country of the Lord. And then you have things back. So should I live up in about them? I am skipper, jingle, dead, we'll see later, today I'm very confused.
He flew to Los Angeles for the trial of the Muslims arrested in the 1962 raid, telling reporters that the defendants were not getting a fair trial. The guilty verdicts came back for assault, despite 6 of the jurors reportedly being black. But his constant travel left a gap in New York, and Chicago moved to fill it. Joe Malley, the National Secretary, began contacting Captain Joseph directly on Roosevelt, bypassing Malcolm entirely.
And also,
It was quiet, administrative, the kind of maneuver that doesn't look like much on paper. Malcolm noticed.
all the way on the left.
That same month, Alex Haley's interview with him appeared in Playboy, presenting Malcolm as the Prime Minister and heir apparent of the movement. He used the platform to argue that the nation had the sympathy of 90% of black people, regardless of what church they attended. The advance for his autobiography, 20,000 dollars, he signed over entirely to Chicago headquarters. During his collaboration sessions with Haley in Greenwich Village, he would sometimes break from the heavy material to scan or demonstrate the Lindy Hop, conjuring his Harlem years with his whole body. The manuscript's dedication page read to the honorable Eli Joe Muhammad, who had found him in the muck and mire and made him the man he was. Someone brought a slow accumulation of fractures. In July, he hosted Akbar Muhammad, messengers himself, at a banquet in Harlem. Akbar called for a united front and said he didn't judge men by their skin color. It was a remarkable statement for inside the family, a quiet challenge to the entire theology the nation was built on. That same month, Malcolm turned up at a picket line outside a Brooklyn hospital construction site, snapping photographs and comparing the police presence to the Gestapo. When the March on Washington came in August, he called it the farce on Washington, claiming that it had been co-opted by the Kennedy administration. Meanwhile, the Justice Department official named Roger Wilkins spotted him standing under a tree watching the crowd. In September, the Messenger publicly named him National Minister at a gathering in Philadelphia, though by then the jealousy from Chicago's inner circle had reached a kind of fever pitch.
This, and you need all the
A Berkeley audience in October heard him say that the wealthy black bourgeoisie never reached back to pull the poor out of the slum. In Detroit on the 10th of November, he delivered the message to the grassroots, calling the Negro Revolution a non-violent sound, and introducing the analogy of the house Negro and the field Negro. Days later, he secured his mother's release from the Kalamazoo State Hospital, where she had been confined for 24 years. He told Haley, quietly, that he'd had dinner with her for the first time in a quarter of a century. Around this time, he confided his doubts about the messenger to Louis X. Louis listened carefully, then reported the conversation straight back to Chicago. And a Queens educator who had arranged a speaking engagement for Malcolm offered an observation that carried more weight than she probably knew. The minister, she said, was developing too fast. He would eventually have to leave.
Each one is $5,000. Go ahead. They found a date from the time of some English and they planned
The
a whole thing.
sentence he couldn't take back.
Great.
It was the 22nd of November, 1963, and America had lost its president. The country grieved. Flags hung at half-mast. Television sets flickered with footage of Dallas, of Jackie Kennedy's birthday, and Lyndon Johnson taking the oath aboard Air
2 out of the 4,
And in Chicago, Elijah Muhammad understood immediately what this moment demanded of his movement. Silence. Complete, unambiguous silence. He had his son telephone the New York office to dictate exactly what should be said. If reporters came asking, the nation of Islam would share the world's shock. That was all. Malcolm received the directive. He understood it. And for 9 days, he followed it. On the 1st of December, he stood in as a substitute speaker for the messenger at a long-planned event at the Manhattan Center. 700 people filled the hall. John Alley, the national secretary, had been sent down from Chicago specifically to monitor the proceedings. And he stood only a few meters from the stage as Malcolm delivered a speech entitled God's Judgment of White America. The speech itself stayed within bounds. Came after did not. During the question and answer session, someone asked about the president's death, and Malcolm, who had spent weeks biting his tongue while the government's hypocrisy gnawed at him, let go of his restraint. He called it a case of the chickens coming home to roost, suggesting that the violence America had encouraged abroad had returned to its own shores. Then he went further, being an old farmer myself, he said, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad. They've always made me glad. The audience murmured. John Alley reached for the telephone before Malcolm had even stepped off the stage. Chicago's response came the following day. Malcolm arrived for his regular meeting and was told he was suspended for 90 days, effective immediately. Removed from his post at mosque number 7. Muhammad described the punishment to the FBI in paternalistic terms, saying that Papa had to discipline a child who was popping off. The language was deliberate. It reduced the most prominent minister in the nation to an unruly boy who had spoken out of turn. The suspension went deeper than public silence. Rumors spread that he would be permanently replaced, with names like Akbar Muhammad and Jeremiah X floated as successors. In New York, Captain Joseph began physically blocking Malcolm from entering the mosque. Members were discouraged from speaking to him. Old friends crossed the street and they saw him coming. The infrastructure of loyalty that had surrounded him for over a decade was being dismantled piece by piece, and he could feel it happening in real time. In mid-January of 1964, he took his family to Miami to visit Cassius Clay at his training camp ahead of the Liston fight. There are photographs from those days. Malcolm and his daughters on the beach, squatting in the Florida sun. It looked like a holiday. It almost was. Clay won the fight on the 25th of February and announced shortly after that he was joining the nation, taking the name Muhammad Ali. Chicago moved quickly to claim Ali as their own, and the new convert became another piece on a board that Malcolm no longer controlled. Back in New York, the threats, turned physical. A former member of the Fruit of Islam named Anas Uqbar came to Malcolm with a warning. Captain Joseph had ordered him to plant a bomb in Malcolm's 1963 Oldsmobile. The words Luqman used were plain enough. The order was to take care of him. Late one night, riding through Morningside Park with James, 67X, Malcolm heard something similar. James told him that people were talking about killing him. People he had once called brothers. The formal break came on the 8th of March. Members, handler of the New York Times, published an article announcing Malcolm's independence from the nation. Malcolm told the press he could best spread the message by staying outside what he called the street work of the organization. He spoke of cooperating with the broader civil rights movement, something that would have been unthinkable even months earlier. The next day, he and a small group of supporters gathered in Queens to incorporate Muslim mosque, Incorporated, a religious organization meant to give a
the famous
spiritual
Sakina
home
baby,
to those who
it's
had
not
followed
in
him
front of
out
the
the door.
mission.
On the
That
12th of March, at a press conference in the Park Sheraton Hotel, he warned that there would be more violence than ever this year, and that black people were ready to act as roaring lions. The umbilical cord to Chicago had been severed. After 12 years inside the nation, Malcolm stood alone, without its finances, without its organizational machinery, without the security apparatus that had once surrounded him. The threats against his life were growing louder by the week, and so he turned his gaze eastward toward a spiritual renewal that could only be found in the ancient sounds of the holy city.
That you should always beautify the mitzvah. Palace law,
Chapter 11.
Citrus law, Shaker law, Esrig law,
Within days of founding Muslim Mosque Incorporated, Malcolm was already thinking bigger. The problem, as he saw it, was one of framing. Civil rights kept the struggle penned inside American courts, subject to American judges, dependent on American goodwill.
and the guy offered me a crazy amount of money for it.
If
I
the
said,
case
no.
could be
Why
brought
not?
before the
I said,
United
I
Nations,
want it for myself.
the American
So I'll give you
government
crazy
would have
money.
to
Use the
answer
money.
to
Why
an
don't you take it?
international
No.
audience. That
So, but
was the
if
plan.
you bought another Esrig for $100,
On
you're
the
the same
26th of
mitzvah,
March,
same mitzvah.
1964,
That's all you know.
he found himself at the
It's the
Capitol
same
in
mitzvah,
Washington. Martin
but my
Luther King
connection
Jr.
to
was
the
there
furniture
too,
is different.
and the two men crossed paths
It's
in
different
a
connection.
corridor. They
If
shook
you
hands,
invest, you told me
exchanged a
where
few
you care.
words.
You go, you buy, let's say,
Photographers
where else?
captured the moment.
If you
The integrationist and the
got
separatist
something for
standing
free and
side
give it
by
to your
side
wife,
for
that
perhaps
a
30
partial preference? It's
seconds.
not partial. What
Neither
happens
man
is the same.
lingered.
If you went and you
But the
bought it,
handshake
it's
said
a
something that
different
speechless had.
connection. One of my best
A week
friends,
later, on the 3rd of April, Malcolm stood before a crowd of thousands in Cleveland, Ohio, and delivered what would become one of the defining addresses of the era, the ballot or the bullet.
jumped up.
He told the room that if the government would not guarantee voting rights, the only remaining option was armed self-defense. It'll be ballots or it'll be bullets. The audience nearly melted. And yet, even as his political voice sharpened, his spiritual authority was slipping. The nation questioned his legitimacy. He needed something they could not give him and could not take away. He decided to make the Hajj, the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca that every Muslim is called to complete at least once. His sister Ella gave him 1,300 dollars money she had been saving for her own journey. He left for Cairo on the 13th of April, traveling under the name Malik al-Shabazz. Jeddah did not roll out a carpet for him. He hit bureaucratic walls almost immediately. For a time it seemed he might not be allowed into the holy city at all. Then came the hospitality of Dr. Omar Mazza and his father, Abdul
Finding a nice
to the Jeddah Palace Hotel and brought his guests before the Hajj court. The Saudi prince intervened, and Malcolm was granted accreditation as a guest of the state. Changed him. He stood on Mount Arafat alongside tens of thousands of pilgrims. He circled the Kaaba shoulder to shoulder with Muslims of every complexion, blonde hair, blue-eyed men among them. People he would once have called devils without hesitation. They prayed together, they ate from the same plate. He wrote home that he had seen a brotherhood he hadn't believed was possible. Quite, he said, described an attitude and a set of actions it didn't have to describe skin. In a letter later published in the New York Times, he admitted he had been forced to toss aside many of his previous convictions. He wrote about the younger generation of white Americans and wondered whether Islam might offer them a way out of what he called the cancer of racism. These were words the Chicago headquarters could never have produced. They could never take them back. After completing the pilgrimage, he kept moving. Beirut, Nigeria, Ghana, in Ibadan, students at the university gave him the name Omar, the son who has
See,
returned.
who do you get
He
started?
spoke
What?
to
No,
packed
Palace Tower. But even
When an
everything
opponent
around
tried to challenge his message, students mobbed the man off the
of
stage. Malcolm
the
watched it happen
what
with something
do you
close to
the Torah, the mantle, the this, yeah, okay, it's not
in
part of the
Accra.
truth.
He
What
met
to do with
President
mantle and
Kwame
power together,
Nkrumah and
but
addressed the Ghanaian parliament.
go.
He called for a pan-Africanist alliance linking the diaspora's fight to the continent's own struggles against colonial interference. He warned that the American government was itself a colonial power and that it should be held accountable. The expatriate community there, which included Maya Angelou and Julian Mayfield, welcomed him warmly. The trip was marred by one encounter. At the airport, he ran into Muhammad Ali.
Oh.
The two had been close
What was
friends.
that? Oh, yeah.
Ali looked
Oh, okay,
Malcolm's
you're right.
new
Thank you,
beard,
sir.
his white robes,
This is not right. This is
upturned
something like
gold.
that.
He told reporters that nobody
They just
listens to
took
that
our
Malcolm
every
anymore.
white song and
He
changed it
declared
with
his
AI.
total loyalty to Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm said nothing in reply, or if he did, nobody recorded it. On the 21st of May, 1964, he landed at JFK. Supporters and journalists crowded the arrivals, eager to hear from the man who had left as a nationalist and returned as something harder to categorize. He carried with him a message of universal brotherhood that his own followers were still absorbing.
Pay attention to my hand. It's like, pay attention.
A new secular organization, international alliances, a broader platform. The shadows from Chicago were growing longer, and his former brothers were already composing their answer.
They're clapping you like this. You became worse than men.
He came home to New York in late May of 1964, and within hours he was standing behind a podium at the Hotel
You know what?
Teresa.
I just want to tie this
The
together
press
for a
conference
second.
was packed.
We have
Reporters who had covered him for years noticed something different in his bearing, a kind of openness that hadn't been there before. He told them plainly that his
spoke about
travels had
a
changed
good
his
outcome.
racial
So it's
philosophy.
from others. I think
He
that
announced his intention to form a new organization, one that would welcome all people of African descent and accept support from anyone willing to offer it. Muslim Brotherhood incorporated would remain his spiritual vehicle.
I'm not saying other people not, but they
Political work
go a
ahead
lot out of the way.
required
That's what
something
I realize. That. I don't know if
room
it's
for
true
people
in
who
everyone.
didn't share
That's
his
what I
faith.
take from them. They're a good
The very
type of
next
player.
day,
They
he flew to
into
Chicago.
that
1,500 people filled a hall to hear him
stuff.
debate Louis
They
Lopez.
enjoy spending
He
money on
told
this.
them that separation was not the goal, nor was integration, but respect as a human being. And he added a warning, one drawn from what he witnessed in Africa. If the races you went unsettled, he said, black Americans would adopt the same guerrilla tactics
Somebody
that
came in a
had
good mood
toppled
today.
colonial
Wow.
governments overseas.
All right, love
The
again.
audience listened carefully. So did the people who had been sentenced to watch him.
Let's go.
The FBI visited his home
Shout out
on the
to my partner
29th of May.
Zoom.
They
The
wanted to
7
question him
sprinkles
about a
of
supposed
the
plot
car
to
Zuma are
assassinate
knocking one
President
another.
Johnson.
Shout out to the child being about
Had
to
anticipated
death
the
of drugs
visit.
of rape and knocking
He'd
you.
hidden a tape
You must
recorder
keep
under
him
the
having no
sofa before they arrived. During the interview, he calmly defended the Nation of Islam's role in illegal crime in black neighborhoods. It was a shrewd performance. By speaking as though he was still under suspension from the nation, he strengthened his legal claim to the House in Queens, the parsonage that Elijah Muhammad's people were trying to take from him.
שאם
The courts were
מן
already
המכון הזה
involved,
also כלום
and the judge would
one
eventually
of
order
the
the
things
family to
missing
vacate
is
by the end of January
Insert
1965.
the sponsors over here. Good that, but our global
The
when you
6th
want
of
to shop for
June,
your
he
financial
sat
needs.
in the living
Isaac
room of
Castro,
Eureka
an honorable
James
and what happened to South
a
Florida,
widow of Japanese survivors
let's
of
see
the
up for opening to the
Atomic
Gashers, Anonymous, and members of
told them
Relation
something
Repairs
that
to
stayed with the
Surfside,
people in that room for years afterward. You have been
شبه
scarred
ازاي شبه
by
فرق
the atom
something
bomb.
شلوي الشمال
He
بين
said,
شلوي كبار.
we have also
Specific.
been scarred.
First of all,
The
you have to have a
bomb that
schmuck.
hit us was
Second of
racism.
all,
He
it has
spoke
to
about
be
Vietnam,
opposite
about
of
imperialism,
the hateful.
about the shared wounds of
Right,
people
mind,
across the
hateful.
world who had been treated as
So,
less
like
than
in this
human
picture
by
right over
governments,
here, you
with
see,
too much power and too little conscience. The following evening,
he's trying
he
to show
stood on
the
the
Asian
stage of the
a
Orleans
lot,
Ballroom
and it's
and did something that could
facing
never
the
be
hateful.
taken back.
And you have to have the shmo. You have to have kavanah.
Took the
If not,
secrets he had confirmed in Phoenix,
Sulam. It says
the
before
illegitimate
Shpachim. It says we're going to see
trials
Shpachim.
of the
Bishop
secretaries,
Knim.
and broadcast
The
them to the
Azoi to go
world,
inside the
burning his
Heichal,
final
the
bridge to
Mitzvah.
Chicago.
The Torah also have to sprinkle the oil. Shaloi Nishmam
This
Sulam.
was the heart of
If you don't
everything
have
the
the right
nation
kavanah,
claimed to
sponsor
stand
Shalom
for.
Kavanah is shared.
Purity,
It's not.
divine
In the
authority,
direction of the
and
Heichal,
Malcolm
it's
was
still
cutting
called.
it open
As
into
the Gemara,
divine
buying that
guns
the
of
Torah, we
witnesses.
said a second ago,
He sent
if
James
it's not
67
Mechovan,
eggs
it's
to
not
the
Shmos
west coast
Pachol.
afterward,
He said by
to
Torah,
make the
Shalom
sworn
Nishmam Sulam, Shalom
affidavits
Kavanah is
for women
shared. So
involved.
it's not in the right
They were willing to
direction.
follow paternity suits.
So this is
They were also
a
terrified.
contradiction that we're going to be carrying with us this whole Amud.
On the 28th of
Actually,
June,
on top
he
of
officially
Pesach
launched
Now, we
the
answered this
Organization of
question.
Afro-American
The
Unity,
one, on the one hand, it
called
says
after the
that
Organization
if
of
you're not
African
in the
Unity
direction of the
he had
Heichal,
observed in
it's
Cairo.
vessel. On the other hand, it
The
says it's
OAAU
vessel.
would be
All
the
right, to do with
secular
cash.
arm of
All
his
right,
movement,
Yuga, all right,
dedicated to education,
different
economic
kind of
self-reliance,
Tanya,
and
the Chuzuk
political
Kapara. Wasn't
empowerment.
Chuzuk Kapara,
He
both
told
sides.
the
You had
founding
mentality
Rabbi
of
of this
yes, sir.
organization
The
would
Chuzuk
not
Kapara.
engage in sittings.
Somebody's coming,
They
goes
would
into the
take
mitzvah,
what was rightfully
and it's
theirs.
red. When it comes out of the mitzvah, it turns purple because it's the true red.
Was
It has a
getting
little
dangerous.
trimmer left. At
His
night,
supporters had begun
you go
carrying
the
rifles
school
and
running
shotguns
reason.
and
But
openly
this
in
is
the
like a
streets.
job or you're leather.
Captain Joseph,
You
who
leather.
ran the fruit of
You have
Islam
to
in
bring
New
your
York,
carbon the next day.
reportedly
At
told
night,
his men that Malcolm
and brings the
himself
carbon
was
out
not to be
literally
touched,
attached to the
but
tire.
that
You said,
everyone
okay, you're
around him
literal.
was
Yeah,
fair
but once
game.
you bring the carbon,
On
it
116th
becomes
Street,
dark.
armed
That's the physical part.
Malcolmites
It's the
squared
lowest
off against a
level of
crowd
killing.
of
Very
nation
little
members in a
killing. Even
standoff
less
that
comment
ended with
than a
several
full yard.
arrests and a great
Look
deal
at
of
that
fear
Zara.
on both sides.
We went to that Zara.
The
This show you
neighborhood
kind
felt
of
like a
didn't.
place
I have
holding its breath.
Who made it? Is it deliberately or it's
By
fire?
early July,
Then it's
he
a
could
fun
see the
You know,
situation
like more
clearly
to them.
enough.
Certainly it's high.
His organizations
Which I
were
thought
young
was
and fragile,
real, man. Even more
riddled
than
with
that.
internal
High.
friction. The
With the
streets
whole
around him were turning
talk
volatile.
the
He
Heichal
made the
25
decision
minutes.
to leave again, to return to Africa
Show
for
you
a
real
second
quickly.
tour, where he hoped to lobby heads of state to bring the American government before the United
Tired,
Nations.
huh?
He also needed money. On the 9th of July, 1964, he
You see
boarded a
where
flight for
those dotted things
his
are?
instructions to the men he left behind
That's the 11
were simple.
ounces that you stroke is standing. If he comes out of that and he goes into the
He was
Heichal,
leaving behind a city on the edge of
or
something
you made
terrible,
the Paroikas,
trading one
based
set
on
of
Paroikas
dangers
is
for the
going through the
uncertain
Heichal
shelter
production,
of the international
or
stage.
El Panea, the
And as he
Paroikas is the
prepared
worst
to
word.
plead
It's
the
between
case
the
of the
Babin,
American
all
Negro
the way
before
by
the
the
leaders
Orange,
of the
where we
world,
saw it
the
before,
men he
the Misa.
trusted to
You
protect
have
his family, were already
you go in
beginning
there,
to buckle
Kol Heichal
under the
Kuloi,
weight
to be
of
based
an
on Paroikas
impossible
Barabon,
loyalty.
says Rabbi Yehuda that even in the Kodesh Kodashim you get Malchus. You don't get Misa Kodesh Kodashim. Where do you get Misa? That's not the fire of it. Only when you buy the orange,
On the
like
10th of July,
between the father, between the poles.
1964,
That's it.
Malcolm stepped off a plane at Heathrow Airport and into a London summer. The British
They
press
argue
wanted
this one
to talk
part.
to him.
That's in the
Unlike the
cultural.
reporters back in New York, they seemed
I
genuinely
don't know
interested
much
in
that
what
very
he
liar
had
the
to
truth
say.
about Yom the place of
He spent his
face
days
of
meeting with
Now
African students and
Yom
intellectuals in the
is
city,
don't
framing
go
the
in.
American struggle as
So
one
we have
thread
here three
in a
words,
much larger
three
tapestry of
concepts.
anti-colonial
means what?
revolution. Within days, he was on a
When
flight
based on
to
Barokas
Cairo.
means the Kodesh
He
Kodashim.
arrived
But
on
for
the
that, the
13th of
first
July
means.
for the second
Think about it.
summit of the
Yeah?
Organization of
Again.
African Unity.
That's not Kodesh
33
Kodashim.
heads of
The
state
base of
had
Barokas
gathered,
is
and
the
Malcolm
Kodesh
intended
Kodashim.
to lobby
So that's the
every
verse
word.
in the Kodesh Kodashim, but
He
even
submitted
more
an
between the
8-page
base of Barokas.
memorandum to the delegates,
The
arguing that
Saudi Ela Kodesh,
no matter
they
how
call
much
Bulayah.
independence
That's
Africans achieved,
but the
they
base
would
of
never
Barokas
be
is
fully
not the
respected
those
while
two,
black
the Kodesh
Americans
Kodashim.
remained unfree. He
The
was a
Orange
private
is
citizen
Bulayah.
from home,
There's an obvious question when you look at it. Something you've done, just say one. Say if I go to the Kodesh Kodashim, you get me, and of course it's going to have the fire. You want to go to
The
the stuff.
Egyptian secret police watched him.
You just
So
saw
did
that.
the CIA. On the night of the 23rd of
Even
July,
Kodesh Kodashim, you only
after
get Malchus.
dinner at the Zodiac
They call
restaurant in
Malchus,
his
and you
hotel,
Kodesh Kodashim.
Malcolm was
That's
seized by violent
The
stomach
question
cramps
where
and nausea.
where is the
His
alarm going? Is
suspected
it going both of them
poisoning.
or not? So here we go.
He was
Nighttime we're
rushed
going
to
on.
a local
Let me
hospital
just see.
where
We have
doctors
this here.
pumped his stomach.
Real quickly,
He later told
because his veins
associates
are
that
starting
they
to pile
almost
in.
got me that time.
Valiova,
The episode left him weak,
is referring to
thinner in the face, slower on his feet,
the
and something had
is referring to
hardened
both
behind
the
his
circulation
eyes.
and
If
when
anything,
he
the
leans on
attack
into the
confirmed
to the
what
heart.
he already believed.
Guinness says
that his
what?
international
No, Baal
lobbying
Yava is
made him a
referring
target
to
of
the
the
place of
highest
production.
order.
You don't get Misa if you go to the place of
He
production.
pressed on
You
through
only
the
get Misa if you go to
continent
the holy,
regardless,
all
spending
the
weeks in
they pay about.
Ethiopia, Kenya,
My time
Tanzania,
there was
Guinea,
what's your
and
bonus for
Liberia.
It's over that the government
In
media to
Nairobi,
right.
he met with
So you
Jomo
don't get Misa
Kenyatta
when you go to
and
the place of
addressed
production.
Kenyan
You get
Parliament,
Mona Ella
where he
place.
was received as a visiting
They get
dignitary.
Marcus when you
He
go
watched these
into
newly
the
independent nations
Alphanaka
building their
fire.
governments,
And if
training
you
their civil servants,
go
writing their own laws.
right, it would only
He
say
began
that if
sketching
you
plans
go
for
to
the
the Order and
OAAU
get
to
Misa,
offer
I would understand,
technical
but if you
and
don't go to the Order, you don't get
educational
Misa.
support to African states
You know,
in exchange for political
you don't need all three.
solidarity.
Well, the point
In
is,
Dar
the
es
kids are,
Salaam,
according to
Julius
everybody,
Nyerere listened to him with
one thing
deep
is that you don't need
sympathy,
three. Just
but
tell me
offered
two
a
and I'll
cautious
know,
warning.
I'll be able to
The
work
African
everything out.
nations depended
So
on
if it just
American
said two, it
developmental
said
aid and couldn't
the two
afford to
extremes,
alienate
right? It says
Washington
if you go
openly.
into the Haifa, you get Malchus, and if
By
you go all the way
September,
out to the Order,
he
you
had
get
made his
Misa.
way back
I
to
would
Saudi
understand
Arabia
that if
as
you
a
go to
guest
the
of
Persian
Prince
Gulf, you
Faisal,
do not get
who
Misa.
provided him with a car and
So
drove out to tour the kingdom. He returned to Mecca and Medina, spending quiet hours in prayer, deepening his understanding of Orthodox Sunni Islam. He wrote to his followers in New York that the true Islam is a religion of peace and brotherhood. And he prayed Allah would give him the strength to carry this message back to the wilderness of
Just the
North
question is,
America.
get Misa when
He
you
was
come to the
struck
Persian
by the
Gulf.
lack
So
of
certainly
racial
when you come to the
consciousness in
Gulf,
the Saudi
how do you get
administration.
into the Persian Gulf?
Many high-ranking
And then get
officials
to
were
the
of
Order.
African
You
descent,
really have to
and
go
nobody
to
seemed to
the
think
Visa.
anything
So
of
why do
it.
you have to say that you went to the Order, you get Misa? That's really useless
Back in
stuff.
New York,
You
the
really like
organization
one of
he
our
built
presidents when it comes to
uplifted
Mr.
the
Reuters.
OAAU,
If it just
the
said,
Muslim Mosque,
incorporated
and lost momentum in his absence.
suggesting
Internal rivalries between key lieutenants like James 67
I
X,
think what
Peter
the
Bailey,
Kurdish
savved
means
what
the Kurdish
energy
production.
remained.
The
The FBI
according to
saw its
the
opportunity and moved in,
recommended
intensifying
there's
its
no
COINTELPRO operations,
at all
spreading
in the
rumors that Malcolm had
Rabbanon,
abandoned the cause for a Gulf to ally
they
for
were fully
war,
equipped. How can you say
planting
that Haiti is not
seeds of
full
distrust
it's always
among
full
the membership. When he finally landed at Kennedy Airport on the 24th of November, only a small group of loyalists stood waiting. 5 months earlier, crowds had met him at that same terminal. He could feel the change immediately. The Nation of Islam's newspaper, Mohammed Speaks, had sharpened its language considerably. Louis X recalled that a man like Malcolm is worthy of death, and that the die is cast. His home in Queens was under constant surveillance by NOI members. Several of his supporters had been attacked in the streets. He tried to rebuild momentum with weekly rallies at the Audubon Ballroom, but attendance was uneven, and the money was running out. Small donations and whatever he earned from speaking engagements, that was all that kept the office on 125th Street open.
If you just wanted the
He told a journalist at Autumn, "I'm a marked man." He said he didn't expect to live to see the end of the year. His relationship with the ministers who had followed him out of the nation was fraying under the weight of his evolving philosophy. He spent his nights at the RAAU office working into war on a basic unity program he hoped would finally pull the friendship movement together. He carried a briefcase everywhere now, documents in one side, other busy with the other. The halls of Africa House already felt like another lifetime. The walls on 125th Street were closing in.
That's me and Ethan Jeff going helicopter, but not there.
Chapter 14. The Last Cold Months. By late 1964, Malcolm's calendar had become a kind of punishment. Speeches in New York, debates in England, meetings that ran past midnight. He moved through airports and hotel lobbies with the look of a man carrying something heavy, but his suitcase was always light. The death threats had become so frequent that they blended into the background noise of his life, the way traffic does when you've lived on a busy street.
According to the Halacha, anyone who enters the Kodesh HaKodashim chayav mikach bidei shamayim.
Debate at the Oxford Union.
I know,
He stood before
but
an
that's why
audience of
I
young
came to the
scholars in that
wall,
old
direct
wood-bound hall
meshufas.
and laid out his case with the kind of precision that made people lean forward in their seats.
But you
He told them he didn't believe in any form of unjustified racism, and that the oppressed had a right to use whatever means were necessary to liberate themselves. The room was still for a moment after he finished. Back in New York, the courts were moving to evict his family from their home. They were ordered to be out by the end of January. He visited Selma, Alabama, at the invitation of SNCC activists arriving while Dr. King sat in the jail cell. He met instead with Coretta Scott King and told her plainly that he wasn't there to make her husband's job harder. His presence, he suggested, gave white America an alternative to consider, one that made King's demands unreasonable by comparison. He didn't stay long. Word reached him that the Nation of Islam was pushing harder to seize his house in Queens, and he flew back to New York on the 4th of February with the feeling that the walls were closing in. 10 days later, the violence arrived at his front door. It was the early hours of the 14th, a Saturday. Betty and the 4 girls were asleep. 2 firebombs came through the front windows. The house filled with the smell of petrol and a thick gray smoke that moved fast through the hallways. Malcolm and his family backed through the back, all of them barefoot. The youngest, still half asleep and crying, he stood on the pavement in his dressing gown and watched the living room burn.
So it's like a little counterintuitive. If by punishing production, you don't have to be in a body, it's lavdafka, meaning you could be even not a bit of body and be tightly cut. So by the hazar, it's also lavdafka, and you don't have to sprinkle towards the head, you can also be off, and you still you're kind of the
When he tried to continue on to Paris for a scheduled engagement, French gendarmes stopped him at the airport and informed him he was persona non grata. He was put on a return flight almost immediately. He suspected American pressure was behind it, told the London press that the international conspiracy against the Black Man was real, but they were trying to silence him because he was telling the truth about American problems. Whether the accusation was precise or not, the pattern was hard to ignore.
Are directing it towards the Hebrew culture, not directing it towards the Hebrew culture, which is the culture.
He checked into the Stone Hilton under a false name, but the media and the FBI found him within hours.
Maybe you were off on your
His
sprinkles.
body was failing him.
But if you're facing the wrong direction, then
He told his
it's
assistant,
possible
Brother
the
Benjamin,
boy side
that he
at the
felt
ball,
like he was
maybe
walking in a fog, that he couldn't see the way forward anymore. Visitors came and went from the hotel room. He gave interviews, took phone calls, and tried to plan his thoughts drifted. The night before the rally, the 20th, he stayed at the Hilton alone. Sleep wouldn't come. He spent hours on the phone with Betty and his sisters, and something in his tone had shifted. He told Betty he was going to make it up to her all the time away, missed evenings. He promised. To a trusted friend, he said something else entirely. They're going to kill me, he said.
Good morning,
They're
Rabbi.
going to do it in a way that will make it look like I deserved it. Chapter 15.
Wow, you almost witnessed
21
something
wounds.
unbelievable. It was really interesting. We have a lot of guests today. I'm going to say whenever it's situated. This is the actual snowboarding and learning. This is how you do it. Rabbi said, yeah. You bring the Gemara with you. You see us ripped out page. I don't know. It's a photocopy. Beautiful, beautiful. Rabbi said, I took this off the, when we used to be in the old building, during sleep, we had to go downstairs to the, there's a picture. You recognize anybody? William Mendy. Started.
That was unusual.
And then we have over
his family away from his public life.
here,
From the crowd.
Levi Friedman used to sit next to me. Levi.
Shifted.
What happened to Hill? I haven't seen him in...
Wanted them to see
There's
him
Nachman.
as though he
Wow.
understood this
And
particular
this, I think, is Joseph Herman. Who's that? Is that Abigail here? Next to him?
He arrived at the ballroom
And And here's Menachem Asel. Looks the same. Face in the same spot. Facial expression. Whoa, Dr. Edson is there. Look at that. Same. You have an A. Doc, where are you? How you doing, Doc? You recognize yourself? You recognize yourself on the screen? And then I have one more for you. This for Nachman. This guy comes scootering in on a scooter right behind me. He was over. How old is he? 19? Saturday. What's Saturday? He's 20 years old today. Wow. He's on one of those, he had electric thing. But he came flying, it looked like he was... Yeah. Listen go kart. Everybody, you're listening to WH for the last few months. I want to share a few thoughts. I'm proud of you through high school, from nursery all the way through college, and I got through Israel, but I never really learned that it's a good learn either on my own or with a group. Endless amounts of tutoring didn't change that either. Years ago, I listened to WH on the commute. It worked out for a bit. When my work schedule changed, I drifted away. About 2 years ago, a friend dragged me to a small shop in Tomorrow. A couple of guys very similar to me. The pace is slow. I was finished teaching in about 5 years, but every week I still have to push myself out of my comfort zone, back open the Gemara. Mel Rebbein would never believe I'm still showing up. I've been thinking about getting back in the job, but the long and short I tried brought back the worst parts of my yeshiva experience. Non-interactive, afraid of sleep-inducing. They mostly felt like the Magichi was just reading and groaning. To be able to say, between that and decisions that didn't seem my family was like, what do you guys come out of bed at 4 a.m. to do that again? Then it's done my oldest son. He's in front of bed, he's not a koto. When ready to draft the idea I've suggested, I tried to hear. I started reading them in Aquarius, then really clicked in with Zvachen. I haven't missed a day since. He shares fun, clear, and totally connectable color in real life, diagrams, models, videos, makes it not come alive, and a sense of humor lowers the anxiety level of people like me who carry a lot of baggage from the yeshiva system. See, one person gets it because of the way you teach, and I know I do, that's a huge win. Ignore the haters. They have no clue how life altering the style learning is for someone who never enjoyed cheering less and is getting thrown out. You may have a sense of genuine enjoyable technology really is a gift from Hashem when it's using the way you use it for people like me back into learning and to keep us there. Now my younger son, who's headed to next year, goes to listen to his shir. We all know about the doc together. It's something I never imagined would happen. So unbelievable. Father, son, talking learning. I don't take it for granted. For a nanosecond, and my Rabbi would never believe it. I also want to throw one small idea for MDY I think would be great for the Olam as a fundraiser. What about a subscription for people who listen to share automatically get the next receptor of the official edition of Gemara delivered in time? Ari always talks to me about it, and something we'll do once we get into a group. I thought, come on, Ron, Blackwood. Let's see, using Gemara. Okay? Let's give it to you. You have no idea. What about you? You bring it. You brought it last night. Okay, so here's the thing. So when we get into a groove and the next one comes out, first of all, Caleb is going to be much better because ours is getting better as we go along. It's a work in progress. Yeah? The sequel is better than the original. No, we had a certain vision. We want the Gemara to reflect the UI, to be fun and smart to read, flowing shot is right there. And we're getting there. So once we're in a group, we'll do a subscription. It's not a fundraiser as much as just have a subscription. Give what you're doing, and thank you for bringing me back to the job and for getting my son started best. Jason Bofar is the fire Jason. Daniel Cohen. My story with the doc starts a little bit different than others. This summer, August 23rd, my son, Moshe B'Malka, may have a speedy and full recovery with severely injured in his eye. Of course, it happened on Shabbat. We were helicoptered from New Jersey to New York. We seen Dr. Davis do whatever he could to his eye and his vision. The father started the job, and Steiger told me it would be a good idea to start the job in hurry since it's only broken job in honor of my son before Shleima. A lot of people, because back then, Nasano told me we should do a big push for hurry since it's only 13 job. I think, but who's going to want to do a Siyum night? A lot of people took that and it was their start of joining Daf Yomi. So he did it in honor of his son's Shleima. I said, okay, I'll do anything. So I did the job and made it for my son. After that, I said, I'll keep going. I'll be honest with you, he's welcome testing me greatly. I would work all day, home late, and then do the job. wait on me, it's stressful, confusing, get going, I'm just skipping around here, things more calm, pick up again, so I finished about them. The next day I didn't even pack a new Gemara with me, I was done. That morning my brother texted me if I could give him a lift to work, something that rarely happened. I said of course. I took him up and I pulled over and said, want me to drive so you can leave the dock? Mom Shishon was speaking and saying, I'm not alone, I'm not done with you. I want more learning from you. How could I resist? But I didn't have a book with me. Then I remember someone told me about your classes in AI video. I said, what better time to give it a try? Then you brought me back to the dock. The long and stressful was something I looked forward to. That I'm in the first few seconds of the video making smile every day. I'm still learning every day for a full shame of my son. As he still has long road ahead of him, but Hashem has been holding his hand the whole way, and we have seen amazing Yeshua. What's his name again? Moshe ben Malka, forever, for Shlema, and then okay, someone was playing something strong for my son's bar mitzvah. That's me to say, to respond to some example of birthday of my son's injury. How that happened, I don't know, but I would love to attend one of these room live over there. Thank you for all that you do, Daniel. Rabbi says official edition of everyone's shop. The daf is by Anonymous, Bracha Bat Tana. Daily sponsors, Anonymous, World Best Dad, Aaron Ben Kai Sorrow, who starts his critical trial today, Refuah, Shlema, Powwow event, MDY satellite location, Powwow. March 16th to the 17th at Western Chicago for a Thrive Midwest Healthcare Show. With your prayer, wherever you are, Powwow event. The official edition of MDY shots was accepted by the Iranian Levy family's Perek Anonymous. Levy edition was entirely the Moshe. Concept sponsor David Salvin. Dedicated memory of every mother, Shmuel Farber, Heinz Sweet, Doug Colonel Rafa. The separate sponsors, George Dallas, Levy was my father, Jackie Dallas, Anonymous. I saw from the Rukins of the Gashmi, the Policy Family Foundation, the initials that I was very extreme apology. The Metzger Eloi. Anonymous, Muslim Moshe Ben Izah. Anonymous, the complete report, Shlomo, and Arisha Yom Kalea Bas Esther, Yisrael Malki. Play with our speak on Alpha Zah, Pesach. We're so proud of you. You have to Mordechai, keep steiging. For the growth of family, and the ILUK and honor of rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Plenty Almighty. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Eastern with Torque MDY, from the Kofi Shalom Koren. Harry Simon, monthly sponsors. Harry Simon, with a full trainer of the Murray Park for Miriam. Jimmy Azulai, with full trainer Esther Basmuna. Machara, Miriam Landy, Anonymous, in memory of Mazal Bas Leo B'Sanada and Hizkiah. Multi-sponsors Anonymous, we spoke of birds that's watered and open and revealed way for your Mordechai and Bati Leo May. The others in the Legal Lewis as disclosed for everyone in need of a shidduch of May. Anonymous, with the merit of Michal, Ben Sol Yosef, success and blessing in all areas of life. By sprinting out and growth, we reach out Shalom Zalman Yitzchak. In the United States, Shafayim, we're putting on a Nathan of the Anonymous, with the merit of Refuah Shlema from Malta Baskaya, Senders.com, helping even Davin Tzibur with Papa Bunyanim, anywhere worldwide, the Nishmas Time Shalom Ben Sauer. And the way are, the month, Refuah Shlema, Yonatan Nathan, the Shidduch Rachmaveh, Refuah Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther, Refuah Hayeles, Daniel Zen, Ben Hayel Esther. There you go. What do we have yesterday? We had two brights that contradict each other. Bright number one says that sits, that the Kongo lives on his forehead, doesn't have the power to forgive, to allow a pardon that the person who's lost amazes Yachid. Amazes. And the other one says this is Mirat amazing. So we said that one Bryce is the river. Yeah, the other is Chacham. That's what we're holding. So let's just go back to where it says, "Hey, my Shabbos for the Rabbit sits Alapila." This is great. You find that Rebbe holds that it sits. Give us
7 years later, the United States Postal Service issued a 36-cent bill in his honor. The same government that spent years surveilling him through Rowan Tilbrow.
Anyone the Shabbos lay, the legs of the Kuma, the Kilo, maybe Red Leather. Yeah? No? Okay, fine. So I'm going back.
Decades passed
Anyone Shabbos lay, the legs of the Rabbit Kilo, where did you see the leather? It doesn't give us connect at all.
of Muhammad Aziz,
if the Shanghai Rabbi Yossi, Shanghai Rabbi Yossi, smacking over the sugar. So, well, we find that Rabbi Yossi doesn't give any penalty on Truma, so too Rabbi Yossi. The Sanya Rabbi Yossi learned a famous story, very amazing. The muscle Truma, here he goes, he sees this idea that there's no, if a person shouldn't take Truma, shouldn't give the coin the 2% from the tummy stuff. Why? Because that hurts the coin. But if he does, it works. And then everything goes fine. We'll say it goes like Rabbi Yossi. We have a contradiction. The price is, okay, it's not a contradiction. One price goes to the leather, one goes to the coin. Aim at the shot of Rabbi Yossi, the Truma, the kilo. I see, okay, maybe Rabbi Yossi only says this thing by Truma where there's no knas. Why? Because it's something lighter. But the touching, the Kamir, we know the touching, the Kamir, it's a lot more severe. Maybe Rabbi doesn't say this thing. He says, it's more in the case, but man trivia, so we're going to throw it at. It has to be, we don't have anybody else. Nobody else is in the lineup. So the only person available is Rabbi Yossi. But I'm just curious if anybody remembers, we had a video, one of our videos of terrorists that fell off in the fair. Does anybody remember that video? They fell off in the back and then a helicopter came. You know? The meat and furs fell off, but then the helicopter made enough to get it. Okay, fine. It wasn't so memorable. At least that. At least something visual, a video. But, Rabino, here, again, we have a contradiction. Two brides. One says this is Maratza Mezid, one says this is not Maratza Mezid. What do we do? Says Rabino very simple. There's two steps in the whole process. There's when you make the blood come in, and then when you sprinkle the blood. It's two different things. So he says, if you put your hand in the blood, you took a rat, you put it in the blood, and you did it on purpose, then the tzitz will be miraculous. That's step one. So step one was deliberate, the tzitz will work. But the more important step of sprinkling the blood, that you cannot use blood that's coming on purpose. Then the tzitz won't be miraculous. Now, you know, when it became coming, and when you sprinkle it. As you can see over here, the price that says that the tzitz is not miraculous, that's talking about the second step. Step two, when you sprinkle the blood. But step one, I just put a 1 and a 2 to make it more, in my mind, 1 and 2. In the beginning, when you see the blood, and you walk over the blood and you touch the blood, that, if you did it on purpose, we're going to forgive it. If later on you do it because you sprinkle the blood because
regiment after regiment mutinies. The troops
so,
crossed the line.
Inside, Rabbi Omer 2 months. So when it became common blood, then say there was wurtza. Because so, when you sprinkle it, to show you wurtza, the middle of wurtza. That you cannot do deliberately when you smoke. Rabbi Shilo Omer, the exact opposite.
We unravel the story of the Russian Revolution.
That's important, but okay. The opposite.
Its shockwaves dictated the course of the entire
20th century. The second step of the Rebbe Saddam, when you sprinkle the blood, you did it deliberately, and this does give you the part. But don't start off on the wrong foot. If you took a rat and you put it into the bowl of blood and you made it come deliberately, the tzitz is not going to help you out.
To a fighting force that
defeated 40 foreigners.
So
when you did the step 2 of throwing the blood, you could even do it deliberately and had superpowers to overcome that. Matzah, but the initial step of making the comment to show you I love Sheila, how the funny, she knit my baby sugar egg. Rise number 2. Look. Rise number 2 on the left. We're talking about Driko. But it says Mefurish Shenitma. Which seems like what we typed stuff right number 1. We're not talking about Driko. We're talking about that it became common. It says the Gemara, and I found that today
to a city buried in snow and
drowned like a
rage. This
Kind of like,
is the story of how the
how many
Russian
Kalama is
Revolution
really, really meant?
changed
Let's
the
count them
world
again.
forever.
You have to stick in a word. I mean, sprinkle the famous Shogi never made. No, we're talking about three. We're not talking about
The
Nitma.
city
Okay.
of moons.
Stop. Toshma. What?
There is a story about how St. Petersburg
But
began.
there's a number two
It
mistake.
involves Peter
Right
the
away,
Great
yes.
standing alone in
Toshma.
the
Adam
Serengeti
Shanismo is
in May of
rough. Another
1703.
check. In
Dressed in
Bryce
fine
number
clothes,
one,
watching
it
an
says
eagle
the
soar
blood was
overhead.
coming, and then it says
According to the
Raka.
legend, the
He
Tsar
said
took a
Bryce number one
bayonet
is talking about
cut
Tuma, and
two
all
strips
of
of
a sudden
turf
there it
from
says
the earth,
Raka. Like you
laid them in a
explain
cross,
Bryce number two
and
is Raka.
commanded,
Because
"Let
only
there
Bryce
be a
number one is
city
talking about
here."
Tuma. The
truth was uglier. The city rose from mosquito and flood plague, built by the forced labor of tens of thousands of incarcerate serfs and convicts. They died in such numbers that the place earned a nickname that would stick for centuries. The city built on bones. In the early years, wolves prowled the unfinished streets at night. Beneath the straight lines of elegant curves designed by foreign architects lay the corpses of
and then
perhaps
you get to eat the shirai.
100,000
What
laborers.
happens if there's no shirai?
For 300
No
years,
shirai.
the Romanov dynasty
And you put the knitza on, they depend on each other. Can you put a knitza on a mizbeh with no shirai? What happens to the shirai? One of three things. Nismo shirel, Nisibu shirel, other shirel. Either the shirai became common, so they're right here in front of us, you can't do anything Allah to or they were completely destroyed, or they were lost.
But kindness had nothing to do with it. He
So we have a
feared
machlokes.
peasant
The
riots.
midas of Eliezer Chelo based in Shua Pshua. What is the midas? We have a similar machlokes with Eliezer and Shua elsewhere.
Half measure.
Can you perform Zrika Kadam when there's no meat?
And was saddled
Same
with
exact thing.
redemption debts
Can
that
you
would take
master
generations
the
to pay off.
payments? Can you put the knitza on them as fast if there's no
Misery
dough,
bred
no
strange
flour?
dreams.
Can you
Stories
put
circulated
the
about
sprinkle
utopian
blood on
land,
them as fast
the
when
boulevard of the
the
white
meat
waters, the
disappears?
submerged city
Here.
of Kitej, places
The Pasuk
where
says,
justice
still
still existed.
existed.
Young radicals called
It
the
seems like they're
Rudniks
connected.
tried to
You
spread
need buffer.
revolutionary
In
ideas
order
to
to
the
have dam, you
countryside.
need buffer.
The peasants rejected them. The police arrested them.
What was this?
Frustrated by the slow pace of
Here's the
history,
dam,
some revolutionaries turned
and
to
you can sprinkle
violence.
the blood
In
if
1881,
there's meat.
a group called
That yes. But what happens if the meat disappears somehow? I don't know how. Got destroyed.
One assassin yelled that it was too early to thank
Then it
God.
goes from mutter to machlokes. What is that called? In buffer, in dam.
Scattered across the snowy
If
street.
there's no buffer, no dam.
The repression that followed was
According to
ferocious.
one mother. So it means that the Eliezer does, as the Eliezer says, by the meat and the blood, if the meat disappears, you can still sprinkle the blood. So it says over here, if the shirayim disappears, you can still put the meat on his
By
back.
the turn of the
It's
century,
in Shua. And on the
Marxist
flip side,
groups
Shua,
were
who
begun to
holds by
form
meat,
in the cities,
Sula,
drawing on the
that you
anger
cannot
that had fueled
throw
the
the
assassins
blood
of
if
the
there's no
Narodniks
meat. You
before.
need meat, ain't buffer,
Leaders
ain't dam,
like the
behold.
mercurial Julius
So there
Martyr
also,
and the
ain't
intense
shirayim, ain't
founded
knitza.
the
Same
Unionist
idea.
struggle for the liberation of the working class in 1895.
Right here?
A schism in
Says the
1903
London
split them
Shamsi,
into two
he says
factions
the
over
whole
what
point
seemed
of the
like a
knitza is
trivial
to be
dispute
master.
about
He
party
said.
membership
Maybe it is
conditions.
not there also.
Lenin's
No,
faction
that's the whole
called
point.
themselves the
Maybe that's my
Bolsheviks,
point.
meaning
The whole
majority.
point of the knitza,
Molotovs
why are you
became
putting
the
on the
Mensheviks.
to allow the shirai to be? No, I thought it's part of the carton. Putting it on because you make it bring a carton. You give me some of that stuff.
Waiting for the regime to
No.
stumble.
Like that, okay, yeah, it's part of the space. If something is missing from the carton.
This is Charles from History After Dark, a channel that is entirely viewer-funded.
If you
I
find
cannot
afterwards,
produce these deep-dive
That's not law.
documentaries without your direct support. A pledge
so you
of
say
just a
buffer.
few
You're
dollars a
asking
month
questions buffer.
via
So that moment that
Patreon
was lost
or as
in
a
knitza.
YouTube
I hear
member
it.
provides the
But
material
we had
base
yesterday
that keeps
a
this
footage
channel
where one of the knitza got
in
lost
return
and
for
they
your
found it. Seems like
solidarity,
it's okay.
you gain direct voting rights on
I'm
future
around.
topics and a
The
completely
rules, the different culture
ad-free
around.
experience.
So we have three things in this. We had it became public, it got burnt, and it got lost.
The stumble
It says,
came in
referring to the
1904.
public,
The government,
the only
hoping to
time
distract the
you can't put
population
on
from
the
its
back
troubles,
is if
launched
100%
what was
of the
supposed to be
shirayim
a
became
little
public.
victorious war
So
against Japan.
the If Kmitza has nothing to work with, it's not coming to be mocked or anything, then you can't put it on. I don't look at your like, oh, even a small amount of Shirai left over, that's okay. Very easy Gemara here. What? Everybody agree that you can put the meat for your mouth. But so did I thought, Nitma A of the third life. How can you mention it's a word? How come Rob says only the word comment? There's three cases in it and he only brings one. The answer is, he meant all three, but he brought the first one in the Mishnah as just an example. So that in the end of the third life, and for that we have to understand that makes no sense. Why? Michael Salva, what is he all? Niggas on the sheer listening. If you have a little piece left over, that's enough. You don't need to pull Shirai today, not people over. So now it's going to have different or that lost or that burned. If 90% got burned and 10% left, you have 10% left. It's a problem. You can tell the sheer live listening if 10% is not enough. We didn't know my time. So then why would it become Sunday? Is it okay? What are you going to say? Because the rest of it, it's sort of special. You have the rich as superpower. Culture and analysis. The wise Rabbi say that if the entire thing is only when the entire Shirai became common, this is the entire thing in 90%. Why is there a difference? The tzitz would have the superpowers that overcome even a full pillar. But I don't tell it here that the truth is that when you have 10% left, it's 5.
By 1914,
It's not the way we love it. Because Rabbi is going in all three cases. There's no opinion. Anything I'm expecting is a great pattern. And it just comes to prove that Rabbi meant all three cases that is 90% got lost, 10% remained, 90% got burned, 10% remained. It's fine to do that thorough of I just like this one. Why do you say this one? We're trying not to grab the first thing. If it's time you to in there, what are you trying to prove there? That if you have solid Shirai left over, put on the back of both sides is a freebie because we had it exactly 2 weeks ago. Every word. Call our comes to the first assignment to Zayis, also to Zayis Taylor. When we're talking about whether you have enough meat to eat the Rika, even if you have one Kazayis with animal, 99% of the animal went fight, but one Kazayis left over, I could throw the blood under his back. Not only that, but Kazayis are even a part of the fat that goes under his back. What's in the rich? Basar is edible for human consumption, and the Caleb is more than fat consumption. But they're different. One is for human, one is for the fat, and vice versa. So Mela, it's not exactly what Caleb. You cannot combine the two. You can't say, oh, I have a half of Kazayis of meat that's steak, and have a Kazayis of Caleb, and put it together and have a full Kazayis. No, any Kazayis you cannot. Because they don't combine. One is for human, and one is for meat. However, the oil, I believe the Kazayis, both the Kazayis Caleb, is very good Kazayis. The oil is good combined. Why? Because the entire thing was on his neck. Zero Nakamina, there's no steak and there's no Caleb. It's all one. It's all truly like that. So you take a half of the guy's what should have been a steak, but it's not. It goes on his back. And a half of the guy's like that. It goes on his back. It combines for the guys that they can do. He's not good with that. The today, people are telling you we're all dead. But bottom line is, you see that you have a little piece left over, even if the guy is good for that. Great rice. For the mincha, this is wow. What's going on here? And if you have a mincha, you shouldn't throw the blood even if the entire mincha is left over. Mincha, my mincha, what are you talking about? Where's this dam on a mincha? Mincha's made out of flour, not out of blood. Mincha's is curry. We're talking about a shlomin or an oila. Let's take a shlomin. You have a shlomin. How do you bring a shlomin? You bring a shlomin together with wine, together with a mincha. In the mincha, you put some oil. And then the shlomin went bye-bye. It disappeared. So, can I throw the blood of the shlomin? Well, I have a whole bowl of the mincha, which goes together with the shlomin. So why shouldn't I be able to throw the blood? It's together. They come together. Something that the player will have is so I feel the put is part of the same purpose. So maybe I should throw the blood based on the fact that I still have leftover flour. So I'm actually leftover meat, not flour.
Sharing the same rising anger as the
you know what I mean? That I go that you need a Kazayis, that a Kazayis of fat is good enough. No, it's a different thing. Let me ask you. If you have Kazayis of a kidney left over, can you use your Kazayis?
It broke on February 23rd.
His eyes of the kidney.
International Women's Day.
His eyes of fat.
District.
I don't know what.
Textile
You
workers
think it's a
mostly
doctor?
poured out
Yeah.
of their factories and
We want to go
onto the
through it real
streets.
quickly.
They shouted for bread.
Right
They
there.
threw snowballs at the
That's a
windows
fat,
of
no?
the metalworks to call the men out.
Fat.
Nobody had planned
We're
this.
not any longer
The
doing
union
wrong.
leaders
Hey, it's not
hadn't
butter.
authorized it. The revolutionaries
What about
hadn't
the
organized it. It
There's
was
a bus about that.
spontaneous,
It was not butter.
furious,
Oh my God,
and
we
spreading
Taylor
fast.
the rap in Oh, it says
By the end
Taylor.
of the day,
The whole party
nearly
told me he's a
19,000
The party goes like
workers
this.
joined
Zarek Akayla Saddam. He throws the blood. We didn't
the
Taylor.
change too.
So you see that
It was no
Nick
longer
Saddam
just
has
bread
to do with
they
Taylor. We have
wanted.
that Taylor's good.
They
We have
wanted
a
the war to end. They wanted the
Taylor
Tsar
Alabama
gone.
Boston.
The
Even
bridges
though there's no
over the
one
Neva
who
were
was
blocked by
But
police,
Taylor,
so
you
the
were
crowd
there.
simply
Who's there? Boys, you
crossed
know
the
what?
frozen river itself, crossing the
How do
ice
you
to reach the
know that
city
the
center.
first thing, that diaphragm that
And then
divides
came
the body of the animal, mammoth, it's like a
These
wall
were the regime's
between the lungs and the heart.
who had broken
Here.
strikes and scattered
Our
protests for
first of all, this
generations.
is
The crowd braced
the
for the charge. But the
this is
Cossacks
what a
hesitated.
Moor we want to show this,
They rode in
but
single
I have a
file
real one
through the
here from
demonstrators,
the drum, right?
carefully,
This is our
slowly,
greenhouse
as
choices.
if threading through a
That's a
moving
Moor,
crowd.
right?
Some
Here we go.
looked at the workers,
This is our diaphragm and says, Taylor a la Court.
2 days later,
The fat
the police
surrounding
lieutenant was
the
beating
kidney. Take a
demonstrators
look.
with his whip.
Here it is.
When a Cossack drew
Here's
his
the kidney
saber
exposed.
and cut him down.
The
The
schmuck, this is
officer
good.
fell
You
dead in
guys
the
ready?
street.
Pull it.
The crowd roared. Something fundamental had cracked.
Talking about kidneys.
The Tsar was hundreds of miles away from the
Oh.
military headquarters in
Where
Bolivia.
was it?
He received
Hey,
reports
here
of
it
the
is.
arrest and
No, it's not
dismissal.
after something
He
happening.
telegraphed General
This is
Kharlamov
the
with
Guinness World
instructions
Record
to
of
suppress
the
the
most
disorders by
kidney
tomorrow,
donors.
as if he were scheduling a minor
They have
repair.
2,000
On
donors,
Sunday,
and this picture is
February 26th,
965.
loyalist troops
One of
opened
them is
fire
Dr.
on the
Chopper,
crowds.
Barton's brother.
40
He's in the
people
picture, right over
died.
here.
The demonstrators scattered, and
Where's
for a
what?
moment,
Hold on,
it seemed
tell
the
me.
government had won. But that night,
Yeah.
the soldiers who
It
had
gives
done the
people a
shooting could
schmuck
not
to
sleep.
donate when you see these pictures.
They lay in their
Hashem
barracks,
gave you two
thinking
kidneys,
about the
one
people
to
they
use
had
and one
killed.
to give away.
By
I'm
morning,
talking to you
the
guys.
Valinsky Regiment had made its decision. When their commander, Captain Lashkevich, appeared before them, a shot rang out. He fell dead. The soldiers rushed into the streets, calling to the other regiments to join them.
By
Within
Official
hours,
Myers' house,
the garrison
and
had
Mom was like
mutinied.
a giver.
The city descended
My official.
into a kind of ecstatic
Official
chaos.
shot. Official Myers.
Soldiers
Myers
burned the
official shot.
district court and
So he
stood
gave a
around the
kidney,
bonfire
and like
like
2 other
revelers
people
at
that
a
he
winter
invited are
festival.
kidney gives like 3
Crowds
convinced other people.
stormed
That's
the
his
Presti
thing.
prison and
He
threw
started
open
saying,
its
"What is
cells.
going on?"
The hated
Jacob got
police,
borrowed.
the
When you give me a
pharaohs,
kidney?
were hunted through the streets, forced to strip off their uniforms, be shot when they
It's
stood.
never.
General Kamalov tried to assemble a lower
You
force
never
to
know.
restore order.
It's
His
very
men simply
big
melted
like
away,
Noah.
disappearing into the
You have
crowds
to like
as if
think in
they
your
had
head. I
never been
don't
soldiers at all.
care about surgery. I don't care
In the
about
Tauride
recuperation.
Palace,
I don't care about
two
anything. I want to keep
rival
somebody else.
armies were forming in the same building,
Like
almost the
almost
same
2 weeks of
afternoon.
my life, I don't know, it's like
In
kind
one
of
wing,
difficult, but this
members of
is
the
serious
Duma
surgery.
created a
They open you up. Just
provisional
imagine
committee to
sitting on a
restore
table.
order.
I had surgery on my knee a few times, and
Socialist
for me, it's
intellectuals
like,
and
wow,
factory
there's
delegates
anesthesia, you knock
proclaimed
you out, and
themselves
you like, you wake
as
up, you feel
Soviet
like, fuck
workers
this,
and
like, you go
soldiers'
through that all day.
deputies. They began organizing
Yeah,
food
I
supplies,
don't care what to know,
coordinating militias,
100%.
and issuing
People should
proclamations.
do it, and I want people to do it.
Alexander
I'm saying the
Kerensky,
truth.
the
I
young
can't get
lawyer
up here
with
and
a
say,
flair
no, I'm
for
going to do it
theatrical
tomorrow.
speeches, managed
You
to
know
get
what?
himself
I would
elected
do
to
it, but I
both
just have to say
bodies,
cheers.
bridging the gap between them with sheer energy and nerve.
Right. No, see, Rabbi said, no excuses. Get up and do it, Rabbi said.
At the Kronstadt naval base,
Granola.
sailors rose against their officers.
People
Admiral
paying for
Weyer was
Israel.
dragged out into Anchor Square in his white undershirt and bayoneted in the snow. In the Astoria Hotel, revolutionaries
I don't
stormed
think it's
the building
possible.
hunting for
It's
supplies,
possible.
and dozens of officers died in a chaos of class.
Anybody that saw my knee in the
In
last
Moscow,
year
the
knows
old
that I
order
needed surgery and I
collapsed
needed
almost
desperately.
without
I won't do the
resistance.
surgery because of the shit.
Workers and
No,
soldiers
I
tore
would
down
go
the
into
imperial
surgery
eagles,
immediately to fix my knee.
red
Messed
ribbons
up.
to their coats.
After
Ribbons
20
so
years, I had
large
ACL
that
surgery.
one witness said
30
they were the
years ago.
size of table
And And that's it. It just gave in, and my ego is this way. It's great. I'm like a bubble. So I cannot surgery. I cannot do surgery. What I do if I have anything, I can't do that. That's the way I collect the
guards refused to let him pass.
That's only one of them.
He ended up
Let
stranded
me
at
Mara.
Pskov, alone in his private carriage, while his empire dissolved around him. In Petrograd, the streets were full of singing, embracing, weeping and singing with joy.
How do I know
The
that if this
300-year-old
leftover
Roman
kidney
dynasty had
I
fallen.
could do
In a
because
matter
Saddam
of
is considered
days,
meat with honey because I'll prove you. Well, the Nepal people fully guarantee Israel. It says that if you have flour left over, you cannot be very good. Mashma, anything else but flour is good. Min food like Israel, but it says like Israel. You know, but how do I know from the prophet? The Lord of the day, Omar, the Reach and Fire. Anything that gives a good fragrance, Kosak Amalu, Reach and Fire. Anything you put on the including the kidney, gives you the ability to do things without. Bitch, and I need the two things simple. Here, bitches with the Kayla, bitches with the Reach and Fire. I need those two words. Because of Kayla, but only some Kayla, but not Reach and Fire. I need I needed to tell me that kidney and the diaphragm, which is not the meat today. Yeah, but just good thing. People like it. Including myself.
By the end of February,
And
those
it's
floors
me.
were covered in
That's one of the
cigarette
reasons
butts. Exhausted soldiers slept in heaps against the wall.
I'll think. Anything that brings fragrance, in other words, even flour. No, flour doesn't count for the monoclonal that has to be fatty, that has to be meaty, cannot be a red and fire that comes from cake and flour. Just want to see real quickly, somebody, what's your name? From? Schmack those facts and good. What's your name?
Met in a
From?
haze of smoke.
Consultant Muncie, Square.
They were trying to decide what kind of power they actually held when the door would burst open and another group of soldiers would push through, rifles still warm, demanding answers. Should they give up their weapons? Should they obey their officers? The delegates had no script for this. They were improvising a new world in real time, and the soldiers were not interested in waiting for theory.
Father used to come here to share that you.
Out of this chaos came
You
order
did?
number one. It was not drafted
You
by
have a brother that
intellectuals
went to
or
American
party
Yeshiva
leaders.
with
The soldiers
What
themselves
What?
demanded
That's
it,
all.
and they got it.
No,
The order declared that
yeah,
every
I know this guy.
military unit would
Oh, but
elect
it's
its
still
own
order.
committee.
So what's your name?
Officers would be obeyed only insofar as their commands did not contradict the
You're,
Soviet. Those
since
four
your
words
residency,
changed everything.
and you tell me you want to make
Dissolved the
Aliyah
old
over yourself.
hierarchy
All right,
without
Jamal,
further
go well.
Soldiers were no
Yeah,
longer to be addressed with a disrespectful, singular
What,
you.
oh, what do we have to say?
Officers would call them citizens.
Very
Small
quickly.
variations of military life, the daily reminders of who mattered and who did not, were swept away in a single document. And yet the Soviet leaders hesitated. They controlled the garrison, the telegraphs, the railways. They had the guns, but they didn't know what to war. Their Marxist textbooks had told them that a bourgeois revolution had to come first. The capitalists had to take power before the workers
Beautiful.
would take it from them. It was a strange kind of deference, this insistence on following the script, even
Everything
as the
works out. You
script was
followed
being
it.
weakened
You
around
followed
them.
it.
So they sat down with the Duma
Beautiful.
committee in a
Says
smoke
alienation.
filled room and hammered out the terms for
Says
a provisional
alienation. Let me
government,
restart.
amnesty,
If
free speech,
now we're talking about,
elections.
let's just review this real quickly. I think it's important to see this once in a while.
Would watch from the wings. While these
Find it.
negotiations dragged on,
Find it. Lucky you
two
guys.
conservative
Oh, yeah.
deputies named Kuchkov
Rabbi
and
said,
Shulgin
if this is Mendeleev favorite video, so
their
watch it
mission
again.
was
Play
to convince the
Mendeleev.
Tsar to
It's not
abdicate.
magic, but you know.
At every
The
station
whole process
along
of
the
the
way,
movement.
revolutionary
Taking a
soldiers
starter flour
crowded the
out of a
platform,
sweet tart.
peering
So
through
that,
the
well,
windows.
no, not that one.
The
This
old
is a sweet
world
tart.
was
Pour,
still physically intact.
no, this one right here.
Still
Pour the
ran.
oil into the tart, pour the flour into the tart, and you put another layer of oil. 2 layers of oil, big
The
lever.
two men arrived
That's
at
all that
Pskov
he's
and
doing with
found
Leela and
Nicholas in
his
his
brother.
railway carriage,
Fine. So give it
surrounded by generals who had already made up their
This
minds.
is, I wish I could fast forward a little bit. So now he's taking
Handed the
it.
Tsar a series of telegrams. One by one, his commanders
And
were
what
ready
does
for
he have to do now? Now I have to break it up into two
It was the
stages
only way
to
to
keep
save the
them
war
from this
effort, they
position.
said.
Concerned that a minute ago,
Nicholas
either way.
gazed at the ceiling for a long moment. He murmured that
No,
he was born for unhappiness.
not necessarily.
Then he agreed to step down, initially in favor of his son, Alexei. But the boy was sick with hemophilia, and after consulting a doctor, Nicholas changed his mind. He would abdicate
Now this is called Tika. Third time of oil. Now this is called Hadasha. He took the touches in his bath. Southwest corner. There's a vine over there. Frankincense.
His tone was polite, almost formal, as if he were ending a business meeting rather than a dynasty. When Kuchkov and Shulgin
Put
returned
the
to
vine in,
Petrograd,
now you have to move the vine to the side. Before you do so, you move the vine to the side.
furious. The idea
And now, this green stuff on this side, sometimes some flowers and some juice meat to that. Now you put it, this is what I want to show you. Put in another kushar, that gives you added gita. It goes up into the level of gita, that second food. Same for salt. And we're pretty much done here. Now he's going to do a Tara. There's one step after this. What do you do after Tara?
The revolution now turned its energy on the symbols of the old
You get
regime.
Jesus around.
Double-headed
Look at them,
eagles
look
were
at
drawn
the
on
head.
the
The nuances.
imperial statues were pulled
Anyway,
down. Monks went on
no,
strike against
I don't
their
need to bring
governments.
anything. It's an English.
Waiters marched under banners that
Here's the
read,
question.
"No tips taken
That
here,"
step,
demanding to be
everybody
treated as
agrees
human
that
beings rather than
the
servants.
mincha is done in the kushar, the initial part of the
Peasants
kushar.
began writing letters to the new
Everybody
government,
agrees
asking for
that
space,
going to the Mizbeach part,
demanding
you
the
don't need a kushar.
redistribution of estates that had been won
The
through
question
what they
is,
called
the middle step, that second kushar, is it necessary or not necessary?
in Zurich.
So it says the Mishnah, and that's even in your Shimon, the question.
He was stuck
You see
in
the step.
neutral
So
Switzerland,
later kushar is
separated
possible,
from Russia
says
by an
with
entire
Hanakama, that if you
He
take the
began
kmitza,
concocting
step
schemes
two,
to get home. Wigs,
here, like,
false
he already did
passports.
something just for
At
that.
one point, he considered
It's kind
chartering
of
an aeroplane.
strange. Like, it
He
looks
sent
like his
frantic
hand, AI.
letters to
It's
his
like, it looks like
comrades
it's
in
going right through the
Petrograd,
marble.
urging them to refuse any support for the provisional government to prepare for a second stage of revolution. The Bolshevik
Look,
leaders
he
who
took the
received these
kmitza and he
letters
didn't put it in
were
a second
horrified.
vessel. He took it
Stalin
directly
and
from his
Kamenev
hand
widely censored
onto
them.
his back.
Lenin
Says the
was too
Mishnah,
radical, they thought.
kosher.
He did not understand the
Shit or not
situation
shit?
on the ground.
Rav says it's kosher.
On March
There's two
23rd,
in
a
the Shimon
funeral
itself. What do
procession
you know
moved
exactly?
through Petrograd
Take the
toward the
kmitza
Mars
pamayim. After you took the kmitza,
Thousands of people
you have it in your hand.
marched in silence,
You put it down, you
following
take a
the
knife, you chop it in half,
184 red
and
coffins
take
to
one
their
half and put it on his
graves.
back. They take another half and put it on his back. The kmitza was done
Only the bow of
100%.
fortress
But if you
guns
will
and
not
the
do
sound
it,
of the
it's two
Marseillaise
times.
played by military bands. It was a
What about if
new
you knock
kind
it
of
in 4
ceremony
times?
for a new kind
The
of
Mishnah says
war.
you knock it twice. What if you cut it up into 4 pieces? Is
By
that
the end
okay?
of the month, the initial unity was
Oh,
already beginning
so I'm
to
not
fray.
flaky, whether or not that's
Soldiers
exactly
were
right.
restless with
That's
talk
why
of
it says,
continuing
my
war.
night. Oh, my
Workers
reason radio
demanded
deal. My kind
daytime
of shimon.
day.
Why
The
did you
rift
take
between
coach?
the well-meaning liberals
Oh, my
and the
corporate
winter
condition
valleys
week. How
and
does
the
it
radical
also?
masses in
Also,
the streets was
we have
widening
number
by
10.
the day.
Below the
And on
eye,
March
the you need to
27th,
contact.
a
If you
train
want to use your
departed
hand,
Switzerland,
you must
carrying
use
Lenin and a group of
your right
exiles
hand.
across enemy
Look like
Germany.
a contact.
It
Says
was
when you
heading
read it,
toward
when you
Russia
see
that
this,
was changing faster than
there
anyone in the provisional
says if
government
you go
dared
ready
to
to see a
imagine.
inner shimon, you need a right hand. If you're gonna use your hand, it has to be right. Using a vessel, then it can be even the left. But clearly, just caution. What's a concept? Let's show this real quickly. Brand new for today. I didn't like the size of the pen, but that's okay. There's only one carbon that you apply to the glove like that. Other carbon you take free throw with the glue. The concept you take it, you smear it on the corner with your hand. Next, you want to do it with your hand, you have to use your right. You want to use your clean, then you're doing it like the Asham. Here, Asham. Boom. That's a very good thing. He does it with his right hand. Great. Rabbi, what?
The workers got to him first.
Oh, even the left, and
Before
that
he
is
could even
right
step
over
down
there, the
properly,
left.
they hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him along the platform like a conquering hero. He looked
But yeah,
embarrassed.
you do it right.
This was
Rabbi,
not
all my team
his
took him up, so he comes to Rihanna, he says,
Inside the carriage,
"Huge month
there
in
was
Victoria,
no
my name, I feel like Rihanna.
Vladimir
Check
Lenin
this out,
turned
just so
Roman
we're on the same page over there. Rabbi says, according to
Was
you
this
don't need a
defenseless rubbish
You
being
don't
published
need,
in
you don't need
Eurafter?
anything. You can
Was
even
this
use
your
your belt.
writing? He demanded. We saw
Belt,
several
with the
issues
belt,
that
with the
really
belt.
swore at you. The reunion was an
With the belt.
interrogation.
You can put it in your belt and walk
By
around with
11
it.
that night,
I think
the
when
train
Prince of
had
Paris,
reached
he didn't use
Petrograd's
earthenware.
Finland station. The platform was a chaos of red banners and
But
brass
that's what
bands and
he says no such thing. Everybody agrees at step 2 to need a plea. Here, as you see, Mamet did it great. You can see in picture number 1 on the all the way on the right. He's holding with his right hand. He's moving his hand up to the right. The plea is holding the left. The Rabbi says you can use the plea. When you use your belt, and we should have had the belt this, and the Nachman Bar Yitzchak says, you can see over here, you need a plea. You need to put it in the plea. Second step. You need to, after the plea, you put it in the plea. They say, I have a question on the first people. On the Judah Repeal, it says, if you do with your hand, that's with your right hand. Take the bell, the information shown, baby, yad, baby, please, baby, you may be okay, that's not so important for us. It's not the question. First, Chalavim, Nevarim, all of a sudden you put it in the calf, 18, and if you can do it with your left hand. That's what we're going. Look, Nitza, back Torah. The addressed the crowd in the yard, in between, baby, min, baby, small. What does Rabbi say? With your hand, it needs to be min. Over it says, you can be with your left hand. Baby, yad, baby, small. It says before, yad, small. Sharon, gray. All the way here with those on it. No, you didn't read it well.
Outside.
This is what it says. I find it baby yad, baby small. What do you do with your hand with the back? Baby min, baby small. Guess what? Baby and min, baby small goes on the word plea. With the plea, you can do it small. But the yad, you need min. Hey, take a look at the start for a second. When it comes to yad, the last part of the sentence, the min, the small, is referring to the last word of the sentence. The word that comes before. The plea is being min of the small.
Satin-lined boudoirs, crystal chandeliers, filling up with cigarette smoke, muddy boots, and the clatter of typewriters.
Yeah, baby.
In the main hall, beneath those
I think
chandeliers,
didn't read the email that was
addressed his
about
own
you
followers.
He said, no, they're reading too much with confidence.
The policy of cooperation with the government was finished.
He's like,
There would be no compromise with the
what's the guy
bourgeoisie.
from
And
London
when he
that has
stopped speaking, there was only silence.
my
His own
license
comrades
plate?
sat stricken.
No, Ellie,
The next day,
it
at the
says
Toro Palace,
NBYD.
he presented his April theses to the assembled
No,
socialists.
he's
Abolish the
Ellie Seller.
abolish the army,
Ellie Seller.
abolish the bureaucracy, transfer all
He's like, he shouts, for Mike Barrier, he's started all crying, he's like, laughing, he's like,
Heraclid Tsereteli accused him of abandoning
his real mic, he has louder voice here, I don't know
shouted
what.
that these were
But
the
the real mic
ravings
was
of
like,
man. Victor
but
Janov
that
dismissed
we
him
heard,
as a man
that time we
who
heard,
marginalized himself
Tosh
through
Ma.
sheer excess.
He wasn't like this when he was younger.
Even his own
Remember,
party
he was
refused
older.
to back him fully.
The
The Bolshevik Central Committee hinged. Kamenev published an article called
Tosh Ma, what did you let me sorry?
to make clear these
This
were
woman, let's see, we stand right next to you, no?
opinions, not
Yeah.
official policy.
I had more
The prodigal had returned, and nobody quite knew what to do
control
with him.
over him, just kick him under the table.
Then the streets decided. On
Where were you,
April
Roman?
20th,
You took a
a
picture.
secret
Where was
diplomatic note was leaked to the press. Foreign Minister Milyukov had promised the
Look at
Allies
that
that
hair,
Russia
the
would
white, look at that
fight
black
on to
hair.
decisive victory.
Wow.
He still claimed that unannounced for the
Yeah,
Empire,
exactly.
the myth of defensive war
Tosh Ma,
shattered.
what did you let me pretty short as? You get you let me pretty short
A
as.
sergeant named
It says
Fyodor
before,
Lemley, a
Mozart.
romantic
This is a
with no
question of
particular
Nachman. What
party
does Nachman say?
affiliation,
Let's go back to the
who so
start.
incensed that he led his battalion to the
Nachman says
Mariinsky
you need a
Palace
vessel.
without
We're going to have
orders.
a couple
He
questions on
wanted
it. What
Milyukov's
is let me
resignation.
start?
Other regiments followed. The April
You
days
didn't
had
do
begun.
two stars all the way in the beginning. We get you,
For the first
or
time,
you didn't, because
Pro
you two
government
stars,
crowds
or
clashed with
the
anti-government demonstrators on Nevsky
one
Prospect.
sentence. Understand that?
Some shouted hurrah for
Yeah,
Milyukov.
Lord.
Others carried
Because
banners
Lord,
reading
the hell
down
you know, I'm
with the
saying they
provisional
use
government.
the hell you
Fire
can't let it be
echoed
started.
near the
You didn't use the
Kazan
two stars, man. It's
Cathedral.
impossible.
3
Lord,
people
we're cheering up,
died
cheering.
on the pavement.
But not that clean. They
General
say step two, you don't need a clean. You don't need a clean. You use a plastic vessel and put it in a paper cup. In a plastic
His
cup.
own troops
But
ignored
Rav
him.
Nachman says,
They obeyed
what
the
does Rav Nachman
Soviet
say again?
instead.
You need a clean.
The
There
general
it is.
learned
Start
something
clean.
that day
The pastor
about
or not.
where real power
Anymore,
resided in
Mama
Petrograd.
What is that? Lekach number 4. We have one on the bottom, one on the top, one before the southern, now this. 4. Oh, it's referring to from where after you did this meeting, you put it into Klisharis. Step 2, you took it out of the Klisharis, and you went from there. What are we talking about now? What are we talking about? He already did the Shemitah, he already put it in the Klisharis. What comes after that? Halacha and Haftarah. This is Rabbi. You're not going to do that. Those two, you don't need a Klisharis. What's not? So Homer is 10 minutes from Klisharis. But Homer says to do the Shemitah, just put it in the Klisharis. So it's like, how you say with Klisharis, you do the Shemitah from a vessel that's covered, from a casket of Klisharis, and you put it in, you add another piece in the second week. Well, now we're not doing the Klisharis, and even the whole, or you walk on that car, all that to be from the Klisharis. Shimon says, here's Moshe Klisharis. When you, as long as you do the Shemitah, now when the kids let it start, you die there. What's the question on who? Or not going to take when you sleep. The Shimon says, once you do the Shemitah, but when you start, you don't have to put it step 2 in the Kli. What does it not say? You have to do step 2, put it in the Kli. Maybe you could say, like step 1, he's much of the Kli. Not only must be the diary. Just in another word, no, that there was a step 2. After step 2, then you don't need a Klisharis. Toshma, Bomat be Minoi Venosam Bismarway. He did Kmitza with his right hand, and where did he put it in? In his left. Now, this is Neget to us, because if you put it into Klisharis, then putting it in the left hand would be a big no. Put it in his left hand without a Kli. No Kli at all. What do you do? There's a way out of it. You have to put it back into your right hand. This my boy, the Chavarim Bay, this is what I did in the cooking. What if you put it in your left hand, you start having different thoughts of pickle because it's not. Because in my point, also then the chorus. It's not a real pickle. Why? Because it's in the left hand. Now, if he put it in his right hand, he should allow to stick in the word. If it's in his right,
something shifted.
I don't know. That's what
his voice trembled at first. The nerves of a man who had been away too long, unsure of his footing.
What does it say by you? And you were in the Gemara? This says put it in his right hand.
He called the new coalition government a shame.
He should allow to put it in his right hand. Possibly in the car. But if you go by your right hand, then it's correct. You need blood, you should. Not no money. Even to the sun or I said that. I said that. Forest and fire was in the forest, money taken from the forest. You read the legend, the Chachamim, my name is the sun and the smart, the south and the sun outside. Once you put it in the left hand, it's all over. Very the God, but that's global when you want to stop for your financial need. Hide the casserole in honor of all them, you are down in South Florida, we will be Zoytov. Let's stay up, opening to the Gashins, anonymous, memory of the Moshe and parents from third side, from Zayin, Now, a quick question. What is it, how la'alacha you take from your right and put in your left?
In the capital, the vast Russian Empire was coming apart at the edges. In the Buddhist way of region of Siberia, a Congress declared independence. In the Muslim enclave of Islam,
in the morning, every time, you still up with your right, and you pass to your left, and then with your left, you walk your right hand.
The center could not hold, because there was no center left. In the countryside,
No, it's Kabbalah. No, that isn't Kabbalah. No, that is the Kli. You did Kmitza, and the Kabbalah is your left hand. That's Kabbalah to Kli. Kabbalah to Kmitza. Instead of a Kli, use your hand. But that is the Kli. It's acting as a Kli. What do you mean? Instead of having a Kli, you use the left hand.
Violence spiraled in the cities.
Exactly. But if in the left hand, it's not Pegel for real, it's not direct, you don't get cards. Is this possible?
Beaten to death by crowds. Unpopular
No. In the Kabbalah stage, we're not in Alafia.